Chapter 481. Zhang Jia and Zhou Shuwan had the same idea. They weren't planning to go out today either, so they smiled and followed along. I joined in the fun too. 2 members of the security team remained at the camp. So, Zhou Shuwan and the others weren't going out to fish this time, but simply to relax. They enjoyed the sea breeze, felt the rise and fall of the waves, and savored this rare moment of tranquility. The sea breeze gently caressed their faces, bringing a slight coolness. Zhong Tiyun and Grandma Pang both had joyful smiles on their faces, as if they had become 10 years younger. Zhou Shuwan stood at the bow, gazing into the distance. The sea and sky blended seamlessly, a breathtaking sight. Because the survivors had been fishing extensively, the number of fish in the nearshore waters of the fjord wasn't as high as before, but it was still manageable, given the survivor population. In one morning, they caught more than 30 fish, large and small, enough for several meals. Zhou Shuwan didn't mind. Moo, who had been steering the boat, swam around on the sea for a while before getting into the water with her father, Zhou Jianhai, wearing swimming rings. The water temperature of around 20 degrees Celsius was still a bit low. Only boys could enjoy this kind of fun. Zhang Jia sat on the gunwale, watching them frolic in the water, smiled, and turned to Zhou Shuwan, saying, "You guys are really well equipped, even have swimming rings." Zhou Shuwan just smiled, offering no explanation. Swimming rings were uncommon after the apocalypse, because they had lost their practical use, but they weren't particularly valuable. At least the warships anchored in the Grand Canyon had plenty of life rings and life jackets. Zhong Tiyun and Grandma Peng watched the father and son swimming in the sea, telling them to be careful while laughing heartily. Seeing everyone else having fun, Zhang Jia moved closer to Zhou Shuwan and started talking about herself. Wan, about Tao Zheng and me. Zhou Shuwan looked at Zhang Jia's shy expression and understood. Before, worried that Zhang Jia would be embarrassed, she had kept quiet and pretended not to know anything after seeing the two on a date on the beach. This time, she asked a few more questions in detail. Zhang Jia told her that Tao Zheng had proposed to her a few days ago. She let out a soft "oh," very happy for him. That's wonderful. Congratulations. Zhang Jia's cheeks flushed slightly, her usual cheerfulness gone. He asked for my opinion. Actually, I didn't want to have a wedding. With these conditions, just surviving is a blessing. So I was thinking, like you and Mingwei, just pick a date, have everyone from our camp get together, and have a simple meal. Zhou Shuwan naturally supported this, smiling encouragingly. I think it's a great idea. The ceremony may be simple, but it's very meaningful. I think Tao Zheng takes good care of you. We gotten to know his temperament and personality quite well over this time. He's not the chauvinistic or cunning type, which is perfect for you. Zhang Jia smiled shyly. However, when they mentioned Mingwei, the atmosphere between them became somewhat silent. They still dared not think about the fact that Mingwei and Xiao Xiao had already left them. Zhou Shuwan looked at the shimmering sea in the distance, silently praying. Zhang Jia also gazed into the distance, a hint of melancholy in her eyes. She met Mingwei through Zhou Shuwan, but after arriving at the base, they became quite familiar with each other and gradually became close friends who could talk about anything. Unexpectedly, Zhou Shuwan broke the silence, her tone becoming cheerful. Once they return from the base ruins, we pick a good day and have a meal together to celebrate. Such joyous occasions are rare these days. Zhang Jia nodded, a slight smile playing on his lips. Okay. By noon, the sun was too intense for Zhou Shuwan and her group, so they hurried home. In the evening, Jiping came over, carrying a net bag filled with 5 or 6 pounds of sea grapes, each one glistening and translucent, like strings of emeralds. He handed the net bag to Zhou Shuwan, explaining, "We were lucky today. We stopped at a small island with the fishing team and found some sea grapevines on the island's outskirts. We tasted them, and they were quite delicious, so the fishing team picked some. I kept a few pounds for myself, and thinking you guys liked them too, I brought some over." Zhong Tiyun and Grandma Pang smiled when they saw the fresh sea grapes. "Oh my, this is really good stuff," Grandma Pang said with a smile. "Fruit is so rare these days." Zhou Jianhai took the sea grapes and examined them carefully. "These sea grapes look so fresh. How do we eat them?" Jiping explained in detail how to eat sea grapes. These can be eaten raw in a salad, or you can add some vinegar and chili peppers. Both taste quite good. Freshly dried is best. If you want to preserve them, you can dry them or pickle them. After drying, soak them in hot water, then you can use them in salads or stir-fries. They can be used with sashimi, as a side dish for sushi, or in salads and seafood platters. Scrambled eggs are definitely out of the question right now, But the animal husbandry at the camp is thriving. The chicks and ducklings are growing very well, and won't be long before they start laying eggs. Moo Moo washed 2 bunches of sea grapes, and brought them over for everyone to try. This kind of sea fruit is rarely eaten by people living inland. Zhou Shuan tried one, and felt that sea grapes were different from land grapes. The thin outer membrane contained juice, which burst when bitten, with a crisp texture, somewhat like caviar or crunchy cucumber. It had a slightly sticky feel after chewing. The taste was light with a salty and savory flavor, a natural ocean flavor unique to seaweed, without the fishy taste of seafood or kelp. No wonder it can be paired with sashimi and sushi. Sometimes we catch a few sashimi while fishing. Let's try it when we catch some, and see how it goes. Moo Moo quite liked the bursting sensation, and unknowingly ate half a small bunch. Upon seeing this, Jiping told everyone, "We still have over 10 jin, about 5 kilograms left. We bring some more another day." Zhou Jianghai and Zhong Tian quickly refused, saying, "This fruit is precious. Whether you eat it yourself or exchange it for supplies, don't waste it." Jiping replied, "We have enough food at home. All 3 of us have salaries, and we're doing all right. I can't bear to exchange this fruit. I keep it at home for Yuxuan and Chun Chun to eat more of." He still cared deeply for his sister. Zhou Shuan then said, "All right, if you have any more, I trade you some strawberry jam." Jiping firmly disagreed. The Zhou family had previously given them half a jar of strawberry jam for free. "We don't have anything particularly rare, but these sea grapes are unusual. I bring a few more jin another day." The topic ended there. Remembering Chun Chun's condition, Zhou Shuan said to Jiping, "Tomorrow is the day Chun Chun will receive her second injection. When you get back, tell cousin Tao so that Chun Chun can be prepared." Chapter 482. Upon hearing this, Jiping's expression immediately turned serious, and he quickly nodded in agreement. "Okay, I definitely pass it on. Speaking of which, Chun Chun's health has improved significantly these past few days, all thanks to you. It's all my pleasure. Luckily, I had some on hand, otherwise I would have been in trouble. Actually, the warship had refrigeration facilities, but this medicine was too precious. If lost, there would be no other chance to replace it." Therefore, Zhou Shuan thought it over and decided that her personal space was the safest. She had already discussed it with Xue Tao, leaving the remaining injections with her. If anything unexpected happened in the future, she could find Xue Tao immediately and give him the injections. Compared to the warship, Xue Tao naturally trusted her more and immediately agreed. Early the next morning, Zhou Shuan took the medicine and several pieces of Grandma Pang's newly made tofu to the warship. Xue Tao had specially switched shifts with someone to wait at the dock. Upon seeing Zhou Shuan, he immediately came to greet her. "Wanwan, you're here." He took the tofu Zhou Shuan handed him, his eyes filled with gratitude. "You always bring so much stuff, it's such a hassle." "It's no trouble at all," Zhou Shuan smiled, and shook her head. "My parents were worried about you. We have soybeans at home, making some tofu isn't difficult." The two walked side by side towards the cabin. Along the way, Zhou Shuan inquired in detail about Chun Chun's recent condition. "Chun Chun's condition is much better than I expected," Xue Tao said with relief. "Thanks to you, Wanwan. I think as long as he gets his injections on time, and he pays attention to exercising, he should be able to return to normal very quickly." Zhou Shuan smiled and nodded. "That's great." They entered Chun Chun's room. The cramped space was mostly occupied by several bunk beds. The sheets and blankets on the lower bunk were neatly folded. Chun Chun sat on the upper bunk, intently fiddling with a small metal object. Hearing the door open, he looked up, revealing a slightly weak but still bright smile. "Dad, Auntie." Xue Tao helped Chun Chun sit down. Zhou Shuan skillfully prepared a syringe, sterilized it, and then injected the medicine into Chun Chun's body. Chun Chun gritted his teeth and remained silent. After the injection, Chun Chun's face was slightly pale, and fine beads of sweat appeared on his forehead, but he was in good spirits. He smiled and thanked Zhou Shuan. "Thank you, Auntie." Zhou Shuan affectionately patted his head and magically popped a piece of candy into his mouth. Chun Chun's eyes widened first, then he smiled contentedly. If this were a child from before the apocalypse, he wouldn't have liked sweet snacks like candy by the time he was 10. But resources were scarce in the post-apocalyptic world, and Chun Chun and his family struggled to survive, never even seeing many of the common snacks and treats from before the apocalypse. This most ordinary candy was a rare treat for him. Zhou Shuan and Xue Tao casually chatted about the camp situation. "I heard from Jiping that Xiaoyu and the others went out to search for supplies?" Xue Tao asked. Zhou Shuan lowered her voice. "These past few days, they've been looking for solar panels and batteries in the base ruins, seeing if they can modify our newly acquired boats. Shui Tao's eyes lit up. That's a good idea. Oil extraction is too difficult now, and even the warships are struggling to find fuel. If we can convert them to solar power, it will save us a lot of trouble. Zhou Shuan nodded. Yes, so they go look for it first. If they can find some equipment, even if it's damaged, with everyone's help, they can fix it. If it's usable, that would be best. Besides, there are experts on the warship. We were thinking of using your and Jipeng's connections to see if we could hire experts or technicians at a high price to help us with the modifications. Shui Tao nodded. No problem, we ask around. If the price is right, they should be willing. He thought for a moment, then took a metal box from his pocket and handed it to her. These are simple solar panels that have recently become popular on warships. They're assembled from some metal parts and can power small appliances. I got one, so I just give it to you. You can use it down here. It's inconvenient to use electricity. Zhou Shuan was somewhat surprised and quickly waved her hand. This is too valuable. I can't accept it. I can exchange another one with supplies. This new type of generator is smaller, more convenient, and more durable than the old one, and the exchange price isn't too high. Our fishing harvest has been quite good recently, so exchanging another one won't be difficult. Seeing that Zhou Shuan was still about to refuse, he said, the injections for Chun Chun's treatment were all given away by you free of charge. Even before the apocalypse, these were extremely precious. I can't do anything else, but this generator is quite rare. If you don't accept it, you're deliberately making me feel bad. Only then did Zhou Shuan take the metal box. It felt heavy in her hand. The metal surface was a bit rough, but the workmanship was very fine. All right, I take it back and let my dad study it. Shui Tao nodded and smiled. I also inquire about the technicians on the warship later. Okay. Back at camp, Zhou Shuan handed the solar panel to Zhou Jianhai for study. Zhou Jianhai sat there, carefully observing the structure of the panel, occasionally exclaiming in admiration, this panel has a clever design, the materials are simple, but the efficiency is very high. He picked up tools and began trying to disassemble and reassemble it. He was self-taught, without formal education, but his family had always run a hardware store, so he had some expertise in repairs. Later, at the base, he joined the repair department. The repair department covered several areas, not only heating equipment, but also electrical equipment and solar power generation equipment. He learned a thing or two from the senior members and professional technicians in the repair department. Therefore, he couldn't say he was completely clueless about the solar panel. A few days later, Qi Mingyu and his group returned with a full load. They were travel-worn, their faces showing fatigue, but their eyes shone with excitement. They brought back some solar power equipment, batteries, and some electronic components. Some items were intact, only dented, while others were damaged, but they brought them back anyway, hoping to repair them. Fearing they would be seen on the road, they wrapped the equipment in tattered cloth and carried it back by several people. Zhou Shuan quickly stepped forward to help. The group moved the supplies to the center of the camp and carefully inventoried them, a mixture of metallic and dusty smells filling the air. As Zhou Shuan sorted through the supplies, she asked with concern, "How is it? How many usable ones did you find?" Qi Mingyu wiped the sweat from his face and pointed to several tightly wrapped boxes, saying, "Most of the solar panels are still usable, and although the batteries are somewhat aged, they are still worth repairing." Zhou Jianhai checked and agreed, immediately beginning repairs and modifications. Chapter 483. He skillfully disassembled the equipment, muttering, "If this thing can be fixed, our fuel problem will be mostly solved." The others in the camp echoed his sentiment, their faces beaming with joy. Through Jiping and Shui Tao's connections, they traded 2 white flame furnaces for the help of an engineer from the warship, inviting him to the camp to help modify the ships. These 2 white flame furnaces were provided by Tao Zheng and Xiao Lu. The group discussed that they couldn't just take advantage of the situation, but they didn't have any particularly valuable supplies to give away. So they decided to give away some smoked fish, rock velvet powder, and other supplies, so that Tao Zheng and his group wouldn't be at a disadvantage. Although these were essential for everyone's survival, they all knew that their biggest shortage right now was fuel. If the ships could be converted to solar power, they wouldn't have to worry about fuel anymore. In the long run, this deal was very worthwhile. The engineer Jiping was leading, surnamed Ming, was a man in his early 30s. He was said to have joined the army directly after graduating from a military academy, and had been researching solar energy technology for years. The metal plate Shui Tao brought out was something he and his team had worked on. Jiping had some connections with him, so he directly invited him. The people at the camp warmly welcomed Engineer Ming. Engineer Ming didn't put on airs. He nodded and, with Zhou Jianghai's assistance, began inspecting the various pieces of equipment Qi Mingyu and his team had brought back. Qi Mingyu and Tao Zheng had actually wanted to find large pieces of equipment at the base, but the base had been severely damaged by the earthquake, and most of the large equipment was unusable. Instead, they found a few intact small pieces of equipment hidden in corners. Engineer Ming, being a professional, pieced together 4 sets of damaged equipment in just one day, leaving 4 sets intact. In total, there were 8 pieces of equipment. The next day, the equipment on the tour boats was modified. After a day, the modifications to both tour boats were completed. During sunny days, the boats could operate using solar power. There were also 5 or 6 batteries, as backup for nighttime navigation. The people at the camp were very happy. Chen Fen remembered Zhou Shuwen's mention of exchanging tour boats, and that evening she came to see her, saying her team wanted to use their supplies to exchange for one. Tao Zheng and Xiao Lu discussed it, and wondered if they could contact the warships to see if they could exchange for a fishing boat. The warship fleet had accumulated over the years, and now had over 100 fishing boats. Jiping managed 20 of them. Fishing boats were definitely more suitable for fishing than tour boats. They were also larger and safer at sea. The exchange price, however, was bound to be very expensive. Sure enough, the next day, Tao Zheng and Sang Zi went to inquire. The warship was initially unwilling, but Tao Zheng offered several white flame furnaces. These high-tech products were exactly what the fleet desperately needed, so the warship traded a medium-sized fishing boat for 5 white flame furnaces. Zheng Jiqing and his group also wanted to exchange for a fishing boat, but they didn't have any white flame furnaces, and their supplies were ordinary. Therefore, they also spoke to Zhou Shuwen, asking her to help them exchange for a pleasure boat. They could then remove some sections from the fishing boat, both forward and backward, to free up some space. Zhou Shuwen's asking price wasn't high, but it couldn't be too low either. Otherwise, such a cheap motorboat would definitely arouse suspicion. She then priced it at 150 jin of smoked fish, 50 jin of rockworm fruit, and 30 jin of seaweed in exchange for a motorboat. Chen Fen and Zheng Jiqing gritted their teeth and exchanged for it. Zhou Jianhai learned modification techniques from Engineer Ming and quickly converted all 3 newly exchanged boats to solar power. Although their stockpiled goods were almost gone, they now had a solar-powered boat, allowing them to fish in the deep sea and quickly replenish their supplies. At this point, the camp had a total of 4 motorboats and 1 fishing boat. The 5 boats were enough to form a small fishing team, with only their own people going out to fish, and all the catch going to them. Tao Zheng and Zheng Jiqing followed other fishing teams to many sea areas, learning which areas had abundant fish and were free from sharks and other large sea creatures. Within a few days, the camp's open space was filled with drying smoked fish. The people at the camp were increasingly motivated. They were busy every day, but no one felt tired. Although the new solar panels can only convert a small amount of electricity, they are very portable. When they go out to sea to fish, the journey is long, and it's inconvenient to return at noon, so they cook directly at sea. Before, they ate simple dry rations, and a few sips of water for a meal. Now, they carry the new solar panels, a power strip, and a pot. They can quickly cook a hot meal on the boat. After gutting and cleaning the freshly caught fish, they can slice and grill, make soup, or stir-fry it with some vegetables. Grandma Peng and several women in Shinfen's team have recently been exploring new ways to eat rock velvet fruit. Rock velvet fruit has a bitter taste, so they soak it in water for several days. After soaking, the bitterness lessened considerably. Grinding it into powder and stir-frying it, it develops a mellow and fragrant aftertaste. They simply ground the rock velvet fruit into powder, diced the vegetables they had grown, mixed it with water to form a paste, and spread it into pancakes. These were given to the fishermen as provisions. When cooking at sea, they would slightly heat the rock velvet fruit pancakes until golden brown on both sides, then spread a little chili sauce and sweet bean sauce on them. They would then stuff in sashimi or stir-fried fish slices, add a few pieces of greens, and eat it with them. This was the best way to eat it. Zhou Shuwen loved this way of eating it. She could easily eat 3 rock velvet fruit pancakes with fish in one go. For a more elaborate version, they would cut the solidified rock velvet fruit pancake into small pieces, stir-fry it with fish and greens, and stew it all together. They would then serve a bowl of it, very satisfying. Therefore, finding these small metal plates very convenient, the Zhou family spent another 100 smoked fish and 50 jin, 25 caddies, of rock velvet fruit powder, having Shuetao help them exchange them for 3 more metal plates. Unbeknownst to them, More than 4 months had passed since they started living by the sea. When the Zhou family first settled by the sea, none of them adapted. Sleeping at night to the sound of waves crashing against the rocks made for restless sleep. Working at the campsite during the day, the sea breeze stung their cheeks. Within days, their cheekbones were frequently flushed, and their skin had tanned. In recent years, people had rarely lived outdoors, mostly staying in safe bases or underground, resulting in a generally pale complexion. A month at the beach tanned their skin a shade darker. Fortunately, the temperature remained consistently in the mid-20s, cool in the mornings and evenings, and warm at midday, making the perceived temperature manageable. Fishing at sea wasn't too unbearable. Not only the Zhou family, but also Zhang Jia and Zheng Jiqing, none of them had imagined that a few years later they would become fishermen, making a living from the sea. The hardships of being a fisherman were undeniable. Chapter 484. More and more smoked fish were drying in the camp, layer upon layer, gleaming golden in the sunlight. The sea breeze carried a salty aroma, whetting everyone's appetite. But she began to consider her options. While the smoked fish could be preserved for a while, long-term open-air storage at 20 degrees Celsius was definitely not feasible. She needed to find a way to preserve it long-term. The campers, using planks, found canvas, and plastic sheeting, worked together for 2 days to build a simple smoked fish storage room in the center of the camp. Although rudimentary, the storage room was spacious enough to hold a large quantity of smoked fish. The camp supplies were shared, and some were individual. The space was divided into several areas, each family occupying a portion, with communal supplies placed in the center. Zhou Shuan also thoughtfully laid a layer of dry seaweed in the storage room to absorb moisture and prevent the smoked fish from molding. Zhou Jianhai used solar panels and fans to maintain a low temperature in the storage room. Now that the base was in ruins, suddenly producing a perfectly intact fan would easily arouse suspicion. So Zhou Jianhai combined 3 or 4 different blades together to make a makeshift fan. It looked ugly, but the airflow it produced was quite good. After the smoked fish was moved to the storage room, everyone felt much more at ease. These past few days, Zhang Jia and Tao Zheng had been inseparable, always together, their faces constantly beaming with smiles. The people in the camp quickly learned about their relationship. That evening, Zhang Jia found Zhou Shuan in Chinfen, and said shyly, "Tao Zheng and I have set a wedding date. It's this Wednesday." Zhou Shuan and Chinfen were both happy for her, and offered their congratulations. "Although the conditions are simple now, we still want to make it as lively as possible, and invite everyone from our camp to dinner. Wan, invite your cousins too, let's have a good time." "Of course, let them share in the joy," Zhou Shuan readily agreed. "We're by the sea, I think a beach wedding would be perfect, romantic yet low-key," Chinfen said with a smile. "Wouldn't that be too much trouble?" Zhang Jia asked a little shyly. When Zhou Shuan and Meng Mingwei got married, they didn't decorate much. They just wore red clothes, added some festive touches, and had a meal with everyone, that was it. The house wasn't significantly altered inside or out. The Qi family had even pasted red window decorations and couplets on the windows and doors. By Meng Mingyue's time, red paper was hard to find, so they didn't put it up. They just added a few decorations wherever they could find suitable ones. Chinfen smiled and said, "You just be a good bride, Wan, and I will take care of the arrangements." And so, preparations for a unique wedding began. The women in the camp decorated the venue with seashells and conches they had collected, stringing them together that shimmered in the sunlight. The men, on the other hand, were responsible for fishing, gathering seaweed, and preparing ingredients for the wedding feast. During this time, Qi Mingyu gained inspiration from his trip to the base ruins. He discovered that although the base ruins were in a state of chaos, many electronic components and metal parts still remained. These things, though seemingly broken and dilapidated, could be transformed into useful resources if collected and modified. Solar panels, in particular, could fetch a high price whether exchanged for warships or other survivors. He shared this idea with Tao Zheng, Xiao Lu, and others, and they all thought it was feasible. So, Qi Mingyu led a few people from the camp again, carrying tools and rations, and set off for the base ruins once more. They made several trips back and forth between the base and the camp, collecting metal scraps and electronic components along the way. In this way, they collected a batch of damaged solar panels and other electronic components. Zhou Jianhai repaired everything he could. Not wanting to waste the rest, he contacted the warships, saying he wanted to exchange the damaged solar panels for supplies. The warships agreed. After all, they had studied the repair and assembly of solar panels for many years, and had extensive experience. Exchanging these scraps for supplies was a win-win situation. The repaired solar equipment was then exchanged with the survivors. The camp supplies were further replenished. Wednesday arrived quickly. Zhang Jia and Tao Bing's wedding was held by the sea. The day was particularly auspicious. The sky was clear, and the sunlight shimmered on the sea, making it sparkle like scattered gold dust. Everyone from the campsite attended, including the Shui Tao and Zhong Jiping families. The wedding venue was simply yet warmly decorated. Ribbons made of seashells and conches fluttered gently in the sea breeze. The pristine white sand became a natural stage, and the distant azure sea reflected the sky, creating a beautiful scene. The wedding banquet was held in an open area in the center of the campsite. Several tables of varying sizes were laden with fresh seafood, bright red crabs, plump fish, tender shrimp, and special dishes made with rock mushroom powder, emitting an enticing aroma. There was also a dish of stir-fried mushrooms with pork. Zhong Tian had just harvested a batch of mushrooms, which would be perfect for the wedding banquet. The guests hadn't had such delicious and satisfying food in a long time, and they ate with gusto. Zhou Jianhai, drinking water instead of wine, said with a smile, "Today is a good day. I wish the newlyweds a long and happy marriage." Zhang Jia and Tao Zheng, dressed smartly, the woman beautiful, the man handsome, blushed slightly as they thanked everyone. After the banquet, they exchanged the mushrooms for supplies with the people on the warship. The person in charge of the supplies exchange was a young man. After carefully inspecting the quality of the mushrooms, his eyes lit up. These mushrooms are of excellent quality. They're a rare find. It turned out that no one on the warship knew how to cultivate mushrooms. They had exchanged a high price for a batch of mushrooms, hoping that Zhong Tian could continue cultivating them. They would buy as many as she had. The liaison officer's words reached Zhong Tian's ears perfectly. Her face flushed with excitement, her hands gripping the wheelchair armrests tightly, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. Although she had been solely responsible for cultivating the mushrooms, she felt burdened by her current physical limitations. Now, the warship offered to exchange whatever amount they had, like a long-term bedridden person suddenly finding their value. Zhong Tian was as excited as if she'd been injected with adrenaline. No one wanted to dampen her enthusiasm, letting her do as she pleased. This time, they exchanged some vegetable seeds suitable for growing by the sea from the warship, including bok choy, lettuce, and romaine lettuce. Zhou Shuwan and Zhou Jianhai cultivated a plot of land near the camp to try planting. Sitting in her wheelchair, Zhong Tian patiently guided them on how to use fish scales and seaweed to fertilize the soil, her voice gentle yet full of energy. In just 1 week, the second batch of mushrooms was harvested. Chapter 485. This time, the warship sent an agricultural expert, nearly 70 years old with gray hair. He led his team to inspect the cultivation tents. Seeing the thriving mushrooms, he was thrilled and immediately invited Zhong Tian to the warship to guide them on how to cultivate mushrooms. Zhong Tian was flattered and repeatedly waved her hands, saying, "Not at all, I'm just figuring it out myself." Actually, she also wanted to go. These techniques weren't the kind that needed to be kept secret. Providing guidance on the warship would at least allow her to receive more supplies and build good relationships with the people on board, which would be very helpful in the future. However, she worried that her limited mobility might cause trouble for others. Zhou Shuan noticed her mother's hesitation and smiled, saying, "Mom, please agree. I like to go see the warship anyway." She remembered her conversation with Dr. Wei about common diseases that occur at sea. She hadn't stockpiled many related medications, and this would be a good opportunity to exchange some with the warship. Furthermore, she could use this opportunity to learn and improve her skills with the doctors on the warship. They certainly had their own areas of expertise. Medical resources were scarce in the post-apocalyptic world, so learning more skills was always beneficial. However, Zhou Shuan was worried about letting her mother go alone, so she decided to go with her father and Zhong Tian to take care of her, going during the day and returning at night. Zhou Shuan told Zhong Tian about this idea, and Zhong Tian thought about it and nodded in agreement. When the people following the old expert began weighing the harvested mushrooms, Zhou Shuan explained their exchange terms. She had initially thought the other party might be hesitant, but the old expert immediately agreed, "No problem. As long as Ms. Zhong is willing to guide us in cultivating mushrooms, the matter of medicine is negotiable." Then it's settled. Zhou Shuan appreciated the other party's decisiveness and nodded with a smile. She thought that she and her family could visit Yushuan and Chunchun more often in the future. It wasn't convenient for the two of them to stay off the warship all the time. The camp and the warship's docking bay were quite a distance, and most people were busy during the day, so no one could escort Yushuan and Chunchun to the camp. Therefore, she would have many more opportunities to see the two of them in the future. The next day, Zhou Shuan and her family of 3 boarded the warship. They had previously visited the 4th underground level to see Yuxuan and Chunchun. The upper levels were restricted, and they had never been up there before. The old expert was kind and approachable, and didn't specifically take them on a tour, but along the way, they could see some of the warship's living quarters. Because it was agreed that Zhou Shuan would be studying in the medical room after boarding the ship, the old expert specifically pointed out the way, saying that the medical room was on the warship when they reached the 10th floor. From the spacious and bright mess hall to the clean and tidy dormitory, and then to the well-equipped medical room, Zhong Tiyun and Zhou Jianghai's unease gradually dissipated, replaced by admiration for the warship's advanced equipment and excellent management. Zhou Jianghai touched the wall, his eyes filled with admiration and pride for the nation's former military strength. Zhong Tiyun, on the other hand, thought that if Wan Wan and Mumu could live on the ship in such a sturdy and safe place, they would have nothing to fear. However, the warship was currently overcrowded, and it was explicitly stated that civilians would no longer be accepted. Zhong Tiyun took the opportunity of boarding the ship to bring it up, but the old expert regretfully said it wouldn't work. He could arrange to provide some medicine, but boarding and living on board required the captain's approval. However, there were already no fewer than 5,000 people living in this area, all aware of the safety of warships, and eager to live on board. But who would the captain allow? Who would he make an exception for? Therefore, it was essentially impossible. Zhong Tiyun finally gave up. Accompanied by the old expert, they arrived at the warship's agricultural laboratory. Because it needed sunlight, the agricultural laboratory was located on a high floor. It was entirely made of glass, maximizing sunlight penetration. Inside the laboratory, various plants thrived under the plant lights, the air filled with the fresh scent of earth. Zhong Tiyun looked at everything before her and silently nodded. The lushness of these plants was the same as at the original base. The elderly expert pointed to an area where mushrooms were being cultivated and said, "Ms. Zhong, you see, we've been trying to cultivate mushrooms, but the results haven't been ideal. They live at sea and are currently entirely self-sufficient, so this agricultural laboratory floor was specifically set aside for cultivation. On other floors, there are dedicated areas for aquaculture." Zhong Tiyun observed the mushroom cultivation area carefully, noting the mushroom's growth, and shared her improved cultivation methods, such as how to control temperature and humidity, how to prepare nutrient solutions, and how to prevent pests and diseases. She was very experienced, and everyone present listened attentively. The elderly expert nodded frequently. Although he had spent his entire life in cultivation, he was a specialist in a particular field, and he had no prior experience with mushroom cultivation, so he was unsure about some of the finer details. A professional has come this time. It's a good opportunity to learn together. While pushing her wheelchair, Zhong Tiyun noticed Xue Dong diligently taking notes in the crowd with a pen and paper, and smiled at him. However, this wasn't the time for catching up, so she looked away and focused on explaining the various points of attention. Meanwhile, Zhou Shuan was in the medical area. She was familiar with Dr. Wei. Dr. Wei guided her, treating patients while explaining the prevention and treatment of common maritime diseases. Zhou Shuan had studied medicine for several years, and had 2 years of rich clinical experience, making her a very qualified doctor. Therefore, she learned effortlessly this time, and could even apply what she learned to other situations. When the daytime learning ended, Dr. Wei gave her several medical books, telling her to take them home, read them all, and then return them. Medical books were scarce these days, each one precious. Zhou Shuan carefully placed them in her backpack, as if they were treasures. Before leaving, Dr. Wei pointed to a medicine cabinet and said, "They already told me that we need to exchange medicine for your family's mushrooms. These are our commonly used medicines. See which ones you need." Zhou Shuan carefully checked the types and quantities of medicines, and after discussing with Dr. Wei, successfully exchanged some medicines needed for island diseases. The mushroom cultivation tents in the camp were originally managed by the Zhou family, who provided the seeds, and Zhong Tiyun managed them. Others only occasionally helped. Therefore, 80% of the produce from these tents belonged to the Zhou family, and the remaining 20% was allocated to the camp as agreed upon. So, 20% of the medicine Zhou Shuan brought back was distributed to the camp's public funds. She exchanged for about 20 different kinds of medicine, totaling more than 60 boxes. The warship was very generous. Frankly, Zhou Shuan hadn't expected so much, but this was likely part of their gratitude to Zhong Tiyun for teaching her mushroom cultivation techniques. Chapter 486. Time passed slowly but surely, and the vegetables in the camp yielded a bountiful harvest. Other survivors living by the sea, hearing of this, came one after another, hoping to exchange their catch for fresh vegetables or seeds. The people in the camp readily agreed, bartering and exchanging what they had. Chi Mingyu recalled that before he and Wanwan were married, he had spent a fortune on a vegetable dehydrator because he didn't know she possessed a spatial ability, but had never had a chance to use it. Now it would come in handy. He dehydrated some of the harvested vegetables, setting different exchange prices for fresh and dehydrated vegetables. Unexpectedly, many people wanted dehydrated vegetables. Everyone wanted to stock up for a rainy day. Tao Zheng knew the Zhou family had a large stockpile of supplies. That day, he mysteriously called Chi Mingyu outside the camp and whispered, "Captain, how do you and your wife manage your married life?" Seeing the displeasure in Chi Mingyu's eyes, he quickly explained, "After all these years, your wife hasn't gotten pregnant. Have you been using any contraception?" He smiled somewhat awkwardly. "I used up several condoms with other people, so I wanted to ask about your method." Chi Mingyu then understood what he wanted to ask. Tao Zheng was usually very composed, and he had almost never shown such an expression before. Married people are definitely different. He chuckled inwardly, hesitated for a moment, and finally decided to tell Tao Zheng about his tubal ligation. A tubal ligation is a minor surgery, easily performed at both the previous base and the warship. Tao Zheng was astonished that Chi Mingyu could go to such lengths. He stared in disbelief for a long time, before slowly realizing that Chi Mingyu's method effectively addressed the root of the problem. He hesitated for a moment. This decision definitely needed careful consideration. Chi Mingyu continued calmly, "Besides, I also stockpiled some condoms to exchange for supplies. I still have some left. I can give you some if you want." Tao Zheng nodded excitedly. "Okay, I really need condoms right now. Can I exchange some first?" "We're brothers. I give you a few boxes," Chi Mingyu said readily. "Consider it a belated wedding gift for you." He returned to the camp and quickly came out again, taking 5 boxes of condoms from his backpack and handing them to Tao Zheng. 60 condoms per box, 300 in total, that last a long time. Tao Zheng accepted the condoms, feeling grateful. Of course, he wouldn't let his captain suffer a loss. Later, he did bring several dozen kilograms of smoked fish and 20 kilograms of freshly caught lobsters. So, the Zhou family ate grilled shrimp for several days in a row. Grandma Pang's cooking skills were superb. She prepared various flavors of grilled shrimp in rotation, satisfying the family's appetite. Moo Moo, her mouth greasy with oil, peeled shrimp and said, "Grandma, your cooking is getting better and better. This grilled shrimp is even better than what we used to eat at restaurants." Zhou Jianhai also praised it highly, but then told Zhong Tiyun and Moo Moo to eat less. She was now confined to a wheelchair, and her digestive function was weakened. Some foods made her stomach uncomfortable. Although Moo Moo was fine, the family knew he had undergone surgery, and were worried that eating too much would also make him uncomfortable. Grandma Pang smiled and said, "These shrimp are fresh. With firm meat, they taste good no matter how you cook them." She placed another grilled shrimp in Zhou Shuan's bowl. "Shuan, eat more too. You lost weight lately." Zhou Shuan looked down at herself. She had indeed lost some weight. She had been busy with planting, exchanging goods, and also had to find time to study medicine. It had been quite tiring. She smiled, picked up a grilled shrimp, peeled off the shell, and the tender shrimp meat emitted an enticing aroma. After living by the sea for half a year, they had already harvested several batches of vegetables and mushrooms. People had also had half a year to rest and recuperate. No major accidents had occurred, life was peaceful, and they had stored up some food. The ducks and chickens in the camp had all grown up. Ducks love to swim. Half a year ago, when fresh water was scarce everywhere, it was difficult for ducks to swim freely, but now seawater purification technology had solved that problem. Zhou Jianhai and Chi Mingyu went to the base, pretending they were there to get cement. Zhou Shuan went along too. She hadn't been here in a long time. Upon arriving at the base, they found it still a mess, with broken walls and overgrown weeds. But perhaps it was because of the weeds that it wasn't too desolate. The three carefully avoided dangerous areas and found a relatively intact pile of cement, filling the empty buckets they had brought. Chi Mingyu had been here several times and was familiar with the area, so he led everyone directly to the remaining cement from the old base. Back at camp, they chose a flat spot behind the planting area and dug a small pool of about 10 square meters. Zhou Jianhai was in charge of applying the cement. He was experienced and skilled, quickly applying a thick layer of cement to the walls and floor of the pool to ensure it wouldn't leak. After applying the cement, Zhou Jianhai carefully wiped his hands with a damp cloth, looked down at the newly built pond, and nodded in satisfaction. With the pond, the ducks swam happily. Living by the sea, They had no shortage of small fish and shrimp, so they laid eggs frequently. The first batch of duck and chicken eggs hatched, resulting in 13 ducks and 16 chickens. Among them, there were 8 female ducks and 5 male ducks, and 12 female chickens and 4 male chickens. These chickens and ducks all belonged to the camp. When more eggs and duck eggs were laid, each household took some to incubate, and almost every household in the camp raised about 10 chickens and ducks. Chinfan's team was all women, and unable to handle the heavy work, they devoted much of their energy to raising chickens and ducks. They raised the most, a total of 70 or 80. Fearing that other survivors would covet and steal the chickens and ducks, they devised countless methods, watching over them day and night with strict vigilance, until they safely raised them to adulthood and started laying eggs. The sheer number of 70 or 80 chickens and ducks was quite impressive at this time. Other survivors gradually learned that they could exchange eggs here for a high price, usually 2 caddies of fish for 1 egg. However, they didn't lack fish, what they lacked were other foods. Chicken and duck eggs could be used to make various delicacies, improving both taste and nutrition. Therefore, many people came to exchange eggs and duck eggs every day. Thus, although Chinfan's team had the fewest members going out fishing, their food reserves were still full because they exchanged eggs and duck eggs daily. The Zhou family raised 8 hens, 2 roosters, 6 female ducks, and 1 male duck. They also helped Ji Peng and his group raise 7 or 8 chickens and ducks. Therefore, their family didn't lack eggs. They could collect more than 10 eggs a day. Chapter 487. But as the chickens and ducks in the camp laid more and more eggs, and fresh eggs spoiled if left out for too long. An auntie named Fu in Chinfan's team knew how to make salted duck eggs, so she led everyone to make salted duck eggs from the surplus. The method for making salted duck eggs was relatively simple. Auntie Fu would wash the fresh duck eggs, roll them in high-proof liquor, coat them with a thick layer of salt, and finally wrap them tightly in plastic wrap, stack them in jars, and seal them for preservation. The high-proof liquor was provided free of charge by the Zhou family. Half a month later, the salted duck eggs were ready to eat. Auntie Fu's first batch of salted duck eggs were all oily and sandy, with a delicious salty and fragrant taste, prompting everyone in the camp to follow suit. Zhong Tiyu knew how to make northern-style preserved eggs, and could make both chicken and duck eggs. She would mix alkali, quicklime, and salt in a certain ratio, and then soak the duck and chicken eggs in the mixture. The process for making preserved eggs was more complicated. First, quicklime needs to be added to water, and allowed to react fully, releasing heat. Then, soda ash, salt, and wood ash are added and stirred well. Next, she soaks the washed duck and chicken eggs one by one in the mixture. It takes about half a month to complete. When she finished pickling the preserved eggs and placed them in the tent, Zhong Tiyun's hands were covered in grayish-black mud, but her face beamed with a smile. After they're done, we make preserved egg and lean pork congee. Grandma Pang smiled and said, Tiyun, your skills are amazing. These preserved eggs are even better than the ones we used to buy at the supermarket. As she spoke, she picked up a clean towel and handed it to Zhong Tiyun. Quickly wipe your hands, don't get your clothes dirty. That evening, Zhou Shuwan had just finished acupuncture for her mother. The treatment has now entered its 3rd stage. After the acupuncture is completed, she will begin rehabilitation walking with the help of others. Previously, Zhong Tian had been feeling weak, unable to exert any strength in her waist and legs. Today, however, she seemed to have some energy. With the support of Zhou Jianhai and Mu Mu, she walked for half an hour, panting, before finally sitting down in her wheelchair to rest. She was covered in sweat, her clothes soaked through. Grandma Pang, Qi Mingyu, and Zhou Shuwan were all busy with other things while watching her with concern. Mom, how are you feeling today? Zhou Shuwan walked to Zhong Tiyun's side, and gently wiped the sweat from her forehead. Zhong Tiyun gently rubbed Zhou Shuwan's hand with the back of her hand and smiled, saying, I feel much better today. My legs seem to have some strength again. Just as Zhou Shuwan was about to say something, the ground suddenly shook violently. Everything inside the tent collapsed. Those who were experienced shouted earthquake, and crawled on the ground to get out. Zhou Shuwan and Qi Mingyu exchanged a glance, their eyes filled with horror. Another earthquake? Although it was a pity about the supplies here, Zhou Shuwan couldn't care less. She grabbed Zhong Tiyun with one hand, and shouted for Mumu to protect her father. Qi Mingyu protected Grandma Pang, and together they crawled outside. Outside, shouts and cries filled the air, chaos reigning. Cracks appeared in the ground, and most terrifyingly, with a gasp, they saw fire erupting from the summit of the rocky fruit mountain, which had brought hope to everyone for the past 6 months. It was a volcano. The intense heat and flames descended from the mountain, and thick smoke instantly engulfed everything. They were too close to the mountain. Zhou Shuan could even clearly smell the strong sulfur odor. A long warning blast came from a distant warship. Terror and despair spread through the crowd. Cries and screams for help mingled together. Qi Mingyu, his face ashen, carried Grandma Peng on his back and shouted, "Don't panic. Follow me to the beach. The sea might stop the lava from spreading, giving them a chance to survive." Mu hoisted Zhong Tiyun onto her back, with Zhou Shuan and her father flanking her, and followed Qi Mingyu, running desperately towards the sea. Scorching volcanic ash rained down from the sky, landing on their bodies and faces, causing a burning pain. But she dared not stop. She had to ensure her family's survival. Wan. Zhong Tiyun gripped Zhou Shuan's hand tightly, realizing she was slowing everyone down. Her lips trembled, her voice hoarse. "Don't worry about me. Take Mumu and your dad and run." "Mom, what nonsense are you talking about?" Zhou Shuan gritted her teeth, supporting her back with all her might, her tone resolute. "Our family must survive together." Zhou Jianhai roared hoarsely, "Hold on tight." The earth continued to tremble violently, as if it would crack open at any moment and swallow them whole. Thick smoke billowed, obscuring the sky, and the air was thick with the pungent smell of sulfur, suffocating everyone. The surrounding trees were engulfed in flames, crackling and popping as they burned. In the distance, the waves crashed and roared, as if playing a lament for this disaster. They were getting closer and closer to the sea. "Quick! Jump onto the boat!" Qi Mingyu shouted, pointing to his family's pleasure boat moored on the shore. "Get on the boat! Quick, get on the boat!" Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu helped Zhong Tiyun and Grandma Peng onto the boat, followed by Mu and Zhou Jianhai. Through the billowing smoke, Zhou Shuan seemed to see Tao Zheng and Zhang Jia stumbling towards the shore. But everything happened too suddenly. They had no energy to pay attention to or help the others. Qi Mingyu had already started the boat's engine. The boat roared and slowly moved away from the shore, heading towards the vast sea. The fishing boat sailed on the violently rocking sea, its hull constantly being pounded by the waves, making a bang, bang sound. In the distance, fiery red lava flowed down the hillside, a scene like a living hell. Thick smoke blotted out the sun, and the air was filled with the acrid smell of sulfur. Qi Mingyu focused intently on navigating the fishing boat, occasionally looking back to check on the others. His face was grave, beads of sweat dotting his forehead, his hands gripping the helm tightly. The cruise ship was small, appearing tiny amidst the surging waves, as if it could be swallowed by a giant wave at any moment. "Brother Yu, head towards the warship," Zhou Shuan shouted, pointing to the distant warship sounding its horn. The sea breeze tousled her hair, and her face was covered in dust and tears. Qi Mingyu nodded, adjusted the course, and headed towards the warship. At times like this, these small fry could only find their way to safety by following the pioneer carrier. Otherwise, with the vast ocean, even if Zhou Shuan released the large cruise ship, where could they go? Grandma Peng clung tightly to the gunwale, watching the island recede into the distance, her eyes filled with reluctance and sorrow. She murmured to herself, everything was fine. How could the volcano erupt like that? Volcanic ash continued to fall, settling on her gray hair like a thin layer of ash snow. Chapter 488. Zhou Jianhai kept wiping the sweat and dust from his face, his gaze fixed on the distant warship. His brows were furrowed, his lips pressed into a straight line, silently praying that they would reach the warship safely. They tossed and turned with the waves, still shaken. Zhou Shuan struggled to maintain balance, while Qi Mingyu focused intently on steering the boat, his gaze fixed firmly ahead. On the sea, more and more boats were fleeing, all sorts of vessels crowded together, a chaotic scene. So many boats. Zhou Shuan frowned, looking at the densely packed ships. Looking around, from simple canoes to small motorboats, and even a few dilapidated rowboats, the sheer number shocked her. There must be over 1,000 boats. Zhou Jianhai squinted, trying to see the situation in the distance, but the thick smoke obscured his vision. "Xiao Yu, be careful. If we collide, our little boat won't be able to withstand it." Qi Mingyu nodded. His hands gripped the helm tightly, his eyes sharply scanning the surrounding vessels, carefully adjusting the course, trying to avoid other ships. Terrified screams and the deafening crashes of colliding boats echoed around them, the air thick with fear and despair. "Oh my God! My boat!" A piercing scream tore through the air as a small wooden boat was capsized by a larger motorboat, its occupants falling into the water, struggling and calling for help. Zhou Shuan watched this scene, her heart tightening. In such a chaotic situation, a slight misstep could put them in the same danger. She gripped the gunwale even tighter, struggling to maintain her balance. Dad, Mumu, grab your oars and watch your surroundings. Don't let them hit us, she said to Zhou Jianhai and Mumu. Zhou Jianhai and Mumu gripped their oars tightly, ready for anything. Zhou Shuwan turned to look at the land. The volcano was erupting even more violently, flames shooting into the sky and turning the entire sky red. Thick smoke billowed, almost obscuring the entire sky, as if the end of the world was approaching. This volcano is even more powerful than before. Zhou Shuwan's heart sank. At the force of this eruption, if there were another violent eruption, the rolling lava would definitely flow into the sea, and then everything would be over. The shore is too dangerous now. We must get away from the coastline as soon as possible. Qi Mingyu stepped on the accelerator, and the speed of the boat increased slightly. As they got further and further away from the shore, the cries on the shore gradually subsided, but the chaos at sea did not lessen at all. Zhou Shuwan suddenly saw several armed men attacking passengers on a medium-sized cruise ship not far away. Gunshots rang out, followed by screams, and blood stained the deck and seawater. They're taking over the ship. Zhong Tiyun also saw it, her voice trembling, her eyes filled with fear and anger. The others also witnessed the scene, their faces growing even more grim. Zhou Shuwan no longer concealed her intentions, directly taking out several handguns from her spatial storage and handing them out one by one, her voice slightly unsteady amidst the turbulent waves. If anything happens, don't hold back. Shoot! Even Grandma Pang and her family had learned to shoot, though her aim wasn't very good. But it didn't matter, carrying a handgun was a deterrent in itself. The sea breeze howled, and the salty seawater slapped against Zhou Shuwan's face. She wiped it away, her eyes growing even more vigilant. Sure enough, soon 7 or 8 people in canoes blocked the area. What do they want? Grandma Pang asked in terror, gripping Zhou Shuwan's hand tightly. People become desperate in the face of death. The leader, his eyes bloodshot, swung a wooden oar at Mumu, who was closest to him, in the face. Mumu, pale-faced, steadily raised her gun and calmly pulled the trigger. Bang! A shot rang out, the man was shot between the eyebrows, and he fell backward incredulously into the churning sea. At the same time, someone leaped onto the speedboat from the back of the canoe, brandishing a dagger and stabbing at Qi Mingyu, who was piloting the speedboat. Zhou Shuwan, with her eyes and ears scanning the surroundings, fired a shot, and the man collapsed limply. The others shouted in terror, "They have guns!" The churning seawater reflected their terrified faces as they hesitated. Taking the speedboat was a hope for survival, but it could also be a death trap. Without a powered boat, and with the volcanic eruption happening so quickly, they had no chance of escape. Struggling between life and death, Zhou Shuwan didn't hesitate for a moment. She raised her gun and fired, her movements swift and decisive, each shot taking a life. In the blink of an eye, half of the 7 or 8 people who had surrounded them fell. Retreat! Retreat quickly! The remaining people screamed desperately, frantically paddling their canoes in all directions. The seawater turned a dark red, and several unmanned canoes tumbled in the waves. Qi Mingyu steered the speedboat, continuing towards the warship. "Brother Yu, be careful!" Zhou Shuwan suddenly shouted, pointing ahead. Qi Mingyu swerved swiftly, narrowly avoiding a boulder that had collapsed from the volcano. The boulder crashed into the sea, creating a huge splash, causing the boat to rock violently. Everyone cried out and clung tightly to the gunwale. Qi Mingyu steadied the cruise ship. The near-death experience had left his palms sweating. But the others weren't so lucky. One after another, stones were hurled into the sea, some striking the survivors directly. With screams, people and boats were smashed to pieces in the water. The warship in the distance clearly sensed the danger. After waiting a moment for the ordinary survivors, it sounded its horn and set sail. "Look, the warship is leaving!" Mumu shouted, pointing at the slowly moving warship in the distance. "We have to hurry, follow," Zhou Shuwan urged. Qi Mingyu nodded, flooring the accelerator. The cruise ship sped across the turbulent sea, heading towards their desired destination. "Hold on tight," Qi Mingyu shouted, gripping the helm tightly. The cruise ship rocked even more violently in the waves, seawater splashing onto the ship and soaking everyone's clothes. Zhou Shuwan gripped the gunwale tightly, her face pale, but her gaze unwavering. Qi Mingyu gripped the helm tightly, struggling to maintain the boat's balance. The cruise ship bobbed and swayed in the waves like a leaf in the wind. "The waves are too high now, the boat can't pick up speed," Zhou Jianghai's voice came from the stern. In the distance, the volcano was still erupting, fiery lava flowing into the sea like dragons of fire. Thick smoke billowed, obscuring the sky, and the air was thick with the acrid smell of sulfur. Various debris floated on the surface. Wrecked ships, trees swept away by the tide, and the remains of corpses. With a deafening roar, the earth trembled, and the volcano on the shore erupted once more. Chapter 489. The surging lava flowed down the mountain, then tumbled and rolled into the sea at the edge of the land, hissing and sending up plumes of white steam. The seawater boiled, and the surface was littered with scalded fish and shrimp. A nauseating stench filled the air. Zhou Shuan made a quick decision. The cruise ship was too slow. Ignoring whether anyone would see her, she took out an inflatable speedboat from her spatial storage. Then, together with Qi Mingyu, she carefully transferred Grandma Pang and Zhong Tiyun onto it. Qi Mu and Qi Mingyu then climbed on. Qi Mingyu stepped on the accelerator, and the speedboat shot out to sea like an arrow. This gave them a speed that surpassed most people. The sea breeze howled past their ears, and the speedboat rocked and swayed in the waves. Half an hour later, they caught up with the warship. Zhou Shuan hugged Qi Mingyu tightly from behind, whispering in his ear, "Keep going. Don't stop." She grabbed another sheet, and had Mu, who was at the back, hold it to slightly cover everyone, preventing anyone with ulterior motives from seeing them. The situation on the warship was also chaotic. Many small boats surrounded the warship, and people were crying and pleading to be able to board. Some soldiers were trying to maintain order, but they seemed overwhelmed. Zhou Shuan and her group drove the speedboat for another 3 hours, arriving at an unfamiliar sea area. The waves were calm here, and the volcanic eruption had subsided, with only a faint red glow remaining in the distant sky. Zhou Shuan launched the medium-sized cruise ship. This cruise ship had been idle for several years. Its equipment and parts were intact, but it was quite dilapidated. To conceal the cruise ship's presence, Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu hadn't stopped their tasks during the 6 months they'd been at the seaside, besides fishing and stockpiling supplies. They not only learned to pilot cruise ships and submarines with Mu, but also gave the entire cruise ship an aged paint job. They moored the cruise ship in a secluded area, letting it be exposed to the wind and sun to make its appearance even more weathered and dilapidated before storing it in their spatial storage. Therefore, now that they appeared in a cruise ship, they didn't have to worry about being recognized as the original water transport cruise ship from J City. Qi Mingyu carried Grandma Pang on his back, and Zhou Jianhai carried Zhong Tiyun on his back, and they all boarded the ship. Only then did everyone's tense nerves finally relax. They didn't rush to start the cruise ship, but instead remained anchored on the vast ocean. Every one of them looked disheveled, as if they had just escaped from hell. Only now did the survivors have time to examine each other closely. Their hair was singed by the heat of the volcanic eruption, and their faces were blackened, making them look like refugees. Although Zhong Tiyun's legs were gradually regaining some feeling, the long escape had left her exhausted, her face ashen, and sweat soaking her forehead. The escape had been too fast. She hadn't had time to grab her wheelchair. Fortunately, Zhou Shuan had collected various equipment, including beds and wheelchairs, from the hospital in her spatial storage. She quickly took one out and helped Zhong Tiyun sit down. Zhou Shuan turned and noticed that Grandma Pang looked very unwell, swaying unsteadily, almost unable to stand. Qi Mingyu immediately stepped forward to support her, his face full of worry. "Grandma, where does it hurt?" Zhou Shuan quickly stepped forward to take Grandma Pang's pulse, her brows furrowing slightly. Grandma Pang was elderly, and had suffered greatly from the escape. The added stress of the speedboat's high speed caused her heart to ache. She immediately took out several nitroglycerin pills from her storage space and gave them to Grandma Pang. Then, she had Qi Mingyu carefully carry Grandma Pang to the cruise ship's lounge, lay her down, and administer in 4 drip. A series of actions performed smoothly and efficiently. Qi Mingyu stood by, his eyes filled with anxiety, yet he felt helpless. Zhou Shuan said softly, "Brother Yu, Grandma needs to rest quietly now. You stay here with her. Leave everything else to me and Mu." Qi Mingyu looked at her gratefully and nodded. After settling Grandma Pang in, Zhou Shuan asked Zhou Jianhai to take care of Zhong Tiyun in another lounge, and then she and Mu began inspecting the cruise ship. They carefully checked the hull, engines, and other critical parts to ensure everything was in good working order. After confirming the cruise ship was alright, Zhou Shuan retrieved some commonly used supplies from her spatial storage, including food, water, clothing, sheets, and blankets, and began to organize them systematically. Mu helped by carrying the supplies to the cabin and categorizing them. As night fell, a thin mist shrouded the sea, and the lingering red glow of the volcano on the horizon gradually faded, leaving only the deep darkness of night. Zhou Shuan didn't turn on the cruise ship's main lights, but instead turned on the lighting in the lounge area, blocking out the light with thick curtains. She had originally planned to sail the cruise ship to find the warship and rejoin the main force, but since Grandma Pang and Zhong Tiyun on board were both unwell, she couldn't rush things. She needed to ensure both of them could rest peacefully, especially Grandma Pang, who was elderly and couldn't withstand much stress. A slight mishap could seriously damage her health. Fortunately, supplies were plentiful, and as long as they avoided large waves and sharks, they could stay there for a month without any problems. That night, Zhou Shuwan arranged for the others to rest, while she and Qi Mingyu kept watch. Zhou Shuwan, being a doctor, naturally stayed to care for the patient, while Qi Mingyu, worried about his grandmother, insisted on staying by her side. The two looked after Grandma Pang while keeping an eye on the surrounding sea. The warship was nowhere to be seen. They hadn't heard any ships sailing. In the middle of the night, Grandma Pang developed a fever. Zhou Shuwan immediately changed her 4-drip and gave her fever-reducing medication. She then took out some medical equipment from her spatial storage, plugged it in, and began to provide Grandma Pang with a more comprehensive diagnosis and treatment. Looking at the various indicators displayed on the instruments, Zhou Shuwan's expression gradually became serious. Grandma Pang's health data was not optimistic. Qi Mingyu stood by, his heart heavy with grief as he looked at his grandmother's frail state. He clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging into his flesh, biting his lip hard. Zhou Shuwan looked at him with pity. He took a deep breath, trying to control his emotions, and said to Zhou Shuwan, "Wan, focus on your treatment, I believe in you." He tried to keep his tone calm. Zhou Shuwan nodded gently, remaining silent, her gaze fixed intently on the data on the monitor, her mind racing. She prescribed several more medications, mixing them into the 4-drip according to the instructions. Qi Mingyu sat by the bed, gently holding Grandma Pang's hand. Although Grandma Pang had a fever, her hands were cold and thin, her skin covered in age spots. He felt a pang of sorrow. For so many years, the grandmother and grandson, along with the 4 members of the Zhou family, had depended on each other for survival. Chapter 490. Although Grandma was very worried about Qi Zhenmin and his 2 grandchildren during the earthquake, she hadn't mentioned it for fear of causing him distress. But now, thinking back, how could she not be heartbroken by the death of her own son? And he, unsure how to comfort Grandma, had avoided the topic. Now, he realized how selfish he had been. Zhou Shuwan looked at him and said, "Grandma's condition is somewhat complicated and requires further observation. Let's bring the fever down first. But don't worry, it's related to the physical condition of the elderly. Although the data isn't good, with careful treatment and care, there won't be any danger to her life." Qi Mingyu nodded, extending his other hand to Zhou Shuwan. Zhou Shuwan sat down next to him. The two sat together, quietly watching over Grandma Pang. The rest room was quiet, with only the soft beeping of the instruments and their gentle breathing. Outside the window, a gentle sea breeze caressed the shore, and the waves lapped against the hull, creating a soft, soothing sound, like a gentle lullaby, accompanying them through the long night. "Shall you?" Grandma Pang groggily opened her eyes, and called out weakly. Qi Mingyu quickly bent down and asked with concern, "Grandma, you're awake? How are you feeling?" Grandma Pang shook her head slightly, her lips chapped, her voice hoarse. I'm a little thirsty. I get you some water." Zhou Shuwan immediately got up, took a bottle of warm water from her spatial storage, poured a glass, and handed it to Grandma Pang. Grandma Pang drank a few sips of water, seeming a little better. She looked at Zhou Shuwan and Qi Mingyu, her eyes filled with loving kindness. You work so hard." "Grandma, don't say that, we're not suffering." Zhou Shuwan held Grandma Pang's hand, gently comforting her. Wan. Xiaoyu. Grandma Pang looked at the two of them, a hint of worry flashing in her eyes. "If I really. In the future. The road ahead is long. You must support each other and live well." "Grandma, we will. As long as you get better." Qi Mingyu held Grandma Pang's hand tightly, his tone firm. "You will live well with us." Zhou Shuwan then squatted down, trying her best to comfort Grandma Pang. "Grandma, your fever has subsided, you get better soon. My medical skills are very good, just get some sleep, and when you wake up, all your worries will be gone. Also, you weren't feeling well after boarding the ship, so we didn't get a proper checkup. We're in the middle of the ocean now. The scenery is so beautiful, the sea breeze is blowing, it feels like we're on a vacation." Grandma Pang couldn't help but laugh, her previously calm face turning a little rosy. Wan, you're just trying to flatter me again." "Of course not." Zhou Shuwan scolded playfully. "You were just a little frightened. You'll be fine once the fever breaks." Grandma Pang's wrinkled face looked lovingly at her beloved grandson and granddaughter-in-law. "Okay, I listened to you, I definitely get better." These words probably encouraged Grandma Pang, and her spirits improved a little afterward. However, the fever hadn't completely subsided, and Zhou Shuan didn't dare to be careless. Dawn gradually broke, and the sea began to lighten. Both Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu hadn't slept all night. She checked Grandma Pang's temperature and found that the fever had subsided somewhat, and she breathed a slight sigh of relief. Grandma Pang's breathing gradually calmed, and she fell into a deep sleep. Qi Mingyu gently tucked her in, then got up and went to the window, gazing at the gradually brightening sea in the distance. Just then, the door to the lounge was gently pushed open, and Zhou Jianhai pushed Zhong Tiyun in. They hadn't slept well either, their faces showing exhaustion. In the middle of the night, Zhong Tiyun couldn't move easily, and Zhou Jianhai had come to check on her once, only leaving after learning that Grandma Pang's fever had subsided a little. "Mom, Dad, you're awake?" Zhou Shuan quickly went to greet them. Zhong Tiyun nodded. "How is your grandma?" Zhou Shuan briefly explained Grandma Pang's condition, and the two of them finally felt relieved. When Mumu also came in, the family sat down to discuss what to do next. Although the sea they were currently in was calm, the feeling of only the six of them drifting on the vast ocean was unsettling. Therefore, a shadow hung over everyone's hearts. Zhou Shuan glanced at Grandma Pang lying on the bed, pondered for a moment, and then said, "Let's wait here. This sea is calm, and it's not too far from the coastline. Once Grandma has recovered, we set off to catch up with the warship." Although getting close to the warship might raise suspicions about where they got their large ship, humans are social animals. Zhou Shuan also felt that staying far behind the warship was much better than their cruise ship drifting aimlessly on the open sea. Frankly, probably 9/10 of the Earth's surface is ocean. While the cruise ship was large, compared to the vast ocean, it was like a tiny ant. The dangers of the deep sea are countless. Staying with a warship offers greater safety. Zhong Tiyun and Zhou Jianhai agreed. Grandma Pang's health was the most important thing right now. Only then did Zhou Shuan remember something important. She slowly said, "Actually, there's something else that Mumu and I haven't told you yet." She looked up at everyone and continued, "Yesterday Mumu and I discovered something unusual. The ship's navigation system malfunctioned. It couldn't navigate, couldn't determine direction, and couldn't contact other ships." Everyone was shocked. Without navigation, they were blind and deaf on the vast ocean. Sailing rashly into the deep sea would be extremely dangerous. How could this be? Zhou Jianhai muttered to himself. Qi Mingyu and Zhou Shuan went to the cockpit. After inspecting the area, Qi explained, "Conventional navigation relies on satellite signals, and satellite movement requires precise Earth's magnetic field as a reference coordinate. However, the intense activity in the Earth's core has caused a geomagnetic reversal, and the north and south magnetic poles are likely drifting wildly, making all positioning data garbled. As for radio wave transmission, it requires stable ionospheric reflection, but since the apocalypse, the ionosphere has been unable to reflect signals." Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu discussed for a moment. Then Zhou Shuan said, "Let's stop here for now, and wait for a better solution." Everyone agreed. After a brief discussion, the family went to another lounge for breakfast. Grandma Pang needed something light, so Zhou Shuan prepared millet porridge and boiled eggs for her to eat after she woke up. Worried that Grandma Pang's body couldn't handle it, Zhou Shuan also gave her 4 drip of nutrients. Then Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu went to the lounge to take a nap. The task of maintaining security was assigned to Zhou Jianhai and his team. Chapter 491. Around noon, Grandma Pang regained consciousness, much better than yesterday, though she still needed to rest in bed. Zhou Shuan examined her again, and only after confirming there was nothing seriously wrong did she finally relax. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Even more surprising was that, perhaps because of yesterday's volcanic eruption escape, Zhong Tiyun, who felt deeply burdened by everyone, actually stood up independently today and walked several meters. "Mom, you're amazing." Zhou Shuan hugged Zhong Tiyun excitedly, her eyes slightly moist. Although Zhong Tiyun was exhausted and panting, a joyful smile graced her face. "Wan, Mom will definitely exercise hard from now on, and try to walk independently as soon as possible, so I won't be a burden to you anymore." "You're talking nonsense again." Zhou Jianhai scolded playfully. "No one thinks you're a burden, you're just overthinking things." Zhou Shuan then squeezed her mother's hand, and said earnestly, "Mom, don't feel guilty. Take your time to recover, and you get better." Zhong Tiyun looked at her husband, then at her daughter, and smiled gently. People say that couples grow old together, and it's true. During the 6 months she couldn't walk, Zhou Jianhai was actually the one who took care of her the most. Her daughter and son-in-law were both busy with other things, and Mumu was older now, following her sister and brother-in-law, learning to do things. So it was Zhou Jianhai who could always stay by her side. Zhou Jianhai was also very patient, and never showed any impatience. When someone is confined to a wheelchair for daily mobility, the hardest part isn't during the day, but getting up at night. She didn't have enough strength in her arms to quietly get out of bed and into her wheelchair. Although she sometimes didn't want to disturb Zhou Jianghai's sleep, he was easily startled at night, and always woke up promptly, gently complaining that she hadn't woken him, while carefully carrying her to the toilet. Although she had been partially disabled for the past 6 months, facing numerous inconveniences, the tender care and concern from her family had warmed her heart. It seemed her life hadn't been in vain. Everyone had initially thought they could spend some time here peacefully, recuperating and waiting for the right opportunity to catch up with the warships. However, in the late afternoon, Mu, on duty at the lookout tower, suddenly exclaimed, "Ships! So many ships!" Hearing Mumu's voice, Zhou Shuwan and Qi Mingyu immediately ran to the lookout tower. Raising her binoculars, Zhou Shuwan saw a group of ships appearing on the distant sea, heading towards them. Numerous, and of varying sizes, they resembled a school of frightened fish frantically fleeing in the vast ocean. These ships seemed very panicked, Zhou Shuwan said, handing the binoculars to Qi Mingyu, her brow furrowed. Qi Mingyu picked up his binoculars and observed carefully for a while, his expression turning serious. Judging from their appearance, it seemed some danger is approaching from behind. He made a decisive decision. "Mumu, come with me to start the cruise ship. Let's get out of here." The massive cruise ship slowly started and headed towards the deep sea. The ships fleeing in panic behind were also quite surprised to see a medium-sized cruise ship suddenly appear on the sea. After the cruise ship had traveled some distance, Zhou Shuwan, who was standing on the deck observing her surroundings, suddenly noticed that the water on the surface of the sea was emitting some steam. Upon closer inspection, it seemed to be due to the rising water temperature. Considering yesterday's volcanic eruption, could it be an underwater volcanic eruption? Zhou Shuwan's heart tightened, and she quickly ran to the bridge to tell Qi Mingyu and Mumu the news. Qi Mingyu frowned deeply. He first activated the seawater temperature sensor. Most cruise ships have temperature sensors installed on their hulls to monitor seawater temperature in real time. When he saw the displayed temperature was 50 degrees Celsius, his expression grew even more grave. He immediately increased the cruise ship's speed to maximum, heading towards more distant waters. On the sea surface, the heat intensified, the seawater churned more violently, and a pungent sulfurous smell filled the air. This was likely due to frequent underwater volcanic activity or violent tectonic movements, resulting in a large release of geothermal heat. This heat was conducted upwards, raising the seawater temperature, especially in shallower areas near the coastline where heat conduction was more efficient. In deeper waters, heat conduction was relatively slower. That's why those ships were desperately heading towards the deeper waters. Thinking about it, the reason he hadn't seen them since yesterday was that they had stayed put after crossing the danger zone, unwilling to venture into the deeper waters. Only after discovering the rising seawater temperature did they decide to escape to the deeper sea. Zhou Shuwan also considered a crucial point. If seawater temperatures rise, it will inevitably lead to a severe collapse of the marine ecosystem, causing the death or even extinction of many marine creatures. Currently, land has been drastically reduced, and survivors are primarily dependent on marine life for survival. If marine life also becomes extinct, where will humanity's path to survival lie? This topic is too heavy. Zhou Shuwan dared not delve deeper into it, only hoping that the water temperature in the deep sea would return to normal, allowing humanity a place to exist. The cruise ship sped across the turbulent sea, like a wild horse galloping towards the unknown distance. At that moment, on the distant horizon, streaks of red light suddenly appeared on the sea. Zhou Jianhai and Zhong Tiyun, having heard the news, had already come to the deck to observe the situation. Upon seeing this, Zhong Tiyun cried out, "What is that?" Zhou Shuwan's expression was grave. That should be lava erupting from an underwater volcano. Zhong Tiyun covered her mouth, tears of despair welling in her eyes. Is God really going to destroy us? From another direction, red light appeared as well. Soaring into the sky, like a giant flamethrower tearing through the sea, crimson tongues of fire greedily licked at the dark clouds, and sparks fell into the sea, exploding into fine golden rays amidst the boiling waves. It was truly dazzling and awe-inspiring. Even a tragic beauty. In the flames, several ships, too slow, could be clearly seen being propelled into the air by the flames and then exploding into pieces mid-air. Even from this distance, Zhou Shuwan seemed to hear the heart-wrenching cries of those on board. Even a warship larger than their cruise ship couldn't escape its fate. It was cleaved in two by a pillar of fire. The broken hull tilted and sank at a visible speed, carrying countless wrecks and cries for help as it plunged into the sea. From afar, viscous black fuel spread across the sea's surface, igniting when set ablaze by the lava, creating walls of fire tens of meters high, turning that area of the sea into a churning hell, along with countless small boats that couldn't escape. Floating debris, tattered flags, and white corpses floating on the surface were all twisted and deformed in the crimson flames, rising and falling with the boiling water. Chapter 492. Even from this distance, Zhou Shuwan and the others seemed to smell the salty sea breeze carrying the pungent smell of burning. Zhou Shuwan and her parents looked at each other, tears streaming down their faces. They held hands tightly, their thoughts focused on the fact that even if fate were to take them away, at least they would still be together as a family. In the cockpit, Moo Moo had already activated the sonar, monitoring the underwater situation. His brow furrowed as he saw the complex waveforms and data flashing on the screen. Qi Mingyu glanced at the screen briefly, his expression growing increasingly grave. Tell your sister and the others that the underwater volcanic activity in this area has intensified. Lava is constantly rising and could erupt at any moment. We have to leave immediately. Moo Moo immediately reported the situation to Zhou Shuwan and Zhou Jiahai. The atmosphere on the cruise ship grew even more tense. Qi Mingyu gripped the steering wheel tightly, his eyes fixed intently ahead. The cruise ship's engines roared, cutting through the waves as it struggled forward. They were already far from everyone else, and now, propelling themselves at maximum speed, they could barely see any other ships. Upon hearing this, Zhou Shuwan made a decisive statement. We need to switch to a helicopter. Her tone was resolute and brooked no argument. Dad Moo Moo immediately carried Grandma onto a stretcher and onto the deck. Mom, you come with me. Zhou Jiahai and Moo Moo immediately responded and turned to run quickly towards the rest area. Qi Mingyu then brought the cruise ship to a stop. Zhou Shuwan then took the helicopter from her spatial storage and placed it at the helicopter launch point on the deck. Zhou Jiahai and Moo Moo quickly carried Grandma Pang over and carefully placed her in the helicopter seat. Then they carried Zhong Tiyun up. Qi Mingyu was still piloting. After settling Zhong Tiyun and Grandma Pang, Moo Moo and Zhou Jiahai stood guard on either side of the helicopter door. Zhou Shuwan waited below. The helicopter emitted a buzzing, trembling sound, its propellers spinning rapidly, churning the air and producing a deafening roar. A minute later, the helicopter slowly ascended. When it was about 3 to 5 meters from the deck, the two men slowly lowered the rope ladder from the air. Even though the waves were high and the wind was strong, Qi Mingyu tried his best to maintain the helicopter's balance. Zhou Shuwan tightly strapped herself to the rope ladder and then waited. Zhou Jiahai and Moo Moo waited intently on either side of the door, ready to grab the rope ladder with their bare hands and rescue Zhou Shuwan should an accident occur. When the helicopter continued to ascend, reaching an altitude of over 20 meters, and after confirming that storing the cruise ship in the cargo hold wouldn't affect the helicopter's flight, Moo Moo took out a pink flashlight and waved it vigorously at the helicopter door. This was a signal for Zhou Shuwan. The plane continued to ascend, and the rope ladder was lowered to the same height as the plane's ascent. Zhou Shuwan's feet were dangling in the air. She bent down, touched the mast on the deck, and with a thought, the cruise ship was stored in her spatial dimension. Below her, the sea surface appeared to be 40 or 50 meters deep. The water vapor on the sea surface was becoming increasingly visible, and countless fish floated belly up on the blue water. The air was filled with a nauseating smell of fish and sulfur. Zhou Jiahai and Moo Moo grabbed the rope ladder and carefully pulled Zhou Shuwan into the plane. The plane was too noisy, so Moo Moo put headphones on her head and shouted into her ear, "Sis, look over there." Now, they were several hundred meters above the ground, with a much wider field of vision. Zhou Shuwan looked in the direction Moo Moo was pointing. As far as the eye could see, the sea's surface appeared to be erupting with countless streams of lava, like the gates of hell had been opened. Countless fiery red columns of lava spewed from the seabed, shooting straight into the sky, exploding in midair, turning into a rain of fire that fell back into the sea. In the distance, ships could be seen fleeing, struggling in the churning waves like panicked ants. Near the lava eruptions, the seawater boiled, bubbling with white foam, making a gurgling sound like boiling water. Some ships that couldn't escape were swallowed by the lava, instantly turning to ashes, leaving only thick black smoke and a pungent odor. On the distant sea, the flames illuminated half the sky, like the end of the world, a scene both tragic and magnificent. Moo Moo gripped Zhou Shuwan's hand tightly, her palms swaying. Then, they finally saw the warship come into view. Perhaps they too were in despair. Dozens of helicopters took off directly from the warship's deck, like giant black birds, circling in the air. But everyone knew that with so many people on the warship, how many could these dozens of helicopters carry? Unless the warship was fast enough to get far enough away from the lava-spewing sea, there was no chance of escape. They wondered how Jiping and Shui Tao were doing. And poor Yuxuan and Chun Chun. And Zhang Jia, Qinfen Tao Zheng, and the others on the fishing boat. Zhou Shuan wasn't a saint, she couldn't protect everyone. But looking at the horrific scenes on the sea, she still felt a deep sorrow, without any joy at the possibility of her own survival. Wan, where are we going? Zhou Jianhai shouted amidst the rumbling sounds. Zhou Shuan turned her gaze from the still erecting lava in the distance to the deep sea. We have no other choice now. We have to keep going deeper into the ocean. Zhou Jianhai sighed softly and nodded. He put his arm around Zhong Tian's shoulder, also looking at the deep sea in the distance, silently wondering if they could really find a way to survive in such a harsh and hopeless apocalyptic world. Sister, Dad, the warship's helicopters are coming too, Moo, who had been keeping an eye on the movements behind them, said. Zhou Shuan and the others looked back. They saw that out of 40 or 50 helicopters, more than a dozen had flown in their direction, while the rest remained hovering above, following the convoy of warships heading into the deep sea. These dozen or so were probably looking for a safe place. They only appeared after we stowed away the ship. So they won't discover our secret, Zhou Shuan reassured them. Moo nodded, but remained intently focused on the direction behind them. The dozen or so planes must have spotted them too. But they didn't try to overtake them, instead following behind. That's good. It's safer to go with the army, Zhong Tian said. Zhou Shuan, however, looked grave and shook her head. We still need to split up. Once we reach a safe place, we still need boats. Yes. Zhong Tian had also thought of this. The helicopter was much faster than the cruise ship, quickly leaving the area of the underwater volcanic eruption, and the fleeing ships far behind. The dozen or so planes, which had been following them, suddenly turned and flew back. Chapter 493. They had been flying over the sea for over 4 hours. The helicopter was running low on fuel. Zhou Shuan had been closely monitoring the sea. Initially, there were eruptions of lava and billowing steam. Countless dead fish floated on the surface. However, after about an hour, the sea had calmed down. It was the familiar ocean they knew. After circling for a while, they decided to stay put. The dozen or so planes had flown this far. They must have found a safe place, and were returning to notify the main force. But, these were probably military helicopters. Did they have enough fuel? It would take at least a day for the warships to arrive. Therefore, Zhou Shuan and her group didn't need to worry about a cruise ship suddenly appearing and arousing suspicion. They lowered Zhou Shuan down from midair using a rope ladder. She cautiously observed the sea surface, and seeing no danger, landed directly in the water. With a wave of her hand, a massive cruise ship appeared out of thin air before her. The cruise ship was enormous, both in size and area. Therefore, the appearance of the huge ship caused some ripples in the sea, and whirlpools appeared where the ship touched the water. Although Zhou Shuan had prepared beforehand, it was still difficult for her not to be caught in the turbulence. She was tossed and turned by the turbulent water, but fortunately, her strength was limited and she didn't affect the helicopter in midair. The helicopter ascended slightly, carrying her to the spacious deck. Holding onto the railing, she untied the rope and carefully jumped onto the deck. Then he reached out and guided the helicopter's descent. Qi Mingyu had only received specialized helicopter training during his time in the military, so flying a helicopter was not difficult for him. He quickly adjusted his course and descended, bringing it to a steady stop at the takeoff point. By this time, it was almost completely dark. Fearing potential danger, the whole family discussed it and decided to do as they had the day before, not to start the cruise ship, but to keep the lights on in the rest area. Except for one person on night watch, everyone else stayed in the rest area. After 2 days of continuous running and fleeing, even Qi Mingyu and Moo, who were at their strongest, felt exhausted. Everyone ate in silence. Grandma Pang wasn't feeling well, and could only eat easily digestible foods like millet porridge. The others ate wonton noodles, bamboo noodles, and a few steamed buns, all taken directly from their spatial storage. They were truly hungry after a long day of running. Everyone ate with relish. After finishing their meal, they began to discuss what to do next. They were now in deep sea waters. After such a long flight, they hadn't spotted any humans in the air. Were they the only ones left in the world? Or was it because they were too close to the deep sea to find other humans? This question was too heavy for anyone to answer. The deep night shrouded the sea, with only the cruise ship's rest area emitting a few warm yellow lights, like a lonely star adorning the boundless darkness. Chi Mingyu steered the cruise ship slowly forward, his gaze fixed on the sonar display on the control panel, his brow furrowed. He periodically adjusted the sonar's angle and frequency, searching the seabed and surrounding waters, trying to find any possible islands, reefs, or even traces of other survivors. The screen displayed complex waveforms and data, occasionally punctuated by faint echoes that vanished in an instant. The sea was cold at night. Moo Moo, wearing a thin down jacket, stood on the lookout tower, his eyes scanning the sea and sky warily. The sea breeze tousled his hair, but he remained unmoved, standing like a statue. He occasionally raised his binoculars, carefully observing the distant sea, searching for any potential danger, floating debris, a sudden storm, or dangerous creatures lurking in the deep sea. He had to spot them immediately and alert his family. As night fell, a thick fog gradually rose from the sea, rapidly reducing visibility. Moo Moo frowned slightly, but still rang the makeshift bell. The cruise ship was too large, and there were only 6 of them. It was too inconvenient for someone to run around to deliver a message. So, after dinner, they simply set up a simple signaling system using a bell and rope. The deck connects to the lounge and the cockpit. Zhou Shuwan was in the lounge routinely checking on Grandma Peng's condition. Grandma Peng was much better, but after a long day, she was exhausted. She cooperated with Zhou Shuwan through the various examinations, and then fell into a deep sleep. Zhou Shuwan removed her stethoscope, her expression appearing somewhat melancholic in the dim light. Zhong Tiyun and Zhou Jianhai, who were beside her, felt a sudden pang of fear upon seeing this. Wanwan, your grandma, she started to say, but then worried about waking Grandma Peng, and quickly stopped herself. Zhou Shuwan waved her hand, and the group quietly left. She didn't say anything too serious, only shaking her head. Grandma is getting old, and after living in the apocalypse for so many years, her health is actually quite weak. But don't worry too much, as long as she's well cared for, Grandma will be with us for a long time. Actually, everyone knew that Grandma Peng's health wasn't good. In the first 2 years of the apocalypse, she was still very energetic, and always wanted to go out to work and earn some supplies. But in recent years, her energy has waned, and she has hardly gone out anymore, staying at home the whole time. Her family has also protected her very well, not letting her go out to make a living like other elderly people in the apocalypse, with her aging body. But aging is something no one can change. If it were before the peaceful apocalypse, with a comfortable life and a cheerful disposition, Grandma Peng might have lived a very long life. However, in this apocalyptic world where every day is uncertain and life is as fragile as an ant's, Grandma Peng living to her 70s is already considered a long life. The rest is just a matter of carefully nurturing and caring for her. Zhong Tiyun and Zhou Jianhai both felt a little sad. It was at this moment that Moo Moo rang the bell. The bell jingled in the rest area. Zhou Shuwan hurried to the deck. As soon as she reached the cabin, she immediately knew why Moo Moo had notified her. The fog outside was almost tangible, so thick it seemed as if water would drip from it. She frowned slightly, but then relaxed, and groped her way towards Moo Moo in the dark. Hearing the noise, Moo Moo turned around and called out, "Sister?" "Yes, how are you?" "Nothing else, the sea is very quiet. It's just that this fog is a bit strange." Zhou Shuwan walked over and felt herself completely soaked by the fog, sticky and cold, very uncomfortable. She stood side by side with Moo Moo on the lookout tower, observing the surroundings for a while with night vision goggles, but there was no movement. Chapter 494. Moo Moo was silent for a moment, then suddenly perked up. "Sister, if the entire sea surface is covered in such thick fog, wouldn't cousin Jiping and brother Taozhong be safe? If there were such thick fog over there, perhaps it could lower the seawater temperature and alleviate the deadly threat posed by the erupting lava." Zhou Shuwan smiled bitterly. "Yes, I hope so." Her tone was soft, but carried an indescribable helplessness. Given the scale and destructive power of the underwater volcanic eruption, even in extremely cold conditions, it would be impossible to completely freeze the erupting lava in a short time, let alone this somewhat viscous fog. Their cruise ship had been in this area for 2 days without seeing any other ships. This was normal. The ocean was vast, and if one deviated even slightly from their course, they would lose their bearings. In such deep waters, without navigation, getting lost was a common occurrence. Chi Mingyu thought for a moment, and then decided to take a helicopter to check from the air. "Wanwan, I want to go see what's going on from the air." Hearing this, Zhou Shuwan looked up at Chi Mingyu, a flicker of worry in her eyes, but it was quickly replaced by understanding and support. "Go ahead," she nodded gently, "be careful." The helicopter was fully fueled and took off. Chi Mingyu circled a few times before flying back in the direction they had come from. On the deck, Zhou Jianhai and Zhong Tiyun anxiously watched the helicopter's receding figure, their eyes filled with worry. Won't Xiao Yu get lost? Zhong Tiyun frowned and asked Zhou Jianhai in a low voice. Zhou Jianhai held Zhong Tiyun's hand, trying to reassure her. No, Mingyu's flying skills are excellent. But a hint of unease crept into his voice. Zhou Shuan was silent for a moment, then suddenly pulled an enormous flag from her spatial storage. Dad, Mumu, let's unfurl the flag together. Zhou Shuan said firmly, if Xiao Yu is really lost in the air, this flag will definitely attract his attention. Okay. Zhou Jianhai took a deep breath and took a corner of the flag. They unfurled the flag together on the deck, making it particularly conspicuous on the sea, like a beacon guiding the lost ship. The sun beat down on the deck. They had been waiting for over an hour. The sea breeze brushed their cheeks, bringing a slight coolness, but it couldn't ward off the scorching sun. Half of Zhou Shuan's cheek was slightly red from the sun, but she didn't move, her gaze fixed on the distance. Suddenly, Zhou Shuan heard the roar of a helicopter. The sound gradually became clearer, growing louder as it approached. She strained her eyes to see, and sure enough, there it was, their helicopter, its metallic sheen gleaming in the sunlight. It's here. It's my brother-in-law, Mumu shouted. Zhou Shuan and Zhou Jianhai waved their small flags excitedly, calling out in Chi Mingyu's direction, Xiao Yu. Over here. Over here. Chi Mingyu landed the helicopter smoothly on the deck, a hint of fatigue on his face, but his eyes shone with ease and joy. Found them, he told everyone. They're in our 11 o'clock direction. It would take about 3 hours by cruise ship. Is it a warship? Zhou Jianhai asked impatiently. Chi Mingyu nodded. There were warships. I didn't dare get too close, afraid they'd think I was in danger and fire their weapons. I only looked from a distance. Most of the warships were there, but a few were missing, and there were some smaller boats too. He glanced at Zhou Shuan, his expression turning serious. Zhou Shuan understood his meaning. He meant Tao Zhang and Zhang Jia might not be there. She paused, then asked, what was the Navy's reaction when you got closer? Chi Mingyu shook his head. They'd probably recognized me. After all, we flew one after the other for a long time yesterday, so it's not surprising they recognized me. I didn't greet them, I just confirmed their location and came back. What do we do now? Should we go? Mumu asked. Zhou Shuan and Chi Mingyu exchanged a thoughtful glance. A moment later, she looked up at everyone and said firmly, go. She paused, her gaze sweeping over them. Grandma needs a more professional medical team. The warship should have more advanced medical equipment and medications. Perhaps we can find a better way to slow her condition. And Chun, the special medicine he needs is in Zhou Shuan's spatial storage. After this meeting, she needs to give these medicines to Jiping and the others for safekeeping. Furthermore, the whereabouts of Zhang Jia and the others also need to be investigated. Everyone nodded in agreement. Zhou Jianhai nodded, yes, one hand can't clap. We don't lack supplies. Going to the warship isn't about seeking refuge, it's just that humans are social animals. More people means more people to discuss things with. Even if there's danger, there's more protection. For the foreseeable future, they would likely be living at sea. Therefore, adapting the sea surface to a flat, land-like state was crucial. Alright. Let's set off then. Since they would be encountering many people, the helicopter wouldn't be stored in their spatial storage. It would be placed directly on the deck's takeoff area. After the discussion, they didn't delay and immediately set off. Chi Mingyu and Mumu went to start the cruise ship. Zhou Shuan stood on the lookout platform, constantly vigilant of her surroundings, frequently observing the sea with binoculars to ensure safe navigation. Zhou Jianhai and Zhong Tiyun chatted with Grandma Peng in the lounge. Grandma Peng was also very happy to hear that they had found a warship. The old woman believed that traveling with the military would ensure safety. The advantage of sailing during the day was that they could clearly see the situation on the sea. This sea area was no longer within the reach of tectonic activity. The surface was calm, sunlight shimmering on the water, and even fish swam happily, occasionally leaping out of the water and splashing up bursts of spray. Everything looked so peaceful and serene, as if the beautiful days before the apocalypse had returned. However, having experienced so many disasters, they all knew in their hearts that this peace might only be temporary. No one knew how long this peace would last, or what would happen next. They remained constantly on edge, daring not to relax their guard for even a moment. Chapter 495. After sailing for over 3 hours, a dark dot gradually appeared in the distance. As it drew closer, the dot grew larger, revealing the outline of a warship. Moo excitedly clenched her fist. It's a warship! Zhou Shuan on the deck looked towards the warship. On the sea, dozens of warships formed a massive fleet, silently anchored there, like steel behemoths guarding this sea area. We arrived. Qi Mingyu slowly reduced the cruise ship's speed, heading towards the fleet. After reducing the cruise ship's speed, Qi Mingyu sounded the horn. The deep horn sound echoed across the open sea, startling a flock of seagulls. They flapped their wings, circled a few times in the air, and then landed back on the sea to continue hunting. The lookout on the warship spotted the unfamiliar medium-sized cruise ship and immediately sent out a signal. Signal flags fluttered high on the mast, conveying a warning message. Several speedboats were launched from the warship's side and sped towards the cruise ship like arrows. The sharp bows of the speedboats cleaved through the waves, leaving two white streaks that stood out starkly against the azure sea. As the speedboats approached, several fully armed soldiers jumped onto the deck, warily scrutinizing Zhou Shuan's family and the cruise ship. They wore white naval uniforms, held guns, and had sharp eyes and serious expressions. One of the soldiers walked up to Qi Mingyu and asked in a deep voice, "Who are you? Where are you from? What are you doing here?" It would be better for a woman to handle the situation at this point. Zhou Shuan stepped forward and briefly explained their situation. We originally lived on the coast near Yanrongguo Mountain. After the volcanic eruption, we escaped by boat. Because we had a cruise ship hidden elsewhere, we went to the cruise ship and sailed into the deep sea. Yesterday, we saw the warship fleet in the deep sea area. After escaping danger, we came to find the main force. She paused, then explained, "My grandmother is very weak after these past few days of travel, and has been bedridden, needing better medical assistance. The warship has a professional medical team, and we like to come here for treatment." The soldiers exchanged glances, and one of them looked around the deck, his gaze lingering on the helicopter for a moment. Then he walked over, suddenly realizing, "So that helicopter they reported on yesterday was yours?" Zhou Shuan smiled and replied, "Yes, your people went back later, and we were a little scared. But our ship is anchored in deep water, so we could only keep flying forward. But today we started searching for our main force again. We finally found it." The soldier nodded, thought for a moment, and said, "Okay, you can stop over there first. Then disembark, and come with us to register." "Okay." The Zhou family had no objections. Besides the warship, more than 100 fishing boats of varying sizes floated on the sea, scattered around the warship like a school of small fish clinging to a giant whale. Most of the fishing boats were dilapidated, some even listing and barely afloat. Others were blackened, clearly burned, a testament to the horrific ordeal of the past few days. On the boats, some people were repairing their vessels, some were hanging laundry, and others stared blankly into the distance, their eyes filled with uncertainty and fear for the future. The cruise ship slowly approached one of the largest warships and stopped in the designated area. Two people quickly went to the rest area and carried Grandma Pang over on a stretcher. Qi Mingyu and Moo settled Grandma Pang on the stretcher, carefully covering her with a blanket, before following the soldiers onto the speedboat. Zhong Tiyun could only walk a few steps now. She still needed to be pushed to walk long distances. Zhou Jianhai simply carried Zhong Tiyun on his back, while Zhou Shuan carried a chair. The soldiers looked over, their eyes filled with curiosity and a hint of doubt. This family is quite capable. In the apocalypse, they can protect the elderly, women, and children. No wonder they own such a large cruise ship. Zhou Shuan calmly observed the expressions of the surrounding soldiers, already prepared. Before coming, her family had already anticipated this situation. Large ships are scarce now. Since they had voluntarily come to join the main force, it was highly likely that their cruise ship would be requisitioned. That was absolutely unacceptable. Once the other side was on board, whose ship would it belong to? Whose orders would it take? Although the events of the past 2 days had been too tragic, Zhou Shuan wouldn't risk her family's lives. Moreover, they had a secret space they needed to keep hidden. She calmly withdrew her gaze and boarded the speedboat with them. The speedboat cut through the waves, speeding towards the warship not far away. The seawater shimmered in the sunlight, and a salty sea breeze caressed Zhou Shuan's face. She squinted, carefully observing the massive fleet. Clearly damaged, 5 or 6 warships were missing compared to their position in the fjord. However, in this deep-sea area, dozens of warships of varying sizes were arranged in an orderly fashion, quietly anchored on the surface, still exuding an imposing presence, like steel behemoths. On the ships, various radar and weapon systems were clearly visible, demonstrating the fleet's formidable combat power. Some soldiers were busy on the decks, some checking equipment, others conducting routine training. Everything was orderly and disciplined. Zhou Shuan felt a renewed sense of anticipation for their future life at sea. With these disciplined soldiers in charge, they didn't need to worry about humans fighting and killing each other. The speedboat quickly arrived at the flagship, and the soldiers helped Zhou Shuan and her family board the warship. They followed the soldiers to the registration desk, where a young officer received them. He carefully inquired about their names, ages, and hometowns, recording the information. They first took Grandma Pang to the warship's medical area. Zhou Shuan had been there before, and was familiar with Dr. Wei, so she asked him to examine Grandma Pang carefully. The final conclusion was that Grandma Pang's condition had stabilized, she just needed to rest in bed, and there wasn't much else that could be done. Qi Mingyu and the others were disappointed but helpless. After settling Grandma Pang in, Qi Mingyu and Zhong Tiyun stayed to watch over her. Zhou Shuan, Mu Mu, and Zhou Jianhai went out to look for Jiping and the others. They had previously inquired with the registrar, who confirmed that Jiping and Xue Tao were still alive and residing on the original 4th basement level. This news brought a huge sigh of relief to everyone. A soldier led Zhou Shuan and the others to the 4th basement level. In the dim light, they saw Jiping and the others sitting around a simple table with some basic tableware and a small amount of food in front of them. Upon seeing Zhou Shuan and the others, Jiping and the others jumped to their feet, their faces filled with surprise and joy. Yushuan, wiping away tears, rushed forward and hugged Zhou Shuan, choking back sobs. "I thought you were all dead." Chun Chun held Zhou Shuan's hand tightly, her little face filled with affection. Chapter 496. Xue Tao sighed, "I never imagined we meet again." Jiping stepped forward and embraced everyone, his eyes filled with gratitude and relief. After a brief moment of surprise and reunion, their eyes reddened. It was a feeling of relief after surviving a life-or-death ordeal, the joy of reuniting with loved ones, and the weight of a heavy burden finally lifted. Zhou Shuan remembered her primary purpose and took the syringes out of her backpack, 3 boxes containing over a dozen vials, instructing Jiping to store them in a freezer. "These are leconite, very precious. They must be kept safe in the freezer." Xue Tao nodded and immediately said, "I exchanged some supplies for a small freezer later. It be at home for safety." Like Zhou Shuan, he understood the value of leconite, and knew that treating it in the medical department would have unpredictable consequences. In this environment, resources and the wickedness of people are equally frightening. Preserving it yourself is undoubtedly the safest and most reliable method. Zhou Shuan gave Chun Chun another injection, and Chun Chun cooperated obediently without crying. While giving the injection, she explained the procedure and precautions to Xue Tao. "Remember, disinfect the injection site, be gentle, and avoid damaging blood vessels." Xue Tao nodded seriously. Upon hearing that Grandma Pang and Zhong Tiyun were both in the medical room, Jiping and Xue Tao decided to go visit them. Leaving Xue Dong to watch the house, Jiping, Yushuan, Xue Tao, and Chun Chun went upstairs together. Upon arriving at the medical room, Zhong Tiyun was extremely excited. She tightly grasped Jiping and Xue Tao's hands, her eyes moist, and choked back tears, repeating, "Good, good, it's good that you're still alive. It's good that you're alive." Men don't easily shed tears, but at this moment, even the usually strong Jiping and Xue Tao had tears welling up in their eyes, streaming down their faces. Yushuan and Chun Chun also nestled close to Zhong Tiyun. After everyone had calmed down, Zhong Tiyun asked about their experiences over the past few days. She also asked if they had enough supplies, and if any of them had been injured in the ordeal. Jiping answered each question, "Yes, we had enough. There was enough food on the warship. Even if there were people who couldn't afford food, the army wouldn't abandon them. They provide subsidies for the elderly and infirm on the warship. Chun Chun is chronically ill, and the army provides him with vegetables and fish every month, enough for him alone." "That's good." Zhong Tiyun wiped away her tears and exclaimed, "Our soldiers are all good, they know how to protect the people. How did you escape the disaster of the past 2 days?" Qi Mingyu, who had been quietly watching their reunion, asked. Jiping then wiped away his tears and calmly recounted their experience. It all happened so suddenly. Yu Xian and the others were on the warship, while Xue Tao and I were fishing outside. Luckily, we were in the deep sea, so the volcanic eruption didn't affect us. But we heard unusual noises, and then we saw a red light on the horizon. We were completely lost and didn't know what to do. But we all had family members left on the warship, and we couldn't rest easy if we didn't go back to check on them. So we led the fishing team back. That's how we encountered the warship halfway there, and we boarded it, boat and all. Xue Tao added, "Yesterday, when the underwater volcano erupted, the situation was extremely dangerous. There were so many dead people and ships around. The captain was worried we wouldn't be able to escape, so he arranged for all the helicopters on board to take off and search the deep sea for a way out. His voice lowered. At that time, a riot even broke out on the ship. Because the helicopters had taken off, those left behind were doomed. So everyone wanted to board the helicopters. But how many people could a helicopter hold? Finally, seeing the utter chaos, the captain ordered his soldiers to fire shots into the air to suppress the unrest. 2/3 of the people on the warship were military personnel, and only about 1/3 were civilians. So, the crowd was quickly quelled. The captain gave the order in a heavy tone. This time, only the physically strong can go. More than half of the 40-odd helicopters were for the Navy. The remaining seats were for single women who wanted to board and the few remaining children. Yuxuan and Chun Chun could also board the helicopters if they wanted. Jiping and Xuetao, of course, wanted to give the two of them a better chance of survival. But Yuxuan cried, saying that her family was all gone, and what was the point of leaving only her and Chun Chun alive? If they were to die, they'd rather die together as a family. Jiping and Xuetao were indeed worried about the two of them surviving alone, so, in the end, they gave up boarding the plane. The only saving grace was that the Navy, being well trained, led the fleet out of the area of the underwater volcanic eruption as quickly as possible. Several ships fell behind the main force and were blocked by the spewing lava, and then had no chance of escape. After they finished speaking, the atmosphere in the medical room was heavy. To be alive is good enough, Zhou Jianhai said with a sigh. Yes, to be alive is so lucky. In the past 2 days, at least half of the survivors who originally lived by the sea have died. Of the original 5,000 or 6,000 people, perhaps only a little over 1,000 survived. How are Tao Zheng and Zhang Jia? Do you know anything? Zhou Shuan asked. Jiping shook his head. It was too chaotic at the time. We only heard later that some ships might have fled in the chaos and gone to other sea areas. But whether they are alive or dead, we don't know. Xuetao chimed in. After we settled down, we went ashore to look for you, but we didn't see a single familiar face. Zhou Shuan and the others felt a chill in their hearts. This sounded like... Anyway, we hope they're still alive, Qi Mingyu said. The others nodded. Yes, Zhou Jianhai sighed. In this vast ocean, who knows if we ever see them again. After saying goodbye to Jiping and the others, the 6 members of the Zhou family boarded a speedboat and returned to the cruise ship. Upon arrival, they discovered that many survivors were rowing small boats, observing the civilian cruise ship, a stark contrast to the post-apocalyptic landscape. From a distance, their eyes filled with curiosity and inquiry. All the large vessels in this area were warships. This was the only civilian cruise ship. The group had made thorough preparations beforehand and anticipated the reactions of others. Therefore, everyone remained calm. Zhou Shuan walked at the front, carrying a long gun on her back and several new types of bombs at her waist. This contrasted sharply with her slender figure, adding to her imposing presence. Zhou Jianhai carried Zheng Tiyun on his back, while Qi Mingyu and Mu Mu carried Grandma Peng. Although most of them were elderly and infirm, the men, like Zhou Shuan, carried weapons. Chapter 497. Whispers rose and fell. The greedy gazes that had burned upon seeing the cruise ship gradually extinguished upon noticing the weapons carried by the occupants. After boarding, the Zhou family briefly discussed the watch-keeping arrangements in the spacious cabin. 6 people, excluding Grandma Peng, would take turns on watch day and night. This was quickly agreed upon, and no one raised any objections. The next morning, an officer was sent from the warship, a dark-skinned major in his 30s. He was mild-mannered and came aboard the cruise ship, directly expressing the military's wishes. The military wanted to charter the Zhou family's cruise ship, paying the rental fee, and allowing some survivors to board and seek refuge. As the head of the family, Zhou Jianhai directly rejected the major's proposal before his daughter and son-in-law could even speak. Major, to be honest, your request is extremely difficult for us to grant. Our entire family has struggled to survive in this apocalypse, barely clinging to life. It's been a long and arduous journey. This cruise ship was acquired by my daughter and son-in-law using a great deal of precious resources. There are only 6 of us on board, the elderly and the young, the infirm. Letting strangers board risks jeopardizing our survival if something happens. The major was clearly taken aback by the Zhou family's decisive refusal. He paused, a flicker of surprise in his eyes, before carefully scrutinizing each member of the family. Although the family was small, each person carried weapons, their eyes sharp and resolute, clearly survivors of the brutal apocalypse. The major didn't press the issue, simply smiling. "This is just a suggestion. I'm conveying the military's hopes. Please don't take it personally." Then, he turned and left with his men. After the major left, Calm returned to the deck, a gentle sea breeze carrying a salty, damp scent. Zhou Shuan gazed into the distance. The warship remained anchored not far away, like a steel behemoth guarding the sea. She turned to look at Qi Mingyu. Their eyes met, and without a word, they understood each other's thoughts. "Dad, Mom, do you think the military will come again?" Mu Mu's voice held a hint of worry. Zhou Jianhai frowned. "Probably not. That major's attitude was clearly just routine. He didn't mean to force us. Soldiers, after all, have many rules." Zhong Tian sighed softly, a hint of weariness in her eyes. "I hope so. In this vast ocean, it's good enough if we can stay peacefully for a few days." As she spoke, she unconsciously rubbed her slightly aching back. Qi Mingyu comforted them. "Although it's the apocalypse, soldiers are soldiers. They can only persuade, not forcibly seize our cruise ship." Zhou Shuan added, "If that really happens, then we leave." They stayed there for a few days, and no one from the warship came to persuade them again, which made the Zhou family slightly relieved. However, a few ordinary survivors would always row over in their tattered little boats, pleading to board the ship and stay for a while. Living in the small boats was extremely uncomfortable and inconvenient. If there were too many people on a small boat, even lying down and stretching out one's arms at night was impossible. But the cruise ship was large. It could easily accommodate 1,000 people. At first, they just observed, and when they learned that the warship had come to the Zhou family to requisition the ship, they were all very happy. But to their surprise, the other side returned empty-handed and abandoned the matter. The others then became restless. The Zhou family, of course, ignored them completely. Several times, when the other side tried to charge, they even fired shots into the air. Now, besides the military, only the Zhou family possessed firearms. The other civilians were armed with daggers and bows and arrows, completely outmatched. So, after a few shots, they scared the other side off. Of course, these gunshots also alerted the warship. The same major who had come last time specifically led a team back to warn them not to engage in a fight with the people here and disrupt order. Soldiers, of course, have a responsibility to maintain order. The Zhou family obediently followed orders. Zhou Shuan also explained her family's difficulties. "Our family is small, and all our possessions are this cruise ship. But they're watching us closely, all eyeing us with predatory intent. If we're not careful, our whole family could be torn apart. So, if we see them trying to force their way onto the ship, we won't hold back. If there are casualties, I wonder who will be responsible." The major stared at Zhou Shuan for a while, realizing she was a formidable opponent. He didn't answer directly, only saying, "Everyone's struggling these days, even the military." Zhou Shuan glanced at the warship, thoughtfully asking, "There should still be empty seats on the warship, right? During the Great Escape a few days ago, the warship lost several ships and some people, leaving only about 4,000 people. Including ordinary civilians, the total population of this area is about 5,000. Zhou Shuan's words were clear. The warship didn't trust the civilians. Fine, she'd take them all. With their powerful weaponry and military protection, the survivors had a high chance of survival. As for themselves, if it weren't for protecting the secrets of the space, they would have definitely boarded the warship in the first place. But after the warship launched its helicopter last time, Zhou Shuan abandoned the idea of going to the warship. If any danger were to occur, a helicopter could only carry a few people, most would be abandoned. As for themselves, as long as they cooperated and were cautious, regardless of life or death, they could always stay together as a family. The major understood Zhou Shuan's implied meaning and smiled slightly. The warship will naturally make arrangements. They won't just leave so many people unattended. Back then, there were 5,000 or 6,000 people living by the sea, which the warship simply couldn't handle. But now, at most, there are only about 1,000 people. Arranging for them all to board the ship wouldn't be too difficult. It would just require abandoning some of the warship's supplies. Besides that, they had another crucial matter to attend to. Therefore, everything else had to be postponed. There was no need to tell the Zhou family this. After settling in this area for a few days, they needed to find supplies to survive. Fortunately, it was deep sea, and the water temperature was normal, making fishing relatively easy. The Zhou family launched a small boat from the cruise ship and went fishing with Jiping's fishing team. Back on the shore, some people did the same. It was dangerous for their own families to go out to sea, so they followed behind larger fishing teams. As long as they didn't take their spot, they generally wouldn't be driven away. Moreover, given the relationship between the Zhou family and Jiping. So Qi Mingyu and Mumu went fishing, while Zhou Shuwan and Zhou Jianhai stayed on the cruise ship to take care of Grandma Pang and Zhong Tian. A few days passed, and Zhong Tian gradually recovered. Now she could walk without assistance, though still with a slight limp. Chapter 498. They laid out all their caught seafood to dry on the deck, bright red shrimp, plump fish, and various shellfish, glistening enticingly in the sunlight. The other survivors, however, lacked sufficient space to dry their fish. They had to make do with fishing nets, old planks, and even large pieces of plastic sheeting to enclose the area around their small boats, storing their catch inside for easy access. They carefully guarded their hard-won food, fearing it would be washed away by the waves or stolen. The air was thick with the pungent smell of the sea, but people grew accustomed to it. If Zhong Tian had been surrounded by piles of smoked fish like this every day before the apocalypse, she would have found it unbearable even to sleep. But now, entering a fish market, one soon ceases to smell the stench. Even Zhou Jianhai joked, the ancients were right. On the contrary, now whoever had the most fish drying in the sun was sure to be the envy of everyone. Without land, the only food available to humans was marine life. Zhong Tian listened to Zhou Shuwan and Qi Mingyu's conversation while cleaning the dried fish. Helicopters were taking off from the warship every day, initially causing widespread panic. Civilians, in particular, feared that the warships would abandon them once they found suitable land. However, after observing for several days, with helicopters flying back and forth several times a day, while the warships remained safely stationed, the anxious crowd began to relax slightly. This was what Zhou Shuwan and Qi Mingyu were discussing. Now, Zhou Shuwan and Qi Mingyu were taking turns going out fishing each day. Fishing was hard work, and Qi Mingyu didn't want Zhou Shuwan to suffer, but Grandma Pang's health was deteriorating. She slept a lot during the day and even lost her appetite. Therefore, everyone wanted Qi Mingyu to spend more time with Grandma Pang on the cruise ship. Today, Zhou Shuwan went fishing and returned with some latest news. It's news from Jiping's side. They say the warships are sending helicopters to the surrounding areas every day, firstly to check if the underwater volcanic eruption situation has improved, and secondly to search for new land. Qi Mingyu nodded. That's understandable. I just don't know how they solved the helicopter fuel problem. They only flown the helicopters twice, and they already consumed a lot of fuel. Can the warships handle the fuel consumption of sending out 20 helicopters at once? Zhou Shuwan shook her head. I also asked Jiping, but he said it's classified information, and most people don't know. But I reckon the warships should have their own oil fields at sea. After the apocalyptic prophecy appeared, the country must have made several preparations. She had heard Jiping and Shui Tao say that besides this warship, the country had also built underground shelters, sent several other fleets to sea, established bases, and used various other methods to preserve the flame of civilization as much as possible. Therefore, it's not surprising that this warship knew the location of the offshore oil fields. The only question is whether this underwater volcanic eruption will affect the oil fields. Actually, they're currently in deep water. If a major tsunami or another underwater volcanic eruption were to occur, it would be catastrophic. Life in the deep sea is much harder than on land, Zhong Tian sighed, her voice weary. Before on land, at least we had a fixed place to live. Now we eat, drink, and relieve ourselves on this ship. It feels incredibly stifling. Our family is alright, but those people with only a small fishing boat, crammed with their whole family on board. Even finding a toilet is a struggle, Zhou Jianhai said, nodding silently. How to solve it? Just throw them into the sea. In the face of life and death, everything else is trivial. We can't control other things. We can only collect more supplies, so that we have enough to eat and drink no matter where we go in the future, Zhong Tian said finally. Everyone nodded. Actually, before, when Zhou Shuwan was at the seaside, every time she went out to sea to fish, she would use her spatial abilities to secretly collect a batch of fish from the ocean and put them into her space. These fish would die immediately upon entering the space. Their condition when taken out was exactly the same as when they were put in, extremely fresh. Living off the sea, she didn't need to collect too many times. Collecting once a month was enough for her family to eat for a lifetime. However, this time, Zhou Shuwan felt a strong sense of crisis. So, these past few days, every time she went fishing with Jiping and the others, she would use her spatial storage to collect a large batch of fish. These fish were simply piled up in a corner of her spatial storage. They wouldn't rot anyway. While tidying up the fish on the deck, Zhou Shuwan wondered if she should take this opportunity to find out where the warship's offshore oil fields were. If one day, underwater volcanoes erupted, Wouldn't it be great if she could collect all the crude oil in her spatial storage before the oil fields were destroyed, providing her with capital for a future comeback? However, among them, only Ji Ping was the most trusted and held the highest position on the warship, but even he couldn't obtain such information. Moreover, whether the ocean would suffer another major disaster was merely her own speculation. The warships might not agree, much less allow her to plunder such a vital resource. Zhou Shuan sighed softly. Qi Mingyu glanced at her and asked in a low voice, "What's wrong?" Zhou Shuan, noticing her parents talking, hadn't paid attention to them, so she voiced what she had been thinking. Qi Mingyu seemed thoughtful. "What?" Zhou Shuan noticed his unusual expression. Qi Mingyu paused before looking at her seriously. "Actually, there's something I haven't told you." Zhou Shuan looked at him intently. Qi Mingyu spoke softly. "Do you know why the instructor and the others chose to settle in the J-City base?" Zhou Shuan raised an eyebrow. Wasn't it because the J-City base had the most standardized management, the best morale among the survivors, and could accommodate over 10,000 survivors? Qi Mingyu carefully chose his words, then said, "That's part of the reason. I didn't know before, but after the base was gone, and Xiao Xiao and the instructor disappeared, Xiao Lu told me the truth. He said that back then, the government had secretly surveyed the terrain across the country and concluded that the J-City area would be the one to survive the apocalypse." Zhou Shuan was startled, then suddenly understood. Yes. J-City is located in the Central Plains, far from the coastline, with mountain ranges to the north. These mountains contain the water sources of the Central Plains of Yan Kingdom, as well as abundant groundwater, ensuring a normal water supply for humanity during various natural disasters. Of course, they also experienced water shortages later on, ultimately overcoming this difficulty through seawater purification technology. However, compared to other places, having 1 or 2 clean groundwater sources during a drought is already quite good. Chapter 499. After the apocalyptic prophecy appeared, the nation actually made various preparations and efforts. They dug large underground bases, dispatched large fleets to sea, and stockpiled a large amount of various industrial and agricultural equipment as a way to preserve the seeds of civilization. However, all of this was a state secret, and those below them certainly didn't know. General Zhao only learned a little bit by chance. Qi Mingyu continued. So, when he brought his people to the new base, the reason he so readily agreed to Xiao Zhao's management was because what he wanted wasn't just control of a small base. Zhou Shuan became increasingly confused. You mean the country had invested a lot of resources here back then? That's right, Qi Mingyu nodded, a complex light flickering in his eyes. He tapped the armrest lightly with his knuckles. The country may have hidden a large amount of strategic materials and technological equipment in the area surrounding J-City. The commander and his men didn't come here simply to establish a new base, but to find those resources. These resources were enough to sustain the people in the surrounding area. But a massive earthquake buried everything underground. Zhou Shuan frowned, her brow furrowing slightly, seemingly trying to process this information. Qi Mingyu continued, back then, Tao Zheng was both the executor and staunch defender of General Zhao's plan. But their search for these resources wasn't for personal use, it was to ensure the survival of more people. He paused, his tone slightly heavy, although the plan ultimately failed. On the other hand, the J-City base was the last piece of land within a radius of several hundred miles to fall. The rest had already been swallowed by the ocean. This shows that the country's initial choice was not wrong. Brother you mean J-City is just one of the places where the fire seed is stored? Zhou Shuan asked, her voice tinged with inquiry. Qi Mingyu nodded firmly. That's right, J-City is just one of them. There should be some at sea as well. And there are other places like J-City suitable for storing the fire seed. But we're just ordinary people, we wouldn't know anything about these national secrets. General Zhao had been to the capital base, and somehow knew some things. Since the internal strife there was so intense, he led a group south, also searching for the fire seed. Thinking this, Zhou Shuan felt a bit of admiration for him. Seeing her thoughtful expression, Qi Mingyu asked, "What are you thinking about?" Zhou Shuan slowly said, "Brother Yu, I want to go back to the mainland and see. The volcano has been erupting for so many days, I wonder how things are over there now." She stood up, walked to the deck, and gazed westward, the direction of home. Okay. Qi Mingyu agreed without hesitation. Flying back from the sea area by helicopter would take at least 7 hours round trip. A typical helicopter, fully fueled, can only fly for 3 or 4 hours at most, even they hadn't been back to check on the warship. But Zhou Shuan didn't need to worry about fuel. She could refuel directly inside the helicopter using the space. The next day, the weather was quite good, and the sea was as calm as a mirror. On the third day, Zhou Shuan instructed Mu Mu and her father to be careful on the cruise ship. Still feeling uneasy, she called Shui Tao and Chun Chun, who were resting at home, to come and play on the ship. After everything was ready, Qi Mingyu and Zhou Shuan boarded the helicopter. The sound of the helicopter's rotors broke the tranquility of the sea as it slowly ascended, heading west. Zhou Jianhai, Mu Mu, Zhong Tiyun, Shui Tao, and the others watched from below, their faces filled with worry. Shui Tao didn't actually know where Zhou Shuan and her husband were going, but he didn't dare to object. Yesterday, Zhou Shuan had told everyone about her discussions with Qi Mingyu. Although Zhou Jianhai and Zhong Tiyun were very worried about their daughter and son-in-law, they chose to support them, only repeatedly reminding them to be careful and to abandon the helicopter if anything went wrong. Zhou Shuan also had a submarine in her spatial dimension. As long as there was no volcanic eruption on the seabed, hiding in the submarine was the safest option. Besides, they also harbored a sliver of hope. What if the volcanic eruption on land had ended, and they could return? With stable, secure land, who wanted to live on the unpredictable sea forever? But they were destined to be disappointed. As they drew closer, the changes on the sea's surface became increasingly apparent. Lava and ash increased, and large numbers of dead fish and debris floated on the surface. The helicopter climbed higher, and Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu could clearly see the debris floating on the sea and the distant volcanic eruption. Here, the volcano was still erupting. Mother Earth has been angry for over half a month. Is she still unwilling to stop? As time goes on, will the changes in the Earth's crust affect the sea area they now inhabit? Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu were lost in thought, but neither of them uttered a word. Their hearts were heavy. More than 3 hours later, they finally saw the outline of land. Upon reaching the coast, the scene was even more horrifying. The volcano was still erupting, though the intensity had greatly diminished. Thick volcanic ash blotted out the sun, making it almost impossible to see anything. What was once land was now a desolate wasteland, barren of everything. The air was thick with the acrid smell of sulfur. Even from this distance, Qi Mingyu and Zhou Shuan's eyes stung from the fumes. Zhou Shuan immediately took out 2 protective shields from her spatial storage, giving one to Qi Mingyu and then putting one on herself. The two looked at this apocalyptic scene, their hearts filled with mixed emotions. Zhou Shuan tried hard to identify the terrain, searching for any familiar traces, but everything was unrecognizable. The rocky fruit mountain, which had brought hope to so many, had been completely destroyed, leaving only remnants of its remains. The fjord they had lived in was covered by a thick layer of volcanic ash, dotted with rocks that had tumbled down from the mountaintop. This area of the sea had clearly become a dead sea. Within its radius, there was no trace of human or fish survival. They had only been gone for half a month. From midair, they could still vaguely see corpses covered in volcanic ash on the ground. Could one of them be Jiejia, Sister Fen, or Tao Zheng, or Xiao Lu? Zhou Shuan gripped Qi Mingyu's hand tightly, feeling the warmth of his palm, as if seeking comfort. Qi Mingyu also pursed his lips, gripping her hand tightly in return. Let's fly around it a little more, brother you, Zhou Shuan said, her voice hoarse and slightly trembling. Qi Mingyu responded softly, circling the land in the helicopter. Seeing Zhou Shuan carefully observing the ground, he asked, "Are you looking for those sparks?" Chapter 500. As soon as Qi Mingyu finished speaking, Zhou Shuan nodded gently, her eyes flashing with determination. Having been reborn, her initial goal was simply to live a good life with her family. But now, having witnessed so much tragedy and heard about the nation's plans, she decided she wanted to do something too. Her spatial dimension was now quite large, but it was only filled with supplies and production lines, leaving the rest empty. If she could find the spark of revolution, she could store it in her dimension. There was no safer place in the world than her spatial dimension. When the apocalypse ended and humanity returned to land, she could secretly retrieve the spark and pass on the civilization and technology of the Yin Kingdom. That was a culture spanning thousands of years. As a member of the Yin Kingdom, she felt it was her responsibility to protect and pass it on. Qi Mingyu nodded. Okay, let's do it together. Zhou Shuan turned to look at him, her previously icy expression breaking into a smile. He understood her helplessness. He also understood her deep desire to do something for her country. Because he felt the same way. They were kindred spirits. They were drawn to each other, sharing a deep mutual respect. The helicopter circled in the air, the volcanic ash-laden winds whipping against its fuselage, emitting a sharp whistling sound. Below lay a desolate, lifeless landscape. The once vibrant land was now covered in a thick layer of volcanic ash, like a graveyard forgotten by time. Zhou Shuan stared intently down below. Perhaps those sparks were hidden beneath these ruins buried in volcanic ash. Qi Mingyu skillfully maneuvered the helicopter, carefully avoiding the dangerous areas. He searched for any possible clues, but they learned the news too late. The entire landmass was now engulfed in volcanic lava, and they couldn't go down to the surface. They searched only from the sky, finding no trace of the embers. Qi Mingyu said Tao Zheng, Xiao Lu and the others went out every day to search for supplies, partly to find this spark, but they found nothing. It's very likely that these sparks were extinguished during the first major earthquake. Time passed slowly, and Zhou Shuan felt a growing weariness. Qi Mingyu, while controlling the helicopter to fly at a low altitude, comforted Zhou Shuan, "Don't be discouraged, there are still many places we can search." As he spoke, he continuously adjusted the helicopter's flight path, striving to cover the search area as comprehensively as possible. Beep beep beep, the aircraft's fuel indicator showed low. Refueling was urgently needed. They had been searching this area for over 3 hours, circling it several times. Suddenly, Zhou Shuan pointed to a relatively flat area below. "Wait! There!" Her voice trembled slightly, tinged with excitement. "There's a lower-lying area there, like man-made excavation marks. And the surface color is different from the surrounding area." Qi Mingyu immediately slowed the helicopter, carefully observing the area Zhou Shuan pointed out. Sure enough, the surface color of that area was darker than the surrounding area, and its shape was more regular, unlike naturally formed terrain. "Let's go down and take a look." Qi Mingyu slowly landed the helicopter, finding a relatively flat spot and stopping the aircraft. "Be careful," he warned, then jumped out of the helicopter first, cautiously observing the surrounding environment. Zhou Shuan jumped down as well, spear in hand, cautiously surveying her surroundings. The air was thick with the acrid smell of sulfur and volcanic ash, causing them to cough incessantly. Fortunately, both of them were wearing protective shields, so the impact was minimal. The ground they were standing on was covered with a thick layer of volcanic ash, almost completely obscuring any vegetation. They carefully made their way towards the area Zhou Shuan had indicated, each step cautious, careful not to disturb any potential danger. After traversing a patch of rubble and debris, they came across a buried entrance. Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu exchanged a glance, a hint of excitement in their eyes. Zhou Shuan took out tools from her spatial storage and, together with Qi Mingyu, cleared away the obstacles at the entrance, revealing the entrance to a buried underground passage. Qi Mingyu examined it, and realized that the earthquake and the recent volcanic eruption had likely caused a section of the passage to collapse, exposing the entrance. Otherwise, there would have been a large mountain ahead, completely concealing the passage. They couldn't find it on the ground, let alone in the air. Qi Mingyu frowned slightly. "This passage is unstable. If we go in, there's a risk of it collapsing." Zhou Shuan looked around and asked, "Then why don't we look for other entrances?" The two followed the possible direction of the passage, but instead headed towards the sea. They were somewhat helpless. Judging from the length of the passage, part of it had probably already collapsed into the sea. Seabed geological activity in this area had decreased. After thinking for a moment, the two decided to take out their submarine and dive down to investigate. The seawater remained murky, like a boiling pot of mud, littered with shipwrecks and volcanic ash, resembling a vast, silent graveyard. Countless unrecognizable corpses floated on the surface, along with the carcasses of various marine creatures. A pungent stench mingled with volcanic sulfur. Zhou Shuan's eyes swept over the corpses before her, slowly allowing the submarine to submerge. Descent with difficulty in such treacherous sea conditions, every jolt of the submarine felt like a hammer blow to her heart. "I can't see anything." Zhou Shuan's voice echoed in the cramped cockpit, tinged with helplessness and worry. Obstacles were everywhere, and the submarine's sonar system was also interfered with. Qi Mingyu gripped the control stick tightly, his brow furrowed, his eyes fixed on the data on the display screen, trying to find a safe course. The submarine tossed and turned in the turbulent seabed, the occasional harsh scraping of metal echoing through the air, as if an accident could occur at any moment. "Watch out," Qi Mingyu whispered, and the submarine jolted violently, nearly colliding with a huge, unidentified object. "What is that?" Zhou Shuan's heart clenched, gripping the handrail tightly. "It's probably shipwreck wreckage," Qi Mingyu calmly analyzed, skillfully maneuvering the submarine to avoid the danger. Suddenly, Zhou Shuan saw something. "That's..." Zhou Shuan pointed to the sonar system's display. The image on the screen was blurry, but it was clear that it was a huge, irregularly shaped object. Qi Mingyu calmly maneuvered the submarine, carefully approaching the signal source. The submarine searchlight slowly activated, their powerful beams piercing the seawater and illuminating an area on the seabed. Chapter 501. Large machines covered in silt slowly came into view. Although these machines were brand new, recent violent volcanic eruptions and lava erosion had left them rusty and oddly shaped in some areas. On the surface of some of the machines, the words National Reserve were faintly visible, the characters blurred but still legible. Within the range illuminated by the submarine's lights, there wasn't just one machine, but a whole cluster of them, their sheer scale causing Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu to gasp. Could these buried machines be the strategic materials Xiao Lu and the others had mentioned? Qi Mingyu's expression was grave. He gently maneuvered the submarine, slowly circling the large machines. The submarine searchlights swept over every corner of the machines, the intense beams illuminating the darkness of the seabed. Zhou Shuan was almost certain that these were part of the spark. She was extremely grateful that, after learning of the situation, she and Qi Mingyu had arrived in time to discover these giant machines. "We found them." Zhou Shuan's voice trembled with disbelief. She stared intently at the massive machines illuminated by the submarine searchlight. These steel behemoths looked particularly awe-inspiring in the darkness of the seabed. The submarine moved slowly, illuminating more and more of the machinery. They lay silently in the seabed silt, some intact, others eroded beyond recognition by volcanic ash and seawater, but all exuding a solemn and awe-inspiring presence. Zhou Shuan carefully examined each machine. She noticed that some still had intact switches and control panels, indicating that these machines were operational before being buried. However, some of the severely damaged machinery had already suffered immense destruction. She took a deep breath. She had to store these machines in her spatial storage as quickly as possible. Zhou Shuan rose from her seat, donned her diving suit, and moved with practiced ease and without hesitation. Qi Mingyu, controlling the submarine, watched her intently, his eyes filled with worry. "Wan, be careful." He was very reluctant to let her go out alone. But the submarine had to be constantly operational, so that it could leave immediately in case of danger. And Zhou Shuan's spatial storage was only accessible to her. Zhou Shuan nodded, opened the submarine's hatch, and plunged into the icy seawater. The cold water instantly enveloped her, but perhaps due to her excitement, she felt no chill. Her movements were as graceful and swift as a water sprite. By the light of the submarine searchlight, she moved among the large machines, carefully inspecting the condition of each one. Only after confirming there was no danger did she cautiously store them into her spatial storage. These giant machines were of various types. Some were from the construction industry, such as giant cranes and tunnel boring machines. Others were from the mining industry, such as giant excavators and mining trucks. Still others were from the energy development industry, such as giant offshore drilling platforms, and there were also large stamping presses, giant forging equipment, and other manufacturing equipment. There were even some giant machines that Zhou Shuan couldn't recognize at all. Could they be from the military industry? She wondered, but her hands didn't stop moving. Besides these giant machines, Zhou Shuan also discovered 5 or 6 very large containers covered in silt and lava on the seabed. A thought struck her. These containers must contain various supplies. There might be medicine, food, seeds, tools, and so on. She thought to herself, quickening her pace in collecting the supplies. The equipment was so enormous that even storing it in her spatial storage caused a small whirlpool. Qi Mingyu, inside the submarine, kept the searchlight on for her, his heart tightening at the sight. He held his breath, his eyes fixed on Zhou Shuan's figure, fearing something might happen to her. Fortunately, Zhou Shuan moved through the water with the agility of a fish, skillfully controlling her position, avoiding the obstacles floating on the seabed, and finally safely returned to the submarine. Once she boarded the submarine, took off her diving suit, and let out a long sigh of relief, feeling completely relaxed. "How are you? Are you feeling all right?" Qi Mingyu asked anxiously, his eyes filled with worry. Zhou Shuan, oblivious to his mother-in-law's fuss, nodded excitedly. "Did you see that? Besides these large machines, there are several large containers. They should also be filled with supplies." She rarely showed such excitement. Especially after the massive earthquake, with so many dead and injured, her family had been constantly displaced. Zhou Shuan's heart was heavy. She was always thinking about how to get her family to safety. Qi Mingyu couldn't help but smile slightly. "I see. The containers are probably filled with various supplies." Zhou Shuan nodded, sat down in the passenger seat, and said, "We lived here for so many years, and we had no idea about this." But in truth, if they had actually received this news back then, Zhou Shuan figured she probably wouldn't come to retrieve it, because she didn't know what other natural disasters had occurred after the massive earthquake. Since the country had stored it in such a place, there should be designated people to retrieve it, and then rebuild. But now, who knew how many people in the world were still alive? They looked around again, and found several scattered containers, enormous in size, sunk to the bottom of the sea. They put them all into their spatial storage. Finally, they arrived at the place connecting to the surface passage. The rock walls had collapsed significantly, causing so many giant machines to sink to the bottom. However, after discussion, Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu both believed that since this was one of the locations where the country preserved its seeds of fire, the stored supplies should be more than just giant machines and a few large containers. There should be supplies of all kinds. Therefore, if nothing unexpected happened, there should still be a storage space inside the passage on land. Qi Mingyu used the submarine's robotic arm to clear the rubble at the entrance of the passage, revealing a narrow passage just wide enough for one person to pass through. This time, he and Zhou Shuan emerged from the submarine together, both wearing diving suits. Zhou Shuan stored the submarine in her spatial storage. Qi Mingyu took out a powerful flashlight and illuminated the interior of the passage. The passage walls were smooth, as if finely polished, and a faint metallic smell filled the air. Be careful, Qi Mingyu cautioned, entering the passage first, with Zhou Shuan following closely behind. The passage was narrow, only allowing one person to pass at a time. They had to take turns, supporting each other, slowly probing deeper into the passage. The passage was dark and damp, the air slightly stuffy, with only the beam of the flashlight illuminating a short distance ahead. Zhou Shuan remained vigilant, gripping her gun tightly, ready to respond to any unexpected situation. Chapter 502. The passage continued downwards, but they soon arrived at a spacious area. The space was vast and empty, seemingly a man-made underground cavern. The cavern's ceiling was an arched structure, covered with traces of human carving. In the center of the cavern, numerous large pieces of machinery were prominently displayed. The cavern itself had collapsed halfway, countless boulders and dust pressing down upon it. Some of the equipment was intact, while others had been eroded by seawater and silt, but their overall structure remained intact. They were enormous and diverse, far exceeding the number of machines sunk to the seabed. It now seemed that the giant machines on the seabed were only a small portion that had been thrown out during the earthquake. Or perhaps there wasn't enough space here, so two large spaces were created. One collapsed and sank to the seabed, while the other remained intact. Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu were utterly shocked. They had never seen such a massive underground warehouse. These devices were clearly not ordinary machinery, but extremely advanced high-tech products. The light shone on the equipment, reflecting the metallic luster, and the inscriptions were clearly visible. National Strategic Reserve. Zhou Shuan walked excitedly to a giant piece of equipment, carefully examining its structure and nameplate. She could imagine the enormous impact these devices would have on humanity's reconstruction and development if they could be restored to normal operation. Of course, this was contingent on the complete end of the apocalypse. Qi Mingyu was equally excited. He looked around at the equipment scattered throughout the cave, his heart filled with emotion. When he first heard Xiaolu mention the nation's Spark project, he subconsciously assumed it had ultimately failed. Therefore, he hadn't mentioned it to Zhou Shuan. But he never imagined it would be so massive and so well preserved. Wanwan, we must put these machines into our space as soon as possible, Qi Mingyu said calmly. The geological conditions here are unstable. It could collapse at any moment. Okay, Zhou Shuan agreed. She took a deep breath and walked over, collecting the equipment and supplies from the cave into her space. The equipment was enormous. During the collection process, a slight tremor could be felt within the cave. Qi Mingyu followed closely beside Zhou Shuan, his eyes narrowed, monitoring the surroundings. He could react immediately if he noticed anything amiss. Zhou Shuan collected the supplies while carefully observing her surroundings. She discovered that besides the large machinery, there were also several large shipping containers on the outermost edge of the cave. There were over 100 of them. She first collected one and put it into her space, then sensed it with her consciousness. The shipping container was filled with various tools. She quickly packed away all the containers. She was a little afraid to look up. This place must be very deep below the ground to have such a vast space. The cave was filled with a heavy metallic smell and the damp, earthy odor. The immense space felt oppressive, making it hard to breathe. Suddenly, small pieces of rock began to fall from the cave ceiling. Watch out! Qi Mingyu grabbed Zhou Shuan, pulling her behind him. Boom! A muffled sound rang out as a huge rock crashed down from the cave ceiling, hitting the spot where they had just been standing, raising a cloud of dust. Hurry! Qi Mingyu shouted, pulling Zhou Shuan up and running towards the cave exit. The ground was soft soil and loose gravel, making running difficult, but neither dared to slacken. The tremors within the cave grew increasingly violent, as if the entire cave were about to collapse. They struggled towards the exit, gravel and dust constantly falling from the ceiling and walls, the air thick with a choking smell of dust and sulfur. Finally reaching the entrance, they discovered that cracks were appearing in the passage, and huge rocks could block it at any moment. Qi Mingyu pushed Zhou Shuan towards the cave exit. "You go out first." Outmatched in strength, Zhou Shuan didn't hesitate, quickly climbing out of the passage and looking back at Qi Mingyu. Qi Mingyu's figure became increasingly blurry within the passage, as huge boulders began to block the entrance. "Brother Yu!" Zhou Shuan cried out anxiously. But the next moment, Qi Mingyu had already nimbly and swiftly rolled out of the passage. "Quick, let's go!" Qi Mingyu grabbed her hand, and the two quickly jumped into the sea through the cave entrance, swimming away. Looking back, the passage was completely blocked, and all that could be seen in the blurred vision was swirling dust. The collapse of the large space had created huge whirlpools in the surrounding sea. Zhou Shuan looked back. The passage was completely sealed off, the swirling dust obscuring everything. The deafening sound of the collapse was like the roar of a giant beast from the earth. The surrounding seawater, due to the collapse of the large space, had become murky, churning up huge whirlpools that seemed ready to swallow everything. Qi Mingyu pulled her forcefully, and the two struggled to swim outwards. His brow furrowed, a hint of worry flashing in his eyes. The whirlpool in the water was growing larger and larger. Their current swimming was no match for its force. Zhou Shuan felt as if her lungs were about to burst. She had never experienced such violent sea conditions before. The intense dizziness made it almost impossible for her to control her body. But she endured the discomfort, gripping Qi Mingyu's hand tightly. The two supported each other, struggling desperately in the turbulent water. Once they were some distance from the very center of the whirlpool, she launched the submarine. The two groped their way aboard, finally letting out a long sigh of relief. "Start." Qi Mingyu's voice was hoarse, but his movements were practiced. He quickly activated the submarine's propulsion system. The submarine sped forward in the water, moving away from the dangerous area. Behind them, the deafening sounds of collapse and churning seawater were still clearly audible. Zhou Shuan leaned back in her seat, panting heavily, her back soaked with sweat, her whole body trembling. She glanced back. The sea was now a chaotic mess of dust and seawater. Qi Mingyu stared intently at the instrument panel, gripping the control stick tightly. The submarine darted through the water, like a fish fleeing for its life. "Huff!" Zhou Shuan let out a long sigh. After a moment of silence, Qi Mingyu broke the stillness. "Wan, let's get out of this area." Zhou Shuan responded softly. The submarine moved slowly across the calm sea. In the distance, they could still hear muffled sounds coming from the land, the aftermath of the collapse of a massive space. Qi Mingyu pursed his lips and increased the submarine's speed. After sailing some distance from the coastline, Qi Mingyu steered the submarine to the surface. Zhou Shuan gazed at the distant land through the submarine's glass. In the distance, thick volcanic ash still lingered, a hazy gray obscuring all details. Only the continuous sounds of collapse confirmed that the disaster on land was still ongoing. Chapter 503. 7 or 8 hours had passed since they arrived from the waters near the cruise ship. Flying at night wasn't safe either. It was easy to lose direction. Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu decided to spend the night on land. The area was currently covered in volcanic ash, with a pungent sulfur smell, making it unsuitable for long-term stays. However, the underground space they had just visited was also at risk of collapse. The two of them could only wear air-conditioned suits that filtered the air, and spent the night in a tent. The next morning, they hurriedly took the helicopter back. However, when the helicopter was more than 20 nautical miles from the shore, Zhou Shuan inadvertently discovered something. The helicopter's rotors were still humming low, and the sea breeze, carrying damp air and a nauseating sulfurous smell, hit them in the face. Zhou Shuan looked down, then pointed to a brightly colored cruise ship, her voice tinged with barely concealed surprise. "Brother Yu, look." Qi Mingyu looked in the direction Zhou Shuan was pointing, his brows immediately furrowing. That was the cruise ship Chunfen and Zhang Jia had redeemed from them. Because of its red paint, even with the distressed finish, it was still very conspicuous at sea, like a bright red bloodstain floating on a sea of death. He quickly maneuvered the helicopter downwards, the rotor noise decreasing accordingly, finally hovering 3 or 4 meters above the cruise ship. This height was the absolute limit. Qi Mingyu, worried that Zhou Shuan might lose her composure due to anxiety, shouted into the headset, Wan, be careful. The sea is still very dangerous. The helicopter can't go any further." Zhou Shuan nodded, then, remembering that Qi Mingyu was piloting the plane and couldn't see her, shouted back, "Okay. Don't worry." She leaned out, carefully observing the tour boat. The boat floated silently on the sea, its hull tilted, a large portion of it charred, indicating significant damage. There was no one in sight. Besides the boat, many other objects floated on the water, broken planks, plastic scraps, and other unrecognizable debris. And some, bloated, white giant corpses. The smell of sulfur in the air was even stronger, mixed with a pungent, fishy stench. Zhou Shuan pressed her lips together, a hint of disappointment flashing across her face. Qi Mingyu, while piloting the helicopter, also looked down. But he couldn't see clearly and shouted, "Have you found anything?" Zhou Shuan replied, "No. There are only corpses around here." Perhaps the word corpses was spoken louder, for after she finished speaking, both of them fell silent. Zhou Shuan strained to make out the faces of the corpses, recalling the violent tsunami during the volcanic eruption and the subsequent continuous aftershocks, enough to destroy any small cruise ship. But looking at the bodies floating on the sea, a sliver of hope remained. She hoped Qinfen and Zhang Jia were safe. Hovering at a low altitude, the helicopter's airflow created ripples on the sea. Zhou Shuan took out her binoculars and carefully examined every corner of the cruise ship. Aside from a small section being charred, the hull showed no obvious signs of damage, but subtle details were amiss. Several lifebuoys were missing from the hull, the one she had given to them. Could it be, because of the danger, Qinfen and the others had hastily left? Half of these giants were wearing life jackets, making them impossible to identify. Because the helicopter had been hovering for too long, its wings suddenly emitted a muffled tremor. Qi Mingyu frowned deeply. "Wan, we can't stay any longer." Zhou Shuan responded, taking one last look at the cruise ship. She only spotted this one ship. She didn't see any other familiar vessels. Thinking about it, it made sense. Back then, the volcanic eruption was so sudden, with scorching lava following behind. No one dared to stop. Everyone was desperately fleeing. Their family simply couldn't wait for Zhang Jia and Qinfen. They must have felt the same way. Although they had obtained a large amount of fire seeds, the accidental discovery of clues about Zhang Jia and his group had left both of them in low spirits. They were silent the entire way back. After more than 3 hours, they finally stepped onto the deck again. The familiar deck appeared exceptionally tranquil in the afterglow of the setting sun, a stark contrast to the deathly silence of the seabed just moments before. Zhou Jianhai, Zhong Tiyun, and Mu Mu rushed forward, their faces filled with worry. "Wan Xiaoyu, are you alright?" Zhou Jianhai asked. Zhong Tiyun's tone was also anxious. "Why are you back so late?" Zhou Shuan gently stroked her mother's hand and whispered, "Dad, Mom, we're alright." She briefly recounted their experience of discovering part of the fire seed. Zhou Jianhai and the others were very surprised. They hadn't expected that their plan to investigate whether there was any possibility of storing the fire seed on land, which they had mentioned yesterday, would yield such important supplies in just one day. Zhong Tiyun then quietly asked, "How much did you collect?" "There are many giant machines, about 100 or so. I don't recognize half of them, and I don't know what they do. There are also dozens of large containers filled with well-preserved seeds, tools, books, and other items." Zhong Tiyun was delighted. "Then if a suitable opportunity arises later, we can take these out and give them to everyone directly." Zhou Shuan smiled. "Yes." The rest of the Zhou family thought the same thing as Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu. Their own supplies were already basically enough for their families. The reason Zhou Shuan risked going back to find these seeds was to leave a glimmer of hope for the Yin Kingdom civilization. With these giant machines, rebuilding civilization and infrastructure after the apocalypse would be much more efficient. However, the timing and recipients of these supplies needed careful consideration. Most importantly, Zhou Shuan's spatial dimension absolutely could not be discovered. Currently, they could only barely survive in the deep sea, so now was not a good time to take out these supplies. After lunch and washing up, Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu went to visit Grandma Peng. Grandma Peng looked much better than before. She could even hold onto the railing and sunbathe on the deck. She seemed much more energetic and smiled more often. This relieved them both. Especially Qi Mingyu, who held Grandma Peng's hand tightly, reluctant to let go for a long time. In the late afternoon, Shui Tao's message arrived. The warship was preparing to receive ordinary survivors. This news was like a spring breeze, instantly dispelling the gloom that had hung over the hearts of all the survivors in the area. The once somewhat lifeless sea suddenly became lively. People rowed their boats around, visiting each other, discussing the boarding arrangements, their faces beaming with long-lost smiles. Chapter 504. After the official notification arrived, the warship's registration area was packed with people. The long fleet of boats stretched as far as the eye could see, various small boats and rafts crammed together, like a winding giant python, slowly inching towards the warship. Having survived this ordeal, the Zhou family had given up on boarding. When several disasters strike simultaneously, the ability to switch modes of transportation while using spatial means is crucial. However, boarding the ship meant having to be watched by countless eyes, something they desperately wanted to avoid. But Zhou Shuan, looking at the vast flow of people, felt a surge of admiration. Admiration for the captain of that warship, admiration for his sacrifices to save more lives. Because this massive warship not only carried people, but also some very important supplies. To allow more people to board, they had to abandon some supplies. In the apocalypse, supplies are often more important than life. Yet, the captain of this warship was willing to ruthlessly discard precious resources to allow more survivors to board. Today, they were merely registering passengers. The warship needed to tally the population before deciding which supplies to discard. Although the Zhou family's cruise ship was small to medium-sized, it could easily carry 1,000 people, who would weigh approximately 14 tons. To maintain the ship's lightness and speed in future emergencies, they could only load an additional 7 or 8 tons of supplies, nothing more. Therefore, the Zhou family discussed it and asked Jiping to help convey this message to the warship. If the warship didn't believe they were trying to plunder supplies, the Zhou family was willing to help the warship carry a batch of supplies. It's better than just throwing them into the sea. That evening, Jiping brought a soldier of higher rank aboard to discuss the matter. The Zhou family was slightly surprised, not expecting the other party to be in such a hurry. However, they still received the colonel with great care. Jiping introduced him as the warship's vice captain, surnamed Shang. Vice Captain Shang was in his 50s, tall, and wore a crisp military uniform with gold gleaming on his epaulets. After boarding the cruise ship, he sharply scanned the Zhou family. He must have known about the Zhou family's situation beforehand, as he wasn't surprised by their combination. He followed the Zhou family to the 4th floor lobby, getting straight to the point with a very polite tone. Mr. Qi, Ms. Zhou, we are very grateful for your generosity. Your willingness to shoulder some of the supplies for the warship undoubtedly lightens our burden and allows us to save more people. After discussion, we have decided to temporarily transfer a batch of supplies to your cruise ship, and we will return them once we find land. Qi Mingyu nodded slightly. Previously, a major came and wanted us to take in ordinary survivors, but we explained our difficulties. Our family is small, and it's not easy for us to have survived this long. We are like children carrying a huge treasure, swaggering around in a market. We taken in so many people, but we have no power to manage them, no weapons, and no manpower to restrain them. Now, we are offering to help the warship shoulder some of the supplies, hoping to contribute our own strength. We hope the warship won't blame us for not accepting survivors. His words first explained his difficulties, and then his reasons for doing so. His presentation was methodical and thorough, easily winning people over. Vice Captain Shang's eyes flashed, and he gave him a focused look. When they boarded the cruise ship earlier, he immediately noticed that this young man, around 30 years old, was a former soldier. His posture, demeanor, and expression all exuded the fortitude of a soldier. In fact, since the major earthquake and encountering this massive fleet, Qi Mingyu and Zhou Shuan had kept a low profile. They didn't want to attract attention on the warship. But in reality, when they arrived in their cruise ship and helicopter, they were already the center of attention. The deputy captain stroked his short beard, his gaze fixed intently on Qi Mingyu, a slight smile playing on his lips. Mr. Qi, there's no need for such modesty. We all seen your contributions. To be honest, encountering survivors like you is a great stroke of luck for us. He paused, his tone softening. Veterans, you know, it's easy to spot them. Which unit did you serve in, young man? Qi Mingyu hadn't bothered to hide anything. Seeing he'd been recognized, he stood up, snapped to attention, and gave a sharp salute, stating the unit he served in. Deputy Captain Xiao was somewhat surprised, then glanced at Qi Mingyu again. Special Forces, huh? Those are the cream of the crop. Qi Mingyu smiled faintly. That's all in the past. What I want to do now is to be with my family. Deputy Captain Xiao nodded, his voice tinged with melancholy. Yes, after the apocalypse, it's incredibly difficult for families to reunite. Their fleet had set sail on a secret mission, and most of them hadn't brought their families with them. Discipline forbade it, but to ensure they had no worries about the future, arrangements were made for their families. They were just one of several major fleets, patrolling the seas for many years. They had seen the other fleets a couple of times initially, but then never again. Meanwhile, the land was crumbling due to various natural disasters, and even the commanders who had issued the secret orders were gone. Not to mention their families left behind on land. But that's the spirit of the Yin Kingdom soldiers. For the benefit of the nation and its people, they could abandon everything, including their own lives. At that time, land was far safer than the sea. Their fleet's voyages were also based on various considerations, aiming to preserve more seeds of hope. So, when they boarded the ship, they all signed a death warrant. Once on board and at sea, the state would compensate their families according to the standards for martyrs. What happened after that was entirely up to them. But no one expected that, after 9 years, those who signed the warrant would still be alive, while those left on land would be gone. After a few sighs, Deputy Captain Xiao changed the subject, taking a list from his adjutant and handing it to Qi Mingyu. The number of survivors needing to board has been tallied, totaling 1206. Including their belongings, there's still some space on the ship, so we only need to transfer 9 tons of supplies. Here's the list of supplies to be transferred. Take a look. Qi Mingyu took the document, looked at it carefully, and handed it to Zhou Shuan. Zhou Shuan calmly finished reading the list, then looked at the other party. Our cruise ship isn't large. It can only carry a maximum of 9 tons of cargo. Moreover, from the warship's perspective, without the Zhou family's cruise ship, the supplies they would be jettisoning would mainly be large, heavy equipment. Even if these items fell into the sea, they could be retrieved and reused later by following their coordinates. Vice Captain Shang smiled. Very good, it's a pleasure cooperating. We will transfer the supplies on this list to your cruise ship as soon as possible. Chapter 505. The following day, thanks to the joint efforts of both sides, and after spending most of the day, the warship used giant cranes and forklifts to systematically transfer the supplies to the Zhou family's cruise ship. During this process, the personnel from both sides cooperated seamlessly without any errors. After the transfer was completed, Vice Captain Shang, who had been observing from the sidelines, expressed his gratitude to Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu. Thank you for your great help. Our Navy will never forget this kindness. His tone was sincere. Zhou Shuan smiled slightly and humbly replied, Vice Captain Shang, you're too kind. It was what we should do. Vice Captain Shang paused slightly, then changed the subject, to express our gratitude. Is there anything your side needs? This was something his family had discussed the previous night. Therefore, Zhou Shuan glanced at her family, hesitated for a moment, and then spoke unhurriedly. Our cruise ship will be frequently sailing on the high seas in the future, and refueling has become our biggest problem. If we could know the location of oil fields in the nearby waters, that would be ideal. Upon hearing this, Vice Captain Shang's expression changed slightly, clearly taken aback, seemingly not expecting the Zhou family to have such a large appetite. The location of offshore oil fields is highly classified strategic material, related to the energy security of the entire fleet, and must not be easily disclosed. He was silent for a moment, then replied solemnly, Miss Zhou, this request? I need to consult with the captain. Zhou Shuan nodded and smiled slightly. We understand. We await good news. But in fact, Vice Captain Shang's words clearly implied a refusal. The following day, Deputy Captain Shang personally came again to explain the situation to the Zhou family. After consultation and decision-making at higher levels, your concerns are completely understandable. Since you are now also helping the fleet transport supplies, you are considered part of the fleet, and the warship can provide you with fuel supplies. However, for security reasons, we really cannot disclose the specific location of the oil field. Refueling the warships was handled by 2 separate ships setting sail to bring back the fuel. The same would be true for the Zhou family's cruise ship. Although somewhat disappointed, Zhou Shuan maintained her composure and nodded slightly. Okay, we understand. Thank you, Vice Captain Shang. Knowing that the warships indeed had a stable fuel source was reassuring enough for the Zhou family. Vice Captain Shang smiled, then changed the subject. Furthermore, since you are considered an unofficial member of the fleet, you will need to be able to protect yourselves. Private cruise ships lack weaponry, and the safety risks in deep water are extremely high. Therefore, to ensure your safety, we will dispatch a small team to install torpedo systems on the cruise ship, enhancing your self-defense capabilities. This was undoubtedly an unexpected surprise. Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu exchanged a glance, both showing delight. Zhou Shuan immediately said, Thank you very much. We are willing to accept the installation of the torpedo system. Vice Captain Shang smiled faintly. These young people are all quite capable. I look forward to a pleasant cooperation in the future. He extended his hand, and shook hands with Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu. Yesterday, after meeting the Zhou family, he inquired about their situation from Jiping, Shui Tao, and others. Since the fire, Ping and the others hadn't been at the J City base, and didn't know much about the Zhou family's situation. However, since the newly received group consisted of survivors of the major earthquake at the new base, he had given them a general overview. Vice Captain Xiao felt that these two young men were very capable, and possessed a certain amount of kindness. It was worthwhile to befriend them, and cultivate a good relationship. He was over 50 years old, had lived most of his life, and had seen a lot, especially after the apocalypse, when he had saved many survivors, but most of them had eyes filled with confusion and despair. They were numb and indifferent to the future, to survival, and to the strangers around them. But in Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu, he saw a seed called hope. If they were to survive countless calamities, it must be because of the two of them. Therefore, after the captain refused to reveal the location of the Zhou family's oil field, it was he who strongly urged the captain to equip the Zhou family's cruise ship with torpedoes. The warship quickly dispatched a small team to install torpedoes for the Zhou family. The soldiers moved swiftly and professionally, carrying various equipment and tools in an orderly manner, boarding the Zhou family's cruise ship. The huge metal hull, gleaming with oil, stood out conspicuously on the deck. In the sunlight, the metal surface reflected a dazzling light. The Zhou family members were secretly excited. The installation work lasted for several hours, finally completed as the sun set. The technicians gave Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu a detailed explanation of the operation and maintenance of the torpedo system, as well as some necessary safety precautions. The setting sun cast long, golden shadows of them across the metal deck. Zhong Tian sat in a chair, busy processing fish, glancing at Zhou Shuan, Qi Mingyu, and the others talking to the technicians, a relaxed smile playing on her lips. So much had happened these past few days, from the volcanic eruption to the thrilling underwater adventure, to the cooperation with the warship. It all felt like a dream, unbelievable. Yet, it was all real. They had not only found the precious spark, but also gained the warship's approval, becoming an unofficial member of the fleet, and receiving an extra layer of security. Over the next few days, the warship successfully received all of the more than 1,000 ordinary survivors. These new recruits were currently attending classes, learning the warship's discipline. From now on, they would be under military management on the ship. Any violation of discipline would be dealt with according to military regulations. After the survivors boarded, there was no room for small boats. They all abandoned ship and boarded the main vessel. Now, the sea was empty except for the ship itself, making the area much quieter. Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu diligently learned how to fish, and every day they would take time to go to the deck, gaze into the distance, feel the sea breeze on their faces, and cherish this hard-won peace. A week later, after the survivors had a thorough understanding of the military rules and regulations, they needed to find their place on the warship. Otherwise, they would simply have to live off the resources. The warship only provided rations for children and the elderly. No one else received food. To fill their stomachs, they had to work. Qi Ping's fishing team, having lost over a dozen men in the previous disaster, was now fully replenished. With so many people waiting to be fed, Qi Ping quickly led his team out fishing. The Zhou family didn't go fishing for the time being. They stood on the deck watching Zhong Jiping's ship sail away, all somewhat worried. In these treacherous waters, every voyage was fraught with risk. But no one could change that. Zhou Shuan, for some reason, suddenly had a strange, ominous premonition. Chapter 506. She stared at the departing fishing fleet for a long time without moving. Qi Mingyu looked at her and asked with concern, "What's wrong?" Zhou Shuan shook her head, not voicing her worries, only sighing softly. "I was thinking, with a land in J City like that, will we never find another continent to settle on?" Actually, they always referred to the J City base as a continent, but calling it an island would be more appropriate. It could now only be described as a slightly larger island. But now, even that large piece of land was gone. What they once thought was their last refuge had now turned to ashes. They flew in their helicopters for 4 hours without encountering any more islands or anything like that. Qi Mingyu said softly, "Don't worry, Wanwan. Even if there's no land, so what? We have plenty of supplies. We could live on a cruise ship for the rest of our lives. Besides, this world is so big. We only explored a little bit. How can we be sure we won't find another continent? Moreover, things change in an instant. Land can disappear overnight. Maybe one day a new land will appear next to us." Zhou Shuan couldn't help but laugh. "You're right. I really shouldn't have been so worried. The fact that our family is still together is already the greatest blessing." Qi Mingyu tidied her hair, which was ruffled by the sea breeze, and gently held her hand. However, by evening, Zhou Shuan's unease was confirmed. At dusk, The setting sun dyed the sea a blood red, and an eerie silence enveloped the area. Just then, several small boats appeared on the distant horizon, swaying and rocking like vessels struggling in a storm, stumbling and lurching towards the warships. As the fishing boats drew closer, the crew of the fleet gradually saw their condition, and a chorus of gasps filled the air. Of the more than 20 fishing boats that should have returned laden with their catch, only about 10 remained. They were now battered and tattered, their hulls damaged in many places, their decks littered with fish, but also stained with blood. Even more heartbreaking was the sight of the people on board, each one covered in wounds, many unconscious. Jiping's fishing team had returned, but they brought back devastating news. Xue Tao sat on the fishing boat, one leg twisted unnaturally, blood soaking his trousers. He cradled the unconscious Zhang Jiping in his arms, his face deathly pale, yet he forced himself to stay awake, trying to stop Jiping's bleeding. Zhou Shuwan and the others on the cruise ship naturally heard everything. They exchanged glances and rushed to the deck, just in time to see Xue Tao and Jiping being carried onto the warship by medical personnel. They instructed Mumu and her father to keep a close eye on people, in case anyone tried to board the warship in the chaos. Zhou Shuwan and Qi Mingyu then hurried over. Many empty boats were scattered around the warships, so there was no shortage of vessels. Therefore, a motorboat was also placed beneath the Zhou family's cruise ship for easy communication with other warships. The two nimbly jumped from the cruise ship into the small boat. Qi Mingyu started the boat and quickly headed towards the mother ship. They were now unofficial members of the warship, and boarding was their freedom. No one stopped them. Besides, the place was in chaos, many members of the fishing team were injured, and medical personnel and naval officers were rushing around, quickly bandaging, rescuing, and treating the wounded. Zhou Shuwan, backpack on, rushed to the medical area. Jiping had just been taken to the emergency room. Xue Tao lay on a bed in the lobby, panting heavily, his voice weak but still clearly conveying a chilling message. Jiping. He's been shot in the chest. Russians. Those cruel and ruthless Russians. He had also fainted, and hadn't even seen Zhou Shuwan and Qi Mingyu. Zhou Shuwan's heart skipped a beat. Russians? Qi Mingyu immediately said to her, "Go help in the operating room. I go ask about the details." Zhou Shuwan nodded, "Okay." She had been here for a while, and everyone in the mothership's medical area knew her. Seeing that she wanted to join the team saving Jiping, they didn't stop her. Zhou Shuwan put on her surgical gown, disinfected herself, and went into the operating room. She went over to examine Jiping's injuries, and found that the bullet was deeply embedded in his chest. The bullet had just grazed the carotid artery, and Jiping was bleeding profusely. However, the attending medic could only use the most basic hemostatic method. The medical pod didn't even have the emergency hemostatic medication that Jiping desperately needed. Without hesitation, Zhou Shuwan left the operating room, grabbed her backpack, and took out a dressing called calcium alginate. She opened the package. It was ready to use immediately. She took 3 packets in total. She applied the dressing to the bleeding wound, applying continuous pressure. If the bleeding was heavy, multiple dressings would be needed to stop the bleeding. Fortunately, the 3 packets Zhou Shuwan took were enough. The attending medic glanced at her in surprise, but couldn't worry about anything else. After stopping the bleeding, the bullet needed to be removed immediately. Then came the blood transfusion. Jiping had lost too much blood. Without a transfusion, he might not survive. Fortunately, Xue Dong and Yu Xian heard the news and arrived with Chun Chun. Both of them met the blood transfusion requirements, so blood was drawn and immediately transfused to Jiping. The tense rescue operation lasted a long time, but without any delay. Only when Jiping's complexion gradually regained color did the people in the operating room breathe a sigh of relief. Now, they could only pray that he would wake up soon. A bullet was removed from Jiping's chest and handed to his family. Zhou Shuwan also came out of the operating room, looking down at the bullet on the surgical tray. The bullet's surface was covered with dark red scabs, the bullet tip was sharp and boat-shaped, and the brass casing still bore the characteristic spiral scratches of the chamber, gleaming with a cold metallic luster under the light. Zhou Shuwan didn't know much about these things, but seeing the 7N21 marking on the bottom of the casing, she knew it wasn't a type commonly used in Yin country. Qi Mingyu returned after gathering the information. He took the bullet, examined it closely, and sneered. It was the Russian-made 9x19mm SP-10 armor-piercing round. It was extremely powerful, even capable of penetrating bulletproof vests. Qi Mingyu returned the bullet to Yu Xian, who was sobbing softly. Several people stood guard outside Jiping's hospital room. Xue Dong, his eyes red, asked Qi Mingyu, brother-in-law, "Have you found out what happened?" Dong and Yu Xian had arrived in a hurry and only heard rumors that the fishing team had encountered the Russians, resulting in a fight. They knew nothing else. Zhou Shuan also looked at Qi Mingyu. Qi Mingyu looked around at everyone and recounted the events. It turned out that Jiping's fishing team had gone fishing in other waters and had a very successful catch, filling the hold. On their return journey, however, they encountered a large convoy consisting of a warship, 7 or 8 cruise ships, and dozens of fishing boats, all manned by tall, bearded Russians. Without a word, the Russians opened fire and seized their catch. Chapter 507. The enemy had warships, guns, and cannons. While the fishing fleet only had a few guns and torpedoes, they were no match. In the end, it was only after Jiping ordered everyone to scatter and flee that half of them managed to escape. The remaining half were either killed or separated from their group in the vast ocean. He himself was shot and seriously wounded while resisting the Russians. He insisted on leading the fleet back until he finally lost consciousness. Those present clenched their fists, their eyes filled with murderous intent. The global situation is extremely dire. Many countries with low-lying coastlines have likely perished. A small number of people, as fortunate as them, are making a living on the high seas. However, they have always maintained a peaceful distance, yet upon first encountering them, they open fire on the 100 or so people without a word. It's incredibly cruel and cold-blooded. They don't even take in-country seriously. The warship crew is also furious. It's said that even the captain is enraged. In recent years, they had patrolled the seas, fully equipped with weaponry and possessing a numerical advantage in naval numbers. Aside from natural disasters, they had never suffered such heavy casualties due to human error. By the time Zhou Shuan heard the news, the captain had already ordered the entire fleet to enter a state of high alert. Even the Zhou family's cruise ship was to be placed on standby. Although they were unofficial personnel, joining this team meant they had to obey orders in critical moments. Qi Mingyu and Mu Mu were piloting the cruise ship. Zhou's parents and Grandma Peng were in the 6th floor lounge area, the safest place on the cruise ship. Zhou Shuan stood on the deck gazing ahead, the salty sea breeze hitting her face. In the distance, a large number of naval personnel had gathered on the deck of a warship, their figures appearing particularly solemn in the afterglow of the setting sun. A tense atmosphere hung in the air, every breeze carrying the oppressive feeling of impending battle. Reconnaissance planes had been dispatched, searching for the Russian fleet. The captain's orders were to prioritize rescuing survivors before launching a precision strike on the Russian fleet. No one dared to act rashly. Everyone awaited news from the reconnaissance planes. Zhou Shuan took a deep breath and walked towards the interior of the cruise ship to check the torpedo system. They had to be ready to engage at any moment, once the reconnaissance planes reported back. The cruise ship's torpedo room was located on the lower deck. Zhou Shuan pushed open the door, and a strong smell of engine oil and metal wafted out. The interior was dimly lit, and the massive torpedo launching system lay silently on the bulkhead, like a lurking beast. She walked to the control panel, looked at it, and her anxiety found some solace. Meanwhile, the Russian fleet was leisurely sailing at sea. In the center of the convoy, on a dilapidated warship, the Russians sat around on the deck, drinking heavily and laughing loudly. Their bow was piled high with fish stolen from the fishing fleet. The stench of fish filled the air, mingled with the smells of alcohol and sweat. Ha ha ha, these East Asian monkeys are utterly pathetic. A bearded Russian laughed, taking a large gulp from his bottle. Yeah, their guns and torpedoes are nothing compared to ours. Another Russian chimed in, his eyes full of disdain. Just then, a roar suddenly came from overhead. The Russians looked up and saw a reconnaissance plane flying overhead, the Chinese flag clearly visible on its wings. The Russians' laughter abruptly ceased, their faces instantly turning ashen. Damn it! It's a reconnaissance plane from Yin! One of the Russians exclaimed, a hint of panic in his voice. Quick! Put on standby! Someone in the fleet shouted, and the Russians immediately erupted into chaos. They rushed to their posts, and the warships in the fleet began adjusting their course, slowly raising their cannons to aim at the sky. However, the reconnaissance plane did not approach, but instead circled once above them, before quickly disappearing into the horizon. The Russians exchanged bewildered glances, their ominous premonition growing stronger. Yan's armed forces have always been strong. We have to be careful. A bearded Russian grumbled, a flicker of fear in his eyes. Yin not only possessed a powerful military, but its people were also very united. If this reconnaissance plane was seeking revenge for the fishermen's earlier attack, then the upcoming battle would be a tough one. The atmosphere in the fleet instantly became tense, the Russians' cheerful laughter replaced by silence. All ships, maintain level 1 readiness. Prepare for a possible attack. The bearded man roared, pounding the railing, veins bulging on the back of his hand. The surrounding Russian soldiers responded swiftly, their expressions tense, yet their movements surprisingly practiced, clearly not the first time they faced such a life-or-death situation. The radar system was completely down, so radar couldn't be used to determine the enemy fleet's size. After a reconnaissance plane determined the enemy's numbers, another was sent back to inform the captains of their location and numbers. There were over 20 ships of varying sizes, including an old destroyer and 7 armed fishing boats. The rest were ordinary fishing vessels. Other reconnaissance aircraft continued searching for other survivors. As night fell, they found more than 20 fishermen, who had been separated from the fleet in the vast ocean, and rescued them all. Upon receiving the report, the captain immediately issued combat orders. 3 destroyers were to be dispatched first to launch a precision strike on the Russian convoy, leaving no survivors. Like 3 dragons emerging from the sea, the 3 destroyers rushed towards the Russian convoy with lightning speed. Their movements were swift and their targets precise. The advance force quickly laid depth charges in the designated area. When the destroyer surfaced, and then subtly changed course, the Russian convoy, completely unaware, plunged into the kill zone of the depth charges. The deafening explosions and towering flames filled the air. Their warships were decades old, their equipment outdated, and exposed to the elements for years without maintenance. How could they possibly be a match for a regular warship? Their warships and fishing boats sank rapidly into the turbulent sea, like targets being hit. The screams of the Russian soldiers, the roar of the sea, and the explosions mingled together, audible even to Zhou Shuwan and his crew on the cruise ship. The battle ended remarkably quickly. Before launching the attack, the captain had declared, "This is not peacetime, this is the end of the world. We do not accept surrender, we do not take prisoners, all." Chapter 508. His voice was slightly hoarse, yet filled with determination and strength. The night was deep, the sea calm, as if the bloody battle that had just taken place had never happened. But behind this calm lay the formidable strength of the Yin Kingdom's army, and the relentless blows dealt to the enemy. In the distance, the lights on the warships flickered, like shining stars in the night sky, guarding the sea, protecting every survivor. Zhou Shuwan was once again grateful for her family's choice. They hadn't chosen to fight alone on the high seas, but instead sought out the fleet and joined it. At the time, they didn't know that there were foreigners like the Russians in this ocean. But in this vast deep sea, none of them, regardless of skin color, race, or nationality, had land to rely on. Therefore, plundering each other's supplies was inevitable. The next morning, Zhou Shuwan's family went to the mothership to visit Jiping and Shuetao. Qi Mingyu stayed on the ship with Grandma Peng. Zhou Shuwan, Zhou Jianhai, Zhong Tiyun, and Mu Mu, carrying some food for visiting the patients, boarded a small motorboat bound for the warship. Upon arriving at the warship, they went straight to the medical area. Shui Dong's injuries weren't serious. His simple ward was in the lobby of the medical area, a bed surrounded by curtains. Jiping, however, required intensive care for several days. Therefore, Zhou Shuwan and the others went to Jiping's ward first. Yu Xian's eyes were red and swollen, clearly indicating she hadn't slept all night. Seeing the Zhou family, she stood up with some surprise to greet them. Looking at Jiping on the bed, however, he was fast asleep. Yu Xian quietly told everyone that Jiping had been out of danger by midnight the previous night, but the doctors needed to observe him for a few more days. Jiping woke up once, in the middle of the night yesterday. The doctor said he should rest more. It's the body's self-protective mechanism, and sleep allows the body to repair itself properly. The Zhou family didn't dare to disturb him loudly. They quietly spoke a few words to Yushuan, left a few bags, and went to visit Shuetao. The hall reeked of disinfectant, and there was a faint smell of blood in the air. Shuetao lay quietly in the hall, his face pale. Shui Dong had taken care of him all night, with Chun Chun by his side. Neither of them had rested well. Chun Chun was fast asleep, leaning against the headboard. Zhong Tiyun hugged Chun Chun tenderly, then asked, "Da Tao, how are you now? Does your leg still hurt? I wanted to come see you yesterday, but I'm not very mobile right now, and I was afraid it would interfere with their treatment, so I didn't come." Shuetao quickly smiled, his voice hoarse. "It's all right, Auntie, it's not serious. The doctor said this leg needs some rest. You're not feeling well either, so you don't need to come all the way here." Zhou Jianhai and Mumu also greeted him. "Cousin, I brought some food for you and Jiping, leftover eggs, vegetables, dried mushrooms." She smiled at Chun Chun. "I also brought some candy for Chun Chun, take it and eat it slowly." Chun Chun gave a shy smile. Zhou Shuan noticed a bowl of clear fish soup on the table beside her. Shui Dong said, the doctor said to eat lightly, so this fish soup only has a little salt in it, no other seasonings. Zhou Shuan nodded. For them, who are currently lacking supplies, fish soup is a very suitable tonic. We still have some soybeans left at home. When we get back, we make some tofu and bring you a couple of pieces to stew with the fish soup, Zhong Tian said. Shui Dong was a little embarrassed. Auntie, no need, soybeans are too precious right now. Precious? They're all for eating. We kept some at home, don't worry. Then Zhong Tian sighed, it's such a waste of those mushrooms I grew at the camp, and those chickens and ducks too. Otherwise, I could have stewed one for you every day. In the rush to escape, no one had time to grab anything. Especially the supplies they stored in the shared storage room. It felt like such a waste. But this is the apocalypse. Every day is uncertain, everyone is constantly on the move, always preparing for the next step, but all that preparation might be in vain. But should we just do nothing? Sit around and wait to die? The Zhou family had already decided to continue growing vegetables and planting boxes on the cruise ship, and hatching eggs to raise chickens. They all raised chickens and ducks at the camp, but when the volcano erupted and everyone fled, no one knew how much supplies they had taken with them. Jiping and Shui Tao, both young men who had been fighting alone in the apocalypse for years, were much more prudent in their words and actions, no longer the impulsive and naive youths of years past. Therefore, although they were very curious about how the Zhou family acquired such a huge cruise ship, they never asked. Such relatives were more likely to maintain a long-lasting relationship. After inquiring about the injuries for a while, Shui Dong shared some news. Yesterday, 2 Russians actually escaped the explosion and hid in the sea. Zhou Shuan raised an eyebrow upon hearing this. There were survivors? Shui Dong gave a cold laugh, a smile with an indescribable meaning. Yes. I heard they had diving equipment and dived to the bottom of the sea, escaping the disaster. The warships later pulled them up when they were cleaning up the battlefield. To survive, the 2 Russians revealed that there was a small island in the nearby waters, and people lived on it. Qi Mingyu looked over, his gaze sharp. What happened next? What are our plans? Shui Dong shook his head. I only heard that the 2 Russians have been taken in for questioning, but I don't know the specifics. Zhou Shuan seemed thoughtful. Mu asked with a hint of excitement, then can we just stay on the island? No matter how big the island is, it's better than living on a ship. Qi Mingyu, however, looked grave. Seeing everyone looking at him, he whispered, the Russians have warships and weapons, but they've been adrift at sea, which means their military strength is no match for the island's armed forces. They thought living on the island would be nice, but it seemed like a tough nut to crack. Besides, they didn't even know which country they were from. I keep an eye out and find out more, Shui Dong said in a low voice. I send you any news as soon as possible. Okay. Thank you, Dong Dong, Zhou Shuan said happily. Having prior information allows them to gain an advantage in future territorial divisions and resource allocation. Although Shui Dong doesn't have as many connections as Ji Peng on the warship, he has been working in the planting area and knows quite a few people. In the evening, after Shui Tao had dinner, he took Chun Chun to the cruise ship. When the Zhou family saw him come in person, they hurriedly asked Shui Tao what to do. Shui Dong said, my brother has eaten and doesn't need me for the time being, so he kept urging me to come and see you. The Zhou family felt a mix of gratitude and bittersweet emotions. Shui Tao felt indebted to the Zhou family, because Zhou Shuan had provided so many precious injections for Chun Chun's treatment. Chapter 509. Zhou Shuan stood on the deck of the cruise ship, gazing at the distant sea, her thoughts rising and falling with the waves. The news she had just received from Shui Dong left her deeply troubled. She hadn't expected that the Ryatians were still around, and even occupied a small island. What did Dong Dong say? Qi Mingyu approached from behind. He had been with Grandma Peng and hadn't joined Zhou Shuan's conversation until after Shui Dong left and the family had eaten. Zhou Shuan gave a cold laugh. Dong Dong found out. He said the Russians have confessed, saying that the Ryatians occupied that island several years ago. Qi Mingyu raised an eyebrow, his gaze cold. It was them. Riyadh is an island nation, and it's true that they suffer during floods. But for them to drift at sea for so many years, and find such an island is truly... He didn't finish his sentence. Zhou Shuan knew what he wanted to say. She felt the same way. During the floods of that year, the entire nation of Riyadh was wiped out by the sea. Their people were scattered, and one group, numbering in the tens of thousands, drifted at sea on warships. However, over the years, they fought with other countries for land, and the sea was constantly turbulent, with frequent typhoons and tsunamis causing countless deaths and injuries. Now, only a few thousand people remain. Later, they discovered this small island and seized it. Tens of thousands were reduced to just a few thousand. The Russians also tried to take it, but they were no match for them. Qi Mingyu narrowed his eyes. If it's a fleet, it seems their armed forces are quite strong. What did the warships say? Zhou Shuan pursed her lips, recalling the hidden excitement in Xue Dong's voice when he told her this news, and smiled faintly. Xue Dong said that the warships are already formulating plans, and they may be going to war against the nameless island. Even if it weren't for the deep-seated hatred between the two countries, the warship wouldn't sit idly by just so that these few thousand people could live on land. Qi Mingyu pondered for a moment, then asked in a low voice, "How big are the islands?" Zhou Shuan recalled Xue Dong's words. The main island is about 7 or 8,000 square meters, and there are several smaller islands around it, each only a few hundred square meters. Qi Mingyu nodded slightly, a thoughtful look flashing in his eyes. It's enough for living, but for farming and animal husbandry, it will probably be very tight. Zhou Shuan smiled wryly. It's still better than living on the ship forever. Besides, I think the civilians on the warship probably don't want to all go to the islands. We had enough living space on land before, but they were afraid of being squeezed out of their positions on the warship, so they didn't dare to disembark. Qi Mingyu was silent for a moment, his gaze deep. Since the warships are making moves, we need to be prepared too. Zhou Shuan nodded. Yes. No matter what others think, her family still wants to live on land. Therefore, they absolutely had to seize this opportunity to see if they could secure a foothold on the island. In fact, she wasn't the only one with this thought. Most of those on the warship who received the news shared the same idea. In their hearts, although the Riyadh's naval forces were powerful, the deep-seated hatred of an entire generation was ingrained in them. In this standoff, they had never considered defeat, nor could they possibly lose. The following days were filled with an unusual tension on the warship. On the deck, hushed conversations could be heard intermittently, all concerning the nameless island. The gunfire from their encounter with the Russians had clearly been detected by the Japanese. So the reconnaissance ships sent out first discovered that the nameless island was heavily guarded, with 2 destroyers patrolling day and night, and heavily armed Japanese on the island on 24-hour alert, making it impossible to get close. Even more unsettling was an incident of an unidentified vessel spying on the warships in the vicinity. The warships had never relaxed their daily vigilance. The surrounding waters were constantly patrolled by naval forces. Therefore, the Navy quickly discovered the other side and opened fire. The vessel escaped, but judging from the figures on board, it was undoubtedly Japanese. This was the other side also probing the warship's strength. In the captain's office, the atmosphere was even more oppressive and suffocating. A huge nautical chart lay on the table, marking the location of the nameless island and the surrounding waters. This chart had just been drawn in the last few days. This area was a newly formed ocean after the destruction of the land, completely unfamiliar to everyone. The chart was drawn, but the situation on that small island remained a complete mystery. They want to wipe us out too. The captain slammed his hand on the table, his deep voice echoing in the room. It seems this is more than just a matter of territory. The officers nodded in agreement. This was a war of survival. We must send someone to the island to scout out their situation, said Vice Captain Xiao, staring at the nautical chart. The Japanese are heavily guarded on the island. Landing and conducting reconnaissance will be extremely difficult. The captain frowned. Does our Navy have anyone capable of undertaking this task? Vice Captain Zhao's gaze swept around the office. Everyone looked troubled. Although the naval personnel received rigorous and standardized training, they primarily operated at sea. Infiltrating enemy territory to gather intelligence was the domain of special forces. While selecting a few top-tier individuals from the Navy wasn't difficult, they lacked experience. Meanwhile, aboard the Zhou family's cruise ship, Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu keenly sensed the unusual atmosphere. They closely monitored the warship's movements, speculating about what would happen next. Just as Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu were discussing how to gather the latest information, they saw a small boat rapidly approaching their cruise ship from the mothership. The person on board was none other than Vice Captain Xiao. Xiao Qi Wan. Vice Captain Zhao's attitude towards Zhou Shuan and the others became even more cordial, addressing them by their first names. After exchanging greetings and a few pleasantries, he cut to the chase amidst the Zhou family's questioning gazes. He turned to Qi Mingyu, his expression serious. Qi, we have a very urgent and difficult mission, and after much thought, only you can complete it. The adjutant standing behind him also had a grave expression. The Zhou family members exchanged bewildered glances. But Chi Mingyu already had a guess. He asked calmly, Vice Captain Xiao, what happened? Vice Captain Xiao paused, then looked at the rest of the Zhou family. Zhou Jianhai, Mu Mu, and Zhong Tian immediately left. Let's go get some hot water. Zhou Shuan, however, stood there motionless, her gaze warily fixed on Vice Captain Xiao. The latter gave a wry smile, somewhat helplessly. Wan, this matter. Chapter 510. Wan, stand here and listen with me. Chi Mingyu interrupted him, his gaze calm. I haven't hidden a single thing from her. Vice Captain Xiao, caught off guard by this display of affection, looked rather speechless. After a pause, he explained, we need someone to infiltrate the nameless island to reconnoiter the Japanese weapon deployment and troop distribution. But we lack experienced personnel in this area. That's why we thought of you, Xiao Qi. You're a special forces soldier, experienced, and the best candidate. He paused, his eyes sincere. I know this mission is dangerous, but it's of utmost importance. Please, Xiao Qi, agree. Zhou Shuan frowned slightly, looking at Chi Mingyu. Chi Mingyu also glanced at her, pondered briefly, and then nodded firmly. Okay, I agree. A resolute glint flashed in his eyes. A phrase all veterans know. If there is war, we will return when summoned. This is not only a military order, but also his responsibility as a soldier. Moreover, the situation was critical. He had to do everything in his power to protect his family and the survivors in this area. Both personally and professionally, he couldn't refuse. However, a hint of guilt lingered in his gaze as he looked at Zhou Shuan. That's great. Vice Captain Xiao explained with relief, patting Chi Mingyu on the shoulder. I knew I hadn't misjudged him. Now that the other party had agreed, the next step was to coordinate the mission details, including personnel allocation, equipment supply, and the operational plan. Chi Mingyu needed to return to the warship immediately with him to deploy as quickly as possible. Chi Mingyu then said, Please give me a few minutes, so I can talk to my family. Deputy Captain Xiao nodded hastily. That's only right. Okay, I wait for you in 5 minutes on the small boat. This mission was indeed very dangerous, and Chi Mingyu really needed to have a serious talk with his family. Chi Mingyu nodded, and after Deputy Captain Xiao turned to leave, he turned to Zhou Shuan, his expression hesitant, seemingly unsure how to begin. Wan, I... Zhou Shuan glanced at him, then gently took his hand. Her eyes held only worry, not blame. Her soft palm stirred a surge of tenderness within Chi Mingyu. He whispered, Wan, don't worry, I will definitely come back alive. I still want to be with you and Grandma for the rest of my life. Zhou Shuan nodded firmly. Okay. I believe you. You're a soldier. This is the promise you made to me. I hope you can keep it. I will. He gripped her soft hand tightly. He spoke with Zhou's parents again, then looked solemnly at Mu Mu. Mu Mu, after I'm gone, you be the family's biggest support. You must protect Mom and Dad, your sister, and Grandma. Mu Mu nodded earnestly. Zhou Jianhai and Zhong Tian exchanged worried glances. But judging from Zhou Shuan and Chi Mingyu's expressions, they knew this was something they had already decided. It's the young people's time now. They're old and won't get involved in much of it, only reminding Chi Mingyu to be careful. Xiao Yu, you go first, but you have to come back at least once. Wan and I will prepare your travel bag. Chi Mingyu shook his head. Since it's a mission, the warship should have unified requirements. There's no need for the family to prepare. That's right. You should also bring some energy bars and chocolate. These things are small and easy to hide on your person, so no one will notice, Zhong Tian said. Chi Mingyu didn't refuse again. He then asked everyone, I tell Grandma that my mission is to train new recruits on the warship. Please don't let it slip. Zhou Jianhai and Zhong Tian both agreed. Yes, it's best not to tell her about this, lest she worry about you. If you say you're training new recruits, she won't suspect anything. Chi Mingyu forced a smile. Grandma Peng hadn't been feeling well lately, and had been lying in the lounge. She would only go up to the deck for a walk around midday. However, the cruise ship was all stairs, and Grandma Peng couldn't go anywhere except where the elevator could reach. The Zhou family was worried that she would be lonely in the lounge, so they would take turns keeping her company. At night, when Chi Mingyu wasn't on night duty, he would sleep in Grandma Peng's bed. When he was on night duty, Zhou Shuan would voluntarily sleep in Grandma Peng's bed. It could be said that the Zhou family took very good care of Grandma Peng. Chi Mingyu was deeply grateful. Although he had long treated Zhou's parents as his own, the Zhou family now held even greater weight in his heart. After exchanging a few more words with Zhou's parents, Chi Mingyu went with Zhou Shuan to visit Grandma Peng. Grandma Peng, as expected, didn't suspect anything. Her cloudy eyes shone with deep pride. My little Yu is amazing. The naval leaders have only known you for a few days, and they already know your abilities. Chi Mingyu held her hand patiently, smiling slightly. Grandma, while I'm away, you must listen to Wan Wan. She's a doctor, you have to listen to everything she says. When to get in for, when to take your medicine, what to eat each day, you can't skip any of it. Grandma Peng blushed slightly upon hearing this, giving him a reproachful glare. I only mentioned the other day that the medicine was too bitter, and you remembered it. You keep reminding me of it. A smile flickered in Chi Mingyu's eyes. Grandma Peng, like a little child, sometimes needed coaxing since she fell ill. A few days ago, she didn't really want to take her medicine, and Chi Mingyu had to hold her hand and persuade her for a long time before she reluctantly drank it. Zhou Shuan couldn't help but smile too. Brother Yu, don't worry, I take care of things at home. Grandma is very diligent about taking her medicine. You don't need to worry too much. That's right, Wan Wan understands me best. Grandma Peng chided him again, affectionately taking Zhou Shuan's hand. Chi Mingyu looked at the two smiling faces before him, feeling a warmth in his heart. This was the meaning behind his acceptance of the mission. For the next 2 days, Chi Mingyu stayed on the warship, carefully selecting team members, each one agile, experienced, and loyal. They studied the topographical map of the nameless island, designed action plans, and repeatedly simulated various contingencies. The warship also provided substantial weaponry and logistical support. Zhou Shuan and her parents quietly prepared food and supplies for Chi Mingyu. Their worry and anxiety were palpable, yet no one spoke of it. 2 days later, the day of the operation finally arrived. That evening, Chi Mingyu returned home, and the family ate together. Zhou Shuan handed him the backpack her family had prepared. Chi Mingyu placed it next to his own backpack. After a brief chat, at dawn, he led his team, boarding a speedboat from the warship, and quietly departed. A light morning mist shrouded everything on the sea. It was Zhou Shuan's turn to be on night duty that day. She had been keeping a close eye on the movements from the warship. When she heard a speedboat departing, she knew it was Chi Mingyu and his team. Chapter 511. Under the cover of night, the sea breeze, carrying a damp, salty smell, lapped against the steel hull of the cruise ship. On deck, Zhou Shuan gripped her binoculars tightly, gazing through the lenses towards the nameless island. That dark sea, shrouded in thick fog, now appeared to her like a monstrous beast devouring everything. Her heart churned with the rise and fall of the waves. For the past few days, she had suppressed her anxieties, feigning calm as she handled household chores, spent time with Grandma Peng, and comforted her parents and Mumu. She knew this was a dangerous mission. The people of Riyadh on the nameless island were no pushovers. They were ruthless and cunning, and held the advantage of terrain. Chi Mingyu was leading a team to infiltrate the island to gather intelligence. The risks involved were unimaginable. But just as Chi Mingyu couldn't refuse Vice Captain Zhao's request, she couldn't stop him. This was Chi Mingyu's duty, his mission. As a veteran, he always shouldered the responsibility of protecting his country and his family. She could only silently pray for his safe return. On the bridge, the lights were bright, and the officers were tensely discussing the battle plan. Vice Captain Shang frequently went to the window, gazing into the distance. His eyes were filled with anxiety and worry. In all their years at sea, apart from 2 attacks on notorious bandits, they had never fought against enemy forces. Therefore, this reconnaissance mission was extremely important. She wondered if Chi Mingyu and his team could complete this mission. Chi Mingyu's squad approached the target silently like ghosts. The team members moved with perfect coordination. Under Chi Mingyu's command, they blended into the night, avoiding the sharp searchlights of the Riyadh patrol ship, like cunning cheetahs searching for prey in the darkness. After landing on the island, Chi Mingyu lowered his voice and gave the team a brief instruction. Proceed as we trained on the warship. Disperse and work in small groups, focusing on reconnaissance of the Japanese troop deployments, weapons, and defensive structures. Remember, concealment is paramount, don't alert them. The operation is limited to 3 hours. After 3 hours, regardless of whether the mission is complete, you must reconvene at the designated location. The team members nodded and quickly dispersed, disappearing into the depths of the island's jungle. Chi Mingyu led his group cautiously through the dense undergrowth. His movements were light and steady, the soft earth beneath his feet, the air filled with a damp scent of soil, and the fragrance of unknown wildflowers. Using the terrain to their advantage, they evaded the scattered patrols, walking a tightrope. Chi Mingyu, experienced as he was, quickly led his team to determine that the main Japanese forces were deployed on the eastern side of the island, where a gun emplacement and several fortifications were located, their weaponry consisting primarily of light and heavy machine guns and mortars. Once the group assembled, the other two squads also explained their assigned areas. The western side of the island is a relatively open area with weak defenses. It's likely their supply depot. Our initial estimate is that the Japanese force numbers around 2,000, mainly infantry, and their defenses are very tight. There are 5 patrols of about 20 men each, surrounding the entire island. However, we calculated the time. It takes them 5 minutes to rotate shifts, so there's a 5-minute interval in between. Chi Mingyu listened carefully to his team's report, quickly forming a defensive map of the island in his mind. He nodded slightly, his tone calm. Very good, the intelligence is mostly complete. The retreat plan remains unchanged. Proceed along the original route. Maintain formation, stay concealed, and take immediate action should any unusual activity be detected. However, just as they were preparing to retreat, an unexpected event occurred. Whoosh! Whoosh! Suddenly, a voice came from behind. Chi Mingyu's heart skipped a beat. They had been discovered. Then, he heard the sound of a bullet being chambered. Take cover! Chi Mingyu shouted sharply. Gunfire erupted, shattering the tranquility of the night. Bullets flew through the bushes, and a fierce firefight ensued. Chi Mingyu lay on his back in the grass, aiming his gun at the enemy. In the darkness, he vaguely saw some Japanese soldiers rapidly gathering in their direction. At the same time, as the gunfire rang out, deafening alarms sounded all around. The sounds of soldiers rapidly assembling from elsewhere could be heard. Chi Mingyu, with his superb marksmanship, accurately killed several enemies, then shouted, "Don't linger. Retreat according to plan. Quickly. Retreat." He then killed several more, covering his team's rapid withdrawal. He made full use of the terrain for cover, constantly changing positions to evade enemy attacks. Flashes of fire flickered in the night sky, like hellfire, illuminating the brutal battlefield. The fierce gunfight lasted for several minutes before they successfully broke through. Quickly. Move. The squad snaked through the grass to their designated location. 2 team members were guarding the small boat. The speedboat had already started moving. As soon as their own team arrived and saw one of their members was injured, they rushed over, helped carry him onto the small boat, and then the boat sped off like an arrow. Just then, a signal flare fired by the Ryatians soared into the sky, bursting into a dazzling flash in the night. Chi Mingyu quickly activated a pre-placed signal flare, sending a support signal to the warship. A blinding red light pierced the night sky. At the same time, deafening cannon fire roared from the distant sea. The warship support fire had arrived. Under the cover of the artillery fire, the small boat successfully returned to the warship. Back on the warship, Chi Mingyu looked at his team members behind him, a relieved smile on his face. He gently patted a team member's shoulder. "You worked hard." The team members nodded, their faces filled with exhaustion, but their eyes shone with the joy of victory. The Japanese warships followed silently behind. The warships had initially been on high alert, but for reasons unknown, the Japanese ultimately ceased their pursuit. The warships breathed a slight sigh of relief. One of their crew members had been shot in the abdomen. He received rapid treatment in a small boat, but remained near shock. Chi Mingyu and the medical team quickly transported him to the warship's makeshift medical station, where a specialist doctor took over his care. Chi Mingyu finally breathed a sigh of relief. When the warship returned to their designated area that night, the captain and vice-captain Shao on the mothership hadn't rested, waiting all night for news. Upon hearing of their return, they quickly welcomed them inside. Chi Mingyu explained the intelligence he had gathered. The captain and vice-captain Shao, combining the collected intelligence, marked the locations of Japanese troop deployments, fortifications, and supply depots on a map, their expression serious, their brows furrowed. Without a moment's delay, a high-level meeting was immediately convened. Chapter 512. The meeting lasted a long time, until the first rays of dawn rose in the east, before the battle plan was finally finalized. The captain clearly issued the order. The fleet will officially launch an attack on the nameless island during the day. While everyone was busy at work, Chi Mingyu participated in a small part of the deployment, ate a few bites of food, and then returned to the cruise ship. It was already past 6 in the morning. Zhou Shuwan had heard the commotion from the warship more than an hour ago, her heart pounding with anxiety. She wondered if Chi Mingyu and the others had returned. She remembered they had left in a small boat, but now she saw a warship returning. Something must have happened. Just as she was lost in thought, she saw a small boat slowly approaching through the morning mist. The figure on the boat became clearer and clearer. It was Chi Mingyu. Zhou Shuwan's tense nerves finally relaxed, and a long-lost smile appeared on her face. Before his family had even woken up, Chi Mingyu recounted the events on the nameless island to Zhou Shuwan in detail, From the sudden appearance of the Japanese warships to their reconnaissance mission, the firefight with the Japanese, and their eventual safe return. Zhou Shuan listened quietly, gripping his hand tightly, her eyes filled with worry and heartache. These Japanese are indeed more difficult to deal with than we imagined. The island's fortifications are far more robust than we anticipated. Qi Mingyu had no goodwill towards the Japanese, his tone a mixture of contempt and fear. They completely degenerated, devoid of any humanity. You have no idea what I saw on that island. Qi Mingyu whispered a few words in Zhou Shuan's ear. The latter's brows furrowed tightly, then a look of unspoken difficulty appeared on her face. Hearing you say that, I can't even eat. These Japanese, they live up to their reputation. Qi Mingyu rubbed her forehead and smiled. All right, the captain has ordered an attack on the Japanese today. He wants me to join the attack, and I already agreed. He looked directly into Zhou Shuan's eyes. Wan, I just came back briefly to quietly visit Grandma, and I'm leaving immediately. Please say hello to Mom, Dad, and Mumu for me. This meant he didn't plan to see them again. As Qi Mingyu spoke, he kept his eyes fixed on her, seemingly worried she might object. Zhou Shuan was genuinely surprised, then smiled helplessly. You really are someone who gets noticed by leaders wherever you go. You're a natural-born worker. Wan, I can't refuse to fight the Japanese. Do you understand? Qi Mingyu held her hand and asked softly. Zhou Shuan nodded. Of course I understand. If it weren't for the fact that our family needed someone to stay here to guard the area, I would also like to join this battle with you. So, brother you go ahead. I take good care of the family and Grandma. Don't worry. So many people in our Yin kingdom have longed for such an opportunity for revenge, but never got it. Now that you have this opportunity, I hope you can do your best. As she spoke, her tone turned serious, but remember, you still have us. So my only request of you is that you come back safely. Remember, we're here for you. Qi Mingyu was deeply moved. He nodded solemnly, and gently embraced her again. That very day, the warships engaged in fierce combat with the Japanese. Cannon fire raged, the sea surged, and the sounds of gunfire, explosions, and screams mingled together. On the Zhou family's cruise ship, they could clearly hear the distant sounds of artillery fire, and everyone's heart was in their throats. Zhong Tiyun held Grandma Peng's hand tightly. I hope this war will end soon. Grandma Peng also knew that war with the Japanese was coming. Having lived through that era, she naturally welcomed it. However, she asked twice, hasn't Xiaoyu returned yet? Zhong Tiyun and Zhou Jianhai exchanged a glance and smiled naturally. Xiaoyu has been staying on the mothership these past few days helping train the new recruits. Because things are so demanding over there, he hasn't had time to come back. Yes, Grandma, he came back last night, but you were asleep, so he just visited you briefly and then left again, Zhou Shuan said with a smile. Grandma Peng's expression turned wistful. I was asleep and didn't know it all. It's all right. Brother Xiaoyu will be back soon. Grandma, you should take good care of yourself. So when Brother Xiaoyu comes back, he'd be very surprised to see you, Zhou Shuan said in a coaxing tone. Grandma Peng couldn't help but laugh. Okay, I take good care of myself. After several days of relentless fighting, the battle ultimately ended in victory for the Yin Kingdom's army. 2 Japanese warships were sunk, and 2,219 men were killed. This was the entirety of the Japanese forces. One of our warships was severely damaged, with over 200 dead or wounded. Meanwhile, one enemy speedboat, seeing it was outmatched, fled into deeper waters with some crew members. Spotted by the warships left behind, they were mercilessly shot down. The speedboat was torn to pieces, and all 9 bodies aboard floated on the surface. The Japanese were cunning. They had sent men to check the bodies, and found 2 that had only suffered minor injuries, deliberately lying face up on the surface, letting blood flow freely to create the illusion of death. The sailors who went into the water showed no mercy, slitting their throats with a single blow. Thus, the battle with the Japanese was completely over. After the war, the issue of settlement on the islands arose. The Zhou family, thanks to Qi Mingyu's merit, received a small island of just over 100 square meters next to the main island. Although small, this island was flat, with soft soil, dotted with a few trees, and only a few hundred meters from the main island, connected by some reefs. The water wasn't too deep, one could even swim across. Of course, this island also had its drawbacks. Being far from the main island meant being outside the military's protection zone, making them the first to face any risks. The people on the warship were actually unwilling to live there. However, because of Qi Mingyu's military achievements, they easily obtained this place. The cruise ship anchored in shallow waters very close to the island. The Zhou family usually traveled to and from the island by speedboat. A small portion of the people on the warship had a deep fear of land. The shadows of the past still lingered in their hearts, so they were unwilling to live on the island. The warship then arranged for some naval personnel to take turns on duty on the ship and on the island. The main focus was on guarding against external dangers. Now, this small island was the only visible land for miles around. Even though it wasn't large, it was a haven in the hearts of countless people. After much discussion, Jiping and Shui Tao finally decided to live on the island. They had been living on the ship for several years, and were utterly fed up with it. Living there for so long had caused rheumatism, rheumatoid arthritis, and other ailments. Chapter 513. Now that Jiping and Shui Tao were both injured, living on the small island would be beneficial for their recovery. However, like the Zhou family, they felt it was essential to live close to the shore so they could easily escape in a small boat should danger arise. The space on the warship was extremely cramped, the air damp, and musty. Once they actually set foot on the island, even the air felt much fresher. There were houses built by the Japanese. The Japanese, lacking resources, used the island's trees and stones to build their own wooden huts. The people from the warship only needed minor modifications to make them habitable. Jiping and his group were assigned the hut closest to the outermost edge. This hut was originally used for guard duty, and was very dilapidated. This hut, originally used by the Japanese for guard duty, was already in a state of disrepair, drafty from all sides. The wooden walls were peeling and crumbling, and the thatched roof was sparse, allowing rainwater to easily seep in. Jiping looked at the simple dwelling and couldn't help but sigh. He had been carried here by Shui Dong and Chi Mingyu. His injuries hadn't fully healed, and in this dilapidated house, he'd probably catch a cold again. Shui Dong helped tidy up the remaining debris, his movements swift and efficient, like an experienced old farmer. Although the house was poor, he was still happy to be back on land after so many years. "This place is indeed quite shabby," Yuxuan said, clearing away the rubble, "but it's much better than on the warship. At least we could get some sun." She glanced at the sunlight outside, a hint of relief in her eyes. The sunlight felt warm and comforting, a sensation long unseen while confined to the ship's cabins. To be honest, while the mothership maintained a military-style management system for civilians, it also had a human touch. Knowing that most civilians slept in the damp cabins on the lower decks, the deck was opened at specific times to allow civilians some fresh air. However, due to the large number of civilians on the mothership, for safety reasons, they were restricted to many areas, with strict rules. Even access to the deck was limited to specific times of day. Once those times were over, it was no longer permitted. Therefore, while living on a warship was safe enough, it also lacked freedom. Otherwise, sailors in the past would often spend 6 months at sea and then rest at home for 6 months, precisely to balance the sense of aimless drifting at sea. Under Shui Tao's direction, Shui Dong carefully inspected the structure of the cabin while repairing the damaged walls. Zhou Shuan and Chi Mingyu also came to help. They busied themselves furnishing the cabin. They laid out the cushions and blankets from the lounge they brought from the cruise ship. Since there were some bunk beds on the cruise ship, they simply moved 2 down. This way, their living quarters on the mothership wouldn't need to be moved. If anything happened, they could just rush to the mothership. The cabin gradually began to feel like home, no longer so desolate. "Finally, we have a decent place to stay," Zhou Shuan sighed, wiping the sweat from her brow. Turning to Jiping, she said, "It's simple here, but much better than on the ship. At least there's sunshine and land. We can even grow our own vegetables later." Jiping forced a smile and weakly nodded, "Yes, we're content just to have a place to stay." For the next few days, everyone, like Jiping and his group, was busy tidying up their accommodations. The Navy had a unified base, but they also helped ordinary people repair houses and make furniture. The island was bustling with activity. The Zhou family, on the other hand, pitched their tents on their assigned island, facing the people on the main island from afar. They could see each other, but couldn't clearly see what the other was doing. This was convenient for the Zhou family, who had secrets to protect. Their tents were pitched in a relatively spacious area. They also placed the planting boxes they brought from the cruise ship around the island, beginning to plan their planting areas. Chi Mingyu and Zhou Jianhai worked together to build a simple irrigation system. The soil on the island was saline alkali, making planting and harvesting difficult. They could only take it one step at a time. Fortunately, they had started a new round of planting on the cruise ship, and now they had moved most of it to the island. By the way, this small island was named Sunrise Island by Grandma Peng. The main island's name, however, was changed from Evening Sun Island to Hope Island on their very first day of arrival. No matter how hopeless the apocalypse may be, people must always hold on to hope to reach the other side of victory. This is the captain's expectation for everyone, and also his expectation for himself. Besides planting, animal husbandry has also been put on the agenda. The Joe family exchanged a batch of chicken and duck eggs from the warship, preparing to hatch them. Although there were fertilized eggs in the space, after so long in the apocalypse, the chickens and ducks now are mutated compared to before. Chickens and ducks hatched on the island are more adaptable and have better immunity. Yuxian, Shuedong, and others also helped collect wild grasses on the island, drying them to use as feed for the chickens and ducks. Although there were some wild grasses on the island, the variety was limited, and the nutrition was not comprehensive enough. They needed more food sources. Even though the chickens and ducks weren't sure what kind of grass they could eat, such mild weather could be fleeting, so they worked diligently to cut and dry the grass, carefully separating and storing the different types to prepare for future breeding. Meanwhile, Vice Captain Xiao surveyed the terrain on the island, carefully observing a flat area on the higher western side. With plenty of sunshine and relatively sheltered from the wind, this land had been used by the Japanese to build wooden houses, a complete waste. He quickly contacted the Navy, arranging for personnel to dismantle the wooden houses, his tone firm and unquestionable. This land is for farming. The Navy, receiving the order, acted with great efficiency. In no time, the few simple wooden houses were dismantled to pieces. Looking at the cleared land, Vice Captain Xiao was filled with anticipation, eager to cultivate a bountiful harvest. However, the biggest problem was the soil. The island soil was infertile and unsuitable for planting. He turned to look at the mothership anchored not far away. There was soil in the planting area, but not enough. But given the circumstances, he had to make do. He ordered the Navy to dig some soil from the mothership for the planting area. Upon learning of this, Zhou Shuan discussed it with Qi Mingyu and approached Vice Captain Xiao, offering to donate half a ton of planting soil previously stored on her cruise ship to the military. Vice Captain Xiao was overjoyed. He had originally planned to transfer soil from the mothership, a time-consuming and labor-intensive undertaking. Planting on the mothership absolutely had to continue. But soil was needed in both locations, and that was now the biggest headache. Zhou Shuan's delivery of half a ton of soil was a godsend. He quickly dispatched a small team to transport the soil to the flat land, preparing to begin preliminary experimental planting. Chapter 514. Not long after settling on the island, the nearby sea was suddenly shrouded in thick fog. This fog was like solidified milk, thick and viscous. With visibility less than a meter, it even seemed as if you could wring water out of it. Even ships dared not venture out to sea. The Zhou family increased their vigilance. Xiangyang Island was already isolated, and now, shrouded in fog, it seemed even more cut off from the world. Except for Grandma Pang, the Zhou family members began taking turns on watch, vigilant for any possible danger. The thick fog severely impacted people's lives. Besides difficulty breathing, even washing and drying clothes became problems. The warship sent a speedboat to explore the surrounding area, discovering that the fog covered an extremely wide area, and no one could explain its origin. "This fog is strange," Zhou Shuan said, standing on the edge of the island, her brow furrowed as she gazed into the distance through the thick fog. She whispered to Qi Mingyu beside her, "The fog is too thick, we can't even see the warship's signal lights." Qi Mingyu nodded, his eyes grave. The warship sent people to investigate, and they said the fog covers an extremely wide area. Even the most experienced sailors dare not move rashly. Just then, the roar of a speedboat came from afar, and a small boat could be vaguely seen breaking through the fog, slowly approaching the shore. The captain on the small boat had a grim face and a furrowed brow. Clearly, the investigation results were not optimistic. The visibility in the fog was too low. If it weren't for the captain's experience and intuition in bringing the small boat back safely, they might have been lost in the sea fog. The medical experts on the warship tested the fog and found that it contained an unknown microorganism. If inhaled, it could cause discomfort. The warship hurriedly ordered people to prepare masks. But so much time had passed since the apocalypse, and nobody had any masks left. The warship didn't have many stockpiled either, so the captain appealed to everyone to make as many masks as possible to filter out the virus. By the time Zhou Shuan heard the news, 2 days had passed, and her bad premonition had come true. Her heart sank, and many unpleasant thoughts flooded her mind. She actually had quite a few masks in her storage space, but she had already used half a ton of planting soil. If she were to take out a large quantity of masks, it would inevitably arouse suspicion. After thinking for a moment, She took out 2 boxes of distressed N95 masks and decided to exchange them for some supplies from the warship. The most important thing was to provide more protection for the soldiers on board. The warship was naturally overjoyed. The warship's mask reserves were already limited, and with the 2 boxes Zhou Shuan provided, there were only a few thousand masks left, enough for everyone on the island to use once. But most importantly, these were all disposable masks. Once they were used up, they were gone. Therefore, the warship didn't distribute the masks to the lower ranks, but instead gave them to the medics. The captain quickly issued a notice urging everyone to make their own masks to filter out the virus from the air as much as possible. The people on the island sprang into action, making makeshift masks from various materials such as cloth, wood chips, and dried grass. Although the military doctor warned that such protection had limited effectiveness, it was the only option for the time being. The specific dangers of the virus were still unclear, and everyone could only proceed cautiously, taking it one step at a time. After finishing their tasks, Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu decided to visit Jiping's house. The two found their way to Jiping's house and entered. They found Jiping lying on a simple bed, his face somewhat pale, while Yuxuan was busy tidying up the house. The wooden cabin consisted of 2 small rooms. Jiping and his group stayed in this one. Xue Tao, Xue Dong, and Chun Chun stayed in the next room. "How's your wound healing?" Zhou Shuan asked with concern. Jiping smiled. "It's almost healed. So many foggy days, and you come again. Please, have a seat." Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu carried a package and placed it directly on the floor after entering Jiping's house. After visiting Jiping, they went next door to see Xue Tao. Xue Tao's leg injury was almost completely healed, but in this foggy weather, the frail Chun Chun was coughing and wheezing. Xue Dong had already taken him to see the army doctor during the day. The army doctor didn't have a better solution, so he could only prescribe some medicine and advise Chun Chun to minimize his exposure to the fog. However, this fog is everywhere, so how can it be avoided? Now, both the warships and the people living on the islands are sealing their windows with layers of cloth, plastic, and wooden boards to minimize the fog's entry. This only has a limited effect. Air is difficult to completely block. Zhou Shuan took Chun Chun's pulse and frowned slightly. Chun Chun's health is much better than before, but this fog is really affecting him. Does the warship have a filtration system? Cousin Tao, I think you must take Chun Chun to the ship's respiratory department so that all the air he breathes is filtered. That might prevent such a severe reaction. Chun Chun's cough was quite severe and seemed uncontrollable. Xue Tao pursed his lips. "Okay. I take Chun Chun there immediately." Zhou Shuan stopped him. "After we leave, go check on some of the things we brought, and then go." Xue Tao was preoccupied with worrying about Chun Chun's illness and hadn't paid much attention to Zhou Shuan's words. After she and Qi Mingyu left, they were stunned to find that she had left them a thick stack of N95 masks. They hadn't expected Zhou Shuan to give them so many masks. Jiping was silent for a moment, then said softly, "We can't afford to exchange these masks now. We can only return them slowly later." These were the most important things for Chun Chun right now. Xue Tao silently gripped the mask in his hand and slowly let out a sigh of relief. A few days later, the sea fog still hadn't dissipated, and the people on the island began to show various symptoms. At first, it was just mild discomfort such as coughing and asthma. Many thought it was just a common cold. But as time went on, the situation worsened. Dr. Wei's brow furrowed more and more as he examined the patients. He discovered something unusual in the patients' blood samples, a large number of tiny insects. He reported the situation to Vice Captain Shang, who immediately convened an emergency meeting with all the military doctors and experts. The atmosphere in the conference room was heavy, thick with tension and anxiety. Dr. Wei projected the image from under the microscope onto the large screen, and everyone gasped. The image showed countless worms wriggling in the blood, a horrifying sight. "These worms, are they a mutated virus?" one expert asked hesitantly, his voice filled with terror. Dr. Wei nodded. "Preliminary assessment, yes. These viruses are less active in the fog, but once they enter the bloodstream, they multiply rapidly and feed on the blood." "So these worms suck human blood?" another expert asked incredulously, his voice trembling. Dr. Wei nodded heavily. "Yes, and based on our observations, people infected with this virus will have 2 drastically different outcomes." Chapter 515. He paused, his tone growing even lower. "One type is people with antibodies in their bodies. Their immune systems will quickly eliminate the virus. The other type is people without antibodies. The virus will continue to multiply, eventually draining all the blood from their bodies, causing death and turning them into mummies. This news exploded like a bomb in everyone's hearts. The captain's face turned ashen. He quickly ordered a news blackout, large-scale blood sample testing internally, and strengthened epidemic prevention measures on the island. Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu, on Hope Island, also noticed some unusual symptoms appearing among the residents. They immediately thought of the virus in the sea fog, and were extremely anxious. The warship was desperately short of doctors. Zhong Tiyun and Grandma Pang at home were already showing mild cough symptoms. Zhou Shuan ultimately decided to join the warship's medical team to obtain information about the virus as soon as possible so that she could take appropriate action. The medical department, of course, welcomed her joining. Especially Dr. Wei Jun, whom she knew well, and who was the leader of the team working on conquering the sea fog virus, specifically requested that Zhou Shuan participate in their research. Zhou Shuan, of course, was more than happy to accept. Traditional Chinese medicine practitioners were scarce on the warship, and Zhou Shuan could fill the gap perfectly. Zhou Shuan stood in front of the warship's medical bay door, took a deep breath, and glanced at the busy military doctors inside. The air was filled with the smell of disinfectant, mixed with an indescribable anxiety. She straightened her white coat and stepped inside. "Dr. Zhou, you arrived." A nurse, who recognized her, immediately greeted her, handing her an updated list of infected patients. Another batch of patients just arrived, all with similar symptoms: cough, fever, and some are already showing signs of difficulty breathing. Zhou Shuan took the list, glanced at it quickly, and frowned slightly. Have the blood test results come back? Yes, all of their infected patients have abnormal microorganisms in their bodies. The nurse's tone was somewhat uneasy. Dr. Wei just came to check on them, and he said, the situation is very serious. Zhou Shuan nodded, said nothing more, and quickly walked to the microscope. Dr. Wei was bending over to observe something. Seeing her approach, he straightened up, his face grave. "Wanwan, you're here right away. Take a look at this." She leaned close to the microscope and, through the eyepiece, saw a chilling scene. Countless worms were wriggling in the blood, like countless tiny snakes devouring blood cells. Her heart raced, but her expression remained calm. "These worms are the specific manifestations of the virus?" she asked softly. Zhou Shuan, standing on the high point of the island, kept her eyes fixed on the microscope. Dr. Wei nodded, his tone grave. "That's right. We discovered that this virus has lower activity in fog, but once it enters the human body, it multiplies rapidly and feeds on the blood until it's drained." Zhou Shuan's gaze was fixed on the image under the microscope, her fingers twitching slightly as she adjusted the focus. In the blood sample in the image, tiny worms were wriggling incessantly, seemingly greedily sucking nutrients from the blood. She changed to another specimen. She sat in front of the microscope, examining specimens all night long. By late at night, she was so exhausted that she almost fell asleep. In her half-asleep state, a possibility suddenly occurred to her. The insects' behavior seemed unusual, especially their reactions to different blood types. She looked up, her gaze shifting to Dr. Wei, who had also spent the night conducting research. Her tone was calm yet tinged with urgency. "Dr. Wei, you see, these viruses seem to react differently to different blood types. Especially patients with type O blood, their symptoms are noticeably milder, and the viral activity is relatively slower." Upon hearing this, Dr. Wei immediately leaned closer to the microscope, examining the samples carefully for a moment, his gaze gradually becoming focused. He looked up, his expression serious. "Indeed, those infected with type O blood have milder symptoms. This may be due to the virus's different sensitivities to blood types." He lightly tapped the microscope tube with his finger. "We must quickly conduct in-depth research on different blood types to find the virus's fatal weakness." Dr. Wei quickly assembled a medical team, and they began to divide the work. Several military doctors were responsible for collecting blood samples from infected patients with different blood types, while Zhou Shuan was responsible for analyzing the viral behavior in these samples. The atmosphere in the laboratory was tense and busy, everyone was engrossed in their work, the air thick with the smell of disinfectant and the soft hum of the equipment. Several hours passed. Another researcher, surnamed Wu, 37 or 38 years old, was the youngest researcher there. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. He quickly jotted down some data and turned to Dr. Wei, saying, "Dr. Wei, these viruses don't just feed on blood, they also release a special toxin that can paralyze the nervous system, causing the immune system to collapse." Upon hearing this, Dr. Wei's expression became even more serious. He immediately took the data from Dr. Wu and carefully reviewed it. He frowned, muttering softly, "No wonder the infected lose consciousness so quickly, even suffering respiratory failure. This toxin is more deadly than the virus itself. But the prerequisite was finding a drug to stop the virus. Zhou Shuwan tilted her head, thinking for a moment, then suddenly asked, "Have you studied the plants on the island?" Dr. Wei was startled, then his eyes lit up. The entire medical team had been working tirelessly for over half a month before finally discovering a unique plant on the island, whose extract could inhibit the toxin's activity. At this time, Zhong Tiyun and Grandma Peng's cough symptoms had become quite severe. Fortunately, Zhou Shuwan had previously transferred them to the respiratory department on the warship, where there was a special air filter to reduce their intake of fog. Meanwhile, Mumu also started coughing. Zhou Shuwan then analyzed blood samples from the entire family. The results showed that Grandma Peng, Qi Mingyu, Zhou Shuwan, and Zhou Jianhai all had antibodies, but Zhong Tiyun and Mumu did not. But for some reason, Grandma Peng also started coughing. Zhou Shuwan thought about it, and figured it was because Grandma Peng's body was too weak. Even though she had antibodies, she was still susceptible to the virus. When Mumu also developed a cough, Zhou Shuwan took him to the respiratory department. To avoid gossip, she donated a box of N95 masks to the warship. In this critical moment, the importance of a box of N95 masks was self-evident. Therefore, the Zhou family was given priority for treatment on the warship. After the special plant on the island was discovered, the toxins extracted showed a significant decrease in activity upon contact with the plant extract. However, the current extraction volume was still small and needed to be increased further. Even so, it meant that the fog had developed an antidote. Zhou Shuwan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 516. The plant found on the island, which is incompatible with the fog, is called the life-suspending vine. It was discovered so quickly because when the Navy searched the island for plants, they found that only where this plant grew were the surrounding fog concentrations very low. Further analysis of the fog revealed very low microbial activity. Dr. Wei then assigned a small team to extract the plant, convert it into a liquid, and inject it into the patient's bloodstream, the fastest method. The medical department extracted the juice of the life-suspending vine and tested it on several critically ill patients. They found it effectively inhibited the activity of microorganisms in the fog, but it also had significant side effects on the human body. The toxicity of the life-suspending vine lies in its ability to weaken the human immune system. Small amounts of the extract have little effect, but excessive intake can completely collapse the immune system, potentially leading to consequences worse than those caused by the viruses in the fog. Zhou Shuwan frowned deeply. Her grandmother's condition was not good and could not be delayed any longer. She took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down, and asked Dr. Wei, "So what do we do now? We already used the extract. How effective is it?" "We're giving the patients 4 fluids. The juice of the Hypericum perforatum does kill the worms in the blood, but very slowly," Dr. Wei said, his voice tinged with exhaustion. "And the patient's suffering hasn't lessened much. The worms had been feeding on the patient's blood, causing them extreme malnutrition. They were all pale and emaciated, practically skin and bones. So their bodies were already extremely weak, but the medicinal properties of the Hypericum perforatum were also extremely potent. The clash between the two caused immense suffering for the patients." Zhou Shuwan immediately pictured Zhong Tiyun and Grandma Peng in her mind. Their complexions had indeed been deteriorating recently, especially Grandma Peng, who had nearly fainted several times. She couldn't wait any longer. As soon as the extract of the life-sustaining vine became available, she exchanged it for valuable supplies, and gave it to Zhong Tiyun, Grandma Peng, and Mumu. In just 1 month, all 3 of them had rapidly aged. Grandma Peng, in particular, was extremely weak and had fallen into a coma several times. The medical department had to rush to her aid to save her. Only after using the life-sustaining vine did Grandma Peng's complexion improve. The Zhou family was initially very happy, believing this to be a sign of Grandma Peng's recovery. However, after Dr. Wei examined her, he hesitated to speak. He didn't dare tell the truth directly. Instead, he called Zhou Shuwan outside the ward and tried to be as tactful as possible, saying, "Wanwan, you need to prepare your family. Your grandmother's body is too weak. Even if she has antibodies, she can't withstand the virus. The extract from the life-sustaining vine has indeed improved her complexion, making her look like she's recovering, but this is only temporary. Her life has come to an end." Zhou Shuwan's throat tightened, as if something was blocking her, preventing her from speaking. After a long while, she seemed to remember something and murmured then, "What about my mother and Mumu? They don't have antibodies, but the life-sustaining vine extract has been quite effective for them. At least the worms haven't continued to multiply," Dr. Wei said very gently, his gaze fixed on her. "However, their condition still needs close monitoring, as the toxicity of the life-sustaining vine cannot be ignored. Zhou Shuan nodded unconsciously, barely hearing what Dr. Wei said afterward. Dr. Zhou? Dr. Zhou? Wanwan, did you hear what I said? Dr. Wei raised his voice. Zhou Shuan finally snapped out of her daze. Dr. Wei, I'm afraid Grandma's condition. Is there really no hope? She asked softly, her voice trembling slightly. Dr. Wei was silent for a moment, a hint of helplessness in his eyes. Her immune system has been completely destroyed by the virus. The extract from the life-sustaining vine can only temporarily alleviate her symptoms, but it cannot stop her life from ending. You need to be prepared. Zhou Shuan's heart sank. Her gaze turned to the window, looking at the mist-shrouded Xianyang Island, a look of bewilderment flashing in her eyes. They had been together for over 9 years. Was it really impossible to keep Grandma alive any longer? Dr. Wei, having witnessed countless deaths, understood her feelings. He sighed softly and patted her shoulder. Let the old lady eat what she likes one last time, fulfill her wish. There's nothing more we can do. He turned and left. Zhou Shuan stood there, taking a deep breath, trying to calm her turmoil. At this moment, Grandma Peng's medical report came out. Zhou Shuan carefully reviewed it, and found that it was indeed as Dr. Wei had said. The report stated that although Grandma Peng had a small amount of antibodies, her body was too weak, giving the virus more opportunities to take hold, draining her blood and destroying her health. Therefore, the extract from the Simploko Sutra was effective, but it only improved Grandma Peng's complexion slightly. It couldn't stop her life from ending. Seeing that Grandma Peng's condition had improved, Qi Mingyu went back to the cruise ship to retrieve some daily necessities. She didn't even know how to tell Qi Mingyu the news. When Qi Mingyu returned from the cruise ship, a hint of relief crossed his face. Clearly, he was unaware that Grandma Peng's condition was irreversible. Zhou Shuan had been waiting for him, and seeing this, her heart ached. She had also lost her parents in her past life. She knew the excruciating pain of learning of a loved one's death and being powerless to change it. But she had to tell him the truth. Even after thinking for a long time, she couldn't come up with a good way to alleviate Qi Mingyu's pain while also telling him the truth about Grandma Peng's condition. Brother Yu, she called softly, her voice trembling slightly. Qi Mingyu looked up, immediately sensing something was wrong. His smile froze. Wanwan, what's wrong? Zhou Shuan walked up to him, handing him the medical report, and said softly, take a look first. Qi Mingyu took the report, glanced at it, and his face instantly turned pale. His hands trembled slightly, as his gaze swept back and forth across the report, as if searching for a glimmer of hope. But ultimately, his eyes dimmed. He looked up at Zhou Shuan, his voice hoarse. Grandma's illness. Is there really no hope? Zhou Shuan nodded, a tear welling in her eyes. The extract from the life-sustaining vine can only temporarily alleviate her symptoms, but it can't cure her completely. We need to prepare ourselves. Qi Mingyu was silent for a moment, his hands clenching into fists, his knuckles turning white from the force. His gaze fell on the mist outside the window, his eyes revealing pain and struggle. He took a deep breath, his voice low and firm. I understand. He stood up, picked up the report, and walked straight outside. Chapter 517. Zhou Shuan stood there, watching his departing figure, a sharp pain shooting through her heart. She knew Qi Mingyu needed time to process this devastating news. She dared not disturb him, only watching him from afar, silently praying he could pull through. Qi Mingyu, wearing a mask, came outside the hospital and sat on a rock, the sea breeze gently turning the pages of the report in his hand. The fog was thick, and the report paper quickly became damp. His gaze was fixed on the distant sea, his eyes empty and lost. He knew that his grandmother's greatest regret was that he hadn't reconciled with her only son, Qi Zhenmin, before the earthquake struck. From his perspective, he had countless reasons to sever ties with Qi Zhenmin and disregard his life or death. Therefore, before the earthquake, he resolutely refused to help, because the other's life or death was insignificant to him. However, from Grandma Peng's perspective, no matter what, he was her only son and her most beloved grandson. The two had never reconciled in their lives, and she probably could never truly let go of that resentment. Qi Mingyu was a man of unwavering will, he had never regretted his decision. But at this moment, his heart felt as if it were being torn apart, the pain unbearable. He thought, even if it was just to appease Grandma, what was wrong with temporarily pretending to reconcile with Qi Zhenmin? He could create a facade of harmony for Grandma, and then he could find countless ways to keep Qi Zhenmin far away from them, preventing him from disturbing their lives. But because he cared about Grandma and couldn't bring himself to be ruthless, he chose to ignore the matter. Why should he disregard Grandma's feelings for his own sake? When he learned of the impending apocalypse, he decided to leave the army, and the reason was simple: Grandma. He had to protect his grandmother, so she could survive safely in the apocalypse. Later, Wanwan joined his protection, and because of her, Zhou's parents and Mumu joined the family. But now, the mistake was irreparable. The massive earthquake claimed too many lives, including the selfish Qi Zhenmin family. He had considered several plans to force Du Qin to confess her wrongdoings, to expose her true colors to Qi Zhenmin. But now, with death extinguished, he had completely let go of those thoughts. After a long time, until the fog had soaked his clothes, he finally stood up, a resolute look in his eyes. He went to the mothership's medical station. By this time, the rest of the Zhou family knew about the incident, and were struggling to accept it. Seeing Qi Mingyu enter, they all looked at him, their expressions hesitant. After so many years together, they had become like family. They were all heartbroken to see Grandma Pang go, but they also knew that among them, the most heartbroken and unable to accept it was Qi Mingyu. Qi Mingyu, however, seemed to have composed himself. He looked at everyone, his voice low and calm. "You all know about Grandma's condition. I hope you won't tell her the truth, and that you can let her spend her final days happily, without regrets." Zhong Tiyun's eyes reddened involuntarily. Zhou Jianhai silently opened his mouth, wanting to say something comforting, but felt that anything he said would be too empty, too pale and powerless, so he kept quiet. Before, when Mumu was still little, the adults were busy going out to find supplies, and it was Grandma Pang who looked after him at home. So Mumu and Grandma Pang had a very good relationship. He had already secretly cried for a while, and now he couldn't hold back any longer. His face was covered in tears as he walked up to Qi Mingyu, calling out in a hoarse voice, "Brother-in-law." Qi Mingyu gently patted his shoulder. His own eyes also reddened. Zhou Shuwan went over and tightly grasped his hand. Her eyes were also filled with tears, her gaze filled with sorrow and pity. "Please do as I say." Qi Mingyu felt a pang of sadness at their reaction, but he still earnestly pleaded. Everyone was silent for a moment, then finally nodded, indicating they would do as Qi Mingyu said. Qi Mingyu tried to calm himself down and turned to walk towards Grandma Pang's ward. She was too weak and needed separate care. She wasn't in the same ward as Zhong Tiyun and Mumu. Zhou Shuan stood aside, watching Qi Mingyu's retreating figure, her heart filled with complex emotions. She knew Qi Mingyu had made the most difficult decision, and all she could do was continue her research on the extract of Smilax China, hoping to improve the drug so that patients like Grandma Pang, who were physically weak, could receive better treatment. In the days that followed, Zhou Shuan practically lived in the lab, only visiting Grandma Pang twice a day, morning and evening. The lab equipment whirred incessantly, the air thick with the smell of disinfectant. She worked at her desk, her brow furrowed, the Smilax China extract in the test tube in her hand gleaming faintly green under the light. Her gaze was focused and resolute, as if all her hopes were pinned on that small test tube. Half a month later, the improved formula was finally completed. Zhou Shuan rubbed her bloodshot eyes, a dull ache in her heart. This was her limit. She had done everything she could. Meanwhile, in Grandma Pang's hospital room, Qi Mingyu was gently reminiscing with her about his childhood. Grandma Pang lay weakly in bed, her breathing shallow, but a peaceful smile graced her face, as if she were lost in fond memories. "Grandma, do you remember when you took me to pick wild fruit in the mountains when I was little? Those wild strawberries on the mountain were both sour and sweet." Qi Mingyu's voice was gentle and deep. Grandma Pang smiled and said, "I remember. Our house wasn't near the mountains, and transportation wasn't convenient back then. When we finally managed to get a ride to the mountains, you were so happy. It was like New Year's. You were so energetic when you were little, and Grandma would often follow behind you, calling your name. Back then, she still had the strength to follow her eldest grandson, carefully watching over him and loving him. But now, even though no one says anything, Grandma Pang can still feel her health slowly deteriorating, and her energy waning day by day. She knows in her heart that the days she can chat with her eldest grandson like this are numbered. Therefore, she cherishes these moments dearly." Qi Mingyu's voice suddenly became strained, and he said softly, "Later, when I went to the army, I often thought of the times we went to the mountains together when we were little. Grandma, when you get better, let's go again, okay?" "Okay. But this time Grandma won't be able to walk, and can only watch you go." Qi Mingyu smiled and held her aged hand, which now had many bruises and needle marks from the numerous 4 drips. "Grandma, your grandson is so big now. If you can't walk, I carry you. Although there's no mainland now, there's a small mountain on this island, and we can go up and walk around." "Okay." Grandma Pang's answer was crisp, though her voice was weak. Chapter 518. Chi Mingyu held Grandma Pang's hand tightly. Grandma Pang's fingers twitched slightly, as if trying to squeeze back, but she had no strength left. Zhou Shuwan stood to the side, watching the nurse adjust the syringe dosage and carefully inject the improved extract of Simplocos bergeriana into Grandma Pang's body. The effects of the drug on the elderly were not yet fully confirmed, but she had no choice but to take the gamble. Zhou Shuwan's gaze fell on Grandma Pang's face. That once vibrant face was now much thinner, and her skin appeared pale and loose. Grandma Pang seemed to sense something, turning her head slightly to look at Zhou Shuwan, a faint smile playing on her lips. "Wan, you always been such a sensible child. Grandma is very relieved about you." Zhou Shuwan's eyes reddened slightly. She lowered her head, quickly tidying up the medical equipment in her hands, and softly replied, "Grandma, please don't talk anymore, just rest." A few hours later, Grandma Pang's breathing gradually stabilized, and a peaceful expression appeared on her face, as if her physical pain had been temporarily relieved. Zhou Shuwan breathed a sigh of relief, but she knew it was only temporary. The next day, Grandma Pang's health miraculously improved, and she was in good spirits. But having learned from the first experience, the Zhou family, including Chi Mingyu, dared not have too high expectations. Grandma Pang was even able to sit up and told Chi Mingyu that she wanted to visit the mountain Chi Mingyu had climbed as a child. Chi Mingyu then realized that Grandma Pang was somewhat delirious. Dr. Wei examined her, sighed, and told everyone that this was a final burst of energy before death. Chi Mingyu then signed a consent form, and had the nurse remove all the tubes connected to Grandma Pang. He went to the bedside and carefully helped Grandma Pang sit up. Zhou Shuwan helped her put on her coat. Grandma Pang was so thin she was practically skin and bones. The thick coat hung loosely on her, looking exceptionally large. Chi Mingyu's hand touched her back, feeling the coldness of her bones seeping through the thin fabric. "Grandma, let me carry you," he said, bending down, his voice low and gentle. Grandma Pang didn't refuse, gently leaning against Chi Mingyu's back, her hands limply resting on his shoulders. Chi Mingyu carried her, his movements gentle, afraid of hurting her. Zhou Shuwan stayed by their side, carefully escorting them off the warship. She smiled and chatted with Grandma Pang, but inside, something felt like it was suffocating her. She knew that as the tubes were removed, Grandma Pang's life would rapidly ebb away. Although she was a doctor, she couldn't stop this passing. The mountain on the island wasn't high, it was more like a small hill. The air was thick with fog. This fog quickly soaked their clothes, even coating their face shields with a thick layer of water droplets. Chi Mingyu silently felt the fog on his nose. Who could have imagined that his grandmother, who had survived floods, extreme heat, tsunamis, acid rain, extreme cold, earthquakes, and volcanic eruptions, would now be killed by this mysterious fog? Where was the way out of this apocalypse? Would they all eventually succumb to this, reaching a point where they could no longer hold on and collapsed? A numb, dull pain pierced Chi Mingyu's heart. But he didn't stop, his steps firm yet slow as he climbed the mountain. Grandma Pang, perched on his back, scanned the surrounding scenery. Despite the mist, she seemed to see the mountain Chi Mingyu used to frequent as a child. A smile played on her lips. "Little you," she said, "the scenery here is so beautiful. It's exactly the same mountain we used to climb as kids. Look, those are blooming bauhinia flowers, and those are soapberries. You loved playing with bubbles with these soapberries when you were little." Chi Mingyu paused slightly, looking around. Besides the mist, there was nothing else to see. But he still smiled and said cheerfully, "Grandma, let's pick some soapberries to take home for washing clothes." "Okay." Grandma Pang's voice was weak, but filled with satisfaction. "Little you, do you remember when you were little? You always loved sweets back then. Because I said wild fruits weren't clean enough, every time we picked some in the mountains, you would secretly hide them, afraid I'd find out." Chi Mingyu's eyes reddened, and something seemed to choke him. His voice was hoarse. "I remember, I always caused you trouble back then." Grandma Pang gently patted his shoulder, her voice tinged with amusement. "You weren't causing trouble at all. You're my most beloved grandson. Later, when you went to the army, Grandma thought about you every day, wondering if you were doing well there. After you were discharged, Grandma could finally rest easy." Chi Mingyu's tears finally streamed down his face, and he choked out in a low voice, "Grandma, I'll always be with you from now on." Grandma Pang didn't speak again, but simply leaned gently against Chi Mingyu's back, gazing into the distance, as if reminiscing about the past. She stayed on the mountain for over an hour, Chi Mingyu listening silently to her whispers, occasionally responding, his eyes already red-rimmed. Zhou Shuwan stood at the foot of the mountain, looking at the mist rising above, her heart filled with mixed emotions. She didn't disturb their reminiscing about the past, simply standing there quietly, waiting. Upon reaching the summit, Chi Mingyu carefully placed Grandma Peng under a tree. Grandma Peng sat on a large rock, her mind seemingly clearing suddenly, asking incoherently, Xiao Yu, wasn't there no land? Weren't we at sea? Where is this? Chi Mingyu gripped her hand tightly, smiling, Grandma, you were delirious from your illness. We later found land, and everyone has settled on land, and is living here. This land, like our former Yin kingdom, is beautiful and fertile, and can support so many of our people. The apocalypse, it's over? Grandma Peng's voice trembled slightly. Chi Mingyu paused, then nodded firmly, yes, Grandma, it's all over now. People live in peace and prosperity, very happy and stable, without any disasters. That's good, that's good. Grandma Peng nodded, her cloudy eyes looking around as if she truly saw a peaceful and prosperous world. Then Grandma is relieved. You and Wanwan can have a child, so you won't be all alone. Chi Mingyu was stunned, staring blankly at Grandma Peng. He hadn't expected his grandmother to have guessed even this, and remained silent. Grandma, he suddenly choked up. Grandma Peng smiled kindly, touching his handsome face, just like when he was a child, her palm light and gentle. Grandma already knew why you didn't want children. Look at Chun Chun from Shui Tao's family, the child suffers too much. So Grandma never mentioned it again. Chi Mingyu couldn't hold back any longer, lowering his head, and gently resting his chin on Grandma Peng's chin. Grandma, I'm sorry. Chapter 519. Grandma Peng patted him kindly, silly child, you and Wanwan thought things through so well, why should Grandma blame you? After saying this, she seemed very tired, her breathing became weak, and her voice was almost inaudible. Xiao Yu, Grandma is tired. Let's go home. Okay, Grandma, let's go home. Chi Mingyu carried Grandma Peng slowly down the hill, his steps heavy, yet still steady. Zhou Shuwan had been waiting at the foot of the hill. Seeing the blurry figure, she rushed forward, gently supporting Grandma Peng's back, afraid she would slip. Grandma Peng's body felt weightless. Zhou Shuwan's fingers touched her spine, feeling the searing bones. She pursed her lips, a hint of sadness flashing in her eyes. Grandma Peng seemed to sense someone behind her, slightly opening her eyes. Her cloudy gaze swept over Zhou Shuwan's face. Her lips moved as if she wanted to say something, but she lacked the strength to utter a sound. Zhou Shuwan quickly spoke, her voice low and hoarse, Grandma, we're going home. They silently escorted Grandma Peng back to her ward. The nurses were already prepared, quickly settling Grandma Peng on the bed, and adjusting the ventilator settings. Grandma Peng's breathing was weak but steady, as if she were simply asleep. 2 hours later, Grandma Peng suddenly became more lucid than ever before. Chi Mingyu, Zhou Shuwan, and everyone from the Zhou family were there. Ji Ping and Shui Tao had also heard the news, and rushed over, waiting together. She slightly turned her head, her gaze sweeping over everyone in the ward, finally landing on Chi Mingyu's face. Her fingers twitched, as if trying to grasp something. Chi Mingyu immediately grasped her hand, his voice low and deep, Grandma, I'm here. Grandma Peng looked at him gently and kindly, her voice weak yet clear and strong. Little you, Grandma has never blamed you or your father. Grandma understands everything between you. Chi Mingyu's eyes instantly reddened, his throat felt constricted, and he couldn't speak. He gripped Grandma Peng's hand tightly, holding it firmly. I'm sorry, Grandma. No need to apologize. Grandma knows everything. Before, you were only nice to Jimin's family because of me. Grandma wronged you. Grandma is sorry. No, Grandma, I never blamed you, never. Chi Mingyu said in a hoarse voice. Then don't blame yourself either, you know? Your father, and the others have their own paths to walk. From the moment you joined the army, your father-son relationship ended. Chi Mingyu was completely speechless, only nodding repeatedly. A tear slid down his cheek, but no one saw it. Grandma Peng's gaze shifted to Zhou Shuwan, her voice weak yet firm. Wanwan, Grandma is entrusting Xiao Yu to you. You two must help each other, trust each other, and walk together through this apocalypse. Tears welled up instantly in Zhou Shuwan's eyes. She nodded vigorously, her voice choked with emotion. Grandma, don't worry, I will definitely take good care of brother Xiao Yu, and won't let him be lonely. We two will definitely be alright. You're a good child, Grandma believes in you. A peaceful smile appeared on Grandma Peng's face. Her gaze then turned to Zhou Jianghai and Zhong Tiyun, her voice gentle. Dahai, Tiyun, thank you for treating Xiao Yu like your own son, giving him the family affection he's always longed for. I hope you will continue to do so in the future. Xiaoyu has no other family, only you. Qi Mingyu's eyes were bloodshot, and his body trembled slightly. Even now, at this point, Grandma was still most worried about him. Zhou Jianghai's eyes reddened, and his voice was low. Grandma Peng, don't worry, we long considered Xiaoyu as family. Zhong Tiyun's eyes also welled up with tears, and she said softly, Grandma Peng, don't worry, Xiaoyu and Wanwan are both our children. Mu Mu stood to the side, his face already streaked with tears. He walked to Grandma Peng's bedside, his voice hoarse. Grandma, I take good care of my brother-in-law and sister, don't worry. Grandma Peng nodded, good. Good. Her gaze finally fell on the window of the ward, where a ray of sunlight pierced through the thick fog, illuminating her face, making her appear exceptionally peaceful. She whispered, Grandma will pray for you in heaven, wishing you peace and happiness. Her voice gradually weakened, her eyes slowly closed, and her breathing gradually ceased. The ward was silent, save for the beeping of the medical equipment. Zhou Shuan's tears fell silently. Qi Mingyu gripped Grandma Peng's hand tightly, his eyes red-rimmed, as if he could hold her back. Zhong Tiyun and Mu Mu were also weeping uncontrollably, while Zhou Jianhai turned away, silently wiping his tears. Qi Ping and the others stood by, their faces etched with grief. A few days later, Qi Mingyu and the Zhou family cremated Grandma Peng and buried her on Hope Island. Qi Mingyu deliberately chose a sunny spot, the tombstone inscribed with loving grandmother, eternal glory. He had carved the inscription himself. These past few days, he had remained silent, rarely speaking or sleeping. The Zhou family was very understanding of him, and no one blamed him. Zhou Shuan silently stayed by his side. When Qi Mingyu wanted to keep vigil for Grandma Peng, she stayed with him. When Qi Mingyu wanted to carve the words on the tombstone himself, she prepared the tools and helped him. Perhaps it was this silent companionship and care that warmed his heart. After a few days, Qi Mingyu's deep-seated, unspoken grief slowly began to subside. In just a few days, he lost a lot of weight, his jawline became more pronounced, and his eyes sharpened. On the day of the funeral, the Zhou family, along with the families of Jiping and Shuetao, quietly came to say goodbye, the atmosphere solemn and somber. Zhou Shuan stood before the grave, silently scattering the dried flowers she had brought. The fresh flowers were too eye-catching, so she searched her spatial storage and found some dried flowers. Grandma, don't worry, we will take good care of Xiaoyu, and we will take good care of ourselves, Zhou Shuan whispered. Qi Mingyu stood beside her, his gaze fixed on the tombstone, a mixture of determination and sorrow in his eyes. He reached out and gently grasped Zhou Shuan's hand, as if drawing strength from her. The others followed suit, offering bouquets of dried flowers and compressed biscuits to Grandma Peng. After everyone left, Zhou Shuan sat silently with Qi Mingyu at the grave for a long time. Qi Mingyu murmured, actually, Wanwan, I thought about it. We don't know when the apocalypse will end. Right now it's poisonous fog, and who knows what will come after. It's not necessarily a bad thing that Grandma left so peacefully. Yes, Grandma was very strong. She was the oldest survivor on the island. Brother you took such good care of her. You fulfilled your responsibility as a grandson. Chapter 520. Qi Mingyu sighed, tightening his grip on her hand. Let's go back. We visit Grandma more often later. Zhou Shuan nodded, and the two left the cemetery side by side. They walked along the winding path. Darkness fell, a gentle sea breeze brought a chill, and the fog still lingered, obscuring everything beyond a meter. It had been like this for the past 3 months. Zhou Shuan had grown accustomed to it. The sea breeze made her instinctively pull her coat tighter. Cold? Qi Mingyu turned and carefully buttoned her coat. His palms were cold, but they carried a reassuring strength. Wanwan. Qi Mingyu suddenly called her name softly, his eyes lowered, looking intently at her, his thin face sharp and angular. Zhou Shuan looked up at him. You always be with me, won't you? His voice was hoarse and heavy. He was a child abandoned by his parents. How could Zhou Shuan not understand his longing for family? Her eyes welled up with tears, and she forced a smile. Silly boy, what silly question are you asking? We're family. How could family abandon each other? Qi Mingyu then hugged her tightly. His grip was strong, his hands holding her waist so tightly they almost embedded themselves into his body. For a moment, Zhou Shuan almost couldn't breathe. Just as she was about to ask him to be gentler, she suddenly felt a cool sensation on her neck. Her struggles faltered, and she hurriedly looked up, wanting to see more clearly. But he wouldn't let her look up, only holding her tightly, whispering Wanwan, just this once. Just this once. Zhou Shuan understood immediately, he didn't want her to see him cry. Since his grandmother's death, he had always been very restrained. This was the first time he had lost his composure, so vulnerable. She obediently let him hold her, then wrapped her arms around his waist, her voice gentle. Okay. I always be with you. When she first met Chi Mingyu, she thought he was her salvation. But she never imagined that she was also his salvation. In this cannibalistic apocalypse, the two of them supported each other through thick and thin, growing old together. The night on Xiangyang Island was gentle, the sea breeze rustling the leaves. The Zhou family treated Chi Mingyu with politeness and caution. Chi Mingyu observed this but said nothing. The next morning, while Chi Mingyu was checking supplies on the cruise ship, Zhou Shuwan quietly found Zhong Tiyun and Zhou Jianhai. Mom, Dad, Zhou Shuwan said earnestly, I know you both care about Xiaoyu, but being too polite to him will only make him feel worse. Just treat him like family, like you always do. Zhong Tiyun paused, then smiled bitterly. That's right, you're right. Your dad and I didn't know what to do, but we forgot that this would only make Xiaoyu feel like we're outsiders. She then called out to Zhou Jianhai, Dahai, you need to be careful too. I noticed you haven't dared to say a word to Xiaoyu these past few days, being as gentle and soft-spoken as a woman. Zhou Jianhai coughed loudly, glanced at the mother and daughter, and walked out with his hands behind his back. Zhou Shuwan and her mother secretly smiled. Looking tenderly at Zhou Shuwan, her eyes were full of heartache and understanding. Wan, don't worry, Mom knows what to do. She was always thoughtful and insightful, and her understanding of human relationships far surpassed Zhou Shuwan's. Zhou Jianhai nodded, a hint of apology on his rugged face. It was my oversight. I'd be more careful next time. Sure enough, when Chi Mingyu returned to the island, Zhong Tiyun's attitude towards him was much more natural. She called him loudly to eat. Xiaoyu, come and eat. Today it's your favorite noodles. Her tone was relaxed and natural, completely devoid of her previous restraint and caution. She also nagged him to keep warm when going out, not to catch a cold. Just like your father, you never remember to put on extra layers when you go out. Chi Mingyu ate, while listening obediently to Zhong Tiyun's nagging, a faint smile unconsciously playing on his lips. After the meal, Zhong Tiyun and Mumu returned to the hospital. These past few days, they had been busy with Grandma Pang's funeral arrangements, so the doctor agreed to let them be discharged temporarily. The improved deity vine liquid was much gentler on the body, and after using it, their bodies had almost fully recovered. Today, they were going back to the hospital for a follow-up examination, and Zhou Shuwan drove them there. Several months later, the antibody research made a breakthrough. By combining serum from people with antibodies with extracts of the Himanoki lanceolata, a type of vine, the medical team finally succeeded in developing an antibody. Just 3 injections were needed to achieve immunity against the fog. By this time, the fog had shrouded the island for half a year, resulting in the loss of 1/5 of its population, leaving only about 4,000 people. However, the island's inhabitants became more resilient and undeterred by difficulties. Under the captain's orders, they planted Himanoki lanceolata extensively, and the fog gradually lessened. Although the fog at sea remained thick, life on the island had largely returned to normal. The Zhou family's cruise ship and the military's warships also planted large quantities of Himanoki lanceolata. When going out fishing, people would place several Himanoki lanceolata plants on their boats to mitigate the effects of the fog. They had lived on the island for over half a year. Thanks to the half-ton of planting soil Zhou Shuwan had given them, they managed to grow a crop of soybeans and a crop of potatoes, though not enough for major crops. The warship carefully stored them, intending to use them as seeds the following year. However, when it came time to plant the third crop, an unprecedented hurricane struck the island, triggering a tsunami. Many of the island's wooden houses were swept away by the hurricane, along with some small boats used for communication between the island and the warship. The third crop was completely overturned, the planting soil scattered everywhere, exposing the barren rocky surface. In the emergency, everyone boarded the mothership. Zhou Shuwan and her group did the same. In this situation, the cruise ship was less safe than the mothership, which had the heaviest draft. But the mothership, too, was tossed about by the combined effects of the tsunami and the hurricane, drifting aimlessly on the sea. On the deck, broken cables and scattered supplies silently testified to the devastation of the hurricane and tsunami. Zhou Shuwan and her family were all hiding at Jiping's place. She held onto her mother with one hand and gripped the nearby cabinet tightly with the other, her eyes showing no panic, but rather a calm and resolute expression. Beside her, Zhou Jianhai and Mu Mu were firmly protecting her and Zhong Tiyun. Xuetao and Yu Xian were also struggling to hold on to things to keep themselves from being thrown around. Chi Mingyu, Under these circumstances, groped his way back to the 4th basement level. He had just gone upstairs to check the situation. Brother Yu, Zhou Shuwen's voice was carried away by the huge tsunami outside, so she had to raise her voice. What's the situation on the warship? Chapter 521. Qi Mingyu shook his head and slowly walked over. Vice Captain Shan said that although this tsunami isn't as large as the one a few years ago, it has lasted longer, and its direction is unpredictable. The mothership's propulsion system is damaged, and for now, we can only drift with the current. Zhou Shuwen's heart sank. The propulsion system is damaged. They can only leave it to fate. The others were also somewhat anxious. They boarded the warship in a hurry, and didn't have time to pack some things. These supplies could be abandoned. But now the sea is so deep. If they drift with the current, will they still be able to find that small island by the time the hurricane ends? If the mothership is damaged in other places, how will the more than 4,000 people save themselves? Perhaps another huge wave crashed in, and the mothership rocked violently. Zhou Shuwen stumbled and almost fell, but fortunately Qi Mingyu caught her in time. Zhong Tiyun was also firmly supported by Zhou Jianhai. The other survivors cried out in alarm, their cries for help and shouts rising and falling amidst the howling wind. Seawater rushed in through the broken windows above, sweeping some people to the ground. Someone yelled, "Seawater's in! Seawater's in! We're going to drown!" Panic ensued. Qi Mingyu pursed her lips, glanced around, and was about to stand up when Captain Chen's calm voice blared from the mothership's loudspeakers. "Everyone be careful. Hold on tight to anything stable, be careful. All Navy personnel listen up. If a window on any floor is broken, immediately take personnel to repair it. We must not allow any further damage." Her voice, amplified through the loudspeakers, resonated throughout the entire mothership. The chaotic situation was immediately brought under control. Having found their leader, the survivors stopped shouting and remained quiet. The sailors on each floor rushed to the windows to repair them. The bottom 4 floors were where most of the survivors lived. Qi Mingyu whispered to Zhou Shuwen, "You stay here and watch over Mom and Dad. I'm going over there." Zhou Shuwen knew he couldn't just stand there watching, so she nodded. "Okay, be careful." Qi Mingyu patted her head, told Zhou's parents again, and then went out to gather planks, furniture, plastic sheeting, etc., from the ship to send to the sailors, saving time so they could repair the broken windows as quickly as possible. After several twists and turns, the mothership finally managed to stabilize itself in the storm. The massive hull struggled forward in the surging waves, like a giant beast struggling in a storm. Once the wind and waves subsided slightly, Zhou Shuwen breathed a sigh of relief and quickly checked on her family. Thankfully, apart from some shock and abrasions, they were all unharmed. This is a devastating loss. Zhou Jianhai sighed softly. Everything on the island is ruined. As he boarded the warship, he saw that the island was almost entirely submerged in seawater. It had once been their hard-earned hope, now a scene of utter devastation. What would happen to the island's future food supply? Zhou Shuwen pursed her lips. "Dad, there's always a way out. Let's take it one step at a time. Let's get through this difficult time first." Zhou Jianhai nodded. Yes, they were still adrift at sea. If they couldn't find their way back, they would lose even that small island. They drifted at sea for over half a month, finally finding respite after the hurricane subsided, and the roar of the tsunami died down. Fortunately, the warship had ample supplies, enough to sustain them for the time being. A few days ago, Captain Chen first ordered the survivors to finish the food they had brought, before systematically distributing compressed biscuits and smoked dried fish. Each person received a very small portion, enough to fill their stomachs, but not enough to satisfy hunger. Thankfully, the seawater purification technology was advanced, and the freshwater supply was plentiful, so there was no need to worry about water shortages. The Zhou family, like the other survivors, ate compressed biscuits and smoked dried fish daily. However, Zhou Shuwen secretly gave her parents, Qi Mingyu, and Mumu some steamed buns, chocolate, and eggs to supplement their nutrition. These foods didn't have much flavor, and they were eaten on the way back while using the restroom, so no one would notice. The salted duck eggs had been pickled in the fjord earlier and wouldn't arouse suspicion. She also shared them with Jiping and the others. Jiping and the others initially declined, but eventually couldn't resist Zhou Shuwen's kindness and shared some of their own smoked fish and pickled seaweed with the Zhou family. The Zhou family did not refuse. Once the hurricane had completely subsided, the warship entered unfamiliar waters. Captain Chen, relying on his experience, roughly estimated their location. They had deviated from the island and were roughly south of it. He picked up his binoculars and carefully observed the surrounding environment. He then ordered several speedboats and 2 helicopters to set off for a comprehensive search to confirm their location and whether there were any other islands, ships, or signs of human activity in the vicinity. The deafening roar of the helicopter rotors echoed across the silent sea, while the speedboats sped across the water, stirring up layers of waves. Just then, everyone suddenly realized that the fog that had plagued them for most of the year had vanished without a trace due to the hurricane. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Did this mean they had survived another ordeal? The reconnaissance plane quickly relayed a message that invigorated everyone. Dozens of nautical miles from their location lay a cluster of islands. 5 or 6 small islands were scattered about, the largest of which wasn't very large, only about 10,000 square kilometers. To everyone's delight, there seemed to be signs of habitation on the islands. The survivors on the mothership, upon hearing this news, broke into long-lost smiles. After all, since the massive earthquake, they had rarely seen other humans. Especially considering that these islands might be located within the former South China Sea territory of Yin, and that the inhabitants might be their own people, their emotions ran even higher. Captain Chen stood on the deck, gazing into the distance, his brow slightly furrowed. Although the discovery was exhilarating, he didn't want to take unnecessary risks. As captain, he bore the safety of over 4,000 lives on his shoulders. No decision could be made lightly. He pondered for a moment, then turned to the vice-captain beside him, and whispered, "Send men to scout ahead, but be careful not to reveal our identities." The vice-captain nodded, and immediately gave the order. 2 speedboats were quickly dispatched. The crew disguised themselves as civilians, wearing tattered clothes, their weapons concealed, and even the speedboats were replaced with inflatable boats, making them look no different from ordinary fishermen. The speedboats soon approached the shallow waters of the island. Just as they were preparing to conduct further reconnaissance, several figures suddenly emerged from behind the rocks on the shore, rifles in hand, their sharp eyes pointing at them. The leader shouted sternly in Yin language, "Who are you? This island belongs to someone. No one is allowed to land here. Leave immediately. Otherwise, we will open fire." Chapter 522. The captain on the speedboat was delighted to hear that the other side spoke Yin language. He quickly replied in the same language, "We live on another small island, far from here. We were blown here by a hurricane, and can't go back right now, so we wanted to check on the situation here and get some water. We won't stay long." However, the people on the island didn't lower their guard at all. Instead, they said even more sternly, "Enough nonsense. Outsiders are not welcome here. Leave immediately." With that, they fired a shot into the air, a clear warning. The captain's heart skipped a beat. He immediately realized something was wrong. He carefully observed the guards' movements and expressions, noticing a fierce glint in their eyes. Although their movements were somewhat disciplined, they weren't the style of a regular military unit. Just then, a Navy officer on the speedboat, nicknamed Eagle because his eyesight was sharper than the others. He whispered in the captain's ear, "Captain, there are people bound by ropes working on the island." The captain followed his gaze. He wasn't as familiar with the situation as his teammate, but he vaguely noticed several figures in the center of the island, in a wooded area, their hands bound by ropes, being driven to work by several men wielding whips. His expression instantly turned serious, and alarm bells rang in his mind. The captain immediately ordered, "Everyone retreat slowly. Everyone be on high alert. If anything seems amiss, abandon ship and jump into the sea." The speedboat slowly turned around and began heading back the way it came. Sure enough, the captain's guess was accurate. As the speedboat departed, the island's guards didn't stop there. Several speedboats quietly followed, and there seemed to be traces of someone stealthily tracking them in the water. The captain's face darkened further. He had realized the other side's intentions. These people weren't ordinary island residents. They must have seen the reconnaissance plane from that morning, knew there were large ships nearby, and planned to follow them, waiting for an opportunity to seize them. "Everyone pay attention. Prepare for any eventuality," the captain ordered in a low voice. "Eagle, you drive. We won't return to the mothership. We take them for a spin on the sea." Eagle immediately agreed, "Yes, sir." He skillfully maneuvered the speedboat, weaving nimbly across the turbulent sea, sometimes making sharp turns, sometimes accelerating, deliberately circling to lure the pursuers behind. The sea breeze howled, waves splashed, and the speedboat left white trails on the surface, appearing particularly exciting and dangerous. Several pursuing speedboats, like enraged sharks, relentlessly pursued. "Captain, they're catching up," Eagle said, glancing back while maneuvering the speedboat, his voice tense. The surrounding seawater pounded against the speedboat, causing it to rock violently, as if it might capsize at any moment. "Don't panic, stick to the plan. Try to shake them off. The captain's face was grim, his sharp eyes fixed on the pursuing speedboats. As he spoke, he quickly reached for his weapon at his waist, preparing for any unforeseen circumstances. Eagle took a deep breath and skillfully maneuvered the speedboat, which darted across the sea like a nimble fish, weaving between the pursuers and the ocean, searching for a chance to escape. "Captain, one of their speedboats seems to have an engine problem. It's slowing down," one of the team members suddenly shouted, a hint of excitement in his voice. The captain's eyes lit up, and he commanded, "All right, seize the opportunity, we counterattack. Aim at the engine." He led the rest of the team, precisely targeting the engine of the slowing speedboat, and pulled the trigger. Bang! 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 Several crisp gunshots echoed across the sea. The bullets accurately struck the enemy's engine. With a violent tremor and plumes of black smoke, the pursuing speedboat's speed plummeted, finally coming to a stop, drifting helplessly on the surface. The enemy had deployed 3 speedboats in total. 2 were hit, and the third, seeing the enemy's formidable firepower, hesitated to advance. As for the pursuers in the sea, the captain glanced at the surface, and led his team to continue their maneuvering advance. None of the speedboats behind them caught up. The underwater swimmers couldn't match the speedboat's speed, and were quickly left behind. They spent 2 hours at sea, ensuring they had completely shaken off their pursuers, before finally returning safely to the mothership. On the mothership, Captain Chen stared coldly into the distance, his face showing no sign of anxiety. Upon seeing the captain and his men return, looking rather disheveled, he immediately narrowed his eyes, and asked in a deep voice, "What's the situation?" The captain shook his head, and briefly reported to Captain Chen on the island's unusual behavior, and the fact that they had been tracked. Upon hearing the report, Captain Chen was both shocked and furious. He immediately said, "These people have likely occupied this place for a long time, becoming pirates. Everyone must be vigilant. Immediately convene all officers to discuss countermeasures." The atmosphere in the meeting room was tense. After listening to everyone's opinions, Captain Chen finally made the decision, take a covert operation. First, send a special forces team to infiltrate the island to conduct reconnaissance, ascertain the specific identities and intentions of the island's residents, and then decide on the next step. As for the leader, he looked at Vice Captain Xiao beside him and asked, "Old Xiao, what do you think?" Vice Captain Xiao understood his thoughts perfectly. Even among the many naval personnel, Qi Mingyu was an exceptionally outstanding individual. However, he lacked ambition, only wanting a wife, children, and a warm bed. The military couldn't forcefully demand his return to the unit. But under special circumstances, it was still possible to hone this valuable skill. Qi Mingyu didn't refuse. He gave Zhou Shuwan, who was looking at him with concern, a reassuring glance, and followed Vice Captain Zhao's adjutant upstairs. Zhong Tian frowned slightly, very worried. "Why are you making Xiaoyu do this kind of thing again? It's too dangerous. He has a family to support now. He's not suitable for this mission." "Why?" Even though Qi Mingyu had already kept a low profile, how could his abilities be buried among others? Zhou Shuwan remained silent, only turning to look out the window, her eyes filled with worry. Qi Mingyu accepted the mission, and then returned to say goodbye to Zhou Shuwan and his family. Zhou Shuwan saw him off onto the deck. "Don't worry, I'll be back safely." The sea breeze ruffled Qi Mingyu's slightly disheveled hair. He looked at Zhou Shuwan's worried eyes, with a hint of barely perceptible tenderness. Zhou Shuwan nodded, forcing a smile. "Little Yu, be careful." "Okay," Qi Mingyu said. "By the way, I already made a request to the 2 captains. This special mission of mine is very dangerous, so I don't want any material rewards. I just hope they can arrange a comfortable place for my family on the mothership." They agreed, and someone will probably take you there today. Chapter 523. These past few days, Zhou Shuwan and the others had been crammed into Jipeng's tent, without beds, of course. Jipeng's group had 2 bunk beds, which they generously gave to Zhou Shuwan and Zhong Tian, but everyone else slept directly on the floor. The 4th basement level was crowded and poorly ventilated, making it very uncomfortable, far inferior to living in tents on the island. Qi Mingyu noticed this and kept it in mind, taking the opportunity to bring it up this time. The warship was trying to win him over, so of course they wouldn't refuse, and arranging a room wouldn't be difficult. Zhou Shuwan was already reluctant to leave, and hearing this made her even more heartbroken. She held his hand tightly, unwilling to let go for a long time. "Wait for me to come back." Qi Mingyu squeezed her hand tightly, then turned and left. He led 10 carefully selected Special Forces members from the mothership, disguised, including Eagle, who had previously conducted reconnaissance, and under the cover of night, quietly approached the main island in a small speedboat. This main island is the largest in area and has the largest population. It also has the most weaponry and patrol personnel. The speedboat cut through the calm sea with a soft plop, trying to avoid making any noise under the cover of night. The team members were all solemn, their movements swift and practiced. The moonlight shimmered on the sea, illuminating their resolute faces. Chi Mingyu silently observed the surroundings from the stern, vigilantly watching for every subtle movement. After grounding the small boat dozens of nautical miles from the island, leaving one person to assist, the others submerged and swam to the main island. After successfully landing, they used their excellent stealth skills to gradually penetrate deeper into the island. Although it was late at night, the labor on the island was far from over. So, before Chi Mingyu and his team could fully explore the island's terrain, they inadvertently stumbled upon a horrifying scene. A group of ragged, emaciated survivors were being driven by a group of ruthless pirates, forced into arduous manual labor. Some toiled in the fields, others busied themselves in the ranch, and still others carried heavy timbers, heading in another direction on the island, seemingly to build something. The whips flashed mercilessly against their emaciated bodies, but the men seemed numb, not even uttering a sound. The team members were filled with rage at this sight, but they had to control their emotions and continue their reconnaissance mission. However, the island was brightly lit, making reconnaissance extremely difficult. To gain a deeper understanding of the pirates' strength and gather more information, Chi Mingyu decided to take a risk. He and several of his men stole some clothes from the dead, disguised themselves as slaves, and infiltrated a group heading to the concentration camp. The concentration camp wasn't a high-walled compound, but a huge, naturally formed cave that the pirates had roughly converted into a place to imprison slaves. The cave was cramped and the air was foul. Hundreds of slaves were crammed together, making it difficult to even turn around or breathe. The air was thick with the stench of sweat and mildew, making everyone nauseous. Chi Mingyu and the others were roughly shoved and pushed into the sea of people, feeling the suffocating pressure of the crowd. "Lie down. Don't move," a gruff voice shouted menacingly from behind. Chi Mingyu glanced back discreetly. A burly pirate captain, wielding a long whip, surveyed the cave with a menacing air. His cold gaze swept over each slave, intimidating them. His face was completely obscured by a thick beard, making his features indistinct, but the fierce aura emanating from him indicated that he was not someone to be trifled with. The others seemed equally terrified of him, trembling and keeping their heads down, afraid of attracting his attention. These slaves were all extremely thin. While Chi Mingyu and his companions were also thin, it was the lean, sturdy build of soldiers, a far cry from the emaciated state of slaves. Fearing suspicion, they remained hunched over, trying their best to avoid drawing attention. That night, they secretly passed signals. 2 men kept watch while the others slept. However, in such an environment, it was difficult to fall asleep. They weren't herded into the cave to sleep until after midnight, and by 5 a.m., someone was already there, whipping them to get to work. Before starting work, each person was given a small piece of something dark and unidentifiable. The others eagerly stuffed the food into their mouths. Chi Mingyu glanced at the food in his hand, then out of the corner of his eye observed the pirates pacing back and forth with their whips, and without batting an eye, took a small bite. It was extremely bitter, with a fishy taste. It was probably made from some kind of sea plant. Chi Mingyu only ate a small bite. He worried that the food wasn't clean, and if his stomach wasn't used to it, it might cause discomfort, making it difficult to complete the subsequent mission. The other team members did the same. They pretended to eat a few bites, then carefully hid the food in their pockets. Many slaves did the same. Mornings were the easiest to endure, as they could go without food, but after a morning of arduous labor, this small dumpling for lunch was simply not enough. They saved it for lunchtime to fill their stomachs. The pirates didn't care. After being driven out of the cave by whips, Chi Mingyu and his team were separated halfway through their journey. Some were sent to farm, some to raise livestock, and some to log, then transport the timber to an open area on the island. Chi Mingyu and Ingzi, probably because they were stronger, were assigned to the timber-carrying group. They carried a felled log together, struggling to walk across the uneven ground. They needed to move it from the grove in front of the island to the back. The ground was uneven and very difficult to traverse. After walking for a while, both felt exhausted, but gritted their teeth and persevered. Not to mention the slaves, who hadn't had a full stomach for days. The overseers brandished their whips, mercilessly lashing the slow-moving ones. The whips struck flesh with a chilling crack, crack. Each echo of that sound felt like a heavy blow to Chi Mingyu's heart. His peripheral vision swept over the people lying on the ground, groaning in pain. An indescribable rage surged within him, and rage he hadn't felt in a long time. His furthest anger before was probably when he discovered the cannibalistic gang. But he had to restrain himself, he had to endure. He closed his eyes, paused, and continued walking. Suddenly, a piercing scream came from behind. It turned out that the last slave, unable to bear the weight any longer, had collapsed to the ground, rolling along with the logs, nearly hitting the overseer beside him. Chapter 524. This enraged the overseer. Without any explanation, he grabbed a whip and began lashing the man lying on the ground. The whipping wasn't enough, he kicked and punched him, cursing viciously as he did so. Eagle gritted his teeth, terrified that looking up would reveal the fury in his eyes, and kept his head tightly shut. He, like Chi Mingyu, knew that rescuing only 1 or 2 people wasn't enough. They needed to gather more intelligence so the warships could completely raze this sinful island. The man had already collapsed from exhaustion. He couldn't withstand such torture. Soon, he coughed up a mouthful of blood, barely breathing. The overseer paid no heed, coldly snorting and pointing at 2 men. "You two, carry him to Dead Man's Island." Dead Man's Island? The name itself was terrifying. The other slaves, clearly aware of the significance of Dead Man's Island, trembled with fear at the sight, their movements becoming even more frantic, lest they become the next victims. They gritted their teeth and continued silently carrying the timber, trudging along the rugged path. Chi Mingyu glanced silently in the direction the 2 men were heading towards Dead Man's Island. Finally, they reached the back of the island. There, in a wide, shallow sea area, 2 large wooden ships under construction lay quietly anchored. Chi Mingyu's eyes narrowed. He finally understood the pirates' purpose in collecting the timber. They were going to build even larger ships. After piling the timber aside, the group returned to continue carrying it. Midway through the journey, another man collapsed, unable to bear the weight. The man fell heavily to the ground with a thud, kicking up a cloud of dust. Chi Mingyu gave Ingzi a look, and the 2 of them silently put down the timber they were carrying and hurried towards the fallen man. The surrounding slaves didn't stop walking, not even glancing in their direction, clearly used to this situation, just numbly moving forward. The 2 reached the man's side, and saw that his face was deathly pale, his body covered in wounds, his chest rising and falling weakly, barely breathing. His body was covered in mud, his clothes tattered, revealing his emaciated frame. Chi Mingyu gently checked his breath, confirming that he had stopped breathing. Ingzi's face turned pale, his Adam's apple bobbing. At this moment, an impatient overseer shouted, "Get him to Dead Man's Island quickly, then hurry back to work. None of them are any good. They haven't been whipped enough." His voice was sharp and piercing, filled with sarcasm and viciousness. He held a long whip in his hand, waving it casually. The whip whistled through the air, startling the surrounding slaves who quickened their pace. Chi Mingyu and Ingzi lowered their heads, and silently lifted the corpse. The sun blazed down on the earth, the air thick with suffocating heat. They carefully carried the body, their steps heavy, heading in the direction the overseer had pointed. Dead Man's Island was on a neighboring island, separated only by some reefs and shallow water, the junction enclosed by an iron fence. This simple defense was enough to prevent the ragged slaves from escaping. Besides the 2 of them, others also carried corpses, or half-dead people toward Dead Man's Island. Chi Mingyu and Ingzi silently followed the group, secretly observing the island's defenses and memorizing the information. The island was surrounded by tall, lush trees, a stark contrast to the north. But this was indeed in the South China Sea. Their exact latitude was unknown. When they came from Hope Island, the temperature was only in the 20s Celsius. Here, it was at least 35 degrees Celsius. After working for a short while, their clothes were quickly soaked with sweat. Following the group into the shade of the trees, the sight before them shocked Chi Mingyu and Ingzi. In the center of the island was a massive mass grave, piled high with corpses, at least several hundred, according to a rough estimate. Overseers and slaves stood at the edge of the pit. After the bodies were thrown in, slaves mechanically used shovels to cover them with a mixture of sand and soil. Buried alive. They were burying these people, most of whom were barely alive. The corpses buried at the top were still twitching slightly, seemingly clinging to a will to live, struggling desperately to escape, but the sand relentlessly pelted them, instantly burying them completely. Chi Mingyu's heart skipped a beat. He had witnessed many brutal scenes, even spending time in the lair of cannibalistic gangs, but the sight before him still filled him with immense shock and anger. Eagle, standing beside him, was deathly pale, his stomach churning, his body swaying, almost vomiting. Chi Mingyu quickly steadied Eagle, whispering, "Hold on, let's get out of here." Without a word, they tossed the bodies into the mass grave and walked away silently. Eagle, suppressing his nausea, followed Chi Mingyu back without uttering a sound. That night, under cover of darkness, they left the island, met up with the prearranged speedboat, and sped towards the mothership. Moonlight shimmered on the sea. The speedboat raced across the water, creating waves. By the time they safely returned to the mothership, it was past midnight. Captain Chen was still awake. Upon hearing his adjutant's report, Captain Chen immediately summoned Chi Mingyu to report. Chi Mingyu had already gathered information on the 18 members, and presented it methodically. Captain Chen frowned, remaining silent for a long time. Vice Captain Xiao also looked grave, remaining silent. Actually, the difficulty now wasn't how to attack the pirates, but how to safely rescue the enslaved survivors. Otherwise, what would the military do if these inhuman pirates used these hostages as scouts, shielding them from the warship's fire with their own bodies? Therefore, rescuing the hostages was crucial, but how? After letting the Special Forces team, who had been working tirelessly for 2 days and nights, rest, Captain Chen and Vice Captain Xiao continued their discussion for a long time. Chi Mingyu returned to his room, covered in sweat, and smelling faintly of decaying corpses. Everyone had been in contact with corpses, and knew what that smell was like. By this time, the Zhou family had already moved to new rooms on the 8th floor of the mothership. Although small, with 2 bunk beds and a narrow passageway only wide enough for 1 person, a few mattresses in the middle made it just enough for 5 people. It was a bit cramped with several people crammed in, but the room was warm and comfortable, bathed in sunlight. They were staying in the original naval dormitories, where the naval personnel had shared bathrooms on this floor. Zhou Shuan looked worried, but didn't ask anything. She simply took out a set of clean clothes and toiletries, and handed them to Chi Mingyu, telling him to go wash up first. Chapter 525. She was very close. A warm, soft scent wafted towards him. Chi Mingyu's gloomy mood, which had lasted all day, finally lifted. He smiled, took a few steps back, and whispered, "Stay away from me. I feel like I smell terrible, so I don't want to bother you." The bathrooms were separate for men and women. Zhou Shuan didn't want to follow him, so she prepared a sumptuous meal in the small room. They were currently living on a warship, and their meals couldn't be too extravagant. Zhou Shuan prepared a large bowl of wontons with cilantro and scallions for Chi Mingyu, along with 2 Rigiamo, Chinese hamburgers, a dish of braised pig's head, and a cold cucumber and vermicelli salad. These dishes weren't very flavorful, but they were enough to fill him up quickly. Zhou's parents, being considerate, had already gone out with Mumu, saying they were going to the open-air area on this floor to enjoy the sea view. Only Zhou Shuan and Chi Mingyu remained in the room. After Chi Mingyu finished washing up, he came in carrying a basket, and saw the sumptuous meal on the small table. A smile appeared on his face. Zhou Shuan observed him discreetly. Even though he acted as if nothing was amiss, she wasn't naive. She had sensed something was off the moment she saw him. While he sat down to eat, she watched him silently. Chi Mingyu asked her, "Would you like some?" Zhou Shuan shook her head. "I already eaten." "You eat?" Chi Mingyu noticed she seemed preoccupied, and not very enthusiastic. He extended his hand, holding hers with one hand, and ate with only his other. After he had finished eating, Zhou Shuan stored the leftovers in her spatial storage. Her spatial storage was now very large. She had specially set aside a small area for trash. Not a single storage box she hoarded in her spatial dimension had gone to waste. Then, taking advantage of Chi Mingyu standing up to drink water, she suddenly reached out and yanked at the back of his shirt. Chi Mingyu jumped, instinctively dodging, spilling half a bottle of water. But he showed no remorse, only grabbing Zhou Shuan's hand, his handsome face showing some embarrassment. Wan. Zhou Shuan had already seen the bruises on his body, several obvious whip marks, some still bleeding, showing the brutal torture he endured on the island. Zhou Shuan's heart tightened, and she silently looked up at him. Her eyes were deep and cold, carrying a silent reproach. When Chi Mingyu was disguised as a slave on the island, being whipped by the pirates, he hadn't been afraid. But seeing her gaze and expression, a strange sense of panic welled up inside him. He quickly grabbed her hand, stammering, "Actually, it doesn't hurt, Wan. To find out what's going on the island, we have to pretend to be slaves to move freely. Getting whipped a few times is normal." Before he could finish, Zhou Shuan buried her face in his chest. The soft, warm scent of her body enveloped him, and Chi Mingyu swallowed the rest of his words. He gently embraced her. Zhou Shuan's muffled voice came, "Let me put some medicine on you." Chi Mingyu nodded, "Okay. I'd be more careful next time." "There's going to be a next time." Zhou Shuan looked up at him, wanting to say something, but in the end, she only sighed softly and said nothing. She and Chi Mingyu were on different sides. Whether in her past life or this one, she was just an ordinary citizen, only concerned with herself and her family. She could show compassion and even offer some help to others when she had the ability. But she couldn't bring herself to give and sacrifice like those martyrs, without expecting anything in return. For Chi Mingyu, a soldier's duty was to protect the people. This was something ingrained in his very being. So, after his discharge, seeing the troops helping to evacuate ordinary people filled him with remorse and guilt. Although he never showed it, Zhou Shuan, having spent so much time with him, could tell. Now that he could use his special forces skills to make up for his guilt, Zhou Shuan didn't want to be too harsh on him. All she could do was silently support and cherish him. Here, let me put some medicine on you. She lowered her eyes and gently applied the medicine. Chi Mingyu felt the slight stinging pain in his back and the gentle touch of his wife. The pain and tenderness intertwined, making him feel both tormented and blissful. The muscles on the back of his hand twitched, then he clenched his fist tightly, silently enduring these two completely different sensations. After the medicine was applied, Zhou Shuan inquired about his experience on the pirate island. Chi Mingyu and his team had witnessed the pirates' brutal acts firsthand, and a lingering anger remained in their hearts. During their infiltration, they discovered that the pirates on the island were not only heavily armed but also controlled many survivors, forcing them into hard labor. The dead and wounded were all buried on one of the deserted islets, and they even buried people alive. Through observation, they deduced that there were approximately over 1,000 pirates and over 3,000 controlled survivors. These slaves farmed, raised livestock, and fished at sea on the island, but all their food had to be handed over to the pirates, and they received only a small portion of rations. There was only one freshwater resource on the island, and the slaves received even less. Anyone injured or sick was dragged to another islet and buried alive by the pirates. This behavior was utterly heinous. Even more pitiful were the women, not only enslaved and forced into labor, but also used as sexual resources to satisfy the pirates' lust. Very few women survived on the pirate island. If Chi Mingyu hadn't heard the cries of pain from several women while hauling timber, he would have almost thought there were no women on the island. A group of pirates had surrounded several pitiful women. He managed to restrain himself from rushing in. Zhou Shuan remained silent for a long time after hearing this. Although she knew that life for ordinary people in areas far from government and military control was like hell, besides the cannibalistic gangs, this pirate island was truly the second most cruel place she had ever seen. She suddenly thought of Jiping's experience, her second uncle and aunt. If they had gone with the convoy to the pirates' den of iniquity, would they have been enslaved in the same way? Jiping and the others had acted decisively. How fortunate they were to have escaped. Early the next morning, Captain Chen convened a high-level meeting. He first shared the intelligence reported by the Special Forces team. After a long pause, he raised his head, his sharp gaze sweeping over the officers present. The situation is worse than we anticipated. These pirates are not only brutal and bloodthirsty, but also cunning and ruthless. The island's defense system is also quite sophisticated. Acting rashly is extremely risky. But we cannot stand idly by. Those imprisoned survivors need our rescue. Vice Captain Xiao, who had also been furious all night, said in a deep voice, "Captain, I suggest we first launch a long-range artillery barrage against the pirates to weaken their strength, and then have the special forces conduct a close-range raid. This will minimize the casualties among the hostages." Chapter 526. Another senior officer nodded in agreement. "Yes, our mothership has powerful firepower and can definitely achieve precision strikes without harming innocent bystanders." However, Captain Chen shook his head. While long-range artillery strikes are effective, they will also give the pirates a warning. They might use the hostages as human shields, which would actually increase the difficulty of the rescue. We must find another way. He looked at Chi Mingyu. "Xiao Yu, you are quite familiar with the island's terrain. Do you have any good suggestions?" Chi Mingyu pondered for a moment and calmly analyzed. The pirate island has complex terrain and a relatively complete defense system. A frontal assault would be too risky. I think we can adopt a feint attack tactic. We can first send a small team to launch a feint attack on the island to attract the pirates' attention, and then the main force can advance from other directions. We launch a surprise attack, coordinate with an internal rescue operation, and work together from both inside and outside to annihilate the enemy in one fell swoop. However, the hostages need to be evacuated beforehand, and this is the most difficult task. Captain Chen nodded. So the biggest challenge is how to ensure the evacuation of all the more than 2,000 imprisoned survivors in a short period of time. Captain Chen pondered for a long time before slowly speaking. This problem is indeed thorny. We split into several small teams. One special forces team will be responsible for a feint attack to create chaos. One team will be responsible for infiltrating the island to guide the survivors to evacuation. The mothership will be responsible for the main firepower attack, and the remaining teams will be responsible for the rear guard. We use multiple methods simultaneously to trap them like turtles in a jar, giving the pirates no chance of escape. He paused, his authoritative gaze sweeping over the surrounding officers. Any pirates captured, kill them all, leave no survivors. This was the apocalypse, a chaotic world where even basic sustenance was a struggle. They didn't even have land to stand on. Captain Chen had no intention of capturing the notorious pirates, nor did he have the space to imprison them, nor the food to feed them. Therefore, the only way to solve the problem once and for all was to kill them. As the captain of the ship, his face was stern when he issued this order, but his heart was heavy. Fortunately, no one present objected. "All right, Xiao Yu, you lead the special forces. The mission is heavy, I hope you can accept it." Qi Mingyu hesitated briefly, then nodded. Captain Chen was pleased. He appointed Major Wei, who had previously contacted the Zhou family, to be in charge of the survivors' escape. He instructed the squad leaders to discuss and coordinate their plans to complete the rescue mission. Major Wei was under 40 years old and had previously met Qi Mingyu and Zhou Shuwan, leaving a deep impression on them. When they discussed the attack strategy privately, he remarked to Qi Mingyu, "So you're a retired Special Forces soldier. No wonder your demeanor seemed familiar the moment I saw you." At the time, he had assumed the other was just a retired ordinary soldier. Qi Mingyu smiled faintly. "That's all in the past." Major Wei didn't elaborate, exchanging a few pleasantries before getting down to business. The two sketched on a map of the pirate island, consulted Captain Chen, and finally finalized their plan around noon. They decided that the mothership would attack from the east side of the island, where the terrain was relatively open and easier to maneuver. Qi Mingyu would lead his squad in from the west side of the island, instigating a conflict and forcing the pirates to retreat eastward. After the mothership opened fire, they could only retreat to the north and south, where the other two squads would then be responsible for encircling and eliminating the pirates. Even the reconnaissance planes on the mothership were to be deployed to suppress the enemy from the air. With everything arranged, they set off at noon. Although poor visibility at night could allow for a more effective surprise attack, there were too many survivors, and they didn't have enough large ships. They could only temporarily leave the survivors out to sea, and after eliminating all the pirates, they would be resettled on the islands. These survivors had been enslaved for a long time, and were physically weak, making escape difficult. Therefore, bright daylight visibility was even more crucial. The afternoon sun shone on the deck, somewhat dazzling. Qi Mingyu stood at the ship's railing, the sea breeze ruffling his hair. He took a deep breath, feeling the salty sea air and the irrepressible fighting spirit within him. "Prepare to depart," he said to his team members behind him, his broad shoulders and slender waist accentuated by his full armor. This team of 50 men was equipped with the full range of weapons and wore bulletproof vests. Adding several other teams, they formed a company of approximately 200 men. They jumped onto their respective speedboats, which shot off like arrows, leaving white trails in their wake as they sped towards the pirate island. Behind them, the mothership slowly set sail. Upon reaching the designated location, Qi Mingyu led the Special Forces team to quickly infiltrate the western side of the island. Like ghosts, they moved silently through the dense jungle, avoiding patrolling pirates, and heading deeper into the island. The island was covered in lush vegetation, making it difficult for sunlight to penetrate. Everywhere there was damp, muddy ground and strangely shaped reefs. The air was thick with a nauseating stench, a mixture of sea breeze, and the smells of trees and earth. According to the plan, they needed to create chaos on the west side of the island to draw the pirates' attention. They had already scouted several fortifications on the island. These fortifications were quite rudimentary, mainly relying on simple wooden fences and sandbags. The Special Forces members silently dispersed, quickly finding the weak points of the fortifications and quietly planting explosives. Qi Mingyu, however, remained still, awaiting a signal from Major Wei. Meanwhile, another small team led by Major Wei had quietly infiltrated the island. They needed to coordinate with Qi Mingyu's team from the inside to guide most of the survivors to the sea, where they would await reinforcements. This was a team of 60 men. Major Wei gestured and whispered, "Divide into 4 groups as planned. Silently eliminate the pirates guarding the survivors. No guns allowed. Try not to make a sound. Then lead the survivors to the back of the island and dive into the sea." The team silently dispersed. Major Wei charged forward first. He moved with the agility of a cheetah, darting through the jungle, quickly dispatching the armed patrolmen at the edge of the forest. A powerful twist of his large hand severed one of their necks, and the man collapsed in an unnatural position. The other team members followed suit, silently approaching their target. As the pirates fell one by one, some survivors noticed something amiss, but simply stared blankly. "Quick, retreat this way." Major Wei, having dealt with a dozen or so pirates in front of him, urged the survivors in a low voice to retreat. But these survivors, ragged and emaciated, with vacant eyes, had long been enslaved by the pirates and had lost the will to resist. They remained motionless, watching numbly. Chapter 527. Time is of the essence. Major Wei frowned slightly, then pointed his gun at them, shouting sharply, "Quick, follow me this way, or I shoot." His threat had an effect. The survivors standing in front, directly with guns pointed at them, flinched. "Go! All of you jog. Don't make a sound," Major Wei hissed. The other team members also raised their pistols, silently pointing them at them. These survivors indeed dared not resist or make a sound, slowly moving towards the beach. The survivors on the island scattered into several groups, and the other teams took their positions, using various methods to lead the survivors to the agreed-upon beach. Suddenly, a pirate patrolling the tower noticed the anomaly below. Startled and enraged, he roared and opened fire on the moving survivors. "Take cover," Major Wei shouted. "Take cover. Crawl forward." The enslaved survivors panicked. Without needing prompting, they placed their hands above their heads and lay prone on the ground, too afraid to move. "Crawl forward. Hurry, or I shoot." The Navy officers in charge of the rear were frantic, resorting to both threats and bribes, finally managing to get them to crawl forward again. Meanwhile, Chi Mingyu was waiting for that gunshot. Whether it was from Major Wei's side or the pirates, it meant the rescue operation had been discovered. He immediately gave the order, "Fire the signal flare." As the red signal flare exploded in the air, the Navy officers lying in ambush at each fortress set fire to their surrounding structures. Then they retreated rapidly. Boom! A series of deafening explosions shattered the island's fortifications, reducing them to rubble. Thick smoke billowed, flames soared, and debris flew everywhere. The massive explosions, like thunderclaps, instantly shattered the island's tranquility and drew the attention of most of the pirates. They no longer cared about the survivors. Someone screamed, "Enemy attack! Enemy attack!" Machine guns were set up on the towers and began firing downwards. Unfortunately, with the deafening roar of the cannons, reconnaissance planes had already rapidly arrived overhead, strafing the towers first. Although the pirates numbered over 1,000, they were no match for a well-equipped regular army, especially this force, aided by the mothership and reconnaissance planes. The mothership also launched an attack on the island, raining down shells on the pirate positions on the east side. Explosions echoed, flames soared, and the entire sea was shrouded in smoke. The deafening roar of cannons churned the waters around the island, sending white waves crashing up. Under the intense barrage, the pirates on the east side suffered heavy casualties. The remaining pirates, losing all will to fight, scattered and fled. The sea was littered with fleeing pirates and floating corpses, a horrific scene. Ultimately, with the overwhelming firepower of the mothership and the coordinated efforts of the special forces, the pirates were utterly routed. The remaining teams then encircled the island from the north and south, cutting off the pirates' escape routes. The pirates scattered in all directions, but were ultimately surrounded, with no way to escape. The battle lasted for several hours, until finally, all the pirates were annihilated. Smoke filled the air, the sea wind howled, and the air reeked of gunpowder. On Pirate Island, the clamor of battle gradually subsided, leaving only intermittent groans, and the sound of waves crashing against the rocks. Although the mothership had tried to avoid major buildings and farmland during its bombardment, yes, Pirate Island had a large area of cassava and rice paddies, it still caused considerable damage. The battle ended past 5 a.m., and the sky was beginning to lighten. Major Wei wiped the water from his face, and shouted to the soldiers beside him. "Quickly, take all the survivors to the main island." The main island was the largest of the islands, flat in terrain, with some simple houses where the pirates themselves lived. These survivors, accustomed to enslavement, had numb eyes, and even after being rescued ashore, most remained silent. Some sat numbly on the ground, staring blankly at the busy navy around them. Others clutched their heads and wept bitterly, their suppressed emotions finally erupting at this moment. Families huddled together, grateful to have survived. The mothership slowly approached the island and anchored. Zhou Shuan, worried about Chi Mingyu, left her parents and Mumu on the warship while she disembarked with the medical team to treat the wounded in the advance force. Thanks to the combined support of the mothership and aerial reconnaissance, only 40 or 50 of the 200-strong advance force were injured. Zhou Shuan searched for Qi Mingyu in the crowd, and finally spotted him in the distance. Qi Mingyu was also unharmed, working with his comrades to clean up the battlefield, remove bodies, and clear away remaining explosives. The two looked at each other from a distance in the crowd. Seeing that they were both safe, they smiled at each other, and then went about their own business. Besides the naval soldiers, some survivors were unfortunately hit by stray bullets, or were already extremely weak and required medical treatment. An emergency first aid area had been set up on the island using tents. Zhou Shuan, wearing a white coat, was squatting there treating a wound on the back of a emaciated survivor. His back was pierced by a wooden spike propelled by the earlier artillery fire. These spikes were used by the slaves for work and were quite sharp. After disinfecting, Zhou Shuan carefully removed the spike from his back. Without anesthesia, the man was in excruciating pain, and several people were desperately holding him down. Then, after stopping the bleeding, stitching, and bandaging, Zhou Shuan skillfully completed a series of procedures and instructed, "Pay attention to postoperative care, don't get it wet, and don't reopen the wound." She then moved on to the next patient. Just then, the man who had been observing her intently from the corner suddenly called out in a hoarse voice, "Wan Wan?" The voice was somewhat unfamiliar, but the tone was strangely familiar. How could she run into an acquaintance here? Zhou Shuan looked up in confusion. It was a thin man with messy, graying hair and a long matted beard. His face was deeply wrinkled, and even his eyes were numb and unfocused. He looked to be in his 40s, perhaps nearing 50. His gaze towards Zhou Shuan was filled with obvious excitement. "Wan Wan, it's you, it really is you." His voice was hoarse, as if it had been rubbed by grit, sounding very unpleasant. Zhou Shuan looked at this man, and felt a strange sense of familiarity, but she couldn't quite place him. Seeing Zhou Shuan's calm expression, the man became even more anxious and hurried towards her. "Wan Wan, it really is you. It's me, it's me." Only then did Zhou Shuan notice that one of his legs had been amputated, and he needed to use a wooden stick to stand up shakily. He thought it was too slow, so he simply crawled directly towards Zhou Shuan. Chapter 528. His hands were large and rough, with deep furrows on the backs. Meeting her eager gaze, Zhou Shuan suddenly recognized him in a flash. "Lin Yuang?" Zhou Shuan was very surprised. Lin Yuang was overjoyed. "It's me. It's Yuang. Wan Wan, it's been so many years." He still tried to climb towards Zhou Shuan. However, soldiers were maintaining order in the emergency area. Every doctor was invaluable to the warship. Even though Zhou Shuan had joined the warship later, she had previously participated in the extraction and treatment of the life-sustaining vine injection in the medical area and had already been fully accepted by the warship. Two soldiers immediately stepped forward, blocking Zhou Shuan's path. "Halt!" Lin Yuang was taken aback. His eyes swept over Zhou Shuan's calm gaze, and the imposing soldiers, his shrewd, calculating eyes darting around before his expression softened quickly. "Wan Wan, I've been looking for you all these years. What happened back then? I deeply regret it. I want to win you back." Seeing Zhou Shuan's impatience, he immediately added, You should treat the wounded first. I won't bother you. We can catch up later, okay?" He rubbed his hands, looking at Zhou Shuan earnestly. Zhou Shuan frowned slightly, lowering her eyes to conceal the emotional turmoil within. When she learned that Lin Yuang had a broken leg and his wound had been submerged in toxic floodwater, she had wondered if he was still alive. But later, too many things happened. Many of her friends and relatives passed away, and she gradually forgot about Lin Yuang. "I never expected that the other person would actually still be alive. Although it's a terrible situation, they are indeed still alive." However, this also aligned with her expectations of revenge after her rebirth, expecting him not to die so quickly, expecting him to suffer terribly in the apocalypse before dying. She glanced down at him, turned and left without a word, only to hear Lin Yoyang's voice behind her. "Wan Wan, do you want to know Zhao Shanshan's whereabouts? She's alive too." Zhou Shuan paused, her hand gripping the tweezers tightening slightly before relaxing. She walked towards the next patient without changing her expression, as if she hadn't heard Lin Yoyang's words. The emergency room was crowded, seriously injured, lightly injured, groaning, crying, all mixed together, the air thick with the stench of blood and sweat, nauseating. Zhou Shuan endured the discomfort and continued treating the patient's wounds. Lin Yuang watched Zhou Shuan's retreating figure, gritted his teeth, turned around, and slowly crawled back to his original position. A disheveled middle-aged man beside him curiously sized him up. Hey, you know that doctor? Lin Yuang puffed out his chest, feigning composure, and said, she's my girlfriend, we lost touch all these years. The man's rough voice rang out, and Zhou Shuwan, who was bandaging a wounded patient, paused. A cold glint flashed in her eyes. Lin Yuang was about to boast when the thin man interrupted him. Girlfriend and girlfriend? Look at her, and then look at you. He rolled his eyes, his tone disdainful. Now you're no different, just like us, looking like this. He touched his chapped lips and sighed. I wonder when we get a decent meal. These people are all from the military. They shouldn't let us go hungry, right? Lin Yuang choked for a moment, then awkwardly shut his mouth. He stole a glance at Zhou Shuwan, seeing her intently treating another patient's wounds, seemingly oblivious to what was happening here, and felt a surge of annoyance. Over there, Dr. Wei and the nurses he knew had witnessed this scene and quietly inquired of Zhou Shuwan, do you know that person? Zhou Shuwan gave a mocking smile, offering no answer. Seeing her attitude, the others knew there must have been some past conflict between them. Furthermore, Lin Yuang's hair was now mostly gray, making him look at least 20 years older than Zhou Shuwan, so none of them considered a romantic relationship. Dr. Wei then told Zhou Shuwan that the man had been rescued from a slave-holding cave. He didn't have many injuries, just a weak constitution, which was why the others had brought him here. Zhou Shuwan seemed thoughtful, then quickly returned to treating the wounded. She was busy until noon, and before she could return home, Qi Mingyu had already come looking for her. He lifted the curtain and strode in with his long, powerful legs. He wore camouflage, a tactical belt cinching his lean waist, and high combat boots splattered with mud. The butt of his rifle cast a straight silhouette against his back. As he raised his hand, the leather gloves rubbed together with a low, husky sound. His large hand, calloused at the fingertips, slipped from his palm, revealing a faint red abrasion on the web of his thumb. He removed the gloves, revealing a pair of large, well-defined hands. Sunlight streamed through the gaps in the tent, casting dappled shadows on his face. He had been too busy to change out of his gear, so he came to check on Zhou Shuwan and call her home for dinner. Dr. Wei and the others greeted him with smiles and jokes. Hey, here to pick up your wife. Qi Mingyu responded with a smile, standing quietly, his expression indifferent, yet a lingering, palpable aura of killing intent emanated from him, impossible to ignore. When he lowered his gaze, his eyelashes cast a sharp shadow on his cheekbone. Zhou Shuwan looked up at the sound of his voice. You're here? I'll be right there. She finished bandaging the last wounded patient, packed her first aid kit, and prepared to leave. Lin Yuang, who had been secretly observing Zhou Shuwan from a corner, saw the extraordinary Qi Mingyu, and a burning jealousy immediately ignited within him. He gripped the wooden stick tightly in his hand, his knuckles turning white. Qi Mingyu, with his keen senses, immediately noticed someone spying on him. His gaze instantly shifted to Lin Yuang, huddled in the corner. His eyes were sharp, his expression like a drawn sword, radiating a powerful sense of oppression. Lin Yuang, who was most afraid of soldiers these days, immediately lowered his head in fear, his body trembling uncontrollably. Qi Mingyu calmly withdrew his gaze, helped Zhou Shuwan with the first aid kit, and then opened the curtain for her. The two walked out one after the other. Only after they were outside did Zhou Shuwan slowly exhale and recount her encounter with Lin Yuang. A gentle sea breeze brought a touch of coolness. In the distance, seagulls circled in the air, crying out. Her tone was nonchalant, but Qi Mingyu had already dredged up that name from the depths of his memory, and his expression immediately sharpened. That ex-boyfriend? Zhou Shuwan nodded, her mood not good. Truly, bad things live on forever. He really isn't dead. Qi Mingyu narrowed his eyes. He knew that Zhou Shuwan and Lin Yuang had some past. When they went south to search for resources, Zhou Shuwan had inquired about his whereabouts. So he knew Lin Yuang was the target of Zhou Shuwan's revenge, but he never expected him to still be alive and well. He calmly comforted Zhou Shuwan for a couple of minutes. Then his gaze fell on the tents in the emergency room. Chapter 529. Several soldiers were carrying stretchers, taking the wounded into the tent. Qi Mingyu withdrew his gaze, and earnestly asked Zhou Shuwan what her plans were. Zhou Shuwan thought for a moment, and then said, It's too hectic right now. I think about it when things are less hectic. Lin Yuang said today that Zhao Shanshan is still alive. I'm quite curious how the two of them have survived until now. As for the revenge plan, killing someone quietly now is too easy. Zhou Shuwan didn't want to rush things. A cold glint flashed in her eyes under the sunlight. Okay. Then we talk about it when you thought it through. Qi Mingyu subtly kept this in mind. Let's go, Mom and Dad must be getting impatient. Let's go back for dinner. He put his arm around Zhou Shuan's shoulder and walked towards the warship moored on the shore. The two of them were usually very close and had never argued. Qi Mingyu was a very good husband, loyal and devoted, loving towards his wife and family, capable and responsible, and would shield his family with his own body in the face of danger. However, aside from holding hands, the two rarely made any intimate gestures in public. When he suddenly made such an intimate, even possessive, gesture, Zhou Shuan, after considering the context, felt that he was still thinking about Lin Yuang. However, she didn't confront him, only nodding. "I'm really hungry after a busy morning. Let's go." Back on the mothership, the family sat around a small table, enjoying a simple lunch. Zhou Shuan didn't mention meeting Lin Yuang, only saying that she had to treat the wounded in the afternoon. Qi Mingyu frowned slightly, but said nothing. Zhong Tian placed a large chicken leg in her bowl, and said with concern, "Then you and Xiao Yu both need to be careful. This island is, after all, a pirate island. We don't know if the pirates have been cleared out yet. Don't worry about Xiao Yu, but you must keep your own weapons with you," Zhou Jianhai said. Zhou Shuan smiled at the two of them, then looked at Mumu. "Mumu, your brother-in-law and I aren't here, so you must protect Mom and Dad." After lunch, Qi Mingyu used the excuse of inspecting the island's security to return to the pirate island ahead of schedule. He found Ingzi, who had also just eaten, and went straight to the point, asking him to find out about Lin Youyang's background. Ingzi hesitated for a moment, then reacted and nodded in agreement. "No problem, brother Yu, I go right away." He knew that Qi Mingyu was always meticulous, and since he specifically asked him to do this, there must be another reason. Qi Mingyu stood there, watching the busy naval soldiers in the distance, lost in thought. He thought the same thing as Zhou Shuan. Having spent time on this island, he was acutely aware of the pirates' cruelty. How could Lin Yuang, an amputee, have survived until now? Therefore, he was certain that Lin Yuang was hiding a secret. He didn't want to act rashly, yet worried that Zhou Shuan might lose her temper after encountering Lin Yuang, so he decided to investigate first. He didn't want Lin Yuang to appear before Zhou Shuan again. With this in mind, he sent 2 special forces soldiers from his squad to escort Lin Yuang to a separate detention location. Lin Yuang was huddled in a corner, silently munching on the compressed biscuits and smoked-dried fish he had just been given. On the island, water resources were always scarce because they needed to cultivate rice. However, the arriving Navy personnel had no shortage of fresh water. Each person was given a bowl of water without any limit. At the entrance to the emergency room, 3 buckets of water were placed for the wounded and medical personnel to use. The bowls were made of wood from their pirate island. The warship had collected the supplies left behind by the pirates, and then distributed a bowl and a pair of chopsticks to each survivor. The purified seawater even tasted slightly sweet. Lin Yuang quickly gulped down his bowl of water, and then dragged himself to get more. A nurse nearby, seeing his pitiful state, ladled him a bowl of water. Many of the medical personnel were women, which was extremely rare on the pirate island. Especially these female medical personnel, each one looked fair-skinned, healthy, and capable. Lin Yuang hastily forced a smile, thinking it was very polite. Thank you, doctor. Thank you, doctor." Just then, the 2 sailors arrived. After asking the officer in charge, they went straight to him. "Lin Yuang, you need to come with us somewhere." A sense of unease immediately rose in Lin Youyang's heart. He thought these 2 were going to kill him, and his face turned deathly pale. He screamed incoherently, "What are you doing? Let me go! I need to see Zhou Shuan." "She sent you, didn't she?" He struggled desperately, but how could he possibly overcome 2 strong sailors? The 2 sailors remained expressionless, ignoring his cries, and bound him like livestock, dragging him to a secluded room. The medical staff glanced at him, then habitually looked away. The warship was known for its strict discipline. If they wanted to arrest Lin Yuang, there must be something wrong with him. The other survivors were too terrified to speak. The man who had spoken to him earlier immediately fell silent, quickly moving his body into the shadows. The room was dimly lit, filled with a musty smell. Lin Yuang, thrown to the ground, was filled with fear and helplessness. His eyes widened in terror as he looked around like a trapped animal. Suddenly, the door was pushed open, and Qi Mingyu walked in. He looked down at Lin Yuang, his gaze icy, as if looking at an ant. Lin Yuang was terrified by his appearance and shouted hoarsely, "Did Zhou Shuan send you to do this? Where is she? She doesn't even dare to show her face when she wants to deal with me. Make her come out. Is she still jealous of me and Zhao Shanshan, so she sent you to deal with me?" Qi Mingyu utterly loathed this kind of scoundrel, especially since he kept mentioning Zhou Shuan, as if he wanted everyone to know that he and Wanwan had once had an intimate relationship. His brow twitched, but he suppressed his anger, coldly warning, "Shut up. Don't let me hear her name from your mouth again." Lin Yuyang was stunned, then a surge of jealousy and resentment welled up inside him. He was indignant. Why could Zhou Shuan live so well, while he had to end up like this? He couldn't help but provoke him. "What do you think she is? She used to be with me, she's—" Qi Mingyu didn't even wait for him to finish his swearing before punching him. Lin Yuyang screamed, half his face swelling up, spitting out blood and 2 teeth. "I said, don't let me hear her name from your mouth again," Qi Mingyu threatened coldly. Lin Yuyang covered his mouth, mumbling, "You're a soldier, you can't lay a hand on innocent civilians. I'm going to report you. You just wait." Chapter 530. After throwing that punch, Qi Mingyu's anger subsided somewhat, replaced by a calm and composed demeanor. Hearing the other's threat, he reached out and slowly adjusted his leather gloves, his gaze icy, as if looking at a dead man. "Is that so?" Lin Yuyang, seeing that he hadn't become angry, assumed he had the upper hand and became even more smug, continuing his threat. "Soldiers have iron discipline. I'm going to report your superior. I make sure you and Zhou Shuan are both in deep trouble." Qi Mingyu interrupted him, saying calmly, "Are you really just an ordinary survivor? How could an amputee survive for so long under the cruel and ruthless pirates?" Lin Yuyang immediately froze, his face turning even paler. A cold smile appeared on Qi Mingyu's lips. "I hope you can withstand the investigation. Hopefully, you can live a good, peaceful life as a victim." Lin Yuyang's body trembled, looking at Qi Mingyu with terror, his eyes filled with fear and despair. It's over, he must have guessed something. It's all over, Qi Mingyu thought, even more certain of his situation. He turned and left, instructing the 2 sailors before he departed, "Keep an eye on him." "Yes, sir." The 2 sailors stood at attention and saluted. Inside the room, only Lin Yuyang and the 2 sailors remained. He slumped to the ground, his eyes darting around. But soon, one of the sailors warned, "You better behave." Lin Yuyang flinched, not daring to utter another word. Lin Yuyang hung his head dejectedly. He knew he was completely finished. Zhou Shuan arrived at the emergency room that afternoon only to find Lin Yuyang missing. After asking the guards, she learned that Qi Mingyu had taken him away. She didn't say anything, but after finishing her work in the emergency room, she asked Dr. Wei, "Dr. Wei, where are the female survivors from the pirate island being housed?" Dr. Wei shook his head and sighed, "I came from there this morning. These women are truly pitiful. Each one of them." He didn't finish, only saying, "They're on the other side of the island, in a specially designated shelter. The women on this island are almost all dead, only these 200 or 300 remain. Once we're done here, we have to go check on them over there. Some are too badly injured and need treatment." Too badly injured? Where were they badly injured? It was self-evident. Zhou Shuan thanked him, and went to the women's shelter alone. The sea breeze, carrying the salty smell, rushed towards her. Zhou Shuan followed the winding path towards the other side of the island. The trees along the roadside were ravaged by artillery fire, broken branches scattered everywhere, silently telling the story of last night's cruelty. The resettlement site was located behind a patch of low bushes. Several simple tents were pitched on the open ground, surrounded by canvas, barely forming a closed space. Outside the tents, several female soldiers were distributing food and water. These usually efficient women moved gently, their eyes filled with pity for the women. Anyone who saw their pitiful plight would feel compassion. From inside the tents came suppressed sobs, like needles piercing Zhou Shuan's heart. Zhou Shuan paused for a moment before stepping into the tent. She had tried her best not to think about the unspoken meaning of Dr. Wei's words, but seeing these women, his words echoed in her ears again and again. The tent was dimly lit, the air foul, and filled with the smells of sweat and medicine. More than 300 women huddled on makeshift canvas beds, most of them ragged, disheveled, with vacant eyes and numb expressions. Some had bandages wrapped around their bodies, the bloodstains dried and dark red. Some lay there with their legs spread wide, draped in loose clothing, their eyes vacant and unresponsive to any movement. But these were the least of their problems. Most importantly, these women were not only thin and numb, but without exception, their faces were scarred, as if they had been haphazardly slashed with a knife. Some scars were deep, so deep that the skin on either side of the incision was rolled back. Others were shallower, but still looked like long, thin worms crawling on the face. Most of the scars on their faces were very old, so old that they now just looked like old wounds, no longer showing the pain and despair they once bore. Zhou Shuan suddenly felt an urge to vomit. The pain and despair emanating from this tent, the cruelty and perversion of those pirates. She restrained herself, looked around, and finally found Zhao Shanshan among the unkempt women, whose femininity was barely recognizable. Her small body was thin, almost skin and bones. Her beautiful hair had been haphazardly cut off, leaving only a jagged buzz cut. Several scars marred her cheeks, one eye looked like it had been gouged out, the other eye intact. The other person sat there, her hands trembling slightly uncontrollably. If she hadn't asked the guard, she wouldn't have recognized her as Zhao Shanshan at all. The woman in her memory who used to fawn over her overlapped with the person before her, filling Zhou Shuan with a complex mix of emotions. Seeing Lin Yuan again evoked disgust, disdain, and a faint contempt. But seeing Zhao Shanshan again brought far more complex feelings. She might dislike Zhao Shanshan, loathe her affectation and manipulative nature, hate her for toying with her feelings and stealing her boyfriend. She knew, in both her past and present lives, that Zhao Shanshan wouldn't have a good life with Lin Yuang. That's why she only sought Lin Yoyang's help for revenge. But she hadn't expected Zhao Shanshan to fare so badly. She thought this had nothing to do with being a saint, being soft-hearted, or naive. It was simply because the other woman was also a woman. Like her, they were both women. In the post-apocalyptic world, a woman was no longer just a mother, wife, or daughter, but something else entirely. It was an asset, a sexual asset, so it would be plundered, humiliated, abused, and used to satisfy desires. Ever since she arrived in this tent, the lingering anger, resentment, and hidden pain in her heart were all pity for these women. She slowly walked over, sat down in front of Zhao Shanshan, and tentatively called out, "Zhao Shanshan?" Zhao Shanshan paused, then slowly raised her head. A flicker of doubt flashed in her one remaining eye, then, as if she suddenly recognized Zhou Shuan, her whole body trembled, and she opened her mouth. Zhou Shuan shuddered. The other woman's tongue had been cut off, leaving only a dark hole in her mouth. "Ah!" Zhao Shanshan couldn't say anything, only excitedly reaching out to grab Zhou Shuan's hand. Zhou Shuan felt a chill run down her spine. She didn't know what Zhao Shanshan had gone through all these years. It seemed her past life had been far more tragic. She subconsciously took a few steps back. Zhao Shanshan was completely exhausted and couldn't grab her. She fell off the mat and lay there for a long time, too weak to move. Chapter 531. Scattered withered branches and leaves lay on the ground, stained with dirt and dust. Zhao Shanshan lay there motionless, like a soulless shell. The women around her watched numbly, not one of them offering help. Zhou Shuan looked down at her, and after a long while, slowly exhaled, as if trying to release all the pent-up anger in her heart. "Zhao Shanshan, I didn't expect you to still be alive." Zhao Shanshan gasped for breath before struggling to sit up, leaning against the wall, her numb eyes staring blankly at Zhou Shuan. The surrounding air seemed to freeze, with only the sound of the sea breeze and the distant crashing waves. "I told you, by Lin Yoyang's side, even without my revenge, you would be in hell." Zhou Shuan's voice was very soft, almost a whisper. Zhao Shanshan trembled, then stood frozen for a long moment. A tear rolled down her intact eye, leaving a clear trail on her dusty face. Zhou Shuan couldn't describe her feelings. But she couldn't bear the silence any longer, so she blurted out, "I just heard Lin Yuang say you're still alive, so I came to see you." Upon hearing the name Lin Yuang, Zhao Shanshan suddenly became enraged, repeatedly trying to rush towards Zhou Shuan. It was unclear what torture she had endured during her years on Pirate Island. She looked incredibly weak, unable to get up for a long time, struggling futilely on the ground. But she howled angrily, her fingernails digging into the wall, bleeding profusely, but she didn't care. Zhou Shuan initially thought Zhao Shanshan was filled with anger towards her, but suddenly realized that this anger was directed at Lin Yuang. She half squatted down and slowly said, "I don't know what Lin Yuang did to you. You can't speak now, but you can still write. I bring you paper and pen. If you want revenge, you can write down all of Lin Yoyang's crimes." Her voice carried a seductive quality. Zhao Shanshan's only intact eyes stared at her, fixedly, looking like a weathered old woman, her eyes filled with hatred and despair. But she eventually looked away, her hand trembling as she reached out to Zhou Shuan. Zhou Shuan hesitated slightly, then offered her hand. Zhao Shanshan's hand was icy cold, thin and bony, as if it might break at any moment. She gripped Zhou Shuan's hand tightly, her fingertips almost digging into her flesh. The tattered tarpaulin on the roof of the shelter rattled heavily in the wind. Above, the gloomy sky felt oppressive, making it hard to breathe. Zhao Shanshan's other hand trembled as she pointed to her throat, then fell limply to her side. Zhou Shuan couldn't bear to look. She withdrew her hand, stood up, and said, "I understand. I have someone bring paper and a pen." Zhao Shanshan's gaze followed Zhou Shuwan until she disappeared through the doorway. A female soldier responsible for their protection approached, holding a freshly steamed potato, soft and delicate, and offered it to Zhao Shanshan. "Eat." Zhao Shanshan didn't react, just staring blankly in the direction of the doorway, a strange light flickering in her eyes. A stench permeated the shelter, a mixture of putridity, sweat, and blood, nauseatingly strong. Several flies buzzed and hovered in the air, occasionally landing on the people. Zhou Shuwan stepped out of the tent, taking a deep breath, as if trying to expel all the stale air from inside. She glanced back at the tent, her heart filled with mixed emotions. Back on the warship, Zhou Shuwan immediately had the logistics personnel prepare paper and pen, and personally delivered them to Zhao Shanshan. Zhao Shanshan trembled as she took the paper and pen, her only intact eye flickering with complex light, hatred, pain, and a glimmer of hope. She gripped the pen tightly and began to write. Her hand trembled violently, the characters crooked and uneven, but she wrote quickly, as if pouring out all the suffering she had endured over the years. Zhao Shanshan filled a whole sheet of paper, and quickly handed it to Zhou Shuwan. She unfolded it, and read it carefully. It turned out that after the apocalypse began, Lin Yuang was full of vigor, feeling that his time to rise had come. Just like in his previous life, he gathered a group of thugs from the university town, and took over the apartment Zhou Shuwan had once rented. However, all the furniture was gone, which puzzled Lin Yuang. He and Zhao Shanshan had both gone to see Zhou Shuwan in the 2 days before she left S City. They were wondering how she could get rid of all the large pieces of furniture in such a short time. Zhou Shuwan's heart skipped a beat when she read this. She and her mother had stored everything they bought in their spatial dimension because they didn't want to waste their money, especially since they would need the furniture later. Unexpectedly, this had created a major flaw. Fortunately, as she read on, Zhao Shanshan didn't write about this incident anymore, but instead changed the subject to Lin Youyang's actions in S City. He and his thugs not only colluded with the able-bodied men in the neighborhood, but also categorized women according to their looks and figures. Any man who joined them was required to offer up a woman from his family, his wife, sister, even his mother. These women were for everyone's use. Lin Yuang was ruthless and cunning. Soon, they gradually took over the entire neighborhood, running rampant, robbing people of their belongings, and killing indiscriminately. Zhao Shanshan could no longer return to her hometown, and had no choice but to follow him. But he quickly sent her to another man's bed. From then on, she became a tool for him to recruit others. But she had no resources, no family, and had no choice but to rely on him. She became increasingly numb. To get even a bite to eat, she would actively seduce men. Until one day, during a flood, Lin Yuang was inexplicably beaten, his leg broken, and his wound contaminated with toxic floodwater. Lin Yuang knew he was going to die. He refused to die. Dragging his leg, he struggled home, then held a dagger to Zhao Shanshan's neck, demanding to know he needed an amputation to survive, and asking if she wanted to come with him. He told her to think carefully about how those men would treat her if he left her alone. Zhao Shanshan hesitated. Perhaps out of habit, or perhaps because she still loved him, she made the worst decision of her life. She rowed a boat to the hospital with Lin Yuang, where he underwent amputation surgery. Then, before the sea engulfed the city, they cared for each other at the hospital. Since losing his leg, Lin Yuang had become increasingly irritable and angry, but since he could only rely on her for care, he regained the tenderness and patience he had shown during their passionate courtship. Sometimes, Zhao Shanshan even thought that it wouldn't be bad if they just lived like this until the end of the world. Chapter 532. However, Lin Yuang was a very clever man. He quickly realized that staying in S City was dangerous. The rain kept falling, and the water kept rising. Many people were coming to the hospital for treatment, and many ships were stranded there. He then had Zhao Shanshan steal a relatively large speedboat, and prepared a lot of supplies. They escaped before the sea flooded the city. They originally intended to head north, but lost their way on the high seas, like headless flies, heading straight south. At that time, there were many pirates in the South China Sea. They were discovered by one of the pirate ships, and taken back to this pirate island. This pirate island was relatively high up. Even after all the surrounding land and islands disappeared, it still existed, although some areas had been eroded by the sea. Therefore, they were truly lucky to have arrived on such an island. But that's assuming they didn't experience what happened to the two of them. The reason the pirates were willing to bring them to the pirate island was because they had their eyes on Zhao Shanshan, a rather beautiful and young woman. Lin Yuang had already seen through their intentions, and made a deal with them while on the ship. As long as they were willing to accept him and provide him with food and drink, he was willing to offer his woman. For the entire month after arriving on the island, Zhao Shanshan didn't sleep a single night alone. These pirates were cruel and perverted, unlike the thugs they had encountered before. They only used her to satisfy their lust, and some of the leaders were particularly perverted. Once, during sex, she got her period, which angered the pirate leader. He felt extremely unlucky and beat her severely, but that wasn't enough to vent his anger, so he had one of her eyes gouged out. She cried and struggled, while Lin Yuang merely smiled obsequiously at the pirate captain, coldly observing her. She was the most beautiful woman on the island. After losing an eye, she became the ugliest. Anyone could abuse her. The pirate captain, a pervert, repeatedly slashed her face with a knife, saying he loved seeing a beautiful woman's face gradually destroyed. Later, she couldn't even remember when her tongue was cut out. Perhaps they tormented her too cruelly, causing her to scream, or perhaps it was simply that this island was a place devoid of law, order, and human ethics, so her tongue was cut out. Like many women on this island, they were captured, tortured, enslaved, and then died silently, buried on the island of the dead. Another batch of people arrived, and the cycle repeated. She was the longest-lived of these 300 people. Leaving aside Zhou Shuwen's shock upon seeing the contents of the paper, let's just say that after Zhao Shanshan handed over the paper, which was practically filled with half her life's writings, she lay there blankly, her thoughts in a daze. She had written so much, seemingly recalling her entire life. She took a hoarse breath, her single, murky eye moving in its empty socket, staring at the mottled stains on the wall above her. She stretched out her withered fingers, tracing the distinctive texture of the tint. A sharp pain shot through her fingertips. She realized her nails had broken, revealing bloody tips. In the distance, the rough shouts of pirates drifted in, mixed with suppressed sobs from women, and the dull thuds of whips striking flesh. Zhao Shanshan had heard these sounds for 8 years, long since numb to them. But it was strange. Hadn't the army come? They killed all the pirates. Why were there still pirate sounds? But she didn't care anymore. For so many years, she had lived numbly on the pirate island. Sometimes she would open her eyes and wake up, wondering why she wasn't dead yet, why she had to live like this, barely clinging to life. She mechanically grabbed the potato the female soldier had brought her, stuffed it into her mouth, and chewed to relieve her hunger. Why hadn't she died? Zhao Shanshan slowly pondered as she numbly swallowed the soft potato. Why had she been able to live so long without dying? Then, she slowly understood. It was a burning hatred in her heart that sustained her. It had sustained her through 8 years of inhuman torture. When Lin Yuang first came to the pirate island, he was a top university student, intelligent, and even a bit cunning. He had even seized a residential area in S City. The pirates valued him highly, he often advised them, and plundered many passing ships. Therefore, he lived a good life in the early stages. However, later, fewer and fewer ships passed by, and more people died. Lin Yuang had no use for his talents, and was neglected by the pirate leader. He was driven to the slave quarters, doing hard labor while still racking his brains to devise strategies to improve his living conditions. But no matter what, Lin Yuang never cared about her again. Sometimes, when he wanted to vent his desires, he would even come to her, pin her to the ground like a dead fish, and after venting, he would viciously insult her. "You slut. You deserve it. Why don't you just die? Living like this makes me sick." Lin Yuang tore at her tattered clothes while cursing viciously. She struggled helplessly, enduring the pain and despair. So she hated Lin Yuang, hated the pirate captain, hated all the pirates on the island, and hated all the other numb and indifferent women. She was waiting for an opportunity, waiting for the opportunity for them all to die. Now, that opportunity had finally arrived. Zhao Shanshan slowly closed her eyes, feeling the faint warmth of the sunlight on her face, a barely perceptible cold smile appearing on her lips. After reading the contents of the paper, Zhou Shuwen found that the simple sentences encapsulated the harrowing life of a woman in the apocalypse. She couldn't describe the feeling in her heart. Hate? Certainly. Pity? Perhaps. Women in the post-apocalyptic world rarely live well, but some do. Those who are self-respecting and capable of supporting themselves, like Meng Mingwei, Zhang Jia, and Sister Fen. Though they work hard, they never depend on others. Because their dignity and livelihood are entirely earned by themselves. Even if, with each natural disaster, they disappear without a trace, perhaps scattered, or perhaps. Yet, they truly lived, vividly and joyfully. And Zhao Shanshan? What's most terrifying? In the post-apocalyptic world, Countless women suffer greatly, and Zhao Shanshan is merely one of the most insignificant. Her experiences are unimaginable to those from the peaceful pre-apocalyptic era. But her experiences are also the shared experiences of the 300 women still surviving on this pirate island. And the experiences of the thousands, even tens of thousands, of female corpses buried on the island of the dead. She had already decided how to deal with Lin Yuang. But what about Zhao Shanshan? Chapter 533. After reading Zhao Shanshan's accusations, Zhou Shuan was deeply shaken and unable to calm down for a long time. She carefully put away the letter, folded it neatly, and stuffed it into her pocket. She took a deep breath, trying to compose herself. The emergency room was still bustling with activity, the groans of the wounded, the footsteps of medical staff, and the clanging of instruments mingled together. Zhou Shuan forced herself to focus on her work, skillfully treating the wounded, changing dressings, and bandaging them. As evening approached, Qi Mingyu appeared at the entrance of the emergency room. He was dressed in camouflage, his figure upright, like an unyielding pine tree. He walked straight to Zhou Shuan's side, gently taking her hand. "Is it over? Let's go back for dinner." Zhou Shuan nodded, wiped the sweat from her forehead, handed her tools to a nurse, and got up to follow Qi Mingyu back to the warship. The two walked side by side on the open-air deck on the 8th floor of the mothership, a gentle sea breeze blowing. Zhou Shuan told Qi Mingyu about Zhao Shanshan's ordeal. Her expression was neither sad nor happy, but Qi Mingyu knew her best and knew her emotions were far from calm. He was silent for a moment, then grasped Zhou Shuan's hand, offering her silent comfort. He spoke in a deep voice. "I already had Yingzi investigate Lin Yuang." Just as Zhao Shanshan said, Lin Yuang held a position similar to a strategist on the pirate island, devising plans and strategies. Many of the survivors on the island were captured by him. However, Lin Yuang was disabled, making it difficult for him to move around, and he rarely showed his face, so most people didn't recognize him. Especially since the slave population on the pirate island changed so quickly, almost all the survivors captured in previous years had died, making it even rarer for anyone to recognize him. Later, Lin Yuang became less useful, and the pirates were willing to keep a useless person, just in case he came in handy later. So they sent him to the slave quarters, giving him easy tasks and a little food to keep him from starving. That's why Lin Yuang aged so much in the last 2 years. Qi Mingyu's gaze was firm. "Don't worry, he's also a member of the pirates. His crimes will be exposed, and he received the punishment he deserves." Zhou Shuan nodded, feeling slightly relieved, but then she remembered Lin Youyang's suspicions about the missing furniture in the rented room, and told Qi Mingyu about it. Zhou Shuan frowned slightly, her tone tinged with worry. A glint of light flashed in her eyes. "I handle this. You don't need to worry. Besides, so much time has passed. Even if Lin Yuang suspects something, he has no evidence." Zhou Shuan gently shook her head, disagreeing with his approach. She wasn't the kind of woman who couldn't do anything and needed to hide behind a man. She decided that if that didn't work, she would personally investigate Lin Yuang. If he discovered anything, then she wouldn't hesitate to take drastic measures. Zhou Shuan clenched her fists, her knuckles turning white, her eyes filled with coldness. Before Zhou Shuan could act, news came from Lin Yuang that he wanted to see her. Lin Yuang had been confirmed as a member of the pirates, a heinous criminal, and was being held in solitary confinement. His place of confinement was a dark, damp little room, filled with the smell of mildew. Zhou Shuan refused Qi Mingyu's offer of company, stating that she would handle the matter herself. Qi Mingyu had no choice but to let her go to see Lin Yuang alone. Upon entering, she found Lin Yuang sitting at a table, his hands and feet handcuffed. His hair was gray, his face gaunt, but his eyes stared strangely at Zhou Shuan, flickering with a complex light. The two sat facing each other across the table. "What do you want to say?" Zhou Shuan's tone was calm, without a trace of emotion, as if she were facing a stranger, not a former lover. Lin Youyang's chapped lips moved slightly, emitting a hoarse voice. "Shanshan, is she all right?" Looking at the emaciated man before her, Zhou Shuan felt no pity, only boundless disgust. She sneered, "You still have the nerve to ask her? You know better than anyone how she's been all these years." Lin Yuang stared at her, a strange light flashing in his eyes. Then his hoarse voice rang out, "Wan, after you left, Shanshan and I went to stay with you, but it was strange, your house was completely empty. No appliances, not even beds or sofas. I was horrified. When you and your mother left, you didn't take any luggage." Zhou Shuan was prepared, only looking at him calmly. "Which place are you talking about?" Lin Youyang's sinister smile. "You're still playing dumb with me. I'm talking about that apartment you rented near the university. Zhou Shuan seemed to suddenly realize something, but her tone was calm. That's normal. The world was so chaotic after the apocalypse. All sorts of demons and monsters came out. I haven't been back since I left S City. How would I know what happened to that apartment? It's just a rented place. I'm not as hung up on it as you are. As she spoke, Zhou Shuan raised an eyebrow, looking at the other person. Speaking of which, that apartment was mine, and I already moved out. What were you and Zhao Shanchen doing there? Did you ask the landlord for permission before moving in? Lin Yuang smiled coldly and said, of course I got his permission. He revealed his blackened teeth, looking rather eerie. It turned out that not long after the apocalypse, when the landlord came to collect the house, he found that Lin Yuang and a bunch of thugs had occupied it. He was furious and threatened to sue him, but Lin Yuang wasn't afraid of him and simply killed him. Zhou Shuan's expression froze. The landlord was a very mild-mannered elderly man. His son and daughter were all abroad. Only he and his wife remained in the country. They owned several properties, and he casually rented out a few. Zhou Shuan had a good impression of him, but she never expected Lin Yuang to be so ruthless. Lin Yuang ignored her angry expression, staring intently into her eyes, and suddenly changed the subject. Do you know Zhao Chong? A thug from an urban village in S City. Zhou Shuan remained unmoved. Lin Yuang recounted, back when the floods had just begun, about 6 months in, I was riding high, controlling the entire neighborhood. If I said go east, no one dared go west. If I said kneel, no one dared stand. At that time, just when he felt he had everything under control, fate played a cruel joke on him. One evening, he and his men threatened a family in the neighborhood, harassed the woman and her daughter, and then ordered his men to rob the family of all their belongings. He returned to his apartment building, feeling triumphant, but suddenly he was struck on the back of the head. When he awoke, he realized he had been kidnapped. The kidnapper's leader, Zhao Chong, said he couldn't stand Lin's bullying and wanted to teach him a lesson. He was near the University City neighborhood, but his mouth was stuffed with a smelly sock, and he was bound hand and foot. He couldn't struggle or call for help. Chapter 534. He could only watch helplessly as those men, wielding sticks, brutally broke his leg like a lump of rotten flesh. Then, every time he recalled this scene, Lin Yuang's heart would tremble uncontrollably. His handcuffed hands clenched tightly into his palms. Those men pressed his severed leg directly into the highly toxic floodwater. Then Lin Chong smiled with satisfaction, abandoned him, and left with his men. It wasn't until an hour later that he was discovered by his own people. Those he had won over, upon learning that his leg had been broken and contaminated by the poisonous water, immediately changed their attitude towards him. However, relying on his past power, he dared not do anything else for the time being. Their greedy, selfish, and cruel gazes lingered on him, Zhao Shanchen, and the supplies filling the room. He acted decisively, first persuading Zhao Shanchen, then having her take him to the hospital for amputation surgery. Lin Yuang looked at Zhou Shuan and smiled strangely. That night I was in excruciating pain. But unexpectedly, I ran into someone. Shuan, guess who I ran into? Zhou Shuan's heart sank. Sure enough, the next second, Lin Yuang continued, I ran into Zhao Chong, the man who broke my leg. His sister isn't well, and she even went to the hospital for treatment. We're both just ordinary people with no money. It was such a coincidence that we both stayed in the lobby, our beds separated only by a simple curtain. I never forget Zhao Chong's voice. It was there that he overheard those unbelievable words. Zhao Chong's sister was very curious about where the family's supplies came from. She had asked before, but Zhao Chong had always scolded her, so she dared not ask again. This time, it was because she was sick and her brother was being exceptionally tolerant and loving that she dared to ask again. Sure enough, this time, when she tearfully complained to her brother, did you go out and loot those supplies again? Zhao Chong couldn't bear to be wronged by his sister, so he told the truth. Actually, these supplies were mailed to us by a very strange woman half a year ago. I didn't know what she wanted to do with them at the time. They were just some rice, flour, and dried goods. It wasn't until the apocalypse happened and people started looting the supplies that I finally understood her meaning. His sister was very surprised. After thinking for a moment, she asked, who was that woman? How could she be so generous, giving us such a large amount of supplies for no reason? Their supplies were enough for the two of them to eat for 3 years. Before the apocalypse, these supplies were insignificant, but after the apocalypse, they were worth 100 gold pieces. Zhao Chong tried to change the subject, but unable to resist his sister's pleading, he explained in a low voice, that woman's only request was that I wait 6 months and break the leg of a guy named Lin Yuang. That's all. Lin Yuang had only been listening intently because she heard her enemy's voice. To be honest, Zhao Chong wasn't stupid. He wasn't capable of leading a group to hoard supplies and seize territory after the apocalypse. Of course, he wouldn't shout this out loud in the hospital, making himself known to everyone. So he spoke to his sister in extremely low voices, completely unaware that the person in the next bed, separated by a curtain, was intently eavesdropping on him. When Lin Yuang heard her name, she was completely stunned. After listening to Zhao Chong's description of the woman, he immediately confirmed that she was Zhou Shuwan. Zhao Chong's sister pondered, "Brother, from what you said, that woman is so young, like a college student who hasn't graduated yet. But it's strange that she knew about the apocalypse half a year ago and prepared supplies in advance." "Yes, I also found it strange. Later, I sent people to investigate that woman, and found that she was indeed frequently visiting various agricultural markets during that period, buying all sorts of supplies," Zhao Chong said, but he didn't seem too concerned. With an apocalypse like this, there are bound to be some well-connected people who get advance notice and make preparations. So, the woman who bought Lin Youyang's leg must have done the same. Zhao Chong and his sister only talked about it casually before putting the matter out of their minds. Zhao Chong also instructed his sister, regardless of that woman's background, or why she bought Lin Youyang's leg, let's not worry about it. Just live our own lives, and keep these things to ourselves. Don't tell anyone. Zhao Chong's sister, being very precocious, immediately nodded, okay. But Lin Yuang was quite clever. He immediately thought, if Zhou Shuwan had stockpiled a large amount of supplies in S City, how would they take them back when they left? And why was all the furniture gone from their rented apartment? He had immediately learned about Zhou Shuwan and her mother leaving S City from Zhao Shanshan, but he hadn't paid much attention, because the mother and daughter only had one suitcase and hadn't taken anything else. Where did all those supplies go? Lin Yuang had begun to understand. Zhou Shuwan, somehow knowing the reason for the impending apocalypse, relentlessly harassed him, dumped him, and then, with her mother, bought a vast amount of supplies in S City, 1,000 miles from their hometown, before calmly leaving. He was a pawn discarded by her. Leaving aside the complex emotions, anger, and resentment in his heart, he simply couldn't fathom how Zhou Shuwan had stockpiled the supplies. As a senior at a prestigious university, he had actually read some online novels, and had a vague suspicion. However, later, after he and Zhao Shanshan were stranded on the pirate island, they never saw a single familiar face again. At first, his life was alright, but gradually he lived in hell. Simply surviving on food and clothing was difficult enough. He had no time to think about these things, and those suspicions were slowly forgotten. Until he saw Zhou Shuwan again, some of those suspicions slowly returned. Lin Yuang stared intently at Zhou Shuwan, a strange light gleaming in his eyes. "Wan, after recognizing you yesterday, and after you left, I immediately inquired about you with the medical staff. It turns out that all these years, your parents and younger brother are still alive, and your grandmother, a retired soldier in her 70s, is also alive. Your family owns a cruise ship, and you have your own heavy weapons. Among all the people living on the warship, no one is as well off as you. Wan, tell me, after so many years since the natural disaster, how did you manage to preserve so many supplies? And protect your entire family unharmed?" Zhou Shuwan listened quietly, her face expressionless, as if listening to a story unrelated to herself. A mocking smile played on her lips. "So what do you want to know by telling me all this?" Chapter 535. Lin Yuang stared intently at her, not missing a single expression on her face. "You know what I'm talking about? Did you find a personal space in the jade pendant you stole from me? Tell me, didn't you?" Zhou Shuwan was stunned, looking at Lin Yuang in disbelief. Meeting his fanatical, even slightly manic expression, she couldn't help but laugh. "So this is the secret you kept hidden in your heart all these years? You thought I could live so comfortably because I stole your space? How absurd, utterly absurd." Lin Yuang suddenly became agitated, the ropes binding him to the chair rattling loudly. He abruptly stood up, his hands like eagle claws, quickly reaching for Zhou Shuwan. "You bitch, give me back my things. Give them back." However, he once again forgot the time Zhou Shuwan had beaten him. Before the other man could even touch Zhou Shuwan, he swiftly stood up, executed a clean and elegant turn, and kicked the man away. Because Lin Yuang was tied to the chair and table with ropes, the kick sent him flying, only to be pulled back sharply by the ropes, before he collapsed to the ground with a thud, the chair and table raining down on him. He lay unconscious on the ground. The soldiers guarding outside, hearing the loud commotion, rushed in to investigate. They saw an innocent-looking Zhou Shuwan, and an unconscious Lin Yuang on the ground. After a 2-second silence, Zhou Shuan coughed lightly and explained calmly, he tried to attack me. I lost control and kicked him unconscious. The gatekeeper stammered, It's alright, I'm a doctor. I check his pulse and see when he wakes up. Zhou Shuan gave a gentle smile. The two sailors exchanged glances and helped carry Lin Yuang to an open area. They removed the chains from him. As Zhou Shuan took out her acupuncture supplies from her backpack, she quickly considered her options. Although Lin Yuang's words sounded absurd, if he shouted them out, it would cause her considerable trouble. Resources were extremely scarce. The surviving humans weren't without supplies to stockpile, but the biggest survival challenge, whether on land or at sea, was the inability to store them. Therefore, once Lin Yuang's spatial theory spread across the island, someone would inevitably take the risk. What she needed to confirm now was whether Lin Yuang had told anyone else about this. Knowing him as she did, he certainly would. Within a few breaths, Zhou Shuan had already clearly figured out what was to come. Without batting an eye, she used a needle to administer a few acupuncture treatments, then calmly told the naval officer, he's fine, just temporarily unconscious. He'll wake up in an hour or two. The naval officer wasn't too worried about Lin Yuang's condition, only about the possibility of her being attacked again. A doctor was invaluable. Zhou Shuan nodded slightly, indicating her understanding. Be careful. She slung her medical kit over her shoulder and turned to leave the room. However, Zhou Shuan didn't return to her own quarters. She turned and walked in another direction, towards the tent area where the rescued women were being housed. The female soldier standing guard outside the tent saluted her, and said in a low voice, Dr. Zhou, Zhao Shanshan's emotions are unstable. She laughs and cries intermittently. She seems a bit mentally unstable. However, this is quite common among these 300+ women. Zhou Shuan nodded, lifted the tent flap, and went inside. A faint herbal scent filled the tent, mixed with some other indescribable odors. Zhao Shanshan was curled up in a corner, leaning against the wall, muttering to herself, seemingly saying something incomprehensible. Her disheveled hair covered most of her face, revealing only her thin chin and bloodless lips. Zhou Shuan walked to her side. Zhao Shanshan's eyes flickered, giving her a blank look before quickly looking away, as if indifferent to everything. Let me check how you are feeling, Zhou Shuan said softly, trying to take Zhao Shanshan's hand. However, Zhao Shanshan trembled violently, withdrawing her hand like a startled animal, her eyes filled with wariness and fear. Years of enslavement and abuse had made her resistant to any touch. But how could her strength compare to Zhou Shuan's? Zhou Shuan effortlessly grasped Zhao Shanshan's wrist, her fingertips resting on her pulse, carefully feeling the faint beat. After a moment, she released her hand, her tone calm. Your body is already exhausted. Even with proper care, you won't live much longer. Zhao Shanshan seemed unsurprised by this result, giving a mocking smile before turning her head away, refusing to look at Zhou Shuan. The military doctors had already examined them all, and she knew her condition. The doctor had clearly stated that in this environment of scarce medical resources, further treatment would be futile. Zhou Shuan gazed at her quietly, a strange light flickering in her eyes. After a long while, she slowly spoke. Zhao Shanshan, considering our past relationship, if you have any last wishes before you die, I can see if I can help you fulfill them. Hearing this, Zhao Shanshan abruptly raised her head, staring blankly at Zhou Shuan, seemingly unable to believe her ears. After a moment, she trembled as she picked up a pen and paper and quickly wrote a sentence, as if afraid Zhou Shuan would change her mind. I want to see Lin Yuang one more time. Zhou Shuan took the note, glanced at it, and nodded. Okay, I arrange it. She stood up, giving the other woman one last, deep look, as if determined to remember this woman, a woman whose fate was inextricably intertwined with hers in both her past and present lives, a hateful, pitiful woman, deeply in her heart. Finally, she simply said in a flat tone, after I finish this for you, we be even, neither of us owes the other anything. Zhao Shanshan was vaguely confused. But seeing Lin Yuang again filled her with immense excitement, so much so that she trembled. A strange flush rose on her cheeks. She didn't even realize when Zhou Shuan had left. Soon, Zhou Shuan arranged a meeting between Zhao Shanshan and Lin Yuang. Zhao Shanshan was the victim, and Lin Yuang was a pirate, so she didn't need to be handcuffed or shackled. Lin Yuang, however, needed to be tightly bound, especially since he had attacked Zhou Shuan earlier that day. At this moment, Lin Yuang had only been awake for about 10 minutes, his head still spinning. He was inexplicably excited. It seemed his long-held suspicions had been confirmed. He was already planning in his mind how to spread the news that Zhou Shuan had a spatial ability, and how to get his jade pendant back. Chapter 536. Therefore, he was impatient and disdainful of Zhao Shanshan's arrival, his tone harsh. We had nothing to do with each other for a long time. What are you doing here? Zhao Shanshan looked up, revealing a pair of wildly joyful eyes. Lin Yuyang suddenly had a bad feeling. That evening, Zhou Shuwan received the news on the warship. After gesturing with Lin Yuyang for a while, Zhao Shanshan suddenly sprang to her senses, grabbing Lin Yuyang's head tightly with one hand, and pulling out a wooden awl hidden on her person with the other, stabbing it viciously into Lin Yuyang's Adam's apple. Blood gushed out, staining Zhao Shanshan's hand red. The guards, seeing this, immediately rushed forward, and with great effort, managed to pull Zhao Shanshan away from Lin Yuyang. Zhao Shanshan's grip on Lin Yuyang was so tight that her fingers were almost broken before they were finally pulled away. However, it was all too late. Lin Yuyang clutched his throat, making a gurgling sound, and finally suffocated to death. This was the most painful way to die. His breath was slowly taken away, and he died in endless agony and despair. Until his very last moment, his consciousness remained clear. He lay there, numbly thinking, why did fate have to play such a cruel joke on him? He was the protagonist of a novel, enduring all kinds of suffering and dangers, burning himself out, finally about to obtain his golden finger. How could he die? How could he die at the hands of someone he had always looked down upon? How could it? How could it? Zhao Shanshan watched as he breathed his last, letting out a shrill laugh, before smashing his head against the wall. Blood trickled slowly down the wall, starkly visible in the dim light. Night fell on Pirate Island, the air thick with a faint, salty, fishy smell, mingled with the aroma of unknown plants. On the island stood a peculiar tree, the breadfruit tree, standing silently in the night. These trees were much taller than ordinary trees, with thick trunks, dense canopies, and branches laden with fruits the size of durians. Located between subtropical and tropical zones, Pirate Island's most distinctive feature was that, in addition to rice cultivation, it also grew a breadfruit tree, resembling the African tree of life. This tree bore a fruit, similar in size to a durian, but filled entirely with starch. It could be eaten raw or cooked, and was a staple food. The people of Pirate Island called it breadfruit. There were only about 20 breadfruit trees on the island. They yielded 2 harvests a year. Each tree can produce 200 fruits at a time, each weighing 2 to 4 jin, approximately 1.5 to 2 caddies, resulting in a yield of 6 to 700 jin, approximately 300 to 400 kilograms, per tree per year. 20-odd trees would yield nearly 20,000 jin, approximately 10,000 kilograms. However, these breadfruit trees only appeared on the island 7 or 8 years ago. Excluding the several natural disasters that occurred on the Pirate Island in between, they only truly bore fruit for 3 or 4 years. Breadfruit was therefore extremely precious, guarded by the pirate captains, and the lower-ranking pirates and slaves could never even get a taste. After the pirates were completely wiped out, the warships occupied the Pirate Island and seized their supplies and weapons. Their weapons were mediocre, but they managed to plunder 20,000 jin, approximately 10,000 kilograms, of breadfruit, over 10,000 jin, approximately 5,000 kilograms, of rice, and various other foods suitable for tropical cultivation. The supplies were plentiful. The warship crew was overjoyed. They hadn't tasted staple foods in a long time. Although they could grow cold-resistant staples like potatoes, sweet potatoes, and soybeans on the mothership, wheat, rice, and corn were difficult to cultivate and couldn't be grown on a large scale. Immediately, the warship distributed 2 jin of rice and breadfruit to each participating sailor according to their contributions. The remainder was kept as seeds, and the rest was used for exchange. The Zhou family received 3 jin because of Qi Mingyu's significant contribution. That evening, the cabin where the Zhou family was located was warmly lit. On the table were some sliced breadfruit, revealing white, starchy flesh. Zhou Jianhai and Zhong Tiyu were curiously examining this fruit they had never seen before. Mumu eagerly picked up a piece and tasted it, then frowned slightly. It's bitter. After a few bites, her brow relaxed, and she said in a rough voice, it's alright, high in starch, mealy, not as bitter as cactus, and softer than mutated potatoes. Zhou Shuan scooped out a small piece with a spoon and put it in her mouth, savoring it carefully. This fruit certainly couldn't compare to high-quality carbohydrates like rice and wheat for humans. But breadfruit had a soft texture with a slightly bitter, natural herbal taste. It might not be familiar at first, but after a few bites, it was indeed quite good. The rest of the Zhou family also tried it, and thought it was good. Qi Mingyu also picked up a small piece and tasted it, then said, We can exchange some with the warship supply exchange office. Yes, we can keep it for later. Zhong Tiyun nodded. Although the taste wasn't as good as high-quality carbohydrates, every edible food available to humans after the apocalypse contained some nutrients that could boost the body's immunity. Their family wasn't short of supplies, so exchanging some would be manageable. Zhou Shuan nodded somewhat absent-mindedly. Okay, I asked tomorrow. Qi Mingyu had been silently observing Zhou Shuan, knowing she was preoccupied. Soon, he found out what was on her mind. While the family was enjoying breadfruit, they heard news from the small island. When Zhou's parents and Mumu were chatting enthusiastically, he gently touched Zhou Shuan's arm. Want to go for a walk? Zhou Shuan nodded, and the two got up and left the cabin. On the deck, a gentle sea breeze dispelled the stuffiness in the air and ruffled Zhou Shuan's long hair. She walked to the ship's railing, gazing at the shimmering sea, lost in thought. Qi Mingyu stood beside her, quietly keeping her company. Brother Yu, I saw Lin Yuang today. Zhou Shuan finally spoke, her gaze fixed on him. Qi Mingyu patiently waited for her to continue. Zhou Shuan took a deep breath and recounted Lin Yuang's speculations and threats to Qi Mingyu in detail. Qi Mingyu's expression instantly became extremely terrifying, his eyes growing increasingly cold, like the calm before a storm. After Zhou Shuan finished speaking, he remained silent for a long time, staring intently at the surging waves ahead, radiating a chilling pressure. Having spent so much time together, Zhou Shuan had never seen such a terrifying expression on him. Never. She couldn't help but reach out and gently grasp his hand. Although I don't know if Lin Yuang has told anyone about these things, he can't be kept alive any longer, especially now that he's in the military's hands. We can't use torture to extract a confession. So, I made a decisive decision. He must die. Her tone was calm, but it carried an undeniable firmness. Chapter 537. Qi Mingyu's expression softened slightly. He turned to look at Zhou Shuan, a hint of understanding in his eyes. So you said Zhao Shanshan? Zhou Shuan nodded, a complex emotion flashing in her eyes. Zhao Shanshan hates Lin Yuang to the bone. She doesn't have long to live anyway. Rather than prolong her life, she'd rather drag Lin Yuang down to hell with her. Zhou Shuan gazed at the dark sea in the distance, her tone as calm as if she were recounting something insignificant. You helped her fulfill her wish, so we're even. She had guessed Zhao Shanshan's thoughts and helped her realize her wish. That's why she said that after helping her complete this task, their grudges from 2 lifetimes would be cleared. Qi Mingyu understood her absent-mindedness. He grasped Zhou Shuan's hand in return, their fingers intertwined. The two stood quietly on the deck, letting the sea breeze blow, neither speaking again. The matter was now settled, but one thing still hung over the Zhou family's heads: Lin Yuang's words about the spatial aspect. Zhou Shuan sighed softly, a hint of gravity in her eyes. Lin Yuang is cunning and treacherous. I'm absolutely certain he has a backup plan. But there were many people in the emergency room that day, and Zhou Shuan, being only a doctor, didn't have the authority to conduct a large-scale investigation. Qi Mingyu then said, Leave this to me, I find out. After a moment's thought, he added, Besides the people in the emergency room that day, we can't be sure if Lin Yuang told anyone on the pirate island beforehand. Yes, this was also Zhou Shuan's concern. This time, the warship rescued over 2,000 survivors. Who Lin Yuang told, and who was secretly spying on them, they had absolutely no clue. Since that's the case, then let's make the best of it. Zhou Shuan's tone carried a hint of resolve. Qi Mingyu's handsome brows furrowed slightly. The discovery of the spatial ability wasn't so important. His concern was Zhou Shuan's safety. He pulled Zhou Shuan into his arms, gently stroking her back, and said softly, From now on, you mustn't go out alone. Go with the medical team. If it's something personal, call me or Mumu along. Zhou Shuan nodded gently. This couldn't be kept from her parents and Mumu anymore. She needed to put them on guard. Back in the cabin, Zhou Shuan told her parents and younger brother about Lin Yuang and Zhao Shanshan, as well as Lin Yuang's speculations about the spatial ability. After hearing this, Zhong Tiyun slammed her hand on the table, angrily exclaiming, Lin Yuang deserved to die. That heartless bastard. If Lin Yuang weren't already dead, she would have loved to grab a gun and kill him herself. He's still alive all these years. He got off too easily. Zhou Jianhai was also very dissatisfied and worried about Zhou Shuan's situation. After thinking for a while, he instructed her, Wan, you must be careful lately, don't let your guard down. Zhou Shuan nodded. Zhong Tiyun then thought of Zhao Shanshan's tragic fate, her brows furrowing slightly. She finally sighed and said nothing. Mu's face was tense, her tone grave. Sister, This is bad. Ever since we joined this warship, many people have been curious about us, wondering how we have so many supplies, and how we can protect such a large cruise ship. If the secret of the space is exposed, it will be a catastrophe for you. He paced anxiously around the room for a moment, then looked intently at everyone. Let's just take the cruise ship and run. We can't keep sailing with warships. The others were slightly surprised. When the tsunami struck, Zhou Shuwan had already stored the cruise ship, which was anchored in the shallow waters, in her spatial storage. The tsunami was so massive then, that even a steel behemoth, like the mothership, was helpless in the ocean. Their chances of survival were slim. She had a habit of storing supplies in her spatial storage at all times. Aside from some furniture in her living quarters and food and clothes that were out in the open, she stored everything else away after use. Therefore, Mu Mu's suggestion to run away at any time was feasible. However, Qi Mingyu shook his head, rejecting Mu Mu's suggestion. We can't panic. This is just speculation. But I estimate that if someone actually takes Lin Youyang's words seriously, what do you think that person will do? The Zhou family fell into deep thought, trying to put themselves in the other person's shoes. Zhou Jianhai pondered for a moment, then slowly said, first of all, he definitely doesn't want to make this public. People are selfish. If they had a personal space, they want to monopolize it. Right. So he definitely won't tell everyone, much less the military, Zhang Tiyun added. Zhou Shuwan nodded in agreement. In other words, our real enemy isn't the entire fleet, but some scheming villains. Qi Mingyu gave Zhou Shuwan an approving look and made the final decision. Starting tonight, we take turns on guard duty day and night, and won't go out unless absolutely necessary. Not just Wan, everyone must stay put. Wan, you should resign from the medical area tomorrow. There are fewer rescue missions now. Starting tomorrow, you stay on the mothership with your family. Zhou Shuwan, however, had her own ideas, her eyes resolute. This is a ticking time bomb. We're safe hiding on the mothership all day. But we have no idea what they're up to. So we need to lure them out. Qi Mingyu frowned, already guessing what Zhou Shuwan was about to say. She wanted to use herself as bait to draw out the person behind it all as soon as possible. Actually, it wasn't just a matter of Zhou Shuwan's safety. Qi Mingyu and Zhou Shuwan believed that if the other side knew Zhou Shuwan was skilled, they might kidnap other family members to threaten him. Therefore, the whole family needed to be protected. Although Qi Mingyu was reluctant to alert the military, after careful consideration he said, how about I talk to Vice Captain Xiao and ask them to send a naval squad to protect us secretly? What if they discover the secret? Zhou Jianhai disagreed. Qi Mingyu was also worried about this issue, and seeing this he said no more. All right, then we rely on ourselves. Zhou Shuwan took out various weapons from her spatial storage and distributed them to the family, especially the electric shockwave grenades, which had already played a significant role in several major battles. Even Qi Mingyu had been injured twice because of them. There weren't many, and they usually used them sparingly. But now they couldn't worry about anything else. Zhou Shuwan gave each family member two, and explained how to use them. They were told to carry them with them at all times, and in case of an emergency, to throw them out first, at least to ensure their own safety. Then came the distribution of pistols and ammunition. Normally, they would use melee weapons whenever possible. But now they didn't care about the warship's attitude, they went straight for pistols. Chapter 538. Zhou Shuwan distributed bulletproof vests she had taken from her spatial storage to her family, one for each person. The heavy vests felt both reassuring and stressful. Wear them close to your skin, don't complain about the stuffiness, she carefully instructed. Qi Mingyu arranged a family-wide rotating watch plan to ensure someone was on duty at all times. Mom and Dad are getting old, so Mumu and I will take turns keeping watch at night. During the day, everyone will take turns resting and remaining vigilant. The next morning, Zhou Shuwan went to the mothership's medical department and knocked on Dr. Wei's office door. Dr. Wei, I have some family matters that require my attention. The medical team shouldn't be too busy for the time being, so I'd like to resign, Zhou Shuwan said sincerely, with a hint of apology. Dr. Wei adjusted his glasses. Behind the lenses, his eyes showed a hint of surprise, but quickly softened. Shuwan, you've been a great help these past few days. I was hoping to keep you here a few more days, he said with a touch of regret. Zhou Shuwan wasn't originally part of the medical team. She was only helping out for a few days in an emergency, so they couldn't keep her around. However, your family is more important. You go ahead and do your work. Zhou Shuwan smiled and thanked them, promising to call on them for any future urgent missions, which she would gladly accept. Over the next few days, she deliberately wandered around the island under the pretext of checking on the various plants. She was either with her parents or with Moo, carefully observing the plants on the edge of the dense jungle or near the winding coastline. Meanwhile, Qi Mingyu discovered that after recognizing Zhou Shuwan, Lin Yuang had indeed spoken with some doctors and nurses in the emergency room, mentioning his previous relationship with Zhou Shuwan, but further details were unavailable. Lin Yuang certainly wouldn't publicize such a private matter. That afternoon, Qi Mingyu had him locked up in solitary confinement. So, if he had informed on someone on the mothership, then he only had that half morning. Without results, even with some preparation, a shadow still fell over Zhou Shuwan's heart. On the afternoon of the third day, sunlight filtered through the dense foliage, casting dappled shadows on the ground. Zhou Shuwan and Moo were observing the breadfruit trees, discussing whether they could be transplanted to increase yield. "Sister, do you think we can plant breadfruit trees on our Hope Island?" Moo picked up a breadfruit that had been mostly eaten by insects and asked. Zhou Shuwan took the breadfruit Moo handed her, carefully examining its texture and color, but shook her head. "Theoretically, it's not feasible. Soil and climate are the most important factors. This breadfruit is a mutated variety. Otherwise, ordinary breadfruit trees are best suited to the arid, water-scarce, and perpetually hot regions of Africa. Where would they grow here?" Moo, having studied planting with her mother, had learned quite a bit, and knew more than most people. Zhou Shuwan nodded, about to say something, when a familiar figure appeared before them. Dr. Wei, dressed casually, had also come over. He usually wore a white coat and glasses. Although nearing 50, he was very refined and scholarly. Wearing short sleeves and trousers, he looked even younger. He seemed curious about the breadfruit tree as well, and approached to examine it closely. Upon seeing Zhou Shuwan and Moo, he greeted them gently. "Shuwan, Moo, you're here too." "Dr. Wei." Zhou Shuwan's heart skipped a beat, but she remained outwardly composed as she continued her conversation. They spoke politely. Dr. Wei pointed to the tall breadfruit trees and remarked, "This pirate island is truly a treasure trove, bringing more harvests and fish to our warships. Hope Island, where we live, isn't very wooded, but this pirate island is tall and lush. Perhaps we can cut down some trees to fill the gap." Moreover, I asked the survivors. In the past 7 or 8 years, the island has experienced various natural disasters, including acid rain, extreme heat, extreme cold, drought, and tsunamis, but the duration was shorter than ours. The impact on them wasn't as significant. It seems more suitable for human habitation. Dr. Wei shook his head. That's not necessarily true. Settling on the island was a choice born of necessity. A single major hurricane and tsunami would have been enough to destroy our ships. We were lucky to have drifted to Pirate Island this time. Otherwise, like some other ships, we would have been adrift in the deep sea, unable to find our way back. Even with agriculture, aquaculture, and seawater purification technology on the mothership, the death toll would still be high. Zhou Shuwan and Moo both wore somber expressions. The sea breeze rustled the leaves, and golden sunlight shone on Dr. Wei's face, making him appear exceptionally kind and approachable. Finally, he changed the subject, seemingly casually asking Zhou Shuwan, "Shuwan, I heard that the 2 people who died a few days ago were old acquaintances of yours." Zhou Shuwan's face showed a timely hint of melancholy, and she sighed softly. "Yes, they were old classmates. We hadn't seen each other for over 9 years. This reunion was a joyous occasion, but I never expected them to die so soon." She didn't finish speaking, only gently shaking her head, a faint sadness in her eyes. Dr. Wei also shook his head. "I heard that Lin Yuang was your boyfriend. You were young then, you didn't know his character. It's one less scum like him if he dies." Zhou Shuwan smiled faintly and remained silent. Dr. Wei tentatively asked, "There's still plenty of breadfruit available. Would your family like to exchange for some? I tried some, and I think it tastes even better than mutated potatoes. I'd like to exchange for more, but we don't have enough supplies." Zhou Shuwan smiled and said, "You've been a doctor on the mothership for so many years. You accumulated a lot of supplies. My family has 5 or 6 members, and we can barely feed ourselves. As for exchanging for breadfruit, we don't have that many supplies." Dr. Wei smiled and shook his head, saying meaningfully, "You and Xiao Qi are very capable. Look at our warship. Besides your family, who else has the ability to stockpile breadfruit on their own? Young people are too modest. However, in today's world, it's right to complain about being poor, but you can't flaunt your wealth. Otherwise, you attract the attention of those with ulterior motives." He presented himself as an earnest elder, thoughtfully considering the needs of his juniors. Zhou Shuwan smiled as she looked at him, nodding in agreement. Dr. Wei is right. A barely perceptible coldness flashed in her eyes. They'd been plotting for days, but unexpectedly, it was the highly respected Dr. Wei from the mothership who stepped in. Could he be Lin Yoyang's backup plan? Dr. Wei didn't talk much with her, engaging in casual conversation before quickly picking up a few breadfruits gnawed by insects and leaving. Other soldiers came to shoo Zhou Shuwan and Moo away. These breadfruit trees are the most important asset on the island now, Dr. Zhou. Take a look and leave, lest someone with ulterior motives reports you. Chapter 539. Breadfruit is now the most important staple food, coveted by countless people. When Zhou Shuwan and Moo wandered around, patrolling soldiers watched from a corner, fearing they might climb the tree to reach the breadfruit. The tree is currently bearing its second batch of fruit, but it will take another 2 months to ripen. The fruit is still small and green. Zhou Shuwan understood their duty, apologized, and left with Moo. Back at their residence, Zhou Shuwan and Moo recounted their chance encounter with Dr. Wei to their family in detail. After listening, Qi Mingyu frowned, pondered for a moment, and then slowly said, Dr. Wei's probing intentions are quite obvious. He is highly respected on the mothership, and usually seems gentle and harmless, but his questions go straight to the heart of the matter. Especially his mention of the cruise ship and supplies, which clearly indicates he knows our secrets. Zhou Shuan nodded, a cold glint in her eyes. I think so too. Zhong Tian immediately tensed up. Then what should we do? Should we keep being wary of him? Qi Mingyu shook his head, his tone calm. No need to panic too much. The island is in chaos right now. If we want to take action, now is the only time. If we postpone it any longer, by the time the island is rebuilt, the mothership may not still be here, and we may not be able to stay or go back with the mothership. So, if we're going to take action, it's best to do it now. Zhou Jianhai sighed and shook his head. I really didn't expect that in the end, it would be Dr. Wei who became a suspect. Dr. Wei helped treat Chun Chun, was usually gentle and refined, and later became Zhou Shuan's superior, highly respected by the Zhou family. Moo, standing confidently to the side, declared firmly, Dad, Mom, we can't sit idly by any longer. Since we suspect Dr. Wei, we have to find a way to lure him out and eliminate this threat completely. Zhou Shuan nodded. Moo is right. We can't remain passively defensive. We must take the initiative. We must continue our activities on the island, creating opportunities for Dr. Wei. Once he slips up, we act immediately. As night deepened, the Zhou family sat together, each gripping their weapons, their expressions grave. A tense atmosphere permeated the air, like a taut string about to snap. Meanwhile, Pirate Island and the surrounding islets remained in ruins. The ravages of artillery fire had almost completely leveled the island's buildings, leaving ruins everywhere. To prevent the spread of disease, the warships dispatched a large number of naval personnel to exhume and burned all the buried corpses on Dead Man's Island. The stench of charred bodies lingered on the island for 7 or 8 days, yet it still hadn't completely dissipated. Besides cremating the bodies, the Navy was also urgently constructing houses to provide temporary shelter for the rescued survivors. Qi Mingyu approached the officer in charge and expressed his family's desire to settle on the pirate island. Due to the large size of the main island and several smaller islands nearby, there was enough space for the people on the mothership and the survivors from the original island to live. The naval personnel quickly agreed to his request and allocated a wooden cabin to the Zhou family. The cabin was located at the rear of the main island, adjacent to Dead Man's Island. Although the location was remote, it suited the Zhou family's preference for quiet. The cabin had 2 rooms of about 20 square meters each, and behind the door was a small open space of several dozen square meters, where they could grow vegetables and raise poultry. A shed in front could serve as a kitchen and storage room. Despite the unpleasant living conditions on Dead Man's Island, filled with the smell of burning and soot, the Zhou family paid no heed. They had more pressing concerns. Moving to the island was merely a convenient opportunity for their prey. On the night of their arrival, the Zhou family sat tensely in their wooden hut, awaiting the anticipated attack. Around midnight, a soft poof sound came from outside. Qi Mingyu, with his keen ears, immediately whispered, They're here. Everyone, get to your posts, prepare. The others gripped their weapons even tighter. Then, someone silently approached the hut's window and tossed in a white, odorless solid substance. Qi Mingyu immediately recognized it as a military-grade chemical incapacitating agent, capable of poisoning through aerosols, causing dizziness, hallucinations, and incapacitation. However, the Zhou family was already prepared. Unsure what their accomplice would do, they took out all the air-conditioned suits from their storage space, one for each person. The biggest advantage of the air-conditioned suit is that it filters harmful air. There's also a place inside to store a small oxygen cylinder. In a critical moment, the air vent can be closed, allowing only oxygen to be inhaled. 10 minutes later, a faint footstep sounded outside. Dr. Wei and his son, wearing helmets, carefully pushed open the door of the wooden cabin, their guns slightly raised, cautiously scanning their surroundings. The cabin was pitch black, with only dappled moonlight casting shadows on the floor through the windows. In the darkness, visibility was poor. They could only make out several figures lying haphazardly, seemingly dressed in bulky clothing. A flicker of surprise crossed Dr. Wei's eyes. This kind of weapon could actually cause hallucinations and unsteady gait, but he hadn't expected this family to be so weak, all of them unconscious. Dr. Wei quietly gestured for his son to follow. The two walked slowly, one in front of the other, careful not to make a sound. After confirming there were no ambushes inside, Dr. Wei took out a flashlight from his waist, quickly turned it on, and swept the beam across the corners of the room, before finally stopping on the unconscious bodies of Zhou Shuwan and the others. He lowered his voice, adjusted the flashlight beam to avoid being too glaring, and then gently nudged his son beside him with his elbow, signaling him to begin searching Zhou Shuwan's belongings. His son nodded, tiptoed to Zhou Shuwan's side, and crouched down. Just as his fingers touched her backpack, Zhou Shuwan suddenly opened her eyes, her movements incredibly swift. She snatched the gun from his hand, and pressed the muzzle against his temple. At the same time, Qi Mingyu and Mu Mu leaped up from the ground and pounced on Dr. Wei. Before Dr. Wei could react, Qi Mingyu had firmly gripped his wrist, and his gun was disarmed. His expression changed drastically, a flicker of panic in his eyes. He clearly hadn't expected the Zhou family to set such a trap. You? Zhou Shuwan held Dr. Wei's son firmly, the gun pressed against his temple, and demanded sharply, "Tell me, what is your purpose in coming here?" Dr. Wei's face was ashen. He gritted his teeth, his voice trembling slightly. We can't make ends meet anymore. We know your Zhou family is wealthy, so we thought we'd steal some supplies." Zhou Shuwan sneered, a hint of disdain in her eyes. "Steal supplies? Dr. Wei, do you think we believe that?" Dr. Wei's son, restrained, was covered in cold sweat, clearly terrified. Chapter 540. For so many years, he had lived a life of luxury, relying on his father's medical skills to make ends meet on the mothership, with the Navy protecting him from external threats. Therefore, his ability to react to changing circumstances was inferior to that of a child who had survived a few years in the apocalypse. He opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but Qi Mingyu shoved a blanket over his mouth and then kicked him hard in the shin. A crack resounded, the sound of bones breaking echoing clearly in the silent wooden house. He trembled violently in pain, but because his mouth was gagged, he could only let out low whimpers, sweat pouring down his face like rain. Dr. Wei, seeing this, was both shocked and furious, rushing forward to try and save his son. However, Mu Mu was prepared, her gun pressed directly against his forehead, coldly saying, "What, you think I can't shoot?" The young man, filled with rage, forcefully shoved the gun into his forehead. Dr. Wei staggered back a step, a complex emotion flashing in his eyes. He slightly turned his head, glancing out the window, seemingly hoping the patrol outside would notice the commotion. Zhou Shuwan sensed his intention, a cold smile playing on her lips. "Dr. Wei, are you trying to attract the patrol's attention? Do you think they get here faster, or our guns?" Dr. Wei's face darkened further, clearly exposed. There were indeed military patrols on the island. Dr. Wei and his son came here to poison the island, partly to avoid attracting attention. The space was what he wanted most, and he certainly didn't want anyone else to covet it. Mu Mu also spoke up, sneering, "Of course, if you want your son to suffer more, go ahead and cause all sorts of trouble. My marksmanship is the worst in the family. I don't even know where I hit your son." He moved his hand, as if about to fire a bullet. Dr. Wei finally told the truth. His voice was hoarse and weak. "I talk. I tell you everything." Zhou Shuwan's gun remained firmly pressed against Dr. Wei's son's temple, but the initial sharpness in her eyes had been replaced by a cold calm. She slightly raised her chin, signaling Dr. Wei to continue. Dr. Wei's shoulders slumped, and he seemed to age 10 years in an instant. His voice was low and weak. That day I saw your strange behavior with that disabled person. After you left, I used the excuse of examining his leg to approach him. He told me his name was Lin Yuang, and that he used to be boyfriend and girlfriend." Zhou Shuwan's brows furrowed slightly. Dr. Wei had sensed something was wrong when he noticed the strange atmosphere between Zhou Shuwan and Lin Yuang. So, he deliberately approached Lin Yuang, casually mentioning that the Zhou family was very wealthy, and that if he could get a little bit out of Zhou Shuwan, his life would be much easier. Lin Yuang was indeed intrigued and asked Dr. Wei how much wealth the Zhou family actually had, and how they had managed to preserve it during the apocalypse. Dr. Wei deliberately exaggerated the Zhou family's reserves, saying that they not only owned a cruise ship, but also countless supplies. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuang was indeed consumed by jealousy. He sneered and said in a hoarse voice, their family must have some special secret, otherwise they couldn't possibly be living so comfortably in the apocalypse. He then immediately revealed his speculation about Zhou Shuwan taking over his jade pendant spatial storage. Dr. Wei's shock at the time goes without saying. But in fact, he had long suspected the Zhou family. From the moment Zhou Shuwan took out those potent medications for Chun Chun, he sensed something was amiss. As a doctor, he knew how stringent the preservation conditions for those injections were. The Zhou family was just an ordinary family. How could they possibly have preserved them all? He secretly observed the Zhou family, and discovered that both Grandma Pang and Moo Moo were much healthier than their peers. Even the elderly Grandma Pang didn't suffer from malnutrition, her complexion was rosy, and her voice was strong and clear. And Moo Moo, who was still growing, was taller and stronger than her peers. Especially their supplies, the huge cruise ship, powerful weapons, countless resources. All of this made him even more suspicious. He had been secretly wondering how the Zhou family had managed to preserve so many resources. During major earthquakes and volcanic eruptions, how did they preserve their cruise ship and supplies? Therefore, after meeting Lin Yuang, he deliberately inquired and eventually confirmed Zhou Shuwan's secret ability to possess a spatial dimension. Zhou Shuwan's eyes were sharp as knives, staring directly at Dr. Wei, her voice as cold as ice. So, you became greedy and wanted to take the space for yourself? Dr. Wei's body trembled violently, a flicker of panic flashing in his eyes. He lowered his head, not daring to look Zhou Shuwan in the eye, his voice so weak it was almost inaudible. Yes, yes. I thought that as long as I controlled you, I could obtain the space and never have to worry about supplies again. My son and I planned to drug you and steal the jade pendant. But I didn't expect. His voice trailed off, as if he could no longer speak. His son, still held to Zhou Shuwan's gun, was deathly pale, his forehead beaded with cold sweat, and his legs trembled uncontrollably with pain. Qi Mingyu stood to the side, his eyes cold and stern, his fingers lightly stroking the trigger of his pistol. Zhou Shuwan remained silent for a long while before finally speaking, her voice calm yet undeniably firm. Dr. Wei, for your own greed, you didn't hesitate to harm my family. Do you think I let you go? Dr. Wei's body trembled violently, a flicker of despair in his eyes. He wasn't actually originally from the warship, he was an ordinary doctor rescued and brought aboard during the first 2 years of the apocalypse. Because of his exceptional professional skills, surpassing those of the doctors on the mothership, he was also a very astute individual and quickly established himself on the warship. He later became one of the key figures in charge of the mothership's medical area. He and his son managed to survive well on the mothership. Dr. Wei knew he had been discovered. His lips moved slightly, his voice hoarse and weak. I know I have no right to beg you to let me go. But please let my son go. He's young, he didn't do anything, he was just forced into it by me. Zhou Shuwan glanced around. Zhou Jianghai and Zhong Tiyu knew they were only capable of protecting themselves, so they had silently pointed their guns at the father and son as soon as Dr. Wei and his companion were subdued. Moo Moo had grown up completely. The gun in his hand was firmly pressed against Dr. Wei's forehead, as if at any moment, at the command of Zhou Shuwan or Qi Mingyu, the bullet in his gun would be fired. Besides your son, who else did you tell about the space? Who else knows about it? He asked. Chapter 541. Dr. Wei shook his head, saying no one knew. Qi Mingyu narrowed his eyes, walked over, and punched Dr. Wei's son unconscious. He then interrogated Dr. Wei, demanding to know who he had told about the secret of the space. Watching his son fall unconscious into Zhou Shuwan's hands, a few drops of bright red blood on the floor were shocking, and the air was thick with the stench of blood. Dr. Wei's face turned deathly pale, his heart aching, tears streaming down his face. He knelt on the ground with a thud, pleading desperately, please spare my son. He knows nothing. It was all my doing. I swear to God, I only wanted to keep the space to myself, I didn't tell anyone. Really, I'm willing to give anything for my son's life. Please. He wanted to cry out in despair, but Moo Moo pointed a gun at him, threatening in a low voice, shut up. Don't make a sound. In their small wooden cabin, there was only a lamp, emitting a faint light. He worried that something amiss might attract the attention of the maritime patrol. Dr. Wei could only weep silently. For so many years, He and his son had depended on each other. His son was his only motivation to live. His desire to seize Zhou Shuan's space was also to create better conditions for his son. In the future, the surviving humans would only be able to wander the seas, and resources would become increasingly scarce. If there was space to store more supplies, his son's life would improve. Then, he wouldn't worry anymore. Dr. Wei suddenly said, "Actually, Lin Yuang told me something else." At this moment, he was willing to say anything to save his son's life. "What?" Zhou Shuan asked coldly. Dr. Wei then said, "Actually, at the very beginning of the apocalypse, the country made preparations. After surveying various parts of the country, they selected several places to preserve the seeds of our Yin Kingdom civilization. These seeds, apart from a small portion being writing, books, and technology, mostly consisted of various supplies and advanced equipment." Before he could finish speaking, Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu exchanged surprised glances. As those who had already recruited a batch of seeds, they understood best the meaning behind Dr. Wei's words. "Continue," Mumu urged. Dr. Wei glanced at his unconscious son, gritted his teeth, and continued, "The pirate captain didn't know about this originally. He only stole the convoy transporting the fire seed during one of his raids. He killed everyone on board and kept all the fire seed. Worried about the island's safety, he transported the fire seed to nearby waters, and sank it to the bottom of the sea to secure it." Seeing Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu's expressions, which seemed disbelieving, he hurriedly added, "It's true." Because of this, the pirate captain later particularly liked to target warships disguised as ordinary civilian ships. However, lacking sufficient weapons, he dared not directly attack the warships. Instead, he led the way, pretending to be victims to seek protection from passing warships. He led a group of men aboard, poisoned the ships, blew poisonous smoke, etc., killed everyone on board, and then sailed the warship back. Then he took the fire seed from it. Hide it well. There have been 3 such incidents in total. Lin Yuang was involved in planning these things in the early stages. When he told me about the jade pendant space, I didn't believe him at first, but he told me to gain my trust. Where is the fire seed hidden? Zhou Shuan asked calmly. Dr. Wei shook his head. I don't know. Even Lin Yuang said he didn't know, otherwise he would definitely have reported it as a merit. That's not necessarily true. Lin Yuang was a clever man, quick-witted. If he revealed his knowledge of the fire seed, there was a chance he would be rewarded, but the warship would definitely interrogate him about how he knew. However, Zhou Shuan knew his background, and would not believe his one-sided account. Therefore, his involvement in plotting against the pirates would be exposed, especially since he was also involved in the plan to kill soldiers. So, he preferred to use it to intimidate Dr. Wei, who was merely a doctor, rather than reveal a word to Zhou Shuan. However, Zhou Shuan naturally wouldn't tell Dr. Wei any of this. After pressing him repeatedly to confirm that he truly didn't know the whereabouts of the fire seed, only that it was in the nearby waters, and hadn't told anyone about the spatial aspect, she had Zhou's parents and Mumu open the windows to ventilate the room and let the toxic gases escape. The sea breeze, carrying a slightly salty smell, entered the room, dispersing the stench of blood and chemicals, and causing Dr. Wei, kneeling on the floor, to shiver. Outside the window, the night was deep, with only the faint sound of waves crashing against the rocks in the distance. Then, Qi Mingyu bound Dr. Wei and his son tightly. Dr. Wei's face changed, and he opened his mouth to shout, but was ruthlessly knocked unconscious. They slumped to the ground like 2 rag dolls, motionless. Zhou Jianhai and Zhong Tian watched silently, obeying their daughter and son-in-law's orders without uttering a word. With their daughter's life at stake, they were now quite ruthless. Mumu gripped the gun tightly, her eyes resolute, without the slightest hesitation. The family slept haphazardly all night, none of them sleeping soundly. As dawn broke, everyone woke up. Qi Mingyu looked at Zhou Shuan. You stay with Mom and Dad. Mumu and I are going out for a bit. His tone was calm, but his eyes held a resolute glint. Zhou Shuan knew what he was going to do. She glanced at Mumu's younger brother, who was guarding Dr. Wei and his son. Mumu didn't seem afraid, instead, he seemed eager to try. She sighed inwardly. Mumu was grown up now. It was time for him to learn that some things in life couldn't be simply categorized as good or evil. Dr. Wei and his son weren't vicious criminals, but they had coveted Zhou Shuan's space, so they had to die, and Qi Mingyu clearly wanted Mumu involved in the killing. How do you plan to take these 2 to the sea? Zhou Shuan asked in a low voice. Qi Mingyu had already devised a plan. The bay is right behind us. We choose a boat, put them in sacks, and then tell them we're taking Mumu out to sea to practice fishing. The management is a bit chaotic right now, and I have influence in the Navy, so getting out shouldn't be a problem. Zhong Tiyun was a little worried, but what if others suspect that Dr. Wei was here? Doctors are extremely valuable these days, especially highly skilled specialists like Dr. Wei, who are highly regarded by their superiors. Once news of his disappearance spreads, the military will likely conduct a thorough investigation. Then Qi Mingyu and Mumu's departure at sea today will arouse suspicion. Zhou Shuan remained silent for a moment, then looked at everyone, her expression eerily calm. She said to her parents, "Dad, Mom, you two go outside and clean up the house, and make us breakfast." Chapter 542. Zhong Tian glanced at her daughter's expression, nodded emphatically, and left with Zhou Jianhai. After they left, Qi Mingyu looked at Zhou Shuan. "Wan, you want to?" He had already guessed what Zhou Shuan was going to do. Zhou Shuan took out 2 sharp daggers from her spatial storage, handed one to Mumu, and said in a calm tone with a hint of command, "Mumu, watch my move." She placed a thick sponge under Dr. Wei's son, then decisively slit his throat with one stroke. The man didn't even utter a sound before his breath stopped. A young life ended there, blood staining the sponge in Zhou Shuan's hands. But Zhou Shuan's expression was very calm, as if she hadn't just killed a person, but merely cut a chicken's throat. Mumu unconsciously imitated her sister's actions, placing a sponge under Dr. Wei and ending his life with a single stroke. Dr. Wei's eyes widened, filled with resentment and fear. But quickly, his gaze dimmed, losing its life. Mumu's face bore a strange blush, a result of extreme excitement and a surge of adrenaline. The dagger in his hand was still dripping blood, but he felt no fear. Instead, he felt a strange excitement. Zhou Shuan touched the 2 warm corpses, and with a thought, she stored them in her spatial storage. She had never stored human corpses in her space before, only knowing that she couldn't store living creatures. But thinking about it, her space could store the corpses of pigs, cows, and sheep, so she figured she could too. And indeed she could. Mumu, remember, I won't offend others unless they offend me. These 2 aren't vicious criminals, but our lives are at stake. So, remember not to hold back. She was instructing her younger brother. Mumu nodded emphatically. "Sister, don't worry, I know what to do." Zhou Shuan took out a bucket of water and several rags from her spatial storage, and everyone cleaned up all the bloodstains on the ground. Dr. Wei's disappearance indeed caused a huge uproar on the island. The medical area was on duty in shifts, and last night wasn't his shift, so he should have returned to his quarters on the mothership. However, yesterday evening, for some reason, Dr. Wei and his son carried 2 packages and came ashore from the warship. They rested in a duty room next to the emergency room. But the next day, they were nowhere to be seen. This was Dr. Wei's shift, so when he didn't appear on time and couldn't be found on the mothership, news of his disappearance was quickly reported. Then someone pointed out that Dr. Wei and his son seemed to have quietly gone out last night. But no one knew where they went. Dr. Wei wasn't a fool. He was determined to kill the entire Zhou family to retrieve the jade pendant, so he was careful to avoid being seen as connected to the Zhou family's deaths. However, he was just a doctor, and for so many years he and his son had lived a life of luxury on the warship, never worrying about their safety. His adaptability and counter-surveillance skills needed improvement. Even with his utmost caution, he was still seen leaving with his son at night, heading towards the rear of the island. Fortunately, no one clearly saw them go to the Zhou family's house. The Zhou family themselves cleaned up all traces inside and out. Most importantly, when patrol teams were dispatched to search house by house, the Zhou family's only 2 small houses couldn't hide anyone. Unable to find anyone on the island, the military expanded their search to the sea. They began checking the ships that had entered and left the island in the past 2 days. Because the situation on the pirate island was not yet fully stable, very few boats were out fishing. They searched the boats inside and out, and politely invited the crew members onto the mothership for questioning. After 4 or 5 days of this, they found nothing. Meanwhile, the Zhou family had almost finished repairing their wooden house. They were now discussing whether to return with the mothership or stay and fend for themselves. Zhou Jianhai and Zhong Tiyun suggested returning with the mothership. Firstly, when the hurricane struck, the entire fleet, except for the mothership, which was forced to drift here, had vanished without a trace. Therefore, the mothership must eventually return to locate the other warships. Regardless of whether the entire island will relocate here in the future, the mothership will definitely return. After being managed and maintained by the survivors enslaved by the pirates, a small portion of the land on this pirate island is now suitable for growing food. This arable land is extremely precious, and neither the mothership nor ordinary humans are willing to abandon it. Secondly, The Zhou family originally owned a cruise ship, which would have been sufficient to start a new life at sea. However, they still resolutely sought out the warships to join them. This was to prevent the emergence of hostile forces, like the Japanese or Russians, or natural disasters, like hurricanes or tsunamis. Their cruise ship was nothing compared to the mothership. Without the help of warships, they didn't even have torpedoes on board. Therefore, Zhou Jianhai and Zhong Tiyun both felt that the safest place right now was the mothership. They would stay with it no matter what. Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu exchanged a glance, couldn't help but smile, and nodded, "All right. Then let's go back with the mothership and collect the supplies we left on Xiangyang Island. And the cruise ship, we already stored it in our spatial storage." Mumu also worried about this problem. How will we take it out after things settle down? They would have to be more careful in the future to prevent anyone from discovering the secret of their spatial storage. Zhou Shuan pondered for a moment, then said, "So we go back and see how things go. Thanks to Brother Yu, we have a nice room on the mothership. We usually live on the island, but if a disaster really happens, it's safest to stay with the mothership." The rest of the Zhou family nodded in agreement. The mothership had provided shelter for all the survivors, a desperate measure taken out of necessity. Later, although they found Hope Island, the captain issued a notice to encourage the survivors to disembark, settle, and farm. The gist was that the survivors could go ashore to farm and live, but the spots reserved for each family on the warship would remain. In case of an emergency, they could return to the warship, and the warship would carry everyone to safety. Captain Chen named the pirate island Hope Island No. 2. He hoped they could find more Hope Islands No. 2, 3, and 4, find more survivors, and revitalize the hope of Yen Kingdom. Standing on the deck of the mothership, looking at the bustling scene on Hope Island No. 2 below, Captain Chen sighed, and said to Vice Captain Xiao, "It would be good if we could settle down on this island, and never have to wander again." Vice Captain Xiao looked down with deep emotion and murmured, "I hope so." Chapter 543. Over the next month, the Zhou family used wooden planks to rebuild the kitchen and storeroom in front of the cabin, and also cultivated some wasteland in the back, covering several dozen square meters. Zhou Shuan took the opportunity to smuggle a lot of planting soil from her spatial storage. The biggest problem for Hope Island No. 2 was the lack of fresh water. Only in the hilly area in the middle of the main island was there a natural freshwater stream, though the flow was small. The freshwater here was formed by rainfall, flowing along the slopes of the hills to form surface runoff, then converging into a shallow stream in the depressions. When the pirates managed the island, they strictly controlled this stream, allowing it only for planting and use by the upper echelons of the pirates. Otherwise, not a drop of water was allowed to be wasted. But after the warships took over, this problem was solved. The day after taking over the island, the warship's technicians, along with the navy, built a small seawater purification plant in the shallow waters. With solar energy equipment, fresh water was produced continuously. The warship also stated that initially, everyone was encouraged to cultivate wasteland for planting, so fresh water was supplied without limit. Later, as everything settled into a routine operation, water supply would be provided free of charge based on the amount of wasteland each household cultivated. Other daily necessities, such as food and drinking water, would be rationed per person. If more water was needed, it would have to be exchanged for supplies. In other words, for those without supplies and living in poverty, the military would guarantee basic water use, but no additional benefits. However, if they wanted extra benefits, they would need to exchange them for supplies. This is understandable. After all, the warship needs to support the lives of several thousand people, so it's impossible to provide everything for free. So, not only the Zhou family, but all the other families allocated land on Hope Island No. 2 began frantically cultivating the land. A month later, Hope Island No. 2 was lush and green everywhere. The seeds they had planted had sprouted. In fact, Hope Island No. 2 was not large, with a hill rising 200 to 300 meters in the center. Typically, due to topographical limitations, such islands rarely had ample flat land. The small size of the island meant that no corner was more than 5 kilometers from the furthest coastline. For such a small tropical island, frequent typhoons would inevitably bring the impact of waves, whether directly intruding or splashed down by spray from the storm's surge, potentially causing salinization. This salinization would have extremely adverse effects on the island's ecosystem and agriculture. But the people of Hope Island No. 2 enthusiastically cultivated the wasteland, without considering what would happen if, after a year or two, their carefully nurtured land turned into saline alkali land. Such an environment is extremely unfavorable for the growth of crops such as corn, wheat, and potatoes. Therefore, After research by the technical experts on the mothership, it was decided to cultivate taro and sweet potato as staple foods, both of which are resistant to hot and humid climates. Taro can thrive in hot and humid environments and can be cooked in a variety of ways. Whether steamed as a meal, cooked with seafood, or made into desserts with honey or sugar, it always showcases its unique deliciousness. Sweet potato, needless to say, is naturally sweet and has a high yield, enough to compensate for the lack of mutated potatoes. The two motherships didn't have many seeds, but the pirate island had focused on agricultural development in recent years, so they had some. Besides keeping some for public use, the remaining seeds were distributed free of charge to each family based on the size of their wasteland and the number of people. In addition to staple foods, vegetables also needed to be grown. Water spinach, bitter melon, cucumber, etc. are all suitable for growing on tropical islands. After inspecting the land on Island 2, Zhong Tiyun asked the newly rescued survivors, "The climate and soil conditions on this island are the least suitable for growing rice. How have you managed to grow it for 7 or 8 years?" The survivors replied, "This is the soil that the pirates used to dig from the land when they forced us to take their ships. They dug it every year and replaced the soil every year." Zhong Tiyun was speechless. Now there was no land available for them to replace the soil. Therefore, this much rice was their last remaining crop. Zhou Shuan wanted to exchange some rice, but since her family had rushed aboard the warship to escape, she didn't know what supplies to offer that wouldn't arouse suspicion. Considering the hot weather on Pirate Island, which many northerners found unsuitable, Zhou Shuan took out 30 boxes of Wuxiang Jingqi water, a traditional Chinese medicine for heat stroke, and exchanged them for 300 caddies of rice. 30 boxes of Wuxiang Jingqi water were small, they could easily be stuffed into a backpack. On Hope Island number 2, there were too many mosquitoes and insects. Without a mosquito net, she would be bitten all over at night, her body red and itchy. The moxa sticks in Zhou Shuan's spatial storage came in handy. She also took out 30 boxes of moxa sticks and exchanged them for 300 caddies of breadfruit. Breadfruit was easier to store than rice, so even though it didn't taste as good and there weren't many ways to cook it, its price was just as precious as rice. Without Dr. Wei speculating, the medical staff, though still wondering how Zhou Shuan had preserved the medicine until now, didn't suspect anything further. Zhou Shuan exchanged the rice to ensure her family's food supply had a legitimate source. Heaven knows, after so many days on the mothership, the family had only eaten compressed biscuits and smoked fish. Aside from the occasional sneaky bite of steamed buns, beef strips, or wontons, their mouths were practically parched. On the evening of the rice exchange, the Zhou family prepared a lavish meal. Each person had a large bowl of rice, a dish of stir-fried potatoes, a dish of canned meat stewed with mushrooms, a dish of sauerkraut fish, and a dish of stir-fried vegetables. Except for the potatoes, which were from their own farm, the canned meat, mushrooms, and vegetables were obtained through exchange with the warship's agricultural department. The sauerkraut, however, was obtained through exchange with Jiping's family. Yuxuan and Shui Dong had previously pickled many jars of vegetables they received, carefully hiding them under their beds. Zhou Shuan also planned to exchange fish for 2 chickens with the warship so her parents could nourish themselves. She had heard that during the previous hurricane and tsunami, the mothership lost control and rocked back and forth at sea, causing a batch of chickens to die at the breeding farm, and they were all frozen. Zhong Tiyun said while washing dishes, "Those chickens must have been very expensive. All the chickens and ducks we raised on Xiangyang Island must have died. It's such a pity." "It's all right. We raised them again once we settled down," Zhou Jianhai comforted her. The bowls Zhong Tiyun was washing were made of wood. She selected a tree roughly the size of the bowl, cut it down, hollowed out the center, and smoothed it out to make wooden bowls. There was no other way. The Zhou family had fled in such a hurry that they certainly hadn't brought these utensils. Cooking for them now was still done by Jiping and Shui Dong's families, each contributing a soup pot and a wok. Chapter 544. The pirates had quite a few boats out fishing, including 2 medium-sized cruise ships, all stolen from the pirates, and many fishing boats. Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu had rented a fishing boat, choosing to fish independently instead of joining Jiping's fishing team. On the deserted sea, Xi and Qi Mingyu used a large rock they had collected in their spatial storage to bind the bodies of Dr. Wei and his son together. Then, Zhou Shuan watched expressionlessly as the 2 bodies slowly sank to the seabed. If nothing unexpected happened, the 2 bodies would decompose on the seabed, turning into skeletons, and would never be discovered again. Xi and Qi Mingyu also took the opportunity to search the surrounding waters, but after several trips, they found nothing. Time was too short. After their fruitless search, the two gathered some supplies. They could look for the fire seed later. This was tropical water. The fish and seaweed in the ocean were different from those in the northern seas. Zhou Shuan took the opportunity to store a batch of fish in her spatial storage. She caught quite a lot of mackerel, grouper, pomfret, and tuna. They also harvested a large amount of seaweed, Euphorbia tyricale, from a large coral reef, probably several dozen kilograms. Seaweed can be eaten raw in a salad, or made into a jelly before being served raw. It's low in protein, but regular consumption can have health benefits. This added a new vegetable to their menu. Finally, they brought back a small boatload of fish. Of course, the tattered fishing nets couldn't have caught so much, but Zhou Shuan had her spatial storage cheat device. Back home, she traded over a dozen fish for 2 chickens. Zhong Tiyun cooked a large plate of chicken for everyone. Because there were still half a bottle of various drinks left in the storage space, they took out a bottle of cola and stewed chicken. The result was fragrant, but not greasy, and incredibly delicious. The Zhou family ate several lavish meals before the day arrived for the mothership's return. The Zhou family had already agreed beforehand that they would never be separated, no matter what. They asked their neighbors to look after the patch of wasteland they had cultivated behind the house, paying them a portion of the supplies in advance as a care fee. They would pay the remaining supplies upon their return. Their neighbors were native inhabitants of the island, a newlywed couple who had been rescued. They had been enslaved by pirates for several years, were extremely thin, and had sorrowful faces. Their marriage was based on mutual benefit. A woman wouldn't survive long in the apocalypse, and a man without a wife, children, and a warm bed wouldn't know the meaning of survival. Therefore, the warship encouraged these rescued survivors, as well as the survivors on the mothership, to form families. Most of the survivors, who have survived to this point, have lost all their family and friends, leaving only themselves to eke out a living. Such people are very dangerous. In the face of repeated natural disasters and shortages of supplies, they will eventually lose all their ethics and emotions, becoming cold-blooded and cruel like pirates. Only by forming families and having emotional bonds can they maintain group order and basic human decency, preventing the collapse of order in extreme environments. There are too many monks and not enough porridge. Therefore, not only their neighbors, but also most of the more than 2,000 survivors they rescued actively showcased their strengths to the more than 300 surviving women, as well as the single women on the mothership. Zhong Tiyun had met her new neighbors a few times, and felt they were getting along well, so she decided to entrust this important task to them. After making the necessary arrangements, the Zhou family headed north with the mothership. The mothership's navigation system was unusable, so they had to rely on human experience to determine direction, making their journey very slow. It only took them half a month to arrive, but the return trip took about a month. The Zhou family's quarters were too small. There was barely enough room for sleeping. Fortunately, they had caught some supplies at sea, so they gave some tropical fish and seaweed to Jiping and Shuetao, who ate there every day. Chun Chun's health was also improving. Before, he couldn't go out in the wind often, otherwise he would get headaches, colds, and coughs. Now, he could spend half an afternoon on the deck without any problem. Shuetao was, of course, very grateful to the Zhou family. Even if Zhou Shuan had given them her own supplies, and was eating there for free, he and Jiping would have been happy. They had privately said that their two families owed the Zhou family a debt they could never repay in a lifetime. But they couldn't leave it unpaid. It was only in small matters that they could help out. Besides this, Shuetao had also lamented about Dr. Wei's situation. Once, during a meal, Shuetao sighed at the table. How could someone as good as Dr. Wei just disappear? The Navy searched for a week, but there wasn't a trace of him. It was as if he vanished suddenly. Initially, the warships deployed their reconnaissance planes and ships to search, thoroughly examining the area within dozens of nautical miles, but they found nothing. The island was searched even more thoroughly, turned upside down countless times. The Zhou family ate in silence, heads bowed, without exchanging even a glance. Shui Dong then chimed in. I suspect that Dr. Wei took his son out that night, carrying a bulging bundle. They must have been doing something bad. Otherwise, why would they have been hiding from people? And then, they were killed. And somehow, they hid the body, which is why they haven't found it. Shui Dong had always been an honest boy, rarely speaking his mind when his older brother was around. It was unexpected that he would have such insightful opinions. Zhou Shuan was quite impressed with him. Jiping frowned. Anyway, although Pirate Island has been renamed Hope Island No. 2, some of the customs on that island are very bad. The survivors have been enslaved and slaughtered, and their basic morals and values have changed. They're different from us, who have always lived on the warship. We need to be careful when we get along with them. Right. Everyone else nodded. Jiping and Shui Tao also decided to go back with the mothership to collect their belongings from Hope Island and settle down on Hope Island number 2. Not for anything else, but because the soil here could grow food, and breadfruit could be their staple food. Food was everything now. Jiping and his group's residence on island number 2 was not far from the Zhou families. They had also cultivated land, and entrusted the island's native inhabitants to help manage it. Zhou Shuwan had been working under Dr. Wei, so she couldn't be too indifferent. She simply said, "Who knows what's going on? Since we can't find any information after all the investigation, there must be something fishy going on. We're just ordinary people, we can't worry about that much. In the end, we can only hope for a miracle." Everyone else nodded. Zhong Tiyun then urged, "Hurry up and eat. After we finish eating, it'd be time for haircuts." Having nothing else to do on the warship, they decided to get haircuts and some personal grooming. Because of the large population, several small shops had sprung up on the mothership. Chapter 545. Such as barber shops, tailor shops, tool repair shops, fishing tackle shops, and supply exchange centers, these were all supported by the military. Within limited space, several rooms were partitioned off specifically to meet people's daily needs. However, these shops weren't doing very well. Because supplies were so scarce, people were content as long as they could fill their stomachs. They didn't care much about anything else. The Zhou family also cut hair for each other, instead of going to shops. The Zhou family's barber was Zhou Shuwan, who had excellent skills. After dinner, Zhou Shuwan first cut her parents, Mumu's, hair, and finally cut Qi Mingyu's hair. They sat on the open-air deck on the 8th floor. The space was small, only about 20 square meters. By the time she finished cutting Qi Mingyu's hair, it was already evening, perfect for enjoying the sunset. As an inlander, Zhou Shuwan used to love the sea, especially watching the sunset from the ocean. The afterglow of the setting sun bathed the deck in a golden red hue. A gentle sea breeze, carrying a hint of saltiness, ruffled Zhou Shuwan's hair. Zhou Shuwan picked up the scissors and carefully examined Qi Mingyu's face. His facial features were strong, with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes. Even with his eyes closed, he exuded a composed and steady aura. The scissors danced nimbly in her hands, a few strands of hair falling and tracing graceful arcs in the air before gently landing on the deck. All done. Zhou Shuwan put down the scissors, looking at Qi Mingyu with a smile. "Now I'm a great hairdresser too. Look how handsome my haircut is." Qi Mingyu looked at Zhou Shuwan, his gaze gentle. "Come on, let me cut yours too." For years, Qi Mingyu had been the one to style Zhou Shuwan's hair. She obediently lowered her head, letting Qi Mingyu work on her long hair. Qi Mingyu skillfully combed her hair neatly, then began to snip-snip. There were few words exchanged between them, only the soft sounds of scissors cutting through hair, and the rustling of the sea breeze. The setting sun cast a softer glow, elongating their shadows. "All done," Qi Mingyu said, putting down the scissors and gently running his fingers through Zhou Shuwan's hair, his eyes filled with affection. Zhou Shuwan smiled and thanked him, then took his arm. The two stood side by side on the deck, quietly admiring the beautiful sunset. Where the sea met the sky, a giant fireball slowly sank, dyeing the sky and sea a brilliant orange-red. The sea shimmered, as if burning with flames. In the distance, several seagulls circled overhead, their clear cries ringing out. At this moment, the beautiful scenery made them forget the turbulent apocalypse they were in. Only each other, and the beautiful sunset remained between them. "So beautiful!" Zhou Shuwan exclaimed, "Just like before the apocalypse, just as magnificent." Qi Mingyu tightened his grip on Zhou Shuwan's hand, intertwining their fingers, and whispered, "Yes, so beautiful. No matter when or where, as long as I'm with you, everything is so wonderful." He wasn't good with sweet words, only expressing his love through actions. This unintentional whisper made Zhou Shuwan's heart feel as sweet as honey. Zhou Shuwan couldn't help but gently rest her head on Qi Mingyu's shoulder, feeling his warmth and strength. "We watch many, many sunsets together in the future," Qi Mingyu said softly. Zhou Shuwan replied softly, closing her eyes. Jiping's fleet fished near the mothership. Although their catch was meager, it was better than nothing. Days passed, and the mothership, like a colossal steel behemoth, slowly traversed the vast ocean. A month later, a tiny island, no bigger than a sesame seed, appeared on the horizon. Captain Chen had been worried about missing the island, but fortunately, the experienced naval personnel determined its direction by sight, and found it accurately. The island was devastated. The scars of the hurricane were shocking. The hurricane had almost completely destroyed the island's wooden houses and trees, and ships anchored in the shallow waters were reduced to pieces. For a month and a half, these planks and wreckage drifted with the currents. The mothership encountered these debris dozens of nautical miles from the island. Upon reaching it, it found a large number of planks and ship fragments floating around the island. Fortunately, there were signs of human activity on the island. This fleet was fully organized, including, besides the mothership, amphibious assault ships, destroyers, cruisers, frigates, submarines, supply ships, landing ships, reconnaissance ships, and even several civilian cruise ships. However, after a hurricane, only 2 destroyers, 1 cruiser, 1 assault ship, and 3 submarines remained on the island. The crews on these ships numbered no more than 7 or 800. After meeting at sea, they returned to the island to await the main force. As for the other warships, there was no news of them. After reuniting with the crews of the other warships, Captain Chen said firmly, "It's alright, we're back now. I send reconnaissance planes to patrol and search for them." The sailors cheered, their joy at surviving the ordeal palpable. However, Captain Ma of the cruiser looked worried, hesitant to speak. After everyone in the meeting had left, he approached Captain Chen and whispered, "Captain, we went to the old oil field, but the equipment was damaged by the hurricane and tsunami. The technicians have been working on it for days, but they say the repairs are very difficult." Captain Chen's expression immediately changed. The offshore oil fields were crucial for these warships' freedom of navigation and escape. Damaged equipment was like clipping the wings of a warship. Even reaching Hope Island No. 2 was fraught with difficulty, let alone making the round trip. Captain Chen, his brow furrowed, paced back and forth on the bridge several times before stopping and asking in a deep voice, "What's the specific situation? Can it still be repaired?" The cruiser captain shook his head, his tone grave. "The technicians say that many critical pieces of equipment have been destroyed by the waves. It requires a professional repair team and a large number of spare parts to repair. Currently, it seems extremely difficult." Captain Chen, his brow still furrowed, gazed at the turbulent sea in the distance. After a long while, he turned away, his tone heavy. "The situation is worse than I imagined." He turned to Captain Ma of the cruiser and said firmly, "No matter what, we must do our best to repair the oil field. This is crucial to our continued survival." Captain Ma nodded, his expression solemn. "I understand. I already arranged for the technicians to develop a preliminary repair plan." He paused, then took a neatly folded document from his pocket and handed it to Captain Chen. "This is the detailed plan. Please take a look." Captain Chen took the document and began to read it carefully. The document was densely filled with various technical parameters and repair procedures, which he didn't understand, but he did understand the most crucial point. To repair the oil field, the hydraulic system of a submarine needed to be dismantled and reassembled into a temporary blowout preventer to prevent a well blowout. Chapter 546. Dismantle the submarine? Captain Chen frowned. "That won't do. We only have 2 submarines right now. Dismantling one will make even escaping a problem. Captain Ma, you don't think we can rest easy just because we have 2 small islands to live on, do you? The prophecy video is gone, but everyone knows the apocalypse can't end like this. But what natural disasters might follow are unpredictable. And now, humanity's activity is entirely confined to the sea, so submarines are crucial." Captain Ma countered with, "Captain Chen, our navy, including the survivors, has 6 or 7,000 people. 2 submarines simply aren't enough. But without oil fields, we're like birds in a cage, turtles in a jar. A hurricane could wipe us out." Captain Ma, also a captain, had a fiery temper and spoke bluntly. Captain Chen paused for a moment, then said, "Let's go. I go with you and see what the technicians have to say." They went together to the cruiser's conference room. There, a group of technicians were gathered around a table, nervously discussing the details of the repair plan. "The situation on the seabed is extremely complex," an elderly engineer with graying hair said, pointing to a map. "The impact of the super hurricane and tsunami caused the drilling platform's load-bearing pillars to break, triggering a chain reaction of collapses. Oil tanks have also leaked, and crude oil has polluted the surrounding waters. Even more serious," another young technician added, "is the complete destruction of the hydraulic system used to maintain the operation of the subsea blowout preventer, which could trigger a blowout at any time. We must act quickly," the veteran engineer said firmly, "otherwise the consequences will be unimaginable. Repairing the oil field would not only require dismantling the hydraulic system of a submarine, but also require divers to work for 8 hours at a depth of 60 meters, risking oil contamination. This involved immense risks." Captain Chen deliberated for 2 days, followed by 2 days of high-level meetings, and finally decided to follow the technician's advice. While the submarine was crucial, the most pressing issue was the warship's fuel supply. Therefore, they first needed professional divers to work underwater. As soon as this was announced, Zheng Jing, the Navy's ace diver, volunteered for the mission. Tall and sharp-eyed, he exuded a soldier's steely aura. Captain Chen agreed and offered encouragement. Zheng Jing then led a team of 6 experienced divers aboard a cruiser to the damaged oil field. Due to the oil spill, a thick layer of oil slick floated on the surface, forcing the cruiser to stop some distance from the oil field. "Prepare to go in," Zheng Jing said to his team members from the deck. He took a deep breath and plunged into the sea. The icy water enveloped Zheng Jing's body as he quickly submerged, swimming towards the seabed oil field. The seawater reeked of pungent crude oil, and visibility was less than a meter. Zheng Jing could only navigate by feeling his way forward with his diving light. Upon reaching the seabed, Zheng Jing and his team immediately began their intense work. They needed to reassemble the disassembled submarine hydraulic system components into a temporary blowout preventer in the murky water. Time ticked by, and the repair work progressed slowly. When 70% was complete, an accident occurred. Zheng Jing's breathing tube suddenly became entangled in floating steel bars, making it impossible for him to breathe. He immediately switched to the spare air cylinder, only to find it leaking, with oxygen rapidly dissipating. Fortunately, his diving team worked efficiently, immediately forming a human chain to pass emergency equipment to Zheng Jing. Through their combined efforts, the emergency equipment finally reached Zheng Jing. He quickly replaced the breathing tube and air cylinder, and continued the repair work. Ultimately, the temporary blowout preventer successfully activated, and with the help of a synthetic quick-setting material, successfully plugged the cracks in the oil field. The oil field regained 60% of its production capacity, but at the cost of a valuable submarine being scrapped. When Zheng Jing returned to the cruiser, he was pale and exhausted from the brief period of oxygen deprivation. He reported the situation on the seabed to Captain Chen, mentioning that abnormal pressure fluctuations had been observed in the oil field formation during the repair work. Geologists on the mothership speculated that this might indicate undiscovered underwater volcanic activity. Is the apocalypse not over yet? Captain Chen muttered to himself, a shadow falling over his heart. Zheng Jing continued her report. While searching for usable metal components in the rubble to temporarily reinforce the platform, mechanics Yalan discovered a twisted and deformed pipe. The pipe's surface was coated with a silvery substance, which shimmered with a unique luster even in oil and seawater, a stark contrast to the color of conventional alloy steel. Researchers keenly realized that this might be a new type of corrosion-resistant alloy. To further study this alloy, they must risk another trip to the underwater oil field to retrieve the section of pipeline. Zheng Jing, suffering from oxygen deprivation during the previous extreme underwater operation, is still recovering in the medical area. The warship selected 5 more skilled divers and, considering Qi Mingyu's exceptional abilities and specialized training, wanted to add him as the 6th member of the team. Captain Chen stated that the discovery of this alloy is crucial for future human survival and hoped Qi Mingyu could participate. There were some questions Qi Mingyu was hesitant to ask. Zhou Shuwan then inquired about the level of danger. Captain Chen said solemnly, since the oil field has been repaired and the danger is now under 20%, the divers participating in the mission will basically return safely. However, that alloy is too important, and we don't want to take any risks, which is why we're sending a 6-person team. He looked earnestly at the 2 young men in front of him. I also value Qi's abilities, and believe he's capable of being the team leader, which is why I chose him to ensure the mission is completed flawlessly. A new corrosion-resistant alloy? Qi Mingyu had a guess in his mind and agreed. The diving team also needed to take 2 researchers with them. When they set off, seeing the 2 researchers wearing diving suits and carrying heavy equipment, he wondered what they would be testing. Qi Mingyu seemed thoughtful. He gestured for his team members to take the equipment. One of the researchers, Engineer Li, repeatedly warned, be very careful. The divers were all military personnel, much stronger physically, and capable of carrying more equipment. After swimming alongside them for a while, Li, who had been on tenterhooks, finally felt a little relieved. Qi Mingyu led the diving team, slowly descending to the dark seabed. In the murky water, the light was dim, the beam of their diving lights barely penetrated the thick darkness, illuminating a small area ahead. The surrounding seawater was icy cold, carrying a strong, nauseating smell of crude oil. Chapter 547. Their target was a pipe covered in a silvery substance, located beneath a collapsed drilling platform. As the dive deepened, the water pressure increased, causing Qi Mingyu to feel a throbbing pain in his eardrums. Halfway down, he gestured for his team to check their equipment. Everyone nodded in response. Finally, they reached the seabed. The collapsed drilling platform, like a sleeping steel behemoth, lay across the seabed, buried under a large amount of rubble, with only parts of its remains visible. The pipe covered in the silvery substance was located beneath this ruin. Clear the rubble, Chi Mingyu commanded through hand gestures. The team members immediately sprang into action, carefully moving the rubble. Due to low underwater visibility and difficult maneuvering, rubble kept rolling down during the process. Suddenly, a rock the size of a basketball crashed down from above, hitting one of the team members' oxygen tanks. Bang! A muffled sound echoed in the water. The team member hit by the debris jolted, instinctively reaching out to protect his oxygen tank, only to find it cracked and bubbling. Chi Mingyu, seeing this, tensed and immediately swam over. He swiftly retrieved his spare oxygen tank and skillfully replaced the damaged one, the entire sequence of movements fluid and seamless. He then instructed his team to continue clearing the rubble, carefully preventing any further accidents. The seawater remained murky, the diving lights illuminating only a limited area, as if they were in a claustrophobic, dark world. Once the rubble was cleared, the section of pipe covered in the silvery substance was finally fully exposed. The pipe was approximately 2 meters long, its surface covered with a smooth, silvery substance that shimmered with an eerie luster even in the dim water. Researcher Li Gongyu stepped forward, retrieved a portable spectrometer, and carefully approached the pipe to begin preliminary analysis. He was pleasantly surprised to discover that the substance contained an unknown metallic element, X, with a unique hexagonal lattice structure. Its density was only 60% of titanium alloy, but its hardness reached 85% of tungsten carbide. Li Gongyu was excited and gestured to Chi Mingyu and the others to take the pipe back for more detailed research. Chi Mingyu nodded, signaling 2 team members to carry the pipe on their backs. The pipe wasn't heavy, but it was quite large, requiring 2 people to work together to secure it firmly on their backs. Prepare to return to the mothership, Chi Mingyu ordered. The team began to slowly ascend. Just then, a strong underwater current suddenly struck, scattering the team. One team member couldn't dodge in time and crashed heavily into the seabed rocks, instantly losing consciousness. Chi Mingyu reacted quickly, grabbing the unconscious team member's arm and securing him to his side, while signaling the others to continue ascending. Maintain formation, continue ascending. Chi Mingyu continued to give orders via hand gestures. The team members huddled together, braving the currents, slowly but steadily swimming upwards. In the seawater, the light from their diving lights grew brighter and brighter. Upon reaching the surface, the waiting Navy personnel quickly pulled them aboard the cruiser. Chi Mingyu handed the unconscious team member to the medical staff, then stood on the deck, gazing at the turbulent sea in the distance, his mind filled with complex emotions. The icy seawater, after several hours of immersion, sent a chill down his spine. He removed his soaking wet diving suit and changed into his dry ship's uniform. "How's Fukun?" Chi Mingyu asked the cruiser's medic while drying his hair. He hit his head, a mild concussion, but not life-threatening. He just needs some rest. Chi Mingyu nodded, his tense shoulders relaxing slightly. He quickened his pace and walked to the bridge. Captain Ma was standing in front of the nautical chart, his brow furrowed, his fingers lightly tapping on the map. Seeing him, he spoke. "This current is very unusual. There are oil fields here. It's our base. In my 9 years at sea, I've been here countless times. I know this area best. The currents in this area are usually relatively calm, but this time the strength and direction of the current have changed." Chi Mingyu walked to the captain's side, carefully examining the chart. He remembered the information he had heard from Captain Chen earlier. Geologists predicted that seabed geological activity might have changed. He pondered, "When we went down, we found the drilling platform had collapsed even more severely than Zheng Jing had described. Looks like things are about to get turbulent again," the captain sighed. "The importance of the oil field is self-evident, but if the problem truly lies here, then repairing the oil field today will be pointless. For this reason, they even abandoned a valuable submarine." Chi Mingyu gazed out the window, silent, his expression grave. The researchers studied the pipes they brought back in the mothership's laboratory. To verify the material's properties, they immersed small samples in boiling crude oil. After 24 hours, no corrosion appeared on the surface. Further, they immersed the samples in simulated highly acidic seawater, pH 2.5, where the material retained its metallic luster, far exceeding the limits of existing corrosion-resistant materials. This discovery offered a glimmer of hope amidst the perilous situation. Chi Mingyu had once again distinguished himself, and his superiors intended to reward him. Chi Mingyu consulted his family, and requested priority in exchanging supplies. Frequent geological activity and unpredictable undersea currents were prevalent. Zhou Shuan, keenly aware of the danger, told Qi Mingyu she wanted to stockpile breadfruit, gasoline, and other supplies. However, these supplies were now extremely valuable. It was impossible to simply provide them to a soldier for his meritorious service. Giving a few kilograms wouldn't be much. But a few kilograms was a drop in the ocean for the Zhou family. Therefore, they requested priority in exchanging supplies. Then, taking advantage of the opportunity, they exchanged for a batch of supplies. They exchanged 500 kilograms of breadfruit and 300 kilograms of gasoline. They also tidied up their house on the island. In reality, they didn't have many supplies left. But returning to collect supplies was merely an excuse. They wanted to see if there was a chance to bring the cruise ship back into the public eye. The warships have already dispatched reconnaissance planes and ships to search for their remaining companions. Therefore, if they want to bring the cruise ship back, they need to go to a remote sea area, completely avoiding the warship's surveillance. Zhou Shuan seemed thoughtful, and after a long pause, she asked Qi Mingyu, "Can you still pinpoint the location of the oil field?" Qi Mingyu immediately understood her meaning and said, "You mean you want us to go alone?" Zhou Shuan nodded, her expression grave. She looked at the calm sea. "Since returning this time, listening to your stories, I had a bad feeling. Although the oil field has been repaired, how long can it last? If the geological activity beneath the oil field becomes intense, could it cause an explosion? What if we lose even the only oil field we discovered so far?" Qi Mingyu remained silent. What Zhou Shuan said was something that both he and the warships were worried about. Chapter 548. So, I like to see if I can collect as much crude oil as possible first. Then, I can secretly leave it for the warships later. She wasn't trying to seize it, but rather wanted to minimize losses in the face of natural disasters. For her, stockpiling supplies was the easiest thing to do. Qi Mingyu then asked, "Are the oil storage tanks in your space enough?" Zhou Shuan nodded. Over the years, they had used half of the water they had stockpiled, and they had some water tanks, as well as empty boxes she had stockpiled at the stainless steel factory. Finally, they emptied the contents of the collection boxes containing the collected fire seeds. These collection boxes were particularly large and well sealed. Placed in a completely still space, there was no need to worry about the materials or friction causing the oil to explode. This way, they could store a considerable amount of oil. Qi Mingyu was silent for a moment, then smiled and said, "Then what are we waiting for? Let's get started immediately." They then rented a fishing boat from Jiping and set off. "Are you going fishing this time?" Jiping asked, checking the fishing boat's ropes. "Yes. And while we're at it, let's see where the cruise ship might have drifted." Qi Mingyu replied. "Yes, it would be such a waste to lose it. A huge cruise ship." Jiping readily handed the keys to Qi Mingyu, adding, "The sea is rough, be careful." "Thanks, Jiping." Zhou Shuan waved, then boarded the boat with Qi Mingyu, and set off. Watching their departing figures, Jiping knew in his heart that their trip couldn't be as simple as just fishing or searching for the cruise ship. But these two were both extremely capable and mysterious individuals. Their abundant resources were all obtained through their skills. Jiping, though envious, was very discreet, and wouldn't cross the line in their relationship. He was already quite content that he had managed to protect his sister until now through his own efforts. Once they were far from Hope Island's waters, Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu jumped into the sea and stowed away their fishing boat. Zhou Shuan deployed her submarine, and the two of them steered it towards the location of the oil field that Qi Mingyu remembered. The warships only sent reconnaissance planes and ships. Underwater was safe, so they had no worries, and quickly arrived at the location. Through the submarine's porthole, Zhou Shuan looked at the magnificent offshore oil field and couldn't help but exclaim, "What a magnificent project! Before the apocalypse, I never had the chance to see it with my own eyes." Qi Mingyu smiled. "Humans are the greatest creatures on Earth." Zhou Shuan admired the grandeur of the offshore oil field, then put on her diving suit and began collecting oil. Perhaps with a pre-apocalyptic foresight, the offshore oil platforms here are equipped with basic processing facilities to handle the extracted crude oil. Natural gas is separated from crude oil using an oil gas separator, and most of the water is removed using dehydration equipment. After simple impurity filtration, distillation and catalytic cracking processes are carried out to ultimately produce petroleum products such as gasoline and diesel. Considering the complexity of future oil field reconstruction, Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu decided to collect the processed gasoline and diesel. Collecting the finished products directly saves a lot of trouble. Although it's slower, it's much more convenient than collecting crude oil and refining it later. But when they left, they told their parents they might be away for a couple of days, so they shouldn't worry. After collecting gasoline and diesel for a day, she and Chi Mingyu rested in the submarine at night. They worked for another 2 days, filling all the storage boxes in the submarine, before finally heading back. Zhou Shuwan was exhausted. Although she was much stronger than she had been during the apocalypse, no longer in a state where she would almost faint after just stockpiling some planting soil. However, stockpiling fuel for 3 days at high intensity had still left her incredibly tired. Chi Mingyu told her to rest. Go to the rest cabin in the back and sleep for a while. I wake you up when we're almost there. Zhou Shuwan shook her head. They might encounter some danger on their way back. She and Chi Mingyu had to stay in the cockpit, so she could react in time if anything happened. Chi Mingyu tried to persuade her twice, but finally gave in. Just rest in your seat for a while. I massage your head when we get home. That should help. Zhou Shuwan nodded, smiling wearily. Okay. Chi Mingyu then focused on piloting the submarine back. Once they reached a certain location, he woke Zhou Shuwan again, stored the submarine in his spatial storage, and then switched to a fishing boat. Zhong Tiyun and the others had been waiting anxiously, but they managed to suppress their worry by trusting the two of them. Upon seeing them, she couldn't help but complain a couple of times, finally letting out a sigh of relief. You're finally back. I was so worried. As she spoke, she headed towards the kitchen. Detao brought over some very fresh sea fish today. I made fish soup with tofu. It's still simmering in the pot. I go get it for you. Zhou Shuwan chuckled. Mom, you forgotten again? We never lacked food while we were away. Because they were far from civilization, she and Chi Mingyu thoroughly enjoyed their meals without worrying about the smell spreading everywhere. Now that we're back, we have to eat Mom's cooking, Zhong Tiyun chided playfully, heading to the kitchen. She learned to make tofu from Grandma Pang. Over the years their families had lived together. She had learned many cooking techniques and recipes from Grandma Pang. While serving the two of them rice, she saw the snow-white, delicate tofu and unconsciously thought of Grandma Pang, letting out a soft sigh. Pirate Island only had rice, no wheat. So, during the few days Zhou Shuwan was away, the Zhou family ate rice cakes made from rice. Northerners eat rice simply by steaming or boiling. Rice cakes are a southerner's preferred dish. Fortunately, the method was simple, and Zhong Tiyun had even steamed a pot of rice cakes yesterday and kept them there. When her daughter and son-in-law returned, she quickly reheated the pot and brought it over. Zhou Jianhai and Mumu sat around, asking about their trip to the oil field. Chi Mingyu glanced at Zhou Shuwan and smiled slightly. A very fruitful trip. Zhou Shuwan nodded with a smile. This harvest is enough for us to use for a long time. It was a way to secure a backup plan for the entire warship. Zhou Jianhai sighed twice. If there really is an underwater volcanic eruption, then life will be even harder for us. Yes, but what can ordinary people do? They just find their own ways to desperately survive. After finishing the fish soup and rice cakes, Zhou Shuwan asked about the events on Hope Island these past few days. Zhou Jianhai shook his head. The reconnaissance planes went out again and again, but apart from bringing back one destroyer, there's been no trace of the others. I guess. Chapter 549. He didn't finish his sentence. Without seeing the bodies, all speculation is meaningless, Chi Mingyu said calmly. Yes. We can only hope they're safe and sound, Zhou Jianhai nodded. Since even the warship couldn't be found, and the Zhou family's cruise ship was smaller than theirs, it was even less likely to have reappeared. Zhou Shuwan decided to temporarily shelve the search for the cruise ship. It was perfectly fine staying in its own space anyway. Now they had rooms on the mothership and 2 residences on the island. This was like having several backup plans, enough to put their minds at ease. If they ever needed to use the cruise ship to escape, it would mean that the mothership and the island weren't enough to protect their lives. When that happened, they wouldn't care about anything else. After managing things on Hope Island for a month and refueling at the oil field, Captain Chen was about to lead the main force to Hope Island 2. Hope Island 1 was too small, and the soil was severely saline alkali, making it unsuitable for growing much food. Island 2, however, had arable land and breadfruit to sustain them, so most survivors were willing to go there. Of course, a small number of survivors had their own considerations and preferred to stay on Island 1. Captain Chen left behind a portion of the navy, weapons, and a cruiser, and then set off with the main force. Before departure, he and Captain Ma discussed in detail how the 2 islands would maintain regular contact, and what code words would be used in case of an emergency. They sailed for more than 20 days, and finally arrived at their destination, Hope Island 2. 3 months had passed in the round trip, and the breadfruit on Island 2 was just ripe. Captain Chen then arranged for the Navy to climb the trees and harvest the breadfruit, while many survivors gathered around, looking up at the spectacle. There were 23 trees, each bearing over 100 breadfruits. After removing the bad ones, a total of over 2,000 breadfruits were harvested. The outer shell was light yellow, hard and smooth. Inside, the flesh was white or pale yellow, soft and juicy, containing many small seeds. They had a faint aroma, a slightly bitter taste at first, but after a few bites, a sweet aftertaste emerged. In this post-apocalyptic era of scarcity, this was considered a rare delicacy. The Zhou family took the opportunity to exchange some more breadfruits to replenish their spatial reserves. The rice on Island 2 was also ripe, and everyone was harvesting it with great enthusiasm. The taro and sweet potatoes planted by the Zhou family behind their house were growing well, and the vegetables were also ready for harvest. The couple who had asked them to help tend their vegetable garden, the man named Sun Tzu and the woman named Jiang Yisan, were worried about what to do with their vegetables. Harvesting them without the owner's permission seemed inappropriate, but if they weren't picked soon, they would rot in the ground. Just then, the mothership returned with the main force, and they breathed a slight sigh of relief. Zhong Tian was pleased to see that her vegetable garden was meticulously tended, clearly cared for daily. After harvesting the vegetables, she gave Sun Tzu and his wife an extra 20 jin, approximately 10 caddies, of vegetables, and even 5 of the breadfruits she had recently exchanged, as a token of her gratitude for their help. "Thank you, Aunt Zhong." "Thank you, Brother Zhou." Jiang Yisan excitedly accepted the gifts, her eyes reddening. Sun Tzu also nodded repeatedly in thanks. Sun Tzu and Jiang Yisan looked to be in their 40s, but upon asking their ages, they were actually only a few years older than Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu, just over 30. The hardships of life after the apocalypse had aged them considerably. Knowing the value of breadfruit, they were extremely grateful for the Zhou family's generosity, and thanked them profusely before taking their gifts home. The Zhou family also sent some fresh vegetables to Jiping and Shuetao, who, having grown their own vegetables, reciprocated with 2 kinds. The entire Hope Island number 2 was filled with the joy of harvest. Smiles graced everyone's faces, a precious sight in the apocalypse. Having finished harvesting the vegetables, Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu decided to focus their search for the fire seed. Jiping and the others rested for a few days before joining the fishing team, but Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu insisted on operating independently. They meticulously searched the area within dozens of nautical miles, even using their submarine, but found nothing. This time, they continued north for another 70 or 80 nautical miles, when they suddenly noticed something on the seabed. Qi Mingyu steered the submarine slowly downwards. As the submarine deepened, the scene before them became increasingly clear. "My God!" Zhou Shuan couldn't help but exclaim, her voice filled with disbelief. She gripped the control lever tightly, her body trembling slightly. The submarine searchlight pierced the murky water, illuminating an incredible scene ahead. Towering buildings, like underwater cities, stood before her. Some buildings were severely damaged by earthquakes or other disasters, reduced to ruins, while others remained intact, standing silently on the seabed, as if time had stood still for them. "This is a city?" Zhou Jianghai's voice trembled slightly. He had never imagined seeing such a shocking scene in this deep-sea area. The scale of these buildings was astonishing. Judging from the remaining traces, this was at least a sizable city before it sank to the bottom of the sea, but now it had long been eroded by the sea, leaving only scattered, intact structures. How is this possible?" Zhou Shuan murmured to herself. She carefully observed the style of these buildings, trying hard to identify them, and increasingly felt that this place resembled the style of some small towns in the south. However, their current latitude should be in the deep-sea area of the South China Sea before the apocalypse, where human-made structures should not exist under any circumstances. But now, they saw them so far away from Yin Kingdom. This meant that the Earth's latitude and longitude had undergone tremendous changes. Furthermore, the sea level had risen so high, enough to completely cover an entire city. After a brief moment of shock, Zhou Shuan suddenly understood something. "Brother Yu, try searching inside these buildings." Qi Mingyu glanced at her sideways. "You mean the spark might be hidden here?" Zhou Shuan nodded, her tone calming. "We're almost at the seabed now, well beyond the deepest depth humans can reach in diving suits. So, this is a very safe place. The pirates must have discovered this underground city and hidden the spark here." Her analysis made sense. Qi Mingyu nodded, carefully maneuvering the submarine through the underwater structures, searching for the unknown spark. The submarine glided through the narrow underwater buildings, creating a slight vibration. Zhou Shuan stared at the still visible giant billboards on the buildings, feeling as if she were in another world. How many years had it been since they seen such a sight? Found it. Look there. Qi Mingyu suddenly exclaimed in surprise. Chapter 550. He pointed to the partially collapsed wreckage of a building ahead. The submarine searchlight shone directly on a huge, rusty metal container. The container's surface was covered with a thick anti-corrosion coating, with a bright red mark prominently displayed. There are many more. Zhou Shuan pointed to the distance and whispered excitedly, "Quick, let's go take a look." Qi Mingyu steadied the submarine and carefully approached the wreckage. Surrounding them were mountains of rubble and deep-sea silt. The submarine's thrusters churned the murky water, raising clouds of black mud. He skillfully maneuvered the submarine, deftly avoiding scattered rocks and broken building components, finally reaching an open space between several buildings. This place was piled high with metal containers of various shapes, far exceeding their expectations. So many. Zhou Shuan counted, roughly estimating at least 200 containers. These containers looked as if they had been roughly shoved into the sea. Due to their large size and weight, some were even chipped or had created large craters in the seabed. These 200-plus containers lay there haphazardly, a truly awe-inspiring sight from a distance. The depth here was far too great, exceeding the limits of human diving. Zhou Shuan had Qi Mingyu pilot the submarine, almost skimming the edges of tall buildings. She tried to extend the robotic arm outside the submarine and slowly touch a container. She closed her eyes, and suddenly, the container the robotic arm touched vanished. She opened her eyes, a smile on her face. "It's okay. The seabed here was too deep, with high pressure and low temperature, unsuitable for human extravehicular activity." She then tried using a robotic arm instead of her own hand. Success. It was similar to how she collected fuel at the gas station. She could use some medium to store the supplies she wanted into her spatial storage at a certain distance. However, this method of collecting supplies using a medium was extremely strenuous. After filling half a container, a bead of cold sweat appeared on her forehead, and her hand operating the robotic arm trembled slightly. Seeing this, Qi Mingyu immediately stopped her, his face serious. "Wan, that's enough. We come back to collect more next time." This wasn't a life-or-death situation. There was no need to risk her life. Zhou Shuan gave him a weary smile. "Okay." They didn't rush back, but instead used the submarine to explore the entire underwater city. They unexpectedly discovered another open area with some giant machines. But naturally, they couldn't collect them today. The two memorized the location and orientation and returned. Only after reaching the island could Zhou Shuan calmly check the supplies she had collected in her spatial storage. This time, the containers weren't filled with seeds or books, but rather with steel straps and cables securing equipment she couldn't understand. Zhou Shuan didn't understand at first, but after examining over a dozen containers, she suddenly realized they were production lines, carefully disassembled and packed into the containers. Yen country is the only country in the world with a complete industrial system, so it naturally understands the importance of manufacturing. Therefore, it had the foresight to hide these production lines as crucial seeds of innovation. Zhou Shuan looked at the other containers, and sure enough, all the 100-plus containers she had collected were filled with production lines. This explains why the pirates, after plundering such vital supplies, didn't use them on the island but instead sank them to the bottom of the sea. Because they couldn't use the equipment at the moment. Without sufficient electricity and a stable environment, it's impossible to install a production line. Right now, only Zhou Shuan's space is truly safe. Zhou Shuan felt it was her duty to collect these sparks, but she didn't know when they could be brought back to light and restore the glory of Yen Kingdom. She told her parents and Mumu about seeing the underground city underwater. Zhong Tian's face flashed with nostalgia. "Speaking of which, it's been almost 2 years since we've seen a city. The year they lived on the coast near Yanrongguo Mountain, the year they drifted at sea. Counting on my fingers, it's been a full 9.5 years since the apocalypse, and in a few more months, it will be a full 10 years, Zhou Jianhai sighed. Mumu was also in low spirits, standing in the small wooden house with her hands in her pockets, looking out the window at the clear blue sky and sea. A shadow of gloom crossed his handsome face, which resembled Zhou Shuan's. Currently, there are almost no survivors of Mumu's age on the island. Because when the apocalypse began, Mumu was only 8 years old, a second-grade student. Children of that age rarely survive. Zhou Shuan and the others are alright, but Mumu has almost forgotten what a normal city looks like. His deepest impression is of his family's struggle to survive amidst various natural disasters. Qi Mingyu then said, "We're going again tomorrow, so let's go together." "Okay," Zhong Tiyun, usually an optimistic person, immediately said, Then I prepare some food. It'd be like our family going out for a stroll. The next day, they took their submarine to the underground city. Zhou Jianhai and the other two stared wide-eyed at the enormous underground city, speechless for a long time. High-rise buildings stood on the seabed, as if they had always belonged there. Huge architectural ruins appeared and disappeared in the murky water, their former glory still faintly visible on the mottled walls. Lush seaweed and coral, like green ribbons, entwined among the ruins, adding to the sense of vicissitude and mystery. The submarine searchlights illuminated parts of the interiors, revealing broken furniture and household items, as well as books and documents corroded by seawater. Time seemed to stand still here, yet also stretched infinitely, blending past prosperity with present desolation. This was a small city in the south. Because the southern cities were submerged by the sea much earlier, their buildings weren't almost entirely destroyed like those in J City. Here, the former prosperity of humankind was more evident. Mumu gazed at the scene for a long time, then suddenly exclaimed, "So this is how big our city is." When he was little, his family worried about him, so when the adults went to find supplies, they always left him and Grandma Pang at home. When he grew a little older and went out with them, he saw the city submerged by the flood. Zhong Tian held his hand tightly, her eyes already moist. "I wonder when we can go back to this kind of life." Zhong Tian herself felt it was impossible in their lifetime. Zhou Jianhai patted her shoulder. "It's all right. As long as our family is still together, that's the greatest blessing." "Yes," Zhong Tian nodded emphatically. Chapter 551. Qi Mingyu maneuvered the submarine to the center of several buildings. When Zhong Tian and the others saw the sheer number of shipping containers, they were once again awestruck. "This is what you call the fire seed." Zhou Jianghai's tone was excited. "Yes." There was no independent space on the island. Zhou Shuan had only told her parents about collecting the containers, without letting them actually see just how big these containers storing the fire seed really were. So big, truly magnificent. Zhong Tiyun couldn't help but exclaim. "Dad, Mom, sit tight, I'm about to begin." Zhou Shuan manipulated the robotic arm to grab the containers. As she collected more and more items, she clearly felt a slight vibration in the space. This feeling was familiar. Her eyes flashed, and she immediately realized that the containers she was collecting contained gold and other precious metals. The space directly absorbed the gold from the containers, and then, with a whoosh, its area expanded several times over. The space, which had been somewhat cramped due to the large amount of giant machinery and oil it had absorbed, now became spacious and empty, like a vast, boundless land. Zhou Shuan silently apologized. This gold and precious metal would definitely be useful in the future, but it had all been absorbed by her greedy space. She continued to put the remaining containers into the space. Qi Mingyu then piloted the submarine to show everyone the giant machinery. Looking at those behemoths of equipment and vehicles, Zhou Jianhai was somewhat excited, pointing to one of them and saying, "I recognize that one. It's underwater construction machinery, like underwater dredgers and underwater piling vessels. They're needed for laying submarine cables." Zhong Tian asked with some concern, "Wan, will these devices still work after being submerged in water?" Zhou Shuan replied, "Xiaoyu and I checked the batch we collected before. The key parts of these devices are made of waterproof materials, so that should have been taken into consideration. Parts like the engine, gearbox, and hydraulic system won't be damaged. The rest should be usable after drying." "That's good." Zhou Shuan then collected some more of these giant machines, leaving the rest for the next trip. The family enjoyed a hearty lunch on the submarine before heading home. On the way, when the submarine reached a depth of about 10 meters below the tidal they encountered another batch of freely growing kelp. The terrain here was flat and gentle, with a muddy seabed and scattered reefs. Like a slightly raised ridge of the earth, it provided a natural shelter for the kelp. Therefore, the kelp in this area grew very vigorously. The kelp, like deep-sea dancers, stretched and swayed its long leaves in the ocean currents. They clung tightly to the rocks or aquaculture rafts with their holdfasts. Their petioles were slender, their leaves ribbon-like, and their edges naturally curled into graceful waves. The kelp transitioned from deep brown to dark green, its surface covered with a layer of frost-like, snow-like white film. They were so close to the kelp growing underwater that they were momentarily mesmerized by the unique underwater scenery. Then Zhou Shuan, Zhou Jianhai, and Mumu put on their diving suits and began harvesting the kelp. Qi Mingyu waited in the submarine. Zhong Tiyun was in charge of sorting the harvested kelp. They worked for over 3 hours on this large patch of kelp, harvesting 2/3 of the mature kelp, leaving 1/3 and some smaller, immature kelp. They came by fishing boat, and on the way back, the family of 5 sat in the small boat, dragging bundles of seaweed both on and off the boat. Once ashore, it took several people to carry the seaweed back. Someone asked enviously, "Where did you find such a large patch of seaweed?" The place where they harvested the seaweed wasn't far from their location. The Zhou family had enough supplies themselves, and they had harvested so much seaweed to exchange for supplies later. Therefore, they had deliberately reserved a third of the seaweed in that area. However, this third was specifically reserved for Jiping and Shui Tao's families. Now that they had found some supplies, everyone was trying to keep them to themselves. The person asking was just asking. They didn't expect the Zhou family to tell the truth, so they didn't care about their evasive answers. The families simply discussed going to the seabed more often, wearing diving suits. They weren't lacking in fish, but they were lacking in vegetables. That evening, Zhou Shuan and Mumu delivered 20 jin, approximately 10 caddies, of kelp to each of Jiping's and Shui Tao's families, and told them where the kelp was located. Shui Tao immediately said he wouldn't go fishing the next day. He would go with Jiping, Shui Dong, and Yushuan to harvest kelp, and entrust Chun Chun to the Zhou family's care. Zhou Shuan naturally had no objections. For the next 2 months, they used kelp to exchange for hatching eggs from the mothership, and used their own incubator to hatch chicks, producing over 30 in total. They fed them a mixture of chicken feed, vegetable leaves, and millet collected from their space. Now, they have raised several batches of chicks and ducklings, and are quite experienced. Anyone in the family could handle this work. Besides raising livestock, they also managed the vegetable garden behind their house. In a little over a month, the planted taro and sweet potatoes will be ready for harvest. The second batch of vegetables will also be ready for harvest, although they aren't growing very well due to the soil conditions. However, the Zhou family takes meticulous care of them, without any slackening. Actually, Zhou Shuan's space has plenty of breeding soil. She just doesn't dare take out too much at once, lest others notice something amiss. As for the nutrient solution, it's used little by little at a time, gradually improving the soil quality. They also discussed it. Previously, everyone at the base had to go out to work, although it earned them resources. However, in times of danger, the family could easily be separated, especially now that they're on a small island, where tsunamis and hurricanes could arrive in the blink of an eye. At that time, the family members working could be separated. Therefore, they won't participate in the work. They just take care of the chickens and vegetable garden at home. But the accident happened at this time. That day, after dark, the sun never rose again. 24 hours passed before the panic gradually subsided. Everyone realized this must be the eternal night mentioned in the pre-apocalyptic video. However, in the prophecy, the eternal night was supposed to occur before the great earthquake. But the great earthquake suddenly occurred during the extreme cold period, causing a double disaster of earthquake and avalanche, resulting in countless deaths. Then came tectonic shifts, the ocean submerged the land, and they were forced to live on small islands. People forgot that the prophesied eternal night hadn't come. Could it be that this has arrived? The eternal night is terrifying, of course. Temperatures plummet, sunlight disappears, plants gradually die, and the entire ecosystem is destroyed. Phytoplankton in the sea, which depends on photosynthesis for survival, will die in large numbers due to the lack of sunlight, causing the collapse of the bottom layer of the marine food chain. Then, small fish and invertebrates that feed on phytoplankton will also die in large numbers. Sea temperatures will also drop sharply, not only causing fish deaths, but also creating new difficulties for fishing. Chapter 552. The warship immediately responded to the emergency. Captain Chen first gathered the several thousand survivors on the island and emphasized several points through a loudspeaker. First, the mothership would provide fuel generators and fuel to ensure the island's electricity supply. Then, with the Navy's help, people should reinforce and insulate their wooden houses. If the eternal night continued, the temperature would definitely drop, a stark contrast to the previous heat. Therefore, the survivors needed to stay warm. Fortunately, everyone had experienced extreme cold, and had their own ideas on how to reinforce their houses and keep warm. Second, everyone should hurry and harvest their own crops and vegetables, even if they weren't ripe, to avoid wasting more than 5 months of hard work due to lack of sunlight later. Laments rose from the crowd. Taro has a 6-month growing period, and will be ripe in another month. Harvesting now would obviously have the yield. People were very frustrated. Many others lamented the loss of the breadfruit, a plant that thrives in hot climates. After the eternal night, the breadfruit trees would quickly wither and die. The purpose of all their relocation to Island 2 seemed to have been rendered meaningless. Captain Chen, his voice calm and composed, exuding the air of a great general, reassured everyone, "Don't worry, when the time comes, The warship will not abandon us. We all need to work together wholeheartedly to overcome this challenge. Several particularly adept individuals loudly proclaimed, "Thank you, military." "And thank you, Captain Chen." Captain Chen waved his hand, the dim light illuminating his resolute face. He continued, "Thirdly, after the eternal night, the risks for our fishing fleets at sea will greatly increase. Therefore, we need to discuss and devise a new plan for fishing operations. Besides the military's fishing fleet, any private individuals wishing to fish should ideally join the military and refrain from going out on their own. The eternal night has begun, and no one knows exactly what will happen. They now live off the sea, but the sea is unpredictable. A small tsunami could capsize a ship." After the meeting, everyone dispersed. The island consists of one main island and 4 surrounding smaller islands. The main island is the largest, where the crops and breadfruit trees are grown. The other smaller islands are quite small, and can only accommodate a limited number of people. Therefore, when the pirates took over, they concentrated the survivors on this main island, while the pirate leaders built luxurious villas on the smaller islands, where a few families live scattered. Now, the warship has arranged for most of the survivors to live on the main island, with few people residing on the other smaller islands. After the meeting, Captain Chen plans to relocate those people to this smaller island as well. Poor visibility during the eternal night makes unified management best. The Zhou family walked towards their wooden house. This eternal night came so suddenly. Zhou Jianhai stood in front of his makeshift wooden hut, gazing at the dark sky, his voice tinged with worry. "What are we going to do?" Zhong Tiyun came inside, and quickly retrieved 2 hose. A headlamp illuminated her face with its dim light. "What else can we do? We need to harvest what we need to harvest first," she said firmly. "We rushed to harvest the grain first, then reinforced the hut." Mumu looked up at the sky, his expression somewhat agitated. "Our taro will be ready for harvest in a month, and it had to come at this time. It'd be so difficult to plant anything after this." He couldn't help but swear. But no one in the family blamed him, because they too were filled with anger and resentment. They lived peacefully on the island for over 2 months. Although the weather was hot, their catch of fish and the vegetables they grew were enough to feed them. With the Navy maintaining order, this was the most stable time they had experienced after drifting at sea for more than half a year. Unfortunately, this time was too short. "Whether they're ripe or not, let's harvest them first. It's better than letting them rot in the ground," Zhong Tiyun said with a hint of helplessness. "We don't know how long this eternal night will last. We need to prepare for a long-term situation." Zhou Shuwan shook her head. "Mom, what I mean is, if we build a wooden house around the vegetable garden today, it'd be like building a greenhouse. Then, using a fuel engine and installing plant lights, we can last another month, and then we can harvest our staple food and vegetables." Zhong Tiyun hesitated. "I just thought about that too, but our family's cruise ship hasn't been found, and we lost a lot of supplies. This was something everyone could see. Therefore, she dared not risk using plant lights." Zhou Shuwan said, "The fuel generator is already in use at home, so a few more plant lights won't hurt." Zhong Tiyun looked at Zhou Jianhai. "Dahai, what do you think?" Zhou Jianhai looked at his daughter and son-in-law, pondered for a moment, and then nodded. "We don't know how long the eternal night will last. With plant lights, we can grow vegetables, otherwise, we won't even have any fresh vegetables for the foreseeable future." He didn't finish his sentence. Growing vegetables was just so that their food from the space wouldn't be questioned about its origin. Since everyone agreed that using plant lights was acceptable, Zhong Tiyun nodded. "Okay, then let's build the wooden house." Having learned from their previous experience, they quickly got to work. They had an automatic chainsaw to cut the wood into sections, and then added hay and wood quilting for insulation. Fortunately, Zhou Jianhai and Zhong Tiyun weren't the type to sit idle. For the past 2 months, with nothing else to do, they had wandered around the island, gathering plenty of grass and wood. Their original intention was to use it as fuel for cooking, saving on fuel oil and solar energy consumption. Unexpectedly, it came in very handy. They were hammering away at the wood. Jiping and Shuetao came to see if they needed any help. They were surprised to see them building a wooden house. Jiping, being quite experienced, asked upon seeing this, "Auntie, are you planning to build a greenhouse?" Zhong Tiyun wiped the sweat from her face and smiled at him. "Jiping, Dateo, what brings you here?" "Yes, the taro was almost ready for harvest, but then, this endless night happened. So we discussed it, and decided to build a greenhouse, and use plant lights to keep it warm until the taro is ready. What about you and Cousin Tao's family? What are your plans?" Zhou Shuwan asked. "If you also want to grow some, We provide a few plant lights for your families, Zhou Jianhai said. At least you can have some fresh vegetables. Jiping hesitated for a moment, and then shook his head. No, uncle, we don't have much gasoline. We'll be going out fishing in the future. We don't want to waste electricity like this. The warship had already said that they would use fuel generators to provide daytime lighting on the island. Then they wouldn't have to waste gasoline themselves. Chapter 553. Although the warships had been busy for 2 months, they had only managed to install a few telephone poles on the main island and the smaller islands. Their 20 or so households located behind the main island only had one telephone pole in the center. The lighting was dim. But even this sliver of light was much better. There was no need to worry about the smaller island being in darkness day and night. Zhou Shuan then thought of the gasoline from her third aunt's and second uncle's families that she still had in her spatial storage. During this reunion, she had actually helped them a lot, treating Chun Chun's illness and providing supplies and weapons. This was all to make up for the gasoline and water that the two families had left with her. But clearly, Jiping and Shui Tao hadn't paid any attention. Jiping had even specifically said, with natural disasters so frequent, in an emergency, everyone needs to escape first. Who cares about supplies? So, let's not mention the gasoline and water again. Even if they had kept those two items themselves, they would have just been thrown away during the fire in J City. Zhou Shuan didn't say much, only that, we're planning to expand the vegetable garden in the back. My parents are getting old, and I don't want them to do too much heavy work. Cousin De Tao, Jiping, you two can help us build the wooden house and cultivate the land. We give you a share of the vegetable garden later. Zhou Jianhai and Zhong Tiyun, who were mentioned, understood Zhou Shuan's meaning after a moment's thought. Their family could actually manage the vegetable garden themselves. Their daughter was just trying to help their relatives. Zhong Tiyun nodded first. Yes, One's dad and I are old and frail. We can't do anything right now. Jiping, you two should come and help too. Anyway, we'd be using an engine to generate electricity, so having a little more vegetable garden won't make a difference. Jiping and Shui Tao were deeply moved. However, he couldn't take advantage of such a situation. Just as he was about to refuse, Shi Mingyu spoke up. Don't hesitate. Wan and I will mainly be taking care of the elderly at home in the future, so we probably won't be able to go fishing at sea. We probably need you to bring us fresh fish then. This was feasible. It was essentially exchanging fresh fish with the Zhou family for fresh vegetables and staple foods. The Zhou family would provide the gasoline, while the two families would bear the risks at sea. It wasn't a matter of who benefited or lost, it was all about mutual support. Jiping stopped refusing and nodded. Okay, let's do it that way. Aunt, uncle, you wait here. I go get Shui Dong, Yuxuan, and Chun Chun. Let's get started quickly. That's fine too. Let Chun Chun come. I keep an eye on things, Zhong Tiyun said with a smile. Building the wooden house was the most important thing right now, so the families would focus their efforts on building it together, and other things could wait. They were working feverishly here. The sounds of busy activity echoed throughout other parts of the island. Some were reinforcing their houses with planks, others were digging in their yards, harvesting unripe crops. Such scenes continued to play out throughout Hope Island. Everyone understood that the coming of the eternal night meant an even harsher test was about to begin. Constrained by their circumstances, people lived in wooden huts. After the Zhou family finished building their greenhouse, they added another layer to their wooden hut. They filled the space between the inner and outer walls with insulation materials such as hay and bark. Having the means, they secretly aged the insulation from the space and stuffed it into the inner and outer walls. Even if someone discovered the insulation, no one would suspect anything. The pirates had cultivated the island for years, accumulating a large amount of supplies. Now, these supplies were naturally confiscated. The Zhou family used these supplies and their warship to exchange for sheet metal, which they used to tightly reinforce the walls and roof, increasing the overall strength and impact resistance. They also used stones and mud to build a heated kong, traditional heated platform bed, inside the wooden house for future heating. Ideally, digging a cellar behind the wooden house would be ideal, not only for storing fish, staple foods, and vegetables, but also for people to live in and take refuge. However, the island is predominantly rocky, making cellar digging extremely difficult and requiring specialized tools. So, the whole family struggled immensely, only managing to dig a pit 3 meters deep. Below that were massive rocks, so the family gave up. Zhou Jianhai, Qi Mingyu, and Mu Mu were the main diggers, working tirelessly for several days until their hands were blistered. Besides helping the survivors reinforce their wooden huts, the Navy also piled up stones and sandbags on the beaches surrounding the island to form a protective barrier, reducing the impact of tsunamis and hurricanes. Now, people are only grateful that these 2 months have allowed them to stockpile some supplies. Otherwise, if fish stocks had decreased and trees had died, they would truly have been trapped and died on this island. The first danger people encountered during the eternal night was the frequency of tsunamis. The first month of the eternal night passed, and the weather grew increasingly cold. The sea wind howled, as if trying to suck the warmth from people's very bones. The temperature quickly dropped to 0 degrees Celsius. Although there was a heated kong, traditional heated bed, in the wooden hut, it still couldn't stop the cold air from seeping in through the cracks, causing people to involuntarily huddle together. Just then, the first danger quietly struck, a tsunami. That evening, a deep rumble suddenly echoed across the sea, like some colossal beast awakening from the depths. Zhou Shuwan was standing at the door of the wooden cabin, gazing at the dark sea, when she suddenly felt the ground beneath her feet tremble slightly. She frowned, a vague unease creeping into her heart. "Brother, you listen." She turned her head, about to speak, when Qi Mingyu's voice interrupted her. "Wan, something's wrong." Qi Mingyu strode to her side, listened intently for a moment, and his expression changed drastically. "This is the precursor to a tsunami." His words had barely faded when a cacophony of shouts erupted in the distance, followed immediately by the naval alarms blaring. Captain Chen's voice blared across the island through the loudspeaker. "Emergency notice. A tsunami is imminent. All personnel must evacuate to higher ground or take refuge in the cellar. I repeat, a tsunami is imminent. Everyone evacuate immediately." Zhou Shuwan immediately turned and rushed into the wooden house, shouting to her family resting on the heated kong, traditional heated bed. "Dad, Mom, Mumu, the tsunami is coming. Quick, to the cellar." Zhong Tiyun and Zhou Jianhai jumped off the kong almost simultaneously, and Mumu also jumped out of bed, quickly putting on her shoes. Without saying much, the family grabbed their pre-prepared emergency kits and rushed to the cellar outside. Zhou Shuwan quickly searched the wooden house, storing everything she touched in her spatial storage, before following them to the cellar. The cellar wasn't large, only 3 meters deep and a little over 4 meters wide. The family squeezed in, finding it difficult even to turn around. But it was their best option. Zhou Jianhai jumped in first, followed by Zhong Tiyun and Mumu. Zhou Shuwan and Qi Mingyu covered their retreat. Qi Mingyu pulled down the wooden planks of the cellar, sealing the entrance completely. The cellar was pitch black, with only the faint light from Zhong Tiyun's flashlight. Chapter 554. "I wonder if Jiping and the others have hidden themselves well," Zhou Shuwan said. "Our cellar is only 3 meters deep, while Jiping's cellar is 4 or 5 meters deep, making it relatively safer. Jiping's family's land was flatter than Zhou's, so they dug 4 or 5 meters deeper." Zhong Tiyun nodded, saying nothing more. Outside the cellar, the wind grew stronger, mixed with the deafening crash of seawater against the shore. The ground trembled more and more intensely, as if the whole world was shaking. Everyone held hands, listening intently to the sounds outside. Boom! A deafening roar, like the earth collapsing, came from above. Immediately afterward, the cellar planks creaked and groaned, as if they might be overturned at any moment. Everyone's hearts leaped into their throats. They looked at each other in fear, and Zhou Jianhai pulled Zhong Tiyun into his arms. Qi Mingyu also shielded Zhou Shuwan behind him. Everyone looked up intently at the commotion above. Fortunately, the wooden planks only creaked and groaned, they weren't actually lifted. After about 2 hours, the roaring outside gradually subsided, and the ground tremors ceased. The family climbed out of the cellar, and out of the wooden house, and the sight before them made them gasp in horror. Everything was pitch black, but everyone was wearing headlamps, and they could vaguely make out the distance. The ground outside the wooden house was covered in the marks of the seawater. Dead trees were uprooted, and pieces of wood and pebbles were scattered everywhere. Power lines were snapped and hung from nearby branches, swaying in the wind. In the distance, several wooden houses had been completely destroyed by the tsunami, leaving only a few lonely wooden stakes. Fortunately, their wooden house only suffered damage to one window. The rest was intact. "This is just the first wave," Zhou Jianhai said, his voice heavy. "If it happens again, our wooden house might not hold up." Qi Mingyu frowned, looking into the distance. "We not only need to reinforce the cellar, but we also need to build a stone house." Their wooden house, reinforced with sheet metal, was relatively sturdy and suffered minimal damage in this tsunami. However, looking at the houses in the distance, at least a dozen or so wooden houses had been overturned. Plank was scattered everywhere. Then came their cries of pain. But building a stone house is difficult, Zhou Jianhai said, gazing at the dark sea. We considered it initially, but firstly, there aren't many stones on the island, making quarrying difficult. Secondly, we don't have a stone saw, and polishing the stone later would be too laborious. They had considered these 2 points, which was why they reinforced the wooden house instead of building a stone house. The sturdiness of a stone house is, of course, incomparable to that of a wooden house. Qi Mingyu pondered for a moment, then said, once these next few days are over, I go to the mothership and ask if they have an electric stone saw. If so, we borrow it using our supplies. Finding stones isn't difficult. There are stones of all sizes on the beach, along the coast, and at the foot of the mountains. Let's all go look for them, trying to find some flat, smooth ones. Okay. Zhou Jianhai nodded. If we have a stone saw, it will be much easier. Tomorrow you go borrow the stone saw, and I lead everyone to find stones. Then it's settled. The advantages of a cellar are obvious. After the tsunami, the military compiled statistics, and finally announced that a family of 4 died, and more than a dozen people were injured. Those hiding underground were unharmed. These were people whose homes lacked the space to dig cellars, and when their wooden houses were overturned, they were swept away along with the people inside. Other survivors on the island were also digging cellars. Some families had relatively flat terrain, making digging easier, and allowing them to reach depths of 5 meters or even deeper. However, many families, like the Zhou family, encountered underground rock, and could only dig to about 3 or 4 meters. The military also organized the survivors to work together to dig deeper cellars. Only the areas on the island where crops were grown were relatively flat, without large rocks underground, resulting in higher yields. The military had geological experts carefully study the terrain, selected a digging point, and organized everyone to start digging, hoping to at least create a shelter before the next tsunami. The island has several thousand people. Even if the shelter is completed, it can only accommodate a few hundred. Captain Shen also stated that this shelter is for single women, children, and the elderly. The rest are for a few families whose homes cannot be dug cellars. The implication was that those who were able-bodied should figure out their own solutions. The day after the tsunami struck, Qi Mingyu went to the mothership, hoping to borrow an electric stone saw from the supplies. The mothership had originally set out on the mission of passing on the torch of human civilization, so it had indeed preserved various tools. Otherwise, such a heavy-duty ship wouldn't have been able to accommodate only a few thousand people. A small portion of the mothership was still occupied by various tools, machinery, and vehicles. When Qi Mingyu came to borrow the stone saw, the military didn't make things difficult and agreed. They were also considering whether to organize the survivors on the island to build stone houses. Let the Zhou family take the lead. After Qi Mingyu borrowed the electric stone saw, the Zhou family members got to work. The beach was shrouded in mist, and the sea near the shore was frozen. However, the vast ocean meant it would take some time for it to freeze completely. This relieved the military and the survivors. They needed to take advantage of this opportunity to catch as many fish as possible. The air was filled with the salty smell of the sea, tinged with icy cold. Qi Mingyu and Zhou Jianhai were both wearing down jackets. They had brought a lot of supplies with them when they boarded the mothership. There were dozens of packages of various sizes. Food, clothing, blankets, quilts, medicine, tools, etc. There were also more than 20 bags of coal, nearly a ton, which they claimed to have hidden underground on the island. This took up too much space, so the Zhou family had to provide additional supplies to get a space in the mothership's warehouse specifically for their own supplies. Actually, it wasn't just the Zhou family. Other families had also brought all their supplies, just not as extravagantly as the Zhou family. After all, they had a large cruise ship. Stockpiling supplies was normal. Fortunately, some survivors remained on the island. Otherwise, with so many people and supplies, even the mothership might not have been able to handle it. Upon arriving at Island 2, the Zhou family filled 2 wooden huts with their supplies, and also piled some into the outer kitchen. So, while the Zhou family wore down jackets, the others didn't pay much attention. The survivors who had lived on the warship also had down jackets, or warm clothing and blankets. After all, the extreme cold had just passed. Their supplies on the warship wouldn't be lost. The ones who suffered the most were those who had remained on Island 2. The weather there was consistently hot, and their clothes were tattered, making even basic clothing difficult to wear. Chapter 555. After the warship took over the area, it distributed basic survival supplies to each survivor, including 2 sets of clothes per person. New or old, they were all found in the mothership's warehouse. But now, it was necessary to issue cotton-padded coats or down jackets. The mothership certainly didn't have that many. It only managed to find a few hundred cotton-padded coats or down jackets, and then called on the other survivors to trade their warm clothing for supplies with the warship. But now, everyone was desperately short of warm clothing, so no one was willing to trade. Chi Mingyu borrowed a stone saw, exchanging several down jackets and blankets. Without enough down jackets and cotton-padded coats, the warship had the survivors find dry grass, soften it, and mix it with the cotton, chicken and duck down, and scraps of cloth distributed by the mothership to make makeshift clothes that could barely keep out the cold wind. Luckily, the mothership had never stopped raising chickens and ducks over the years, and they hadn't thrown away any of the feathers. They were all packed in large bags. It was originally intended for use in extremely cold weather, but unexpectedly, the temperature rose to over 20 degrees Celsius and remained there for a whole year. Everyone was wondering if the feathers were unnecessary, but they were put to use again so quickly. Zhou Jianhai selected stones with relatively smooth surfaces and moderate sizes, perfect for cutting into square shapes. Mu brought over the fuel engine and power strip and began cutting directly. The electric stone saw's power cord was plugged in, and the engine was started. A buzzing roar filled the air as the stone saw's gears spun rapidly, emitting a piercing whistle. Chi Mingyu crouched down, gripped the stone saw tightly, and Zhou Jianhai helped him, aiming at the edge of the stone and slowly pressing down. The moment the stone saw made contact with the stone, sparks flew, stone chips scattered, and a burnt smell filled the air. Before long, the stone was cut into 2 regular square blocks. Zhou Jianhai nodded in satisfaction. Good result. This electric stone saw really saves a lot of effort. Jiping, Xuetao, Xuedong, and their neighbor Sun Su all came to help, carrying the cut stones back to the Zhou family home. Zhong Tian, Zhou Shuwan, Yushuan, and Jiang Yisan were busy collecting hay and branches. More and more people were realizing the importance of fuel. After the tsunami, besides repairing houses and digging cellars, the survivors went out in the dark to collect branches and cut hay. The warship knew that everyone had no fuel and could only rely on the plants on the island, so it didn't stop them much. They only strictly ordered everyone to report to the warship when they needed to cut down trees for building houses. The warship would then designate a range for them to cut down trees. Other trees were not allowed to be touched. Their main island had mountains. If all the trees were cut down, they would face not only tsunamis and cold weather, but also the possibility of mudslides. After carrying the neatly stacked hay and branches to the wooden hut, Chi Mingyu and his group had already transported the stones to their destination. Then they began clearing the ground, sweeping away all the weeds and pebbles a few steps away from the hut. They didn't plan to dismantle the wooden hut. Instead, they would build a small stone house next to it. Zhou Jianhai, more knowledgeable about building than the others, took a shovel and drew a shallow trench along the base of the wooden hut, preparing to lay the stones. The soil needs to be compacted, otherwise the foundation won't be stable, Sun Su, who had built countless houses for the pirates, said with some expertise. Okay. The foundation of the stone house was quickly laid, and the group began building the walls. Stones were piled up one by one, with Chi Mingyu occasionally using measuring tools to check the verticality of the wall, ensuring each stone was placed evenly. The wall gradually rose, and the positions for windows and doors were also planned. Zhou Shuwan and Mu worked together to lift a large stone. The frost on its surface glittered faintly under the lamplight. Zhou Shuwan's hands were almost numb from the cold. Moving stones was hard work, but sawing them was even harder. But everyone was giving it their all, without complaining, striving to complete the stone house as soon as possible, adding another layer of security. When it was time for lunch, Chi Mingyu stopped working and looked up at the sky. It was still pitch black, and the wind was getting colder. He rubbed his reddened hands and called out to everyone, "It's getting late. Let's stop here for today, have lunch, and then continue." Since everyone was doing heavy work here, the Zhou family naturally had to provide meals. An hour ago, Zhong Tian had already started working. Zhou Shuwan and Mu were doing odd jobs, moving stones, while Chun helped with picking vegetables and washing fish, his movements quick and efficient, clearly someone who did this often. Zhong Tian praised him. At noon, she steamed over 20 taro roots, harvested just a few days ago. They were small, but tasted quite good. She also stewed a large pot of vegetables with canned meat, kelp, and potato noodles. It was common knowledge that they had rice, so Zhong Tian didn't skimp and steamed a whole pot. Each person got a small bowl, although not much. It was more than enough with the taro as a main dish. Everyone buried their heads in their bowls, eating with great relish. After lunch, they continued working. The weather was too cold, so everyone decided to build another layer of earthen walls inside the stone house. Earthen walls offer excellent breathability and insulation. That way, instead of a heated kong, a traditional heated brick bed, they could burn smoke directly inside the fire wall for even better warmth. However, the soil on the island was precious. The Zhou family used soil that Zhou Shuwan had smuggled out from her spatial dimension, claiming it was dug from the vegetable garden behind the house, if anyone asked. Finally, they installed glass for the windows and traded supplies and a warship for an iron door. This iron door was used by the pirate leader's family. With one, the Zhou family was completely secure. The weather was very cold, and visibility was poor, with only 2 light bulbs strung from an electric wire for illumination. It took them more than half a month to build the stone house, which was about 20 square meters. To keep it warm, the house was deliberately built small and low. Qi Mingyu and Mumu were both tall, and they could touch the ceiling as soon as they reached out after entering the house. There were only 2 rooms. Zhou Shuwan and Qi Mingyu lived in the smaller one, while Zhou Jianhai, Zhong Tiyun, and Mumu lived in the larger one. The kitchen and storage room were moved to the original tin-roofed wooden hut. Everyone worked tirelessly day and night, and everyone's face and hands were covered in chilblains. Zhou Shuwan was very grateful to Jiping, Xuetao, and Xuedong for their hard work in bringing a lot of food and ointment. Xuetao waved his hand, saying he should thank the Zhou family for the meals. The Zhou family was generous, preparing 3 rich and flavorful meals a day, with canned meat and fish constantly provided. They even went to the warship to exchange for 2 roosters, which they stewed twice. Everyone ate the soup and broth for 2 days, feeling incredibly satisfied. Over the past month, they had all gained weight and felt much more energetic. Especially Chun Chun, whose face had become fuller. Xuetao sighed, saying that it wasn't that the Zhou family's food was particularly good. Apart from rice, their family ate the same common food that everyone else ate. In fact, it was because their family was reluctant to spend money, and their meals weren't good enough. Chapter 556. Their family's supplies were always shared with Jiping's family. After returning, he decided to follow his aunt's example, and ensure they had fish and meat every day. They didn't have canned meat, but they had plenty of smoked fish. After discussing it with Jiping, he traded some of his smoked fish with the Zhou family, and the warship for some canned meat. After the stone house was built, the Zhou family burned coal and wood, using the fire wall to remove the dampness from the newly built house before moving in. Although the stone house was small, it was very cozy. 2 wooden plank beds, specially made after arriving on the island. Thick mattresses and quilts were laid out. Sleeping there was much more comfortable than in the wooden house. Because Zhou Jianhai, Zhong Tiyun, and Mumu were crammed into one room, separated only by a simple curtain, the space was very cramped. The Zhou family ate their meals at Zhou Shuwan and Qi Mingyu's place. They placed a folding table, unfolding it when needed, and folding it away when not in use. Jiping and Xuedao discussed it, and decided that, for long-term considerations, they also wanted to build a stone house. Although they didn't have many supplies, the 2 families pooled their resources, and they had a few extra down jackets for winter, which they considered borrowing a stone saw from the warship for a few days. However, before they could even begin, the second tsunami suddenly struck. This time, seeing the situation was dire, the Zhou family took refuge in the cellar beforehand. Although the cellar was only 3 meters deep, after reinforcement, its structure was much more stable, and could withstand the impact of the tsunami. Outside the cellar, the seawater pounded wildly against the wooden house, creating a deafening roar. The roar of the tsunami gradually subsided, and the cellar returned to calm, with only the sound of their rapid breathing. After a long while, once the commotion outside had completely subsided, Zhou Jianhai was the first to sit up, his voice trembling slightly. "I go check," he said. Qi Mingyu replied, "Dad, let me do it." He carefully lifted the wooden planks of the cellar and peered out. In the dim light, he saw the muddy ground washed by the sea, the ruins of collapsed wooden houses, and the desperate cries in the distance. Everyone followed suit. The wooden houses were unharmed, though the window frames were slightly warped. The stone houses, unmoved by the tsunami's impact, looked reassuringly safe. In the distance, the horrific scene silently testified to the devastation of the tsunami. Some wooden houses were completely destroyed, their remains swept far away. The air was thick with a damp smell of earth and a faint stench of blood. Qi Mingyu's expression was serious. This tsunami is more severe than the last one. There are likely more casualties. The Navy had already begun its post-disaster search and rescue work, organizing survivors to clear wreckage and maintain order. The Zhou family returned home, and Zhou Shuan poured everyone a cup of hot water. Everyone sat there, still shaken. More than 4 hours had passed since they went to the cellar. The temperature of the fireplace had dropped slightly, so Qi Mingyu and Mu Mu went to the kitchen stove to stir the coals, making the fire burn brighter. The stove and chimney were connected. Then Qi Mingyu took Mu Mu to help the navy, searching for the dead and injured and repairing houses. As evening approached, the sky remained dark, and the sea wind, carrying icy rain, relentlessly lashed people's faces. In less than 2 months, 2 tsunamis had struck, and panic spread among the survivors. With the Zhou family's experience as a precedent, building stone houses on the island was imperative. Under the military's organization, the island survivors flocked to the beach to search for stones. Naval soldiers joined the construction of the stone houses, using specialized tools to expedite the process. Meanwhile, the island's underground survival base was also under active excavation. For over 2 months, the sun hadn't shone, the sky was dark, and the sea winds were biting. The atmosphere was actually quite depressing, and negative emotions were brewing. Fortunately, everyone was busy building the stone houses, so they slept soundly as soon as their heads hit the pillow at night. The eternal night brought not only cold and darkness, but also food shortages. Most of the island survivors faced a food crisis. Fish in the waters near the island were dwindling, and the fishing team's catches were getting worse. They couldn't just sit around doing nothing, they had to go fishing in distant waters. Jiping and Xuetao, for the sake of their family's livelihood, had to go. Although Shong Tiyun was worried, each family had its own way of making a living. She could only offer a few words of caution before watching the vast fleet of fishing boats set sail, their faint light shimmering on the sea. On the sea, Jiping stood on the deck of the main ship, wearing night vision goggles, his gaze sweeping intently across the distant horizon. The fleet had been sailing for half a day, about 80 nautical miles from the island, when suddenly the sky darkened. The once calm sea began to churn, the wind gradually picked up, accompanied by a low rumble of thunder, as if a colossal beast was awakening hidden in the heavens and earth. Something's wrong, Jiping muttered to himself, lowering his binoculars, his brow furrowed. Before he finished speaking, a fierce wind arose, and giant waves swept in like mountains. The fleet was thrown into chaos, over 30 fishing boats rocking precariously in the gale. Waves rose over 10 meters high, crashing against the boats with a deafening roar. Visibility on the already pitch-black sea plummeted to less than a meter, everything blurred except for the flickering lights of the boats. The biting sea wind, carrying icy rain, relentlessly lashed Jiping's face. He gripped the helm tightly, his teeth chattering. Maintain formation. Don't break formation. Jiping's voice boomed through the loudspeaker, but his commands were weak and powerless in the storm. Just then, a violent collision sounded ahead, followed by the piercing crack of a ship breaking. Jiping's heart clenched. But he couldn't think of anything else now, because a cry of alarm suddenly erupted from the deck. "Captain, it's bad. The hull is leaking." Jiping looked in the direction of the voice, and saw several crew members frantically trying to plug the hole in the hull with planks, seawater gushing into the cabin. The fishing boat was rocking violently in the wind and waves, in imminent danger of capsizing. "Quick, find a way to control it." Jiping's heart sank. Just then, a loud crash rang out, and the fishing boat shook violently. Jiping felt as if he had struck something hard. The hull of the fishing boat groaned under the strain, the planks creaking as if it would fall apart at any moment. "Reporting, Captain, the stern is severely damaged. We can't continue sailing," a crew member reported as he ran over. Jiping wiped his face and hissed, "Control the boat and turn back immediately." Amidst the chaos, the fleet struggled to regroup, and several fishing boats quickly approached the damaged vessel, attempting a rescue. However, the wind and waves were too fierce, making the rescue operation extremely difficult. Fortunately, having made their living at sea for many years, they remained calm even in the face of danger. Amidst the huge waves, they chained their fishing boats together, one after another, including the damaged vessels. Chapter 557. The fleet began to turn, struggling towards the small island. However, the wind and waves did not subside, instead, they intensified. Jiping stood on the deck, gripping the railing tightly, his eyes fixed intently ahead. He knew the return journey would be exceptionally treacherous. After nearly 4 agonizing hours, the fleet finally entered relatively calm waters. However, a massive whirlpool suddenly appeared ahead. The whirlpool was hundreds of meters in diameter, forming a bottomless funnel that seemed poised to swallow everything. "Captain, an unusual whirlpool ahead. We recommend immediate detour." The lookout's voice came through the loudspeaker. Ji-Ping quickly grabbed his binoculars and examined the whirlpool closely. His expression turned grave, and he swiftly ordered, "The entire fleet, immediately turn west and maintain a safe distance." The fleet began to slowly turn, avoiding the whirlpool. However, during the detour, the lookout spotted another shocking sight. "Captain, a school of reefs spotted to the left." A huge, dense school of fish. The lookout's voice rang with excitement. Ji-Ping immediately turned his binoculars and looked in the direction the lookout had indicated. Sure enough, in a misty sea, the reefs were faintly visible, countless shimmering schools of fish darting among the rocks, resembling a silvery ocean. "Captain, should we approach to fish?" a crew member asked tentatively, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Ji-Ping frowned and ordered, "Immediately investigate the reefs." A moment later, the sonar report came through. "Captain, the currents at the bottom of the reefs are as fast as 25 knots, and the surface is covered with sharp rocks. Approaching is extremely risky." Ji-Ping clenched his fist again, his gaze sweeping back and forth between the reefs and the fleet. He knew that 7 fishing boats in the fleet were already severely damaged, and the slightest mistake could lead to irreparable losses. "Attention all vessels, abandon fishing and return to port." Ji-Ping's voice was deep and firm, carrying an unquestionable authority. Although the crew members were unwilling, they understood that their captain's decision was for everyone's safety. The fleet adjusted its course again, heading towards the small island. Upon returning to the island, repair crews quickly began emergency repairs on the damaged fishing boats, replacing cracked planks and patching leaks. Meanwhile, the 2 crew members injured in the collision were rushed to the medical ward for treatment. Fortunately, their lives were not in danger. Ji-Ping stood on the dock, watching the busy crew and repairmen, his heart filled with complex emotions. Knowing that the fishing fleet had suffered serious damage, Captain Chen and Deputy Captain Xiao had both rushed to the scene. After explaining the situation, Ji-Ping recounted the discovery of the school of fish hiding beneath the reefs. Vice Captain Xiao's eyes lit up. "How many fish do you estimate there are?" he asked. Ji-Ping replied, "A rough estimate is several thousand. It's a very large school." They had spent a day at sea, but had only caught a small number of fish. Part of the sea surface was already frozen over. Several thousand fish, assuming each fish weighs at least 3 jin, 1.5 catties, would amount to a catch of tens of thousands of jin, 15,000 kilograms. This catch was enough to warrant the warship taking some risks. "Come in," Vice Captain Zhao's voice came from inside the room. Captain Chen looked sharply at Ji-Ping. "Do you remember the location?" Ji-Ping nodded. "I remember. We didn't have the fishing equipment at the time, so we had to turn back. But I memorized the location. I can find that spot." Captain Chen, with a more comprehensive perspective, frowned slightly. "The current speed is 25 knots per hour, which is quite high, making fishing very risky. What do you think, Lao Xiao?" Lieutenant Captain Xiao pondered for a moment, then nodded. "Although the reef area is risky, the size of the fish school is indeed tempting. Rather than letting the fish go to waste, we should give it a try. However, we must be fully prepared." Captain Chen nodded, turning his gaze to Ji-Ping. "What's your opinion?" Ji-Ping thought for a while, then slowly said, "The reef area is indeed dangerous, but if we proceed cautiously and avoid areas with strong currents, perhaps we can give it a try. I suggest sending a small landing craft to scout ahead first, conduct trial fishing, and decide on large-scale fishing only after confirming safety." Captain Chen and Deputy Captain Xiao exchanged a glance, then Captain Chen decisively ordered, "Okay, do as you say. Immediately dispatch a small landing craft, equipped with advanced detection equipment and contingency plans, along with another fishing team, to the reef area for reconnaissance." Deputy Captain Xiao nodded and quickly turned to make the arrangements. Soon, a well-equipped small landing craft was ready. Despite limitations, the craft was equipped with sonar detectors and emergency survival equipment, including life jackets, oxygen cylinders, and first aid kits, ensuring a timely response to any emergencies. The fishing team members were also fully armed, wearing life jackets, carrying fishing gear, and ready to depart. Ji-Ping and Xue Tao led the way. The sea remained calm, but everyone on board was on edge, especially Ji-Ping. He stood at the bow of the boat, his eyes fixed on the dark sea, occasionally picking up his binoculars to check the direction. After about 2 hours of sailing, they finally arrived at their destination. The journey had been peaceful, and everyone's tense nerves relaxed. They activated the ship's sonar to observe the currents. They saw a dense cluster of reefs of various shapes, with the seawater forming complex eddies between them at extremely high speeds. "Captain, the current is indeed very strong. estimated at about 25 knots. Moreover, the reef surfaces are very sharp. Getting close is very risky, the technician reported. The captain frowned. After a moment, he ordered, "Move the ship over there, maintaining a safe distance, avoiding areas with strong currents, and attempt to fish." The fishing team members quickly sprang into action, carefully lowering their nets into the water. As the nets slowly sank, the sonar screen displayed the movement of the fish. The silvery white fish darted among the reefs, their sheer number astonishing. "Captain, the fish are incredibly dense." A crew member shouted excitedly, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. The captain nodded, signaling everyone to remain calm, operate carefully, avoid the reefs, and don't be greedy. The fishing net slowly approached the school of fish, and with a soft thud, it successfully caught a portion of the fish. The crew quickly pulled the net up. The silvery white fish leaped and shimmered within. "We did it!" A crew member shouted excitedly, his voice filled with undisguised joy. The captain looked at the fish in the net and breathed a sigh of relief. Although the catch was small, it was enough to prove the feasibility of the reef area. Chapter 558. Let the fishing teams participate in the fishing, but be careful, the captain ordered. This fishing team consisted of 5 medium-sized fishing boats, each normally leading its own team. Now, they were all gathered together, ready for a big catch. The 5 medium-sized fishing boats, like 5 agile seabirds, carefully navigated among the reefs under the captain's command. The crew members were all focused, their movements skillful, the nets flying nimbly in their hands, precisely casting them towards the densest areas of fish. As net after net of plump catch was hauled onto the deck, the hold gradually filled with shimmering silver fish, the air thick with the pungent smell of the sea. Even so, the crew dared not relax for a moment, continuing to carefully operate the nets. Several hours later, they returned fully laden, carrying their bountiful catch, slowly sailing towards the small island. On the small island, when news spread that 5 fishing boats had returned laden with their catch, the island, previously shrouded in the gloom of eternal night, instantly erupted in excitement. The survivors flocked to the dock to welcome their returning heroes, their faces beaming with long-lost smiles, the air thick with excitement and hope. Captain Chen himself came to the dock, a satisfied smile spreading across his face as he looked at the mountains of fish piled high on the boats. He roughly estimated that today's catch was at least 10,000 fish. For the resource-scarce island, this was undoubtedly a tremendous fortune. "Jiping, Xuetao, thank you for your hard work this time." Captain Chen patted Jiping and Xuetao on the shoulder, his tone full of praise. Xuetao was somewhat excited. Jiping, on the other hand, remained remarkably calm. Seeing Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu in the crowd, he smiled slightly and looked at Captain Chen. "Captain Chen, this is what we should do." He had become increasingly skilled, unhurried and composed. Captain Chen nodded with even greater satisfaction. The others also began to work. They stretched electrical wires, turning on countless lights, illuminating the coastline as if it were daytime. Everyone began unloading the fish from the boats onto the shore. The weather was cold, the fish died as soon as they were taken out of the water. Countless fish were piled densely on the shore. People used boxes, basins, and other carrying tools to transport them ashore, trip after trip. Walking into the icy sea, carrying fish felt like carrying piles of ice. But no one complained, they just worked tirelessly. Zhou Shuan and her parents also enthusiastically joined in to help. Working together, everyone finished unloading the entire catch in just over an hour. The fishing team estimated the approximate weight to be over 50,000 jin, 25,000 kilograms. Captain Chen and Deputy Captain Xiao discussed the matter and decided that, in addition to giving separate rewards to the 2 fishing teams, each household would receive 2 jin, 1 kilogram of fish. This arrangement was intended to supplement the supplies of the survivors, who lacked provisions, and also to boost morale, giving everyone more confidence to face future challenges. The island was filled with an atmosphere like that of a New Year's celebration. Even after distributing the fish, the remaining catch was still quite substantial. The following days saw the island bustling with activity. Some survivors were busy reinforcing their houses, others digging cellars, and still others heading to the warship to help process the catch and receive their wages. On the warship and the island, having a job, even just odd jobs, was incredibly precious. Everyone cherished this hard-won opportunity. Jiping watched the busy people, his heart filled with satisfaction. He and Xuetao carried about 10 pounds of fresh fish they had been given to visit the Zhou family. Just as they stepped out, they encountered Qi Mingyu returning with a bundle of firewood. The 3 exchanged smiles. Qi Mingyu congratulated them, saying, "You had a very fruitful trip this time, solving a major problem for our island." Jiping's eyes showed undisguised fatigue, but also overflowing joy. This fishing trip was so dangerous, he said, his voice still carrying a hint of lingering fear. That undercurrent almost wiped us all out. Shuetao nodded, deeply agreeing. Yes, thankfully the fishing team members are experienced, which saved us from disaster. However, Jiping turned to look at the busy crowd on the distant dock, a smile spreading across his face. It was tough, but seeing everyone so happy makes it all worthwhile. Shuetao smiled too. Let's go, Mom and Dad are worried about you. Jiping nodded with a smile, and the three of them headed towards the Zhou family's house. The sea breeze was still biting, whipping up sand and pebbles that stung their faces. As they reached the Zhou family's door, Jiping and Shuetao smelled a familiar aroma, braised fish made by Zhong Tian. The plump fish, coated in a thick sauce, looked incredibly appetizing. Ah, this smell is irresistible. Shuetao couldn't help but sniffle, his stomach growling loudly, which made Jiping and Qi Mingyu laugh. Zhong Tian was overjoyed and hurriedly ushered them into the stone house. Come in quickly. I knew you'd be coming, so I made a special feast tonight. Pushing open the door, the house was warm and inviting. Zhou Jianhai and Mumu were tidying up the table and chairs. Zhou Jianhai then gestured for them to sit down. Quick, sit down, dinner's about to start. He glanced back and, seeing only the two of them, immediately said, You two adults are here, why didn't you bring Yuxuan and Chunchun? Tao, go back and call Dongnong, Yuxuan, and Chunchun. Your aunt already guessed this, she made a lavish meal, go back and call them. You even brought so much stuff. Neither of them could come empty-handed, so each carried about 10 pounds of fish, making it almost 30 pounds for both of them. That's too much. Mumu chimed in, Cousin, it seems you got quite a reward this time. Shuetao grinned. I go back and call someone to let Jiping tell you. There's some good news. Actually, it was 2 pieces of good news. At the dinner table, Jiping told everyone that he and Shuetao had both performed meritorious service this time. After discussion, it was decided that Jiping would become the captain of the 6th medium-sized fishing vessel, and Shuetao would be the first mate. This was a significant improvement over their previous roles. Jiping and Shuetao used to manage ordinary fishing boats, with about 100 boats under their command. Later, due to various natural disasters and forced relocations, they lost some of their vessels, leaving only about 70. This time, Jiping was worried about safety, so he only took half the fishing boats and crew with him. Unexpectedly, this misfortune turned into a blessing in disguise, resulting in their meritorious service. Everyone was overjoyed and hurriedly offered water instead of wine to congratulate the two of them. Jiping and Shuetao's dark faces flushed slightly, as if they had actually drunk some wine. Chapter 559. Zhou Jianhai served food to the two men while asking, Shouldn't our warship's medium-sized fishing vessels all have captains? One roster, one job. Which ship will Jiping be captaining? Yuxuan was also very happy. She had been urging her brother to tell her about this at home for a while, so she said, It's the pirates' ships. We took over a few, including 2 fishing vessels. Although they're not as good as our warships, they're still pretty good, better than small fishing boats. Everyone was happy for the two of them. Zhong Tian then asked, Now that you're captain and first mate of a large ship, what's your pay? How's it? This shouldn't be publicized, Yuxuan whispered in Zhong Tian's ear. It's 3 times the previous salary. Zhong Tian's eyes lit up, and she nodded repeatedly, That's good, it deserves a raise. With the breadwinners of both families receiving 3 times their usual salary, plus a share of every catch, they would soon be able to save up a considerable amount of supplies. Overjoyed, Zhong Tian quickly made a dish of candied yam. Everyone ate it with great interest. They hadn't seen sugar much lately, and they were surprised that the Zhou family still had some. Zhong Tian explained, We lived at the base before and grew a batch of sugar beets. We boiled the beets and made traditional brown sugar. Although it's not as smooth as store-bought sugar, it's enough for our family. The candied yam here was made with brown sugar. I still have a few packets left. Take one for Chun Chun when you leave, Zhou Jianhai said generously. Zhong Tian wasn't lying. They had indeed grown a batch of sugar beets, and then, referring to a downloaded video, the whole family worked together for several days to make over 30 pounds of brown sugar. This was all so they would have a source of sugar for their own consumption in the future. When there were no outsiders at home, they ate the white and brown sugar they had previously stockpiled. When guests came, they ate homemade sugar. Outsiders didn't know how they usually consumed sugar, or how much they had stockpiled. Shuetao immediately refused. No, uncle, this is too precious. We can't accept it. Da Tao, this is for Chun Chun. Yu Xian is a girl. She can eat it too. Zhong Tian interrupted his refusal. You brought nearly 30 caddies of fish. Shouldn't we give you a return gift? Looking at his son's eager eyes, Shui Tao couldn't bring himself to refuse and thanked him repeatedly. This catch greatly alleviated the island's food crisis. 2 months later, the stone houses on the island were all built. The cellars were also dug. When the next tsunami came, people could simply hide in the cellars. The successful catch greatly alleviated the island's food crisis. With less worry about filling their stomachs, the atmosphere became less oppressive. However, the military patrols remained vigilant. On a completely dark and isolated island, fights were commonplace. Especially in the post-apocalyptic environment of scarcity, brawls, theft, robbery, and even murder had occurred on the island over the past few months. But the presence of a regular Navy patrol, armed with live ammunition, still deterred many. Therefore, no matter how dark their hearts, they maintained a facade of compliance. After 2 months, thanks to the efforts of all the island's residents, the stone houses on the island were all completed. Most people didn't have the same resources as the Zhou family, but they still built heated walls. Besides the heated walls, they also built heated brick beds inside their houses. If the weather was cold, to avoid wasting fuel, people only needed to warm themselves on the Kong. Jiping and Shui Tao also built a stone house together, about the same size as the Zhou families, divided into 2 rooms. Jiping and Yuxuan lived in one room, while Shui Tao, Shui Dong, and Chun Chun lived in the other. Like the Shui family, Jiping and Yuxuan also had bunk beds. Yuxuan slept on the upper bunk, and with a curtain drawn, she had a semblance of privacy. The rest of the house was filled with various supplies. They hadn't demolished their original wooden house, using it for storage. But they were still worried. The wooden house was some distance from the stone house, and they wondered what would happen if supplies were stolen. So they kept their most important supplies in the stone house, crammed full, with almost no room to move. When it was time to eat, they would move the supplies from the floor onto the bed, making a small space to eat. People now eat simply, mostly smoked or grilled fish, or a few pieces of dried fish, along with some hot water. The 2 families traded fish with the Zhou family for some coal, so fuel wasn't a problem. Yuxuan was willing to cook over with fire, making taro cakes every few days, along with a few eggs and some soaked seaweed to make seaweed and egg drop soup. Occasionally, she would trade smoked fish with the Zhou family for a few roosters to make soup. Even the simplest fish soup would be traded for some tofu and vegetables to make it more nutritious. Overall, their family's life was much better than most of the island's residents. Besides, cellars for the elderly, women, and children have been dug on the island. When the next tsunami hits, people can simply hide in the cellars. Now, warships of all sizes surround the entire island, providing some protection should a hurricane or tsunami strike. Now, more than 3 months of perpetual darkness have passed, and people are gradually adapting to life in the dark. Besides the increasing number of people going out to sea to fish, everyone is exploring how to maximize the use of fish, their primary food source. The Zhou family is no exception. The biting sea wind, carrying icy rain and snow, lashes against the newly built stone houses on the island, making a crackling sound. Inside, Zhou Jianghai sits there, holding a sharpened wooden stick, slowly and methodically whittling it while listening to the howling wind outside, a solemn expression on his face. He looked up at Zhong Tiyun, who was sitting to the side mending fishing nets, and asked softly, Tiyun, how long do you think this fish resource can last? Fishing nets are the least durable thing. The Zhou family has plenty of supplies in their space, but they can't afford to waste them. The torn nets are patched with sturdy nylon thread. Zhong Tiyun's nimble fingers wove the warp, and wet through the tears. She's become very skilled at this task, like a native fisherman. Hearing Zhou Jianghai's question, she looked up, put down the net, and sighed. Recently, more and more people are going out to sea to fish, but the catch is getting smaller and smaller. Those distant waters are so risky. Every time we come back from fishing, we always lose some people. Zhou Jianghai shook his head, a worried look in his eyes. Now the island's residents are starting to find ways to make various foods from the fish, hoping to stockpile more fish and preserve them for as long as possible. Now, his family has also started making fish oil from the fish. Chapter 560. The primary use of fish oil, however, is not for consumption, but for lighting. The island lacks electricity. 4 or 5 tsunamis struck in succession, blowing away the power line poles stretched across the island. Now, the island has begun using primitive methods for lighting, no longer wasting the limited resources of the warship's power lines and other resources. The warship has many skilled craftsmen who, 2 months ago, researched how to make simple candles using fish oil and the resin of a plant on the island. They also bundled dried plants, soaked them in the oil, and lit them for nighttime illumination. The island is hilly in the center and flat around the edges. People mostly live on the flat land around the island. The Navy uses these torches for lighting when patrolling. Households use the most basic fish oil lamps. When the Zhou family has important business to attend to, they use a gasoline engine to illuminate the entire house. When there is no urgent business, they use a few fish oil lamps, making it less ostentatious. For example, right now, Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu are sleeping next door. The fishermen who went out yesterday returned, and more than a dozen were seriously injured and needed surgery. Zhou Shuan went to the mothership to help treat them, and Qi Mingyu went with her, working until just now. Zhou Jianhai and Zhong Tiyun were quietly busy, using only oil lamps. Mumu was also helping her father make wooden arrows. Now, supplies are dwindling, and even the mothership is only maintaining power in special areas like aquaculture, planting, and medical facilities. Power has been cut off in other areas to conserve resources as much as possible. Large weapons are becoming increasingly scarce, so from the military down to the lower ranks, everyone has reverted to the most primitive cold weapons. Bows and arrows, knives, spears, etc. Sometimes, fishing teams use firearms, like torpedoes, to catch exceptionally large fish. The reason so many members of this fishing team were injured was because they caught 2 exceptionally large marlins. These fish live in tropical regions, can reach over 4 meters in length, and weigh over 700 kilograms. They are enormous. Their flesh is delicate and perfect for sashimi. With the number of fish in the sea gradually decreasing, people rarely encounter such large fish, so when they do, they fight tooth and nail to catch them. These 2, weighing over 3,000 kilograms, were brought back. Both the internal organs and the skin are useful. Mumu's voice brimmed with excitement as he spoke of the large fish they caught yesterday. He lowered his voice and said, "I never seen such a big fish before. I came back from the beach this morning, and the fish hadn't even been processed yet. But I asked around, and they said we could exchange our own supplies for it. Our vegetables are almost ready, so why don't we exchange some for some marlin to try?" Even in his mature state, he still revealed a youthful spirit at times. Zhou Jianhai smiled and shook his head, looking at Zhong Tiyun. "Actually, now it's not just about filling our stomachs. Getting enough vitamins is also very important. Look at us now. Many families can't even afford a decent meal. And firewood. The trees on this island are dwindling, and we're running out of fuel. What if we can't even get firewood in the future?" Their family was naturally unaffected. But people are never truly immune to hardship. They all live on this small island enclosed by the sea. If you have something, and everyone else doesn't, that's a catastrophe. Therefore, the Zhou family has always tried to keep their lifestyle consistent with others, maintaining a low profile. Zhong Tiyun was also troubled. Vegetables can actually be exchanged with warships. The warships are quite lenient about exchanging food and vegetables now. If you don't have the supplies, you can sell your labor. For example, you can go fishing, or work on the shore handling the catch, pickling, and processing the entrails, earning food and drink for a day's work. But fuel, I think even the warships are short of it. Although they still have oil fields at sea, it's a non-renewable resource. They only have this one oil field, so when they found this small island, the warships were willing to travel thousands of miles to bring everyone here to conserve resources. Because Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu maintained close contact with the upper echelons of the warship, they could hear some rumors. Zhong Tiyun and the others also knew some things. For example, there was a common belief among the upper echelons of the warship that the apocalypse was far from over. The 2 small islands they had found were opportunities for survival against all odds. But the ocean submerging and covering the land was inevitable, just like during this period of perpetual night, when tsunamis were frequent and some seabed geological activity was intense. They all felt that one day, they would lose even these last 2 pieces of land. At that time, warships and oil would be their last means of survival. Of course, at this time, people didn't know that the natural disasters to come would be far more brutal than they imagined. Mumu, busy with her work, listened lazily, then suddenly her eyes lit up. "Mom, actually, I read in a book before that fish skin can be used as fuel." Zhong Tiyun and Zhou Jianhai looked at him with surprise. Upon further reflection, it made perfect sense that dried fish skin could be used as fuel. Fish oil for lighting, fish skin for fuel to keep warm, and fish meat for sustenance. Thinking about it this way, fish really were their saviors. Zhong Tiyun and Zhou Jianhai immediately decided that they would no longer throw away leftover fish skin from now on. They would wait until the warships figured out how to process the fish skin. The next day, when Zhou Shuan woke up after a full 8 hours of sleep, Zhong Tian quickly told her about the fish skin. Wan, why don't you discuss with Jiping about using fish skin as fuel? Should we remind the higher-ups? Currently, no one on the island seemed to have thought of using fish skin as fuel. Aside from eating it, they simply threw it away. The Zhou family, however, mixed the fish innards and skin into chicken feed for their chickens. Zhou Shuan nodded. Okay, then tell Jiping and have him speak directly to the people on the warship. Xiaoyu and I won't get involved. A few days later, Captain Chen ordered the collection of fish skins to study how to make a more suitable fuel for heating. The news spread throughout the island. Hearing this, the residents, who had been anxious, felt a glimmer of hope and began collecting fish skins from their homes. A lively scene unfolded on the island. Children carried small buckets, and adults carried large baskets. They carefully collected the dried fish skins and lined up on the shore. Dried fish skins could be used as fuel, but burning them without any treatment was difficult to ignite, and the smell was extremely pungent and unpleasant, greatly affecting people's daily lives. Therefore, the mothership specially established an expert team to study how to process the fish skins to make them easier to burn and how to eliminate the odor produced during combustion. Chapter 561. Finally, much like establishing a seawater purification plant, the warship set up a small fish skin fuel processing plant on the island. Several large rooms built of stone and sheet metal housed rudimentary production lines modified from various equipment. Gasoline generators provided power. Then, fish skins were collected on a large scale throughout the island, and the process officially began. The warship provided this work purely on a voluntary basis. People brought their fish skins, a team weighed them, and after the fuel was processed, residents would collect 70% of the original weight, based on a 30% loss rate. The warship did not charge any fees. Because the temperature had dropped to below -10 degrees Celsius, besides having enough to eat, staying warm was the most important task. Although the military consumed some fuel, it ensured that people wouldn't freeze to death in the sub-zero temperatures. Due to the extreme cold, the sea had already begun to freeze, especially in the nearshore areas where a thick layer of ice had formed. Fortunately, the ocean is vast, so even with the ice cover, it only affected the areas near the coast or parts of the deep sea. This also presented certain difficulties for fishing boats. With the world in darkness, people had to be extremely careful when navigating, avoiding large blocks of ice, as this could leave a gaping hole in the boat and potentially kill the crew. The cold weather also made it easier to preserve fish. Outdoors, the fish acted as a natural freezer, quickly freezing solid. The cold, humid air and lack of sunlight made it difficult to sun-dry fish. Smoking was the only option. The Zhou family could only use a small wooden hut to smoke the fish, filling the air with the aroma of smoked fish. Zhou Shuan wrapped her hair in a towel, worried that a few drops of fish oil might fall from it. She carefully pushed open the door to the fish smoking room, and smoke immediately rushed in, making her cough twice. Zhong Tian was busy inside. Seeing her enter, she looked up with red eyes and instructed, "Be careful, don't let the smoke sting your eyes." "Mom, this smoke is too thick, we need to think of a way," Zhou Shuan said, waving the smoke in front of her eyes. "Otherwise, I'd be choked every time I come in." Zhong Tian nodded, her hand still busy smoking the fish, and she coughed a few times as well. "Yes, we need to find a way to ventilate, but it's cold. If we open the window, the fish will freeze too quickly, and moisture will come in, making it difficult to smoke." Zhou Shuan frowned and looked around. The fish smoking room was filled with about 100 fish being smoked. This was the first batch. Smoke slowly drifted out from the cracks in the roof. She thought for a moment and suggested, "How about we build a chimney on the roof? That way the smoke can escape directly, and it won't be so pungent inside." Zhong Tian's eyes lit up, and she laughed, "That's a good idea. Let your dad and Mumu do it, it'd be done in a couple of days." Zhou Shuan nodded, turned, and left the fish smoking room, bumping into Qi Mingyu, who was carrying fish skins to the processing plant. Seeing her face covered in soot, Qi Mingyu couldn't help but laugh. "Did you just crawl out of the stove?" Zhou Shuan also couldn't help but laugh, and wiped her face with her hand. "We didn't smoke the sweet smoked fish like this before. When you come back after delivering the fish skins, let's discuss building a chimney for the wooden house. Otherwise, no one can even get into this fish smoking room. Mom's been inside smoking all morning. Her eyes are all red from the smoke." Qi Mingyu's expression turned serious. "All right, we discuss it when I get back." That afternoon, the Zhou family built a chimney out of sheet metal, and installed it on the wooden roof. The chimney also had a lid. It was opened during smoking to speed up ventilation. When not smoking, the chimney was covered to keep it warm. The Joe family froze some of the fish outdoors, then packed the frozen fish one by one into wooden crates, neatly stacking 20 or 30 crates at the entrance of the stone house. The rest were made into smoked fish and dried fish. Besides the Joe family, other families were also busy freezing and smoking fish to preserve their food as long as possible in response to the increasingly scarce fish resources. The Sun family's wooden house next door was also filled with smoke all day long. The couple didn't dare to stop working. They didn't dare to be like the Joe family. They built a heated wall, but only a Kong, a traditional heated brick bed. However, not wanting to waste fuel heating the Kong, the couple simply slept in a small kitchen partitioned off from the stone house. They also smoked fish in this small space. The stove served three purposes: cooking, smoking fish, and keeping warm, truly killing 3 birds with 1 stone. At night, the couple slept on a small patch of ground next to the stove. There wasn't enough space, so they had to curl up in bed. In the middle of the night, the couple had to take turns getting up to add firewood to the stove. The air in the small space was extremely foul, a mixture of smoke, fish, and the smell of stagnant ventilation. This kind of life was incredibly inconvenient, but in a time of extreme resource scarcity, people even lacked the dignity of survival. Every time the couple went out, they were covered in soot, their faces stained black, revealing only a set of broken teeth. Yes, although they were only in their 30s, years of enslavement and malnutrition had left them with several missing teeth. Many families on the island were like theirs. This was something the warship couldn't solve. A few days ago, Zhou Shuan heard from Jiping that the mothership was going to the oil fields to refill its reserves. Their fishing team planned to set off with the mothership. With the mothership leading the way, their fishing would be safer. Zhou Shuan kept something to herself, saying nothing to anyone. That morning, she went to find Jiping and Xuedao, telling them that she and Qi Mingyu had spotted krill near the coast and wanted to invite them to join them. Both families were always very concerned about the Zhou family's affairs. Krill are a primary source of protein for people living at sea, and they like to live in groups, making them suitable for large-scale fishing. Therefore, Jiping and Xuedao didn't ask any questions and immediately prepared to set off. Zhou Shuan ordered them to take the medium-sized fishing boat out. Although the boat didn't belong to Jiping, he was the captain and could use it privately. Immediately, the young men set off together. After sailing for over an hour, more than a nautical mile from the island, they indeed saw layers of cold, pale blue or green light emanating from the dark sea surface. Upon closer inspection, they could see countless krill swarms moving densely on the ice. Their food consisted of unique ice algae and plankton living beneath or within the ice. The krill swarms were currently feeding, consuming the ice algae. The fishing boat's net was lowered, and the more than 10-meter-long mid-level trawl net slid into the water like a black python. The fluorescent lights at the net's opening flashed a cold white light, echoing the searchlights on the fishing boat, luring the krill swarms into the net's belly. Chapter 562. They say moths fly to a flame. Krill are no different. When people used to catch them near the polar regions, they also used lights to lure them. Zhou Shuan decided to search for krill with Qi Mingyu after watching a video they had left behind. They didn't go far, just wandered around within 2 nautical miles of the small island, and sure enough, they made a discovery. Krill are also an important resource at sea. But today's focus wasn't just on catching them. While using nets to catch the krill, several people wearing non-slip boots ran back and forth on the rocking deck, the ropes rubbing against the pulleys, their gloved but still frozen fingers pulling on the steel cables, all working together. Just then, the sharp-eyed Jiping noticed something on a huge block of ice nearby. Wearing night vision goggles, he took a closer look and was immediately delighted. "Look, that looks like a water tank." Everyone looked in the direction of the voice, and sure enough, it was probably due to the waves. For sizable water tanks bobbed on ice floes of varying sizes. Having spent years at sea, they had indeed encountered similar storage tanks before. After all, the sea had swallowed the land, so it was normal for some supplies to be hidden underwater. None of them suspected anything, and Xuetao excitedly whispered, carefully pull them up, let's see what's inside. Such large tanks must contain a lot of supplies. With great effort, using the fishing boat's trawl net, they finally managed to haul all 4 tanks onto the boat. 3 large ones and 1 small one. The water tanks had lids. Jiping carefully opened the lid of one of the large tanks and was stunned. This is gasoline. Sure enough, the smell of gasoline began to fill the air. Luckily, they were using electric lights. If they had used open flames, it wouldn't have been safe. Looking at the dark gasoline, Shuetao murmured, "Such a large tank, each one holds half a ton. How much would 4 tanks hold?" Jiping and Shuetao exchanged a glance, their eyes gleaming with excitement. They closed the tank lid and opened the other tanks. These 3 large tanks were filled with gasoline. 3 tanks held 1.5 tons of gasoline, enough for a long time. The remaining small tank also surprised them. It contained expired medications, such as fever reducers, cough medicine, antibiotics, and liniments for sprains and bruises, a fairly complete selection. Besides the medications, there was also half a tank of compressed biscuits, canned food, and sweet potato flour. This is so useful. If we use it sparingly, it should last us a long time, Shuetao said, his voice trembling with excitement. Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu were also very happy. Jiping, however, gazed into the distance, seemingly trying to discern something from the dark sea. "What's wrong, Jiping?" Zhou Shuan asked. Jiping pondered, "Don't you think it's too much of a coincidence? How did several boxes end up here?" But upon closer inspection of the tank's exteriors, there were many signs of wave damage. It seemed they had been drifting on the shore for a long time, only to be discovered today. Thinking this, Jiping's eyes involuntarily glanced at Zhou Shuan. It was she who had suggested coming here to catch krill. Qi Mingyu said calmly, "It must have been a wave that brought these tanks here. Let's sail around to other places. There will definitely be more." Jiping's suspicion lessened somewhat, and he nodded, "Yes, if it's a shipment of supplies that drifted over, there shouldn't be just a few boxes. Come on, I take the boat. Everyone search carefully." They cautiously circled the area, avoiding large ice floes. Then, sure enough, they found 2 smaller water tanks. One tank contained various clothing items, both thick and thin, down jackets, light coats, sportswear, bedding. The other tank contained various household items, pots and pans, toiletries, etc. A bag also contained flashlights, wrenches, pliers, and other tools. This trip had been quite fruitful. Everyone was overjoyed. Jiping, his doubts dispelled, looked at the dark sea. "I estimate some of the boxes have already sunk to the bottom, but we don't have the capability to retrieve them right now." He wasn't satisfied yet, thinking even more had sunk. "There's a submarine over there on the warship." Shuetao hesitated, then looked at everyone, seemingly wanting to say more, but stopping himself. Years of working at sea had aged him considerably. He looked more than 10 years older than Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu. Deep wrinkles lined his face, and his cheekbones were flushed from the sea breeze. Everyone understood his unfinished words. Once they applied to the warship for permission to use a submarine to dive down and search for supplies, they couldn't keep those supplies for themselves. At least a large portion had to be handed over. Jiping's gaze swept over the other 3 faces, and he finally made his decision. "We won't report it. We divide these supplies equally among the 4 of us." Shuetao smiled easily. These supplies were substantial and very useful. Even if the 4 of them split the profits equally, each family's living conditions would improve significantly. Zhou Shuan glanced at Qi Mingyu, then said to Jiping, "Jiping, Cousin Tao, we have quite a bit of gasoline stored up. We came here for the krill to supplement our family's protein intake. So how about we take all the krill, forgo the gasoline, and share some of the other necessities? Is that all right?" Shuetao and Jiping were both very surprised. In an instant, Jiping understood the meaning behind Zhou Shuan's words. She still remembered the gasoline and water resources their 2 families had stored with her. "Wanwan, do you remember that? I already said it was a natural disaster. No matter who stores things there, they won't be safe." Shuetao frowned as well. "Yes, not to mention the batch of special medicine you gave us that helped Chun Chun recover. How can we explain that? I wouldn't mind giving you all the gasoline." Zhou Shuan smiled and waved her hand, her tone sincere. "Really, it's not about taking care of you. We have our own gasoline stored, so we really don't need it. We have to consider storage issues if we transported it back. We already have enough supplies. Bringing more back would be too conspicuous, so," Qi Mingyu added, "you 2 families can use it first. If we need more later, we ask you for more." Jiping and Shuetao exchanged glances, finally nodding with difficulty. "Okay, we keep it for you for now. If you need anything later, just let us know, and we deliver it to you personally." Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu then selected a water tank full of other supplies. The rest was given to the Jiping and Shuetao families. The Zhou family kept all the krill they had caught that day. The 4 of them worked for several more hours before sailing back. Although it was eternal night, people still followed the warship's schedule. They returned in the middle of the night. The island's inhabitants were all asleep. Chapter 563. These several large boxes of gasoline were too heavy to move. Jiping and Shuetao huddled together, whispering for a while, seemingly considering how to store the gasoline. Then they told Zhou Shuwan and Shuetao, "One of us will stay and watch the ship and supplies. The other 3 will carry the smaller boxes home." "Okay." Zhou Shuwan, being the weakest, proudly took on the task of watching the ship. Qi Mingyu, Jiping, and Shuetao made several trips back and forth, finally managing to carry the ship's contents back. Regarding the remaining gasoline, Jiping said, "Wan, you guys go back first. My cousin Tao and I are going to go to the mothership to discuss whether we can store the gasoline there." They had been on the mothership for many years, and were familiar with the people there. This matter, as long as it was discussed with the person in charge of the mothership supplies storage, wouldn't violate any regulations. After all, the mothership needed to ensure the safety of the survivors, and also needed to receive a certain amount of supplies brought by them. Now that most people have moved down to the island, the mothership's warehouses are mostly empty. The mothership has a separate area for storing gasoline. Zhou Shuwan and Qi Mingyu nodded, and after repeatedly reminding the two to be careful, they disembarked and headed home. On the way, Qi Mingyu finally looked at Zhou Shuwan. In the darkness, only his bright eyes were visible, all settled. Indeed, those supply boxes were naturally the ones Zhou Shuwan and Qi Mingyu had secretly placed in the boat earlier. They had spent most of the day at sea before discovering that krill habitat. They needed a plausible reason to lure Jiping and Shuetao there without arousing suspicion. The sea was frozen over, and krill loved to feed on ice algae within the ice. However, Cousin Tao didn't think much of it. "I think Jiping still seems uneasy," Qi Mingyu said. Zhou Shuwan sighed softly. "There's nothing we can do about it. At most, he have a slight suspicion, thinking we deliberately placed the supplies there to return their previous batch of gasoline and fresh water, but he definitely won't think anything else." Zhou Shuwan had considered the situation for a long time before making her decision. "Good." Qi Mingyu nodded. He had initially guessed that Wan had a spatial ability because he had received special forces training, and ordinary sleeping pills were ineffective against him. He only lost consciousness for a moment before regaining consciousness. Naturally, he had witnessed everything she did. Even so, he was extremely shocked, almost unable to believe what he had seen, let alone guessing without any basis. Zhong Tiyun and Zhou Jiahai had no idea what the two had gone to do, only assuming they had gone with Jiping and the others to search for supplies. Seeing the mountain of krill piled up at the entrance, everyone beamed with joy, completely oblivious to anything else. The Zhou family had been busy all day, sorting through the krill. They used about half to exchange for supplies with the warship, storing the rest. Every day at mealtimes, they would stir-fry or steam some, and everyone ate a little. Over time, the benefits of the krill became apparent. They also gave 5 jin, 2.5 kilograms, to Shuetao and Ji Ping's families. The two families quickly reciprocated, mostly sending back 5 jin, 2.5 kilograms, of fresh fish. Ji Peng and Shuetao truthfully told the lieutenant colonel managing the mothership's warehouse about how they had accidentally stumbled upon several large water tanks while catching krill, and discovered they contained gasoline. The lieutenant colonel didn't withhold their supplies, he simply reported it to his superiors, and had Jiping lead the way to search the area again, but they found nothing. Jiping gave them 50 liters of gasoline as a storage fee, and they were able to place the large water tanks in the mothership's designated gasoline storage area. He discussed it with Shuetao, and felt that given their current survival conditions, nowhere was safer than on the mothership. They knew the captain's character well, they weren't leaders who would take advantage of ordinary survivors. Therefore, they felt safe leaving the gasoline on the mothership. However, this meant they had to reveal where they found the gasoline. Jiping couldn't quite explain his thinking, but instinctively excluded Zhou Shuwan and Qi Mingyu. He also instructed Shuetao not to tell anyone, as these two had also found the supplies with them. Time passed slowly. The temperature had dropped several degrees, reaching a low of -20 degrees Celsius. Some survivors still had thermal underwear or cold weather clothing, while others had used their thermal underwear to exchange for supplies. Therefore, families with ample supplies could wear thermal underwear or cold weather clothing to keep warm. Families lacking supplies had no choice but to desperately insulate their stone houses. Fortunately, in the past 2 months, fishing teams have caught several batches of fish again. Upon discovering schools of fish, they gather in groups of thousands, a behavior quite different from the fish's previous habits. While this makes fishing much easier for humans, everyone knows that this is the last hurrah before the fish become extinct, The marine environment is undergoing drastic changes, and fish, like land creatures, are gradually dying out. The reason they gather in such large groups is because the ocean is vast, and while most of the marine environment is changing dramatically, some places still offer a chance for survival. Fish, guided by instinct, desperately gravitate towards suitable habitats. If the fish in the sea truly become extinct, what will humans eat? No one knows. They can only wait and see. Zhou Shuan tentatively stretched her hand into the cold sea, sensing her surroundings with her consciousness. Within a half-mile radius, she could barely sense a single fish. Half a mile is a distance that a ship could travel in half an hour. This was the limit of her perception. Her spatial dimension had expanded to twice its original size due to the collection of sparks hidden by pirates. Therefore, there was still a lot of empty space. Zhou Shuan decided to discuss with Qi Mingyu about taking the submarine out further. She wanted to use this last bit of time to store up as many fish as possible. Their family was already well supplied, with enough food, drink, and other necessities for their 5-member household. They also had resources like oil and coal. The oil she collected last time at the oil field, and the fish she planned to collect this time in her submarine, weren't for personal gain. But rather, she wanted to contribute her share during humanity's most desperate and perilous moment. She always felt that the existence of space must have a special meaning. She didn't have any grand goals, like saving humanity. She simply wanted to lend a hand in their final, most difficult time. Instead of helplessly standing by, aside from Zhou Shuan's thoughts, the island's inhabitants were now quite prosperous. With enough fish and fish skins for fuel, people had no worries about food and shelter. However, people couldn't just eat fish. They also needed vegetables to supplement their vitamins. Otherwise, their health would suffer over time. Chapter 564. Most of the survivors now lack the conditions for farming, and they even have to conserve fuel for heating. The island is only so big. If they continue to cut down trees without restraint, they won't be able to find a single piece of firewood in the future. Fortunately, they discovered that fish skin can be used as fuel, preventing them from freezing. The breadfruit trees have also been confirmed dead, providing only a few thousand kilograms of food. Captain Chen is very disappointed, but there's nothing he can do to combat this natural disaster. The purpose of specifically moving them to this island seems to have been rendered meaningless. However, it cannot be denied that the resources in the tropics are indeed much richer than those on Hope Island 1. Even during the eternal night, when marine life has largely disappeared, they have found a plentiful catch of fish near Island 2. Captain Chen has estimated that, based on their current population, their current fish reserves are enough to feed them for at least a year. In addition, they have agriculture on the mothership. The mothership has been engaged in agriculture for many years, and is very experienced. Plant lights, air conditioning systems, nutrient solutions, planting experts, and so on. During the previous periods of extreme cold and heat, they were still able to harvest a considerable amount of staple food, let alone now that the temperature hasn't dropped to a point where humanity can despair. Therefore, Captain Chen has been urging the mothership to keep planting going. Sweet potatoes, and corn are the staple foods, along with several high-yield vegetables. The island's inhabitants have enough fish to fill their stomachs, but their biggest deficiency is vitamin supplementation. The warship must exchange various vegetables for the survivors. Qi Mingyu also took out the vegetable dehydrator he had previously acquired at a high price, and used it to dehydrate and preserve all the harvested fresh vegetables. The chickens and ducks on the mothership were well raised, thanks to feed made from fish innards, which they particularly enjoyed, resulting in a high egg production. Therefore, families who were better off could exchange eggs with the warship for chicken and duck eggs to supplement their nutrition. The Zhou family was quite experienced in animal husbandry. Shui Dong, who had been involved in animal husbandry on the mothership for many years, came to the Zhou family to offer some guidance. The Zhou family's fireplace was constantly burning, day and night, never going out. So it was very warm. They didn't want to live with the smelly chickens day and night, especially since the stone house they had built was quite small. It was already a bit cramped for the adults to move around inside, let alone make room for chickens and ducks. So they built a chicken coop next to the stove in the kitchen shed. Although the smell was unpleasant, they only had to endure it while cooking. The rest of the time, they just had to clean frequently and open the windows to ventilate and reduce the odor. They initially hatched about 30 chicks, 8 or 9 of which were roosters. The house was too small, so they kept one rooster and gradually killed and ate the rest. 10 hens were given to Shui Dong and Ji Peng's families in exchange for fresh fish. Neighbor Jiang Yisen also wanted to raise chickens, so they shared a few with her. Including the ones that hadn't fully grown, They now had 7 or 8 chickens. Recently, these young hens started laying eggs, enough to ensure each person in the family gets 1 egg a day. The biting sea wind, carrying fine ice shards, lashed against the submarine's hull, producing a sharp, screeching sound. Zhou Shuwan wrapped her thick coat tighter around herself, gazing through the narrow observation window at the unfathomable depths of the sea. After a 2-week voyage, they were far from the island. Besides Qi Mingyu, Zhou Shuwan also brought her parents and Mumu on this trip. They were going out to sea to fish, hoping to catch as many fish as possible before the species went extinct. However, they were worried about being away for too long. If another tsunami or something like that happened, they wouldn't feel at ease leaving their parents and Mumu at home. Therefore, they decided to travel together on a submarine, allowing them to explore more distant waters with greater peace of mind. Before leaving, Zhou Shuwan made a special trip to Yuxuan's house to entrust her with the care of their chickens and vegetables. Jipeng and Xuetao went out fishing again, while Xuedong spent 2 hours each day on the mothership, responsible for aquaculture. Only Yuxuan and Chun Chun were at home. Zhou Shuwan repeatedly reminded Yuxuan that in the event of an emergency like a tsunami, her safety should be the priority, and she shouldn't foolishly prioritize her belongings over her own. Also, it's not safe outside right now, so you and Chun Chun shouldn't go out alone. Wait until Jipeng, Cousin Tao, and Dong Dong are home before going over. Yuxian smiled, pursing her lips. Sister Wanwan, don't worry. I know what's important. Chun Chun and I usually stay home. I bring your chickens over and raise them with ours. We still have some vegetables in your garden. I go with my brothers when they get back. Her smile revealed a glimmer of her former beauty on her scarred face. Zhou Shuwan felt a pang of sadness, patted Yuxian's hand, and turned to leave. Under the skillful control of Qi Mingyu and Mu Mu, the submarine silently traversed the dark waters. Zhou Shuwan, meanwhile, focused intently on using her spatial abilities to detect the fish and guide the submarine's direction. Traveling in such dark waters is dangerous. Several times, they nearly crashed into massive underwater reefs. Fortunately, they escaped unscathed each time. 30 degrees to the left front, descend 20 meters. Zhou Shuwan's tone was calm, yet carried a subtle sense of urgency. She stood in the cockpit, eyes closed, palms pressed against the cold glass, seemingly one with her surroundings. Using her spatial awareness, she was intently searching for the movement of a school of fish in the deep sea. Qi Mingyu didn't hesitate and immediately adjusted the submarine's course. The submarine slowly descended, the surrounding pressure gradually increasing, and the hull emitted a soft hum. The school of fish is still over 1,000 meters away, Zhou Shuwan said again, this time with a hint of barely perceptible joy in her voice. Qi Mingyu's eyes lit up slightly, and he immediately increased the submarine's descent speed. Mu Mu also quickly cooperated, adjusting the thruster power. The submarine, like a giant sea monster, silently submerged into deeper waters. Just then, Zhou Shuwan's brow furrowed slightly, and she pressed her hand harder against the glass. She sensed something unusual ahead. At the edge of an underwater canyon, a massive group of reefs blocked the path of the fish. If the submarine continued to descend, it would likely collide with these reefs. Stop descending. Her voice was calm and steady. Reefs ahead. Adjust course and go around them. Navigating in the pitch-black depths, even the most sophisticated navigation systems couldn't compare to Zhou Shuwan's spatial awareness. Moreover, there was no navigation system now, so Zhou Shuwan was leading the way, making it safer and closer to their destination. It was far more efficient than wandering aimlessly in the ocean. They were heading towards a deep-sea canyon. Zhou Shuwan had sensed a large school of fish here earlier, and had guided Qi Mingyu and the others here. Chapter 565. Upon hearing Zhou Shuwan's words, Qi Mingyu immediately stopped the descent, his fingers rapidly sliding across the control panel to adjust the submarine's course. Mu Mu cooperated, quickly adjusting the thrusters to stabilize the submarine's attitude. The two had been sailing at sea for over 10 days, their understanding unwavering, requiring almost no verbal communication. The submarine slowly rounded the treacherous reefs. Visibility was extremely low, only the constantly flickering ripples on the sonar screen indicated the terrain ahead. A fine layer of sweat beaded on Qi Mingyu's forehead, but he remained calm, his eyes focused intently on the screen. Mu Mu's breathing became somewhat rapid, but he kept his lips tightly pressed together, making no sound. Zhou Shuwan stood in the observation cabin, her palms still pressed against the glass, her eyes tightly closed. Since the container had expanded her space several times over, her ability to perceive her surroundings using space had become increasingly powerful. Now, a three-dimensional map of the seabed was slowly unfolding in her mind. She could clearly sense the location of the school of fish, even their speed and direction of movement. A slight smile of satisfaction appeared on her lips. The school of fish is 500 meters ahead, full speed ahead, she announced clearly again. Chi Mingyu immediately increased the submarine's speed, and Moo Moo quickly adjusted the thrusters. The submarine shot forward like an arrow, rapidly heading towards the school of fish. As the submarine approached, the fluctuations on the sonar screen became increasingly dense, as if the entire seabed was occupied by the school of fish. Moo Moo's eyes widened, her face filled with excitement. He whispered, "So many fish," his voice brimming with barely concealed excitement. Chi Mingyu gently shushed him, signaling him not to disturb Zhou Shuan. Moo Moo immediately shut his mouth, but the excitement in his eyes didn't diminish in the slightest. His hands gripped the control panel tightly, his knuckles turning white. Zhou Jianhai and Zhong Tiyun, in the rest area behind the cockpit, could also feel the submarine's rapid descent. Looking out through the narrow glass, they could only see darkness. Zhong Tiyun's eyesight was slightly better than Zhou Jianhai's. She squinted at the blurry black shapes ahead. It seemed to be a school of fish. A surge of joy filled her heart. They found a school of fish? The submarine, like a small flying shuttle, rapidly approached the school of fish. Zhou Shuan pressed her palm against the glass and gently applied pressure. The fish, which had been swimming extremely fast, rushed towards the submarine. As if drawn by a tremendous force, Chi Mingyu and Moo Moo, inside the cockpit, could clearly see the movement of the fish. The fish swarmed together densely, like a giant black shadow, rapidly approaching the submarine. Moo Moo's eyes widened, and her breathing became rapid. Just as the fish were about to collide with the submarine, they suddenly vanished without a trace. The entire seabed instantly returned to calm, as if nothing had happened. Meanwhile, within Zhou Shuan's spatial dimension, countless fish lay silently. These fish varied in size, some as large as marlins, weighing several tons, while others weighed only a few kilograms. Upon entering the space, they died silently. Zhou Shuan slowly opened her eyes, a slight smile playing on her lips. Success? She looked at the two of them with ease. Chi Mingyu also smiled. He released his grip on the control panel, exhaled softly, and relaxed completely. Moo Moo's face was also full of excitement. We had a great haul this time. They had all witnessed the sheer size of that school of fish. Chi Mingyu nodded, turning his gaze to Zhou Shuan with concern. How are you? Are you feeling all right? Zhou Shuan smiled and shook her head. I feel fine so far. Moo Moo seemed to suddenly remember something and hurriedly said, Sister, why don't you go and rest in the rest cabin with Mom and Dad? We rest here a bit before we set off again. It had indeed taken them several hours to reach this deep-sea canyon. At first, Zhou Shuan only had a vague sense of the fish, but as they got closer, she could pinpoint their location more clearly. All right. Let's rest for a bit, and have a meal while we're at it. Then we see where to go next. The submarine stopped near an underwater canyon, and Chi Mingyu steadily brought it to a relatively flat spot on the seabed. The seabed geology in this area was relatively stable, suitable for a short stop. The submarine's engine slowly shut off, leaving only the soft sound of water washing over the hull. Zhou Shuan came out of the cockpit and called her parents to have dinner together. Mom and Dad, brother you, Moo Moo, come and eat. She greeted them, asked what they wanted to eat, and then took out several steaming dishes from her spatial storage. Zhong Tiyun and Zhou Jianhai both loved noodles, so they each ordered a bowl of mutton stew noodles. Zhou Shuan ate a bowl of wontons, while Chi Mingyu and Moo Moo had rice and vegetables. Each of them also had a small beef sandwich. The beef sandwich was made by Zhou Jianhai during the previous flood season. The beef was particularly chewy and tender, a very satisfying bite. After finishing their meal, the family discussed their plans for their next trip. They had been out for over half a month, spotted 3 fish tides, and estimated their catch to be around 70,000 to 80,000 jin, approximately 35,000 to 40,000 kilograms. Zhong Tiyun felt they had caught enough and could head home. Moo Moo and Zhou Jianhai both felt that fish would become increasingly scarce, so they should take advantage of this opportunity to catch as many as possible, giving them a strong financial foundation for the future. Zhou Shuan looked at Chi Mingyu, wanting to hear his opinion. He looked at Zhou Shuan with gentle eyes. Wan, how are you feeling after this past 2 weeks of travel? Zhou Jianhai and Moo Moo, who had just been advocating for a larger catch, both turned to look at Zhou Shuan. Actually, although the family was out fishing, only Zhou Shuan did the actual work. Of course, Chi Mingyu and Moo Moo's tasks weren't light either. They needed to navigate the dark sea, determine direction, and avoid danger. However, the one who needed the most effort, and was the most crucial, was Zhou Shuwan. She had been fishing for half a month straight, and she didn't know if her body could handle it. Before Zhou Shuwan could answer Qi Mingyu's question, Zhou Jianhai hurriedly said, "Daughter, let's go home. The ocean is so vast, how can we possibly catch all the fish? We should be content." Mumu nodded repeatedly. "Yes, sister, let's rest for one night and go back tomorrow." Feeling her father and brother's concern, Zhou Shuwan couldn't help but smile before speaking. "Actually, I felt pretty good these past 2 weeks. It's probably because of collecting fire seeds before. This time, when I'm out collecting things, I don't feel tired at all, and my perception of the sea and its surroundings is becoming clearer." Of course, if she were on land, relying solely on the air, she wouldn't be able to sense anything more than 500 meters away. However, her perception is quite good when water is the medium. Chapter 566. She felt that the special medium of seawater had expanded her consciousness and perception. "It means that space is growing along with you," Qi Mingyu said thoughtfully. "Wanwan, if you don't feel uncomfortable, then let's hold on for a while longer. Lately, I had a bad feeling." Zhou Shuwan's brows furrowed. "What feeling?" Qi Mingyu shook his head. "I don't know. I just have a vague feeling that an even bigger disaster will happen in the future. We might not have a chance to come out and catch fish anymore." This feeling was very mysterious. It was closely related to an individual's judgment of crisis, their own sensitivity, and the influence of the surrounding environment. Zhou Shuwan had had this feeling several times before, and it had proven to be correct. So, if even the usually calm and composed Qi Mingyu said this, then everyone's previous predictions must have been accurate. An even bigger and more irresistible disaster would occur. Zhou Shuwan immediately made a decision. "Okay, then let's go a little further out. Let's catch as many fish as possible." Everyone agreed. In the days that followed, they continued searching for fish in the deep sea. Because they needed to leave resources for the island's inhabitants, they ventured to more distant areas in their submarine. Over a month passed, and they encountered 7 reef-dwelling fish tides, catching a considerable quantity of fish. Zhou Shuwan estimated that the fish stored in their space had reached over 100,000 jin, approximately 50,000 kilograms, enough to feed the island's inhabitants for a long time. They discussed the matter and prepared to return. However, during the return journey, as she led the way, her brow furrowed slightly. Her palm pressed against the cold glass, the subtle vibrations transmitting through her fingertips to her nerves. She whispered, "Something's not right." Qi Mingyu immediately stopped the submarine's propulsion and turned to look at her. "What's wrong?" "The direction of the water flow is abnormal." Zhou Shuwan closed her eyes, held her breath, and tried to perceive her surroundings more clearly. Just as she finished speaking, the submarine lurched violently, as if shoved by an invisible force. Caught off guard, Mumu nearly slipped off her seat, frantically grabbing the edge of the control panel, her face instantly turning pale. "It's an underwater storm." Qi Mingyu had already seen the suddenly raging water flow ahead. His fingers moved swiftly across the control panel, trying to stabilize the submarine's attitude. The sound of the surrounding water flow became even more violent. The submarine seemed to be caught in a giant whirlpool, its hull rocking violently, emitting a piercing metallic scraping sound. Zhou Jianhai and Zhong Tiyun, inside the rest cabin, were also startled by the sudden turbulence. They gripped the handrails fixed to the wall tightly, their eyes filled with anxiety. Zhou Shuwan, who had been standing in front of the glass window, sensing the outside environment, was nearly knocked over by the turbulent water. "Sister!" Mumu turned around in her haste, seeing her gripping the handrail. "Mumu, pull the controller with all your might!" Qi Mingyu shouted sharply. He couldn't care less about Zhou Shuwan now. He had to get the submarine out of the massive water storm as quickly as possible. Mumu's attention wavered for only a moment before she immediately operated the system in front of her, as instructed by Qi Mingyu. In the storm, the submarine was completely out of control. The hull trembled violently. This couldn't go on. The storm might tear the submarine to pieces. Zhou Shuwan gripped the handrail with one hand, the other still pressed tightly against the glass, her eyes closed, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Through the current, a blurry map of the seabed appeared in her mind. "Left front, 5 o'clock, there's a canyon." She suddenly opened her eyes, her voice urgent and clear. Qi Mingyu didn't hesitate. He immediately adjusted the submarine's course, heading at full speed in the direction she indicated. Mumu stared intently at the screen, her hands gripping the control panel tightly. The submarine struggled forward in the raging current, the hull rocking more violently, as if it would be torn apart by the immense force at any moment. The surrounding lights flickered erratically, reflecting on everyone's tense faces. Finally, the submarine passed through a turbulent current and entered a relatively calm underwater canyon. The sound of the surrounding water gradually subsided, and the rocking of the submarine lessened. Moo Moo let out a long sigh of relief, slumping into her seat, her face showing the exhaustion of someone who had survived a close call. Zhou Shuan slowly withdrew her hand, feeling a wetness in front of her eyes. She thought it was sweat, but when she gently wiped it, she found it was blood. She then realized that her fall had cut her forehead. The situation had been too tense for her to notice in time. She hissed softly, but before she could speak, a gentle hand was placed on her forehead. Qi Mingyu had already released the control stick and quickly came to her side. "It's all right, just a minor cut. Get the medicine, I bandage it for you." Without turning his head, Qi Mingyu instructed, "Moo Moo, you're in charge of keeping watch." Seeing that her sister's injury wasn't serious, Moo Moo was relieved, a smile playing on her lips, and got up to sit in the driver's seat. He knew he couldn't be a third wheel, so besides keeping an eye on his surroundings, he tried his best to remain hidden. After bandaging the wound, Qi Mingyu looked at Zhou Shuan. She had her eyes closed and her head tilted back, letting him treat her forehead. Her clean, delicate chin and a fair, jade-like face were visible. She looked so adorable. He glanced back. Moo Moo was focused on her surroundings and wasn't looking this way. He couldn't resist and quickly lowered his head to plant a kiss on her flawless, white chin. Zhou Shuan's eyes widened in surprise. The other person had already retreated, a smile playing on their lips, and was intently packing first aid supplies. Zhou Shuan glanced at Moo Moo, who seemed oblivious. She then gave him a subtle, playful glare, took the first aid kit from his large hand, and stored it in her spatial storage. "I'm going to check on Mom and Dad," she said, turning and leaving the cockpit, a smile already on her face. For the past month, they had been busy navigating the ocean depths, searching for schools of fish, and avoiding danger. The two of them had hardly had any time alone. Zhou Jianhai and Zhong Tiyun were only slightly frightened, not injured. Seeing the bandage on Zhou Shuan's forehead, they quickly asked what happened and how serious her injury was. After Zhou Shuan said she was all right, they inquired about the submarine's condition. "We're at the back. We think that turbulence just now must have damaged the submarine. Tiyun, you stay here with our daughter. I go find Seiyu and Moo Moo. We think we need to repair the submarine." Chapter 567. Zhong Tiyun was anxious, but she didn't show it. She nodded and instructed, "You all need to be careful. Especially you, Dahai, you're getting old. The pressure on the seabed is high, and the temperature is cold. You can't go out casually." Zhou Shuan didn't care about resting anymore and immediately went to the cockpit with her father. "Mom, come with us too. We're worried about you being alone in the back." "Wan, don't go. You need to rest," Zhong Tian hurriedly said. Zhou Shuan shook her head, her expression serious. "I only have minor injuries. The important thing now is to check the damage to the submarine and see if it can still operate normally." Except for Zhong Tiyun, the other four began to check the various systems of the submarine one by one. They found that some equipment had indeed been damaged in the turbulence, especially the sonar system, which had temporarily malfunctioned. Fortunately, the other functions of the submarine were still normal, and there was no major problem for the time being. "The sonar system needs repair." Moo Moo's voice carried a hint of helplessness, "but we don't have any spare parts." Spare parts for submarines were scarce even before the apocalypse, let alone after. So, although they knew the sonar system was damaged, they couldn't repair it. Qi Mingyu pondered for a moment, then turned to Zhou Shuan. "Wan, how's your injury? Can you still sense your surroundings?" The others looked at her anxiously and expectantly. Zhou Shuan smiled. "My injury is just a minor superficial wound. It doesn't affect my spatial perception. All right, let's rest here for 2 days, and wait for Wan to recover before setting off again." Without the sonar system, they would have to rely entirely on Zhou Shuan. They had been guided towards the school of fish by Zhou Shuan all along. But while they still had the sonar system to rely on, now that they were solely dependent on her, the pressure felt immense. Zhou Shuan, however, showed no sign of pressure, nodding, "All right, then we stay for 2 more days. We also use this time to thoroughly inspect the submarine." Qi Mingyu, wearing a diving suit, nimbly slipped out of the submarine's hatch. The icy seawater instantly enveloped his entire body, and the temperature regulation system inside his diving suit immediately activated, warding off the deep-sea chill. He held a flashlight in his hand, the beam carving a bright line through the dark depths, illuminating the submarine's stern. The propeller's outline gradually became clear under the beam, revealing several fine cracks and slight deformations. As expected, Qi Mingyu frowned slightly. He carefully inspected the propeller. The deformation wasn't too severe, but it might affect the submarine's high-speed operation. He sighed, gently patted the propeller, as if comforting his old companion, then turned and swam back into the submarine. Inside the submarine, Zhou Jiahai and Mu Mu were crouching in a corner of the cockpit, wrenches and circuit boards in their hands, attempting to repair the sonar system. Mu Mu carefully removed several damaged circuit boards and turned to Zhou Jiahai. "Dad, this board is probably burnt out. We don't have a spare, so it's probably beyond repair." Zhou Jiahai frowned, crouched down to examine the circuit board carefully, and shook his head. "There's really no way. We can only wait until we get back to the island." Qi Mingyu needed someone to go out and help him repair the propeller. This task, naturally, fell to Mu Mu without hesitation. He'd only been learning mechanical repair from his father for a few years, but he already had some experience. He, his mother, and sister thought the same thing. The ocean was fraught with danger, and they didn't want their aging father to bear that burden. The two of them put on their diving suits and went outside together. The icy seawater instantly enveloped them, and their flashlights shone on the stern of the submarine. Under the beam, the outline of the propeller gradually became clear, revealing several fine cracks and slight deformations. Mu Mu took underwater welding tools from the tool pouch on her diving suit and handed them to Qi Mingyu. Qi Mingyu took the tools, skillfully adjusted the welding torch, and then aimed it at a crack on the propeller, carefully beginning to weld. The sparks from the welding emitted a faint glow in the deep sea, illuminating their focused faces. Mu Mu watched Qi Mingyu's movements intently, occasionally handing him tools or adjusting the welding torch's power. The two worked together seamlessly, requiring almost no verbal communication. The cracks in the propeller were gradually repaired by Qi Mingyu. Although the weld marks weren't aesthetically pleasing, they at least ensured the propeller would function properly on the return journey. Mu Mu carefully inspected the propeller, and after confirming there were no problems, she gave Qi Mingyu a thumbs up, indicating the repair was complete. Qi Mingyu nodded, put away his welding tools, and then patted Mu Mu on the shoulder, signaling that they could return to the submarine. The 2-day rest period passed quickly, and the submarine's inspection was basically complete. Apart from the problems with the propeller and sonar system, the other equipment was in good condition. The group gathered in the cockpit and set off for the return journey. Following Zhou Shuan's directions, they sailed smoothly for about 3 hours. Suddenly, Zhou Shuan said, "Brother Yu, adjust the course, veer 30 degrees to the left." Qi Mingyu didn't hesitate and immediately adjusted the submarine's course as instructed. The submarine slowly turned, rounding a large area of underwater reefs. Then, as the submarine gradually approached, the surrounding temperature gradually increased, as if they had entered a peculiar underwater region. "Here, there seems to be a hydrothermal vent." A hint of surprise flashed in Zhou Shuan's eyes, her hand still pressed against the glass, sensing the surrounding environment. She could clearly sense that this area contained a large number of heat-resistant fish, swimming in the scalding water, as if they had found a unique way to survive in the high temperature. "Hot springs?" Mu Mu squinted at the window, curious. "Sister, are there fish here?" Zhou Shuan nodded, a slight smile playing on her lips. "Yes, and quite a few. These are heat-resistant fish, probably adapted to the high temperatures here." Hearing this, Qi Mingyu immediately slowed the submarine, maneuvering it slowly closer to the hot spring area. Upon arriving nearby, they understood why the hot springs were there. The hot springs were located near a major rift valley, a region torn apart by tectonic plate movement, creating numerous massive rifts and countless smaller fractures. The Earth's deep mantle plumes and upper mantle convection continuously spewed magma upwards from these rifts and fractures, forming volcanoes. These volcanic eruptions created the spectacular underwater hot springs. From inside the submarine, they witnessed this magnificent and strange sight: billowing steam, swirling smoke, and a forest of chimneys. Mu Mu sat in front of the sonar system screen. Although the system was malfunctioning, he still habitually stared at the screen, as if he could see something in it. "There are fish here," Mu Mu suddenly said. Chapter 568. He pointed towards the steaming hot spring. Around the rising steam, a large number of heat-resistant fish gathered, seemingly unaffected by the high temperature. The whole family stared in astonishment at this strange sight. They had grown accustomed to the perpetual darkness and low temperatures of the past 6 months, and the gradually forming ice sheet on the sea. But they never expected to see such a steaming spectacle in this unfamiliar sea. And such a temperature, clearly uninhabitable for humans, was teeming with fish. These fish were all different colors and shapes. Qi Mingyu measured the temperature and whispered, "The hot spring's water temperature is around 300 degrees Celsius. Incredible. Moo Moo murmured to herself. Such hot springs actually existed before the apocalypse. Mid-ocean ridges exist in the Atlantic, Indian, and Pacific Oceans, rising about 3,000 meters above the ocean floor, formed by the continuous eruption of magma from beneath the Earth's crust. Mid-ocean ridges contain large rift valleys from which magma erupts, often containing numerous hydrothermal vents. These vents spew forth a forest of chimneys, teeming with life. The smoke rising from these chimneys varies greatly in color. Some smoke is black, some is white, and others is a light, ethereal mist. Scientists have determined that these eruptions contain abundant pyrite, sphalerite, and copper and iron sulfides, substances vital for future human development. Near the mouths of deep-sea hydrothermal vents, a variety of previously unseen and wondrous creatures have been discovered. The sites included unusually large red clams, sea crabs, blood-red tube worms, oysters, mussels, crabs, small shrimp, and some hydra-like creatures resembling dandelions. Of course, fish were nowhere to be found before. This must be the result of another evolution after the apocalypse. Zhou Shuan's gaze, peering through the observation window, was fixed thoughtfully on the schools of fish swimming around the hot springs. After a moment, she turned to Qi Mingyu and Moo Moo, and whispered, "Let's try to bring these heat-resistant fish back alive. They might be useful later." Qi Mingyu nodded, his fingers rapidly sliding across the control panel, adjusting the submarine's position. Moo Moo, meanwhile, had already begun preparing the fishing system, her excitement undisguised. As he worked, he whispered, "Sister, brother-in-law, these fish can survive in such high temperatures. They must have some special physiological mechanisms. If we can bring them back to the base to study, we might find new ways to survive in extreme environments." Zhou Shuan smiled and nodded. "Let me make some preparations first." She went to the back, took out a stainless steel storage box from her spatial storage, and then used her spatial storage to collect the hot spring water through the glass before pouring it into the storage box. The storage box was now filled entirely with hot spring water. The scorching temperature immediately heated the surrounding area. Zhou Jianhai, who had followed her out earlier, saw this and asked with some concern, "Wan, for these fish to survive and be brought back alive, the water temperature has to be kept this high. And it has to be hot spring water. The journey back will be very arduous for you. The hot spring already contains special substances, which is why these fish can grow normally. Therefore, Zhou Shuan would have to ensure the storage box was always filled with fresh, steaming hot spring water." Zhou Shuan nodded. "I calculated the time. We'd probably be back in about 2 weeks. Changing the water twice a day should be fine." Then they see how things went. She had collected another batch of containers in her space from the underwater city. They were very well sealed and had a large capacity. Emptying some out would be enough to hold the hot spring water. Zhou Jianhai nodded, but felt a pang of heartache. "This will make things too hard for you. Sai, your mother, and I can't help you at all." Since Moo Moo had grown up, he and Zhong Tiyun had become the ones protected by their family. Zhou Jianhai knew this was his children's love, but sometimes he felt a pang of sadness. "Son, you're all grown up now. You should be toughened up. But daughter," he always felt she should be cherished and loved. Ever since the apocalypse, this daughter has always been ahead of everyone else, shielding them from danger, especially since their whole family has survived only thanks to her spatial ability. Therefore, he and Zhong Tiyun have always felt they owed their daughter a great deal. Zhou Shuan glared at him reproachfully. "Dad, here you go again. You stay here and watch, I go ahead." Okay. Zhou Jianhai quickly suppressed his sighs and focused on helping his daughter. Zhou Shuan strode to the cockpit. "Ready, begin the catch." Moo Moo, who had been waiting, quickly pressed the start button for the catch system. The submarine's mechanical arm slowly extended, precisely capturing the heat-resistant fish. As the robotic arm retracted, the fish were successfully captured and placed into the submarine storage compartment. This was the storage compartment where Zhou Shuan had just placed the storage box. Zhou Shuan silently observed the fish, hoping they hadn't suffered too much damage during the capture. They successfully captured 100 hydrothermal vent fish. Zhou Shuan also stored some of these fish into her spatial storage. They were currently in a state of perpetual night, which might end with the arrival of daylight. The temperature was currently dropping, but during daylight, it would rise rapidly. Whether they could raise fish in such an extremely hot environment would be crucial. Like Moo Moo, Zhou Shuan wanted to take these fish back to study their survival abilities in extreme conditions. Qi Mingyu and Moo Moo also knew the value of these fish, and tried to catch as many as possible. Just as they continued catching the heat-resistant fish, the submarine suddenly shook violently. Zhou Shuan abruptly looked up, her finger lightly pressing against the glass. She whispered, Oh no, it might be an underwater volcano erupting. Chi Mingyu's expression instantly turned grave. His fingers slid rapidly across the control panel, attempting to adjust the submarine's attitude. Moo gripped the edge of the control panel tightly, his excitement replaced by tension. He said urgently, "We have to get out of here quickly." The submarine's vibrations grew increasingly violent, as if it might be torn apart by the immense force at any moment. A fine layer of sweat appeared on Zhou Shuan's forehead, but she remained calm, her fingers pressed firmly against the glass, sensing her surroundings. Turn 45 degrees to the right. Avoid the direct lava eruption. Without hesitation, Chi Mingyu immediately adjusted the submarine's course according to her instructions. The submarine struggled forward in the raging currents, its hull rocking more violently, emitting a piercing metallic scraping sound. Just as they were about to leave the eruption zone, Zhou Shuan's gaze suddenly fixed on a certain spot on the underwater volcano. Chapter 569. Wait, there seems to be something in that direction. Chi Mingyu immediately slowed the submarine, maneuvering it slowly towards the direction she pointed. As the submarine drew closer, their vision gradually cleared. It was a mineral vein hidden in the deep sea, its color extremely peculiar, as if it contained some rare mineral. This is a deep-sea mineral vein? Zhou Shuan nodded, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes. These veins might be rich in various rare minerals. If we can collect samples, and have the warship take them back for analysis, it might help us find new resources. This place naturally nurtures special substances, like hydrothermal vent fish, so these minerals must also be worth studying. Chi Mingyu pondered for a moment, then decisively made a decision. Okay, Moo, collect some mineral samples. Moo immediately began preparing the collection tools. As the robotic arm slowly extended, mineral samples were successfully collected into the submarine storage compartment. Collection complete. Moo's voice carried a hint of excitement. Let's go! Chi Mingyu said without hesitation. The submarine slowly sailed away from the deep-sea mineral vein, heading at full speed back towards the shore. Half a month later, they finally returned to the familiar island. A few nautical miles from the island, they transferred to a small fishing boat that had been prepared beforehand. The storage box containing hydrothermal vent fish was carefully placed in the seawater and towed by a sturdy fishing rope. Zhou Shuan focused intently on checking the water temperature in the storage box along the way, occasionally adding hydrothermal vent water. 2 hours later, they returned to the island safely. Zhou Jianhai, Zhong Tiyun, and Moo carried boxes of their harvested fish ashore. Chi Mingyu and Zhou Shuan carried the box of hydrothermal vent fish ashore. After being away for over a month, they were bound to have some success. So they brought back half a boatload of fish. After unloading the fish, Chi Mingyu went to find Vice Captain Xiao. Chi Mingyu calmly and deliberately recounted their pre-prepared explanation, describing their experience in unfamiliar waters. They said they had been swept away by the waves to an unfamiliar area, almost losing their way back. In that area, they discovered a very peculiar sight: large amounts of hot steam billowing from an underwater volcanic eruption, creating a dense cloud of smoke, around which many fish lived. The family felt that these fish, thriving in such a high-temperature environment, were of great research value, so they used a water tank to collect some of the water and fish, hoping the ship's technical personnel could conduct research on them. They also brought back some minerals from the seabed eruption, which they donated to the warship for research. Upon hearing this, Vice Captain Xiao was both shocked and delighted. He immediately dispatched a team of naval personnel and technicians to the shore to receive the samples. 100 fish required only a small amount of hot spring water, so the storage box wasn't large. 2 people could easily lift it. When the naval personnel arrived at the shore, they could feel the box still slightly warm as they carried it. They exchanged bewildered glances, deeply puzzled as to how the Zhou family maintained the hot spring water temperature in the icy seawater. Vice Captain Xiao watched the naval officers and soldiers take the samples away, his mind churning. His and Captain Chen's suspicions about the Zhou family's hidden strength grew stronger. After the handover was completed, Zhou Shuan and her group returned home. Looking at the surroundings, it seemed another tsunami had occurred in the past month or so. However, the vegetable garden in the wooden house behind the Zhou family home was thriving, clearly indicating that Yushuan and the others had taken excellent care of it. The whole family had showered and eaten a simple meal on the submarine before returning to their rooms to rest. Chi Mingyu and Zhou Shuan lay in bed, discussing the operation in hushed tones. Chi Mingyu was aware of Vice Captain Zhao's suspicions. Zhou Shuan nodded. I also think they started to suspect, but they might suspect we also have a submarine. But as long as that suspicion existed, Zhou Shuan and Chi Mingyu were fearless. The military hadn't lost any submarines, One had only been destroyed during oil field repairs, so there was no need to worry that they would suspect the Zhou family's submarine was stolen. Besides, this was a private matter, and the military wouldn't inquire. Qi Mingyu calmly said, I think they might have guessed we have a submarine, but without evidence, they can't investigate further. Zhou Shuan smiled and said, well, let them suspect. Since no one's asking, we don't need to worry about it. We already have a cruise ship. Having another submarine is perfectly reasonable. Actually, their confidence stemmed from their years of dealing with the naval forces. They knew the other side cared about ordinary people, and wasn't the kind of army that would plunder their resources. Being timid and hesitant wouldn't get anything done. After the family had a good night's sleep, Jiping and Yuxuan arrived. They had heard earlier that the Zhou family had returned, but upon arriving at the door, they found the family resting and went home first. When Zhou Shuan woke up, Jiping, Yuxuan, Xuetao, Xuedong, and Chun Chun were all sitting in Zhong Tiyun's large room, talking quietly. She was the last one in the family to get up. Everyone understood how hard she had worked leading the way and collecting supplies, so they all wanted her to sleep a little longer. Seeing her arrive, Jiping and the others quickly greeted her. Zhou Shuan smiled and asked about the tsunami. Jiping replied, we were just talking about it with my aunt and uncle. This tsunami wasn't very big, and the island's residents were very experienced. As soon as they saw the warning signs, they all ran to the cellars. So, there were no casualties. When we came out of the cellars, one of your wooden houses had a broken window, but Brother Tao came and fixed it. Otherwise, there was nothing wrong. Oh, I went to check that window. It's fine. There was a crack, but Tao nailed a plank to seal it. It's all right, Zhou Jianhai said. Xuetao then asked about their sea voyage. They exchanged a few brief words, not delving into anything deeper. It was their business if others suspected something, but they couldn't very well reveal that their family owned a submarine. At noon, to thank Yuxuan and the others for tending the vegetable garden and chickens, Zhong Tiyun warmly invited them to stay for lunch. Unable to refuse, Jiping gave Xuedong a wink, and the latter hurriedly left, returning with 2 fish weighing 4 or 5 pounds each. Zhong Tiyun scolded them briefly, but understanding her nephew's and niece's feelings, she simply said, such big fish, let's gut one and eat it today. They then prepared to eat grilled fish. The family had potatoes, taro, vermicelli, and vegetables, as well as fish balls made from the fish meat earlier. With a little preparation, it would be a hearty meal. There was meat, staple food, and nutrition. All 3 families ate to their heart's content. After lunch, Yuxuan and Jiping brought back the Zhou family's chicken. She also carried 2 baskets of eggs. Andy, these are fresh eggs laid by the chickens over the past month. I stored them very well. Chapter 570. These 7 or 8 chickens are now fed feed made from fish innards, and they're laying eggs like crazy, almost 7 or 8 a day, totaling over 200 in just over a month. Zhong Tiyun refused, saying, you've been taking care of them for over a month, and I haven't given you any reward. These eggs are just a token of my gratitude. Take them back, and give them to both of you to help you recover. No need, Andy, you taking good enough care of us. Yuxuan wasn't good with words, and after several attempts to refuse, she couldn't get away with it, becoming a little anxious. Seeing this, Zhou Shuan said, how about this, we each take half. Yuxuan, if it weren't for you taking care of them for the past month, those chickens would definitely be dead, so don't refuse, we take half too. We just got back home, and we're short on food. Yuxuan looked at Jiping and then smiled, okay. We're favoring our aunt's family again. Zhong Tiyun waved her hand, no, silly child. Why are you being so polite with your aunt? As they left, Zhou Shuan quickly tied several fish she had collected with straw rope, especially the hot spring fish. These fish. Try it, and see how it tastes. It's a hot spring fish, probably a mutated fish from the post-apocalyptic era. We already eaten a few at sea, and they tasted pretty good, very tender. You should try some when you get back. Okay. Sister Wanwan, is this the kind of fish you handed over to the warship? Yuxuan asked curiously. They said that as long as the warship can figure it out, we won't have to worry about the extinction of fish in the ocean anymore, we can raise them ourselves. Zhou Shuan smiled, and shook her head, it's not that simple. After the eternal night, there might be daytime, but most of the island's residents aren't actually aware of this. Zhou Shuan hadn't experienced this in her previous life either, it was all just her speculation. The reason these hot spring fish were so precious, and so difficult to bring back was to prepare for the future appearance of daylight. However, it was too early to say anything now. After sending Yuxuan and Jiping away, Sun Tzu and his wife Jiang Yisan arrived. Probably embarrassed to arrive empty-handed. They brought a frozen fish. Fish were now the most common supplies in the island's residents' homes. Neither of them had any air-conditioned clothing. They were only wearing thick down jackets, hats, and scarves. The down jackets were dirty, some torn, which Jiang Yisan clumsily sewed up with needle and thread. So, they looked tattered and uncomfortable. Their shoes were also ill-fitting, barely wearable. Their unease and tension upon entering the house were obvious to anyone. Zhong Tian had considered giving the other party 2 clean down jackets and fleece-lined shoes. However, she knew that a small favor could breed resentment, and after much consideration, Zhong Tian decided against it. The two families weren't particularly close, and both Sun Tzu and Jiang Yisan were the kind of people who had suffered trauma and were very sensitive to their surroundings and the people around them. Therefore, Zhong Tian didn't want to send gifts rashly and make them feel uneasy. But visiting was a gesture of goodwill from them. Zhong Tian quickly gave them about 10 eggs and half a bag of taro to take back. Sun Tzu smiled awkwardly, hesitated for a moment, but still accepted them. Jiang Yisan was very thin, and with her head down, she looked even more emaciated. Her face, like Yuxian's, was covered with scars of varying sizes. The only difference was that her scars were inflicted by pirates, while Yuxian's were from an act of self-defense. Zhong Tian felt she seemed even more timid and introverted than before, not even daring to lift her head. She didn't force her, only sighing softly. Women, in the apocalypse, are all miserable. Fortunately, Yuxian had a good brother who always protected her. As for Jiang Yisan, she could only hope Sun Tzu would treat her well. After they thanked her repeatedly and left with their things, Zhou Shuan, who had been busy cleaning the fish, finally looked up and asked, "Mom, how did Jiang Yisan and Sun Tzu meet?" Zhong Tian placed the 2 fish they brought into the tank outside specifically for frozen fish, then came in and said casually, "I don't know. They always lived on this island. They must have known each other back then. Besides, it's hard for a woman to live in the apocalypse without a man to rely on." Their life on the island was actually quite good. The warships built cellars specifically for the elderly, women, and children. During disasters, like tsunamis, no one else was allowed to enter except the elderly, women, and children. The warships also provided relatively easy work for those who were able to work, along with an extra job sufficient to support themselves. Those who lost their ability to work would also receive rations. However, even with these measures, a woman who was unable to do anything was severely limited. For example, Jipeng and his men would return from fishing trips with a generous bonus each time. Those working on the islands doing maintenance or farming also received high wages. But the elderly, women, and children barely managed to avoid starvation thanks to the army's relief rations. Therefore, Zhong Tian still felt that it was better for a woman to be married. Having someone to take care of her was better than being alone and miserable. Seeing Zhou Shuan's thoughtful expression, Zhong Tian asked, "What's wrong? Is something wrong?" Zhou Shuan smiled and shook her head. "I just feel that Jiang Yisan seems to be getting more and more timid. Before, she dared to look up and speak when we met, but now she doesn't even dare to raise her head." Zhong Tian stopped what she was doing and thought seriously for a moment. "What you said is true, but maybe it's because it's too cold. They're not dressed warmly enough. They must have been freezing after coming out." She paused, then seemed to be explaining to Zhou Shuan and herself. "Now this area is under the control of warships. If that Sun Tzu treats her badly, she can just shout and call the patrol team. Our 2 houses are close by. If that Sun Tzu hits her, or raises his voice, we can hear it." That made sense. "Maybe I'm overthinking it," Zhou Shuan shrugged, putting the matter out of her mind. "That couple is all right. They're struggling financially, but knowing we were coming back, they came to visit and bring us some things. They're both honest and simple-minded, barely able to speak much," Zhong Tian continued. "It wasn't much, but I appreciate their kindness. Next time, we visit them too, bringing some food." Jiang Yisan's wife looked so thin, like she's never had enough to eat. Zhou Shuan knew her mother was kind-hearted and only helping within her means, so she smiled and said, "Okay, let's go together. I haven't seen their house since it was built. It's just a stone house, barely enough for the couple to live in. These days, everyone's like that. Just surviving is a blessing." Chapter 571. Zhong Tian's words carried no trace of sadness or depression. They were simply spoken casually. But Zhou Shuan, upon hearing them, suddenly felt a pang of sorrow. This damned apocalypse. When will it end? Can humanity even hold out until the end of this world? Entering the 10th year of the apocalypse, An unprecedented and massive storm was quietly approaching. The storm arrived without warning. Black clouds hung low, as if to engulf the entire island. The gale-force winds, accompanied by torrential rain, howled and swept in, wave after wave crashing against the island's shore. Zhou Shuwan stood at the doorway of the stone house, squinting at the dark outside, the wind and rain lashing her face, icy and biting. "This storm is strange." Qi Mingyu frowned, turning to everyone. "Pack up immediately. We probably need to take shelter in the cellar." Before he finished speaking, a huge wave crashed against the shore, instantly flooding the island's low-lying areas. The farmland behind the wooden house was submerged, crops lying scattered and swept away by the waves. Trees on the island were uprooted and floated in the sea, tossed about by the waves. Although they couldn't see what was happening outside, the sound of the trees being uprooted was deafening. Probably everyone on the island heard it. "Quick! Put on your air-conditioning suits, prepare to evacuate," Zhou Shuwan shouted. "Brother Yu, take care of Mom and Dad. I'm coming right now. Wanan, be careful." Before Qi Mingyu could finish speaking, Zhou Shuwan had already rushed into the stone house, collecting all the supplies into her spatial storage. Then came the supplies outside Zhou Jianghai's house. Zhou Shuwan only left the bed and some frozen fish as cover. The firewood and coal in the kitchen were already scarce, so she ignored them, only storing the entire vat of smoked fish into her storage space. As she turned to leave, Moo braved the rain carrying a basin, inside which were the 7 or 8 panic hens. "If you can't carry it, don't carry it," Zhou Shuwan shouted amidst the howling wind and rain. "Hurry, sis!" Moo shouted back. The roaring rain and surging seawater mingled, making it impossible for them to hear each other unless they spoke in hushed tones. As soon as they left the wooden house, it began to shake violently in the storm, the roof planks being ripped off by the gale, scattering debris everywhere. "Sis, watch out!" Zhou Shuwan was almost swept away by the force, but Moo grabbed her at the last moment. The water gradually rose, and the siblings waded through the icy seawater back to the stone house. Inside the stone house, seawater had also seeped in, the icy water rushing in through the cracks in the door and quickly submerging the floor. Zhou Shuwan and Moo, ignoring their numb feet, quickly put on their air-conditioning suits and turned them on. Zhong Tiyun, seeing Moo risking danger to go out for those hens, cried out in anger, but then clutched the basin to her chest. They tied the air-conditioning suits together with a rope. The water was getting deeper and deeper, already reaching their calves. They couldn't delay any longer. "Go!" Qi Mingyu shouted, rushing out of the wooden house first. Zhou Shuwan followed closely behind, then Zhong Tiyun, Zhou Jianhai, and finally Moo brought up the rear. Moo was now grown up and much stronger than Zhou Shuwan. Therefore, the tasks of clearing the way, covering the rear, and doing the heavy lifting now generally fall to him and Qi Mingyu. The ropes tied around their waists ensured that the group wouldn't be separated in the raging current. The seawater was already waist-deep. 100 meters behind them, Sun Su and his wife Jiang Yisun were also struggling to make their way. Zhong Tiyun, protected by her daughter and husband, looked around but didn't see Yu Xian and Chun Chun. Her heart sank, but she knew that in this situation, no one could help anyone else, they could only save themselves. Compared to other refugees, the Zhou family was in a slightly better situation. The Zhou family didn't skimp on using air-conditioned suits. The temperature was minus 23 degrees Celsius. Wandering in such low water, even if one was dressed warmly, one would quickly turn blue from the cold, and their limbs would lose feeling. The entire Zhou family wore air-conditioned suits, which were very airtight, keeping out water and air. They had plenty of batteries, so they set the air conditioning to 20 degrees Celsius. Walking in the seawater, they felt slightly cumbersome but not too cold. The temperature was so low that the island's surface was covered in ice. The surging seawater, after pouring onto the island, didn't freeze quickly, but they kept encountering ice floes as they waited. This was because the water flow in a certain area had frozen into ice. Zhou Shuwan's feet sank into the seawater, frequently hitting floating ice, making her steps extremely difficult. "Watch out!" Qi Mingyu suddenly reached out and grabbed Zhou Shuwan. A huge ice floe, swept by a giant wave, nearly hit her in the waist. Zhou Shuwan caught her breath and nodded, "Thank you." The storm raged on, waves crashing relentlessly against every inch of the island. The low-lying areas were completely submerged, leaving only the central hill standing. The cellar was out of the question. The hill itself might be submerged at any moment. The hill was uneven, offering no shelter from the storm. "Quick, head towards the mothership," Qi Mingyu shouted, his voice ringing out in the wind and rain. The mothership lay motionless on the distant sea, its lights shining brightly, like a sturdy fortress, offering hope to countless desperate people. The Zhou family of 5 struggled through waist-deep water, each step feeling incredibly heavy. More and more ice floes blocked their path, significantly slowing their progress. "Be careful, don't get hurt," Zhou Jianhai yelled from behind, his voice broken by the wind and rain. Zhou Shuan looked down at the waist-deep water. Although the air-conditioned suit was well sealed, she could already feel the icy touch of the seawater against her skin. The storm continued to rage, the spray from the waves slapping against everyone's masks, blurring their vision. The number of ice floes blocking their path was increasing, significantly hindering their progress. Zhou Shuan took out several baseball bats from her spatial storage, handing one to each person. She swung her bat forcefully and shouted, "Knock away the nearby ice floes." Mumu took a bat, tested its feel, and then swung it sharply, sending a nearby ice floe flying. She couldn't help but laugh. "Sis, this thing is really useful. If it's useful, hit more." Zhou Shuan responded loudly, continuing to swing the bat and knock away the ice floes. These baseball bats were sports equipment she had casually picked up when she went out to collect supplies late at night. She never expected them to come in handy today. Her movements were swift and decisive. The baseball bat in her hand seemed like a weapon to repel the ice floes. Chapter 572. Qi Mingyu led the way, his movements steady and powerful, each swing of his baseball bat precisely knocking back the ice floes. His eyes were fixed on the path ahead, occasionally glancing back at his family to make sure they weren't left behind. The mothership was anchored about 500 meters from the island. More and more ice floes were appearing, and the ice blocks blocking the path were getting larger. Zhou Jianhai couldn't help but shout again, "Everyone be careful, there are more and more ice floes." His voice sounded particularly urgent in the wind and rain. Hearing this, Zhou Shuan quickened her swings, knocking back the approaching ice floes one by one. Fine beads of sweat had formed on her forehead, but she showed no intention of slowing down. "The mothership is just ahead," Qi Mingyu suddenly shouted, his voice carrying a hint of relief. His gaze was fixed ahead, the outline of the mothership gradually becoming clearer in the wind and rain. Zhou Shuan looked up and, sure enough, saw the mothership. Although the wind and rain continued, the presence of the mothership seemed to offer them a glimmer of hope. Finally, the family emerged from the island's area. "We have to swim across," Qi Mingyu shouted back to everyone. Although rowing would work, with everyone watching, all the boats moored on the shore had either been torn apart by the giant waves or swept away, leaving no other boat available. Moreover, with the torrential rain and high waves, a small boat wouldn't suffice. Qi Mingyu had been pondering this problem the whole way, and finally decided that swimming was the only option. Fortunately, everyone in the family could swim. Even the weakest among them, Zhong Tiyun, could doggy paddle. Zhou Shuan, still worried, took out a swimming ring from her spatial storage and handed it to Zhong Tiyun. "Mom, hold on to this, be careful. In case a wave crashes in, they can float to the surface using their swimming rings." The waves are huge, some over 10 meters high, like a thick, towering wall roaring down from above. Those who aren't good swimmers are easily swept underwater and can't resurface. Zhong Tiyun took the swimming ring, hugged it tightly to her chest, and nodded, "Don't worry, I be careful." Zhou Jianhai was still clinging to a basin with one hand, inside which huddled timidly a group of hens. They were shivering from the cold. Zhou Shuan had only taken a light blanket from her spatial storage to cover them when they set off, and now some parts of it were wet. But they couldn't care less about themselves, let alone these hens. They stretched the rope securing everyone's waists to allow everyone to swim more freely. Qi Mingyu jumped into the sea first, his movements swift and steady. "Dad, I get this basin. You take care of Mom." Zhou Shuan took the basin from the hen and jumped into the sea after him. The icy seawater instantly enveloped her, greatly increasing the pressure. Zhong Tiyun, clutching her swimming ring, carefully jumped into the sea. Her movements were somewhat clumsy, but the presence of the swimming ring gave her a sense of security. She gripped the swimming ring tightly with both hands, trying to maintain her balance. Her husband and son were protecting her in front and behind. So, it wasn't too strenuous. The waves were still surging, with huge waves crashing in from time to time. When these waves broke apart, they also brought ice floes with them. At this time, it was necessary to use a baseball bat to knock them away, otherwise, a huge chunk of ice would hit and injure her. Zhou Shuan struggled to knock away a piece of ice floe, the icy seawater splashing onto her mask, instantly blurring her vision. She quickly wiped her mask, feeling the pressure of the giant waves crashing in from all sides, as if to swallow her whole. Her arms thrashed in the water, her body rising and falling with the waves, her heart pounding, her breathing rapid. As another giant wave crashed in, she swung her baseball bat sharply, knocking back the approaching ice floe, but the recoil pushed her to the other side, nearly causing her to lose her balance. "Hold on." Chi Mingyu immediately noticed her distress and reached out to pull her back. She gritted her teeth, struggling to regain her footing. The current was swift, and her air-conditioned suit must have been torn by the ice shards when the giant wave hit. The icy seawater seeping in between her legs felt like countless tiny blades cutting into her skin. She took a deep breath, quickly adjusting her breathing rhythm, her body rising and falling with the waves, finding a brief moment of balance. But the basin in her hands had already been swept away by the giant wave. At this point, there was no energy left to deal with the hens. Zhou Shuan decisively gave up and looked back at the others. Moo followed closely behind his father, swinging his baseball bat repeatedly to repel approaching ice floes. His movements, though not as steady as Chi Mingyu's, were full of power. "Mom, watch out!" he suddenly shouted as a huge ice floe hurtled towards Zhong Tiyun. Zhong Tiyun, clinging to her swimming ring and struggling to maintain her balance, heard her son shout and quickly turned, her body bobbing with the waves, narrowly avoiding the ice floe. "Stay close to me!" Chi Mingyu shouted back as he bobbed up and down in the waves. Just as everyone was about to reach the mothership, a giant wave suddenly crashed in, sweeping Moo, who was lagging behind, to the bottom. The rope connecting him and his father snapped with a snap. Zhou Jianhai was the first to sense it, immediately turning and shouting hoarsely Moo. Zhou Shuan's heart sank, and she also turned to look, Moo. Chi Mingyu also quickly turned back, his gaze sweeping across the sea, but the spot where Moo had been was empty. Zhou Jianhai shouted, "The rope broke." He turned to look for Moo. But Chi Mingyu shouted, Wan, you take Mom and Dad to the mothership, I go find Moo. He turned and swam back, reaching out to untie the rope connecting him and Zhou Shuan. Zhou Shuan felt a chill run through her body, her lips trembling slightly as she looked at him, but she couldn't utter a word. It's dangerous to leave the main group now to go find Moo. Should she advise him not to go? But he's her own brother, how could she abandon him? Chi Mingyu had already reached her, giving her a firm squeeze of his hand. "Take care of Mom and Dad, I'll be right back." Just as he was about to dive down to find Moo suddenly surfaced from the water. He shook his head, removing some water from his mask, then waved to indicate he was alright. "I'm fine." The family's tense hearts finally relaxed. "You little rascal, you scared us to death." Zhou Jianhai also breathed a sigh of relief, scolding him playfully to ease the earlier panic. Moo chuckled twice. Sorry, let's hurry and board the ship." Zhou Shuan smiled silently, a sense of relief washing over her. She knew that although Moo had grown up in the apocalypse, he was incredibly optimistic and strong. This was a stroke of good fortune amidst misfortune. Chapter 573. Let's hurry. Chi Mingyu tied the rope back around his waist, and led everyone towards the mothership. The cold wind, carrying waves, crashed against the mothership's hull with a deafening roar. When they finally reached the towering ship, Zhou Shuan felt the icy seawater, even inside her air-conditioned suit, was above her knees. A bone-chilling cold shot up her spine. But she didn't utter a sound, only waving and calling for help with her family. The pillar-like raindrops drowned out their voices. But the Navy personnel on the mothership were on standby. They immediately spotted them, lowered lifelines, and assisted them on board. Zhou Shuan insisted that her mother, father, and Moo go first. Then it was her and Chi Mingyu's turn. After lowering the lifelines onto the deck, they were placed back into the sea to pull up the other survivors. The 5 members of the Zhou family huddled together, and through the thick rain, they could finally see the situation on the deck. The mothership's deck was now teeming with drenched people, the air thick with the dampness and salty smell of the sea. These survivors, who had once again triumphed over disaster, were being guided by the Navy towards their quarters below. Most were wearing air-conditioned or cold-weather suits and were in relatively good condition, but some, relying solely on their remarkable physical strength and willpower, had swum or rowed there without any protection, looking utterly soaked and shivering even under thick blankets. A few, even pale as ghosts, were placed on stretchers by the medics and rushed to the medical ward. But these were people who had survived the apocalypse step by step, enduring extreme cold and heat, their bodies strengthened considerably, so a little cold was a minor matter. The biggest problem now is that many people are still trapped on the island. The shoreline around the island is too shallow for the mothership and other fleets to cross. They can only stop here and send lifeboats to retrieve them. However, more than a dozen lifeboats were sent out, but they capsized halfway there. The naval personnel also expended tremendous effort to swim back on their own. Now they can only wait for the survivors to swim to the island themselves. The distance isn't far, only a few hundred meters, but storms, torrential rain, waves, and ice flows will all pose deadly dangers to the survivors. Captain Chen, wearing an air-conditioned suit, stood straight at the railing, anxiously looking towards the island. From the conversation with the naval personnel beside him, Zhou Shuwan and the others learned that Captain Chen and Vice Captain Shang were taking turns guarding the mothership and the island. Today, Captain Chen was on the mothership, while Vice Captain Shang was on the island. But he still hadn't arrived. Captain Chen was worried about the survivors, but also about Vice Captain Shang, his comrade-in-arms, who had fought alongside him for 10 years in the apocalypse, a trusted comrade and a close friend. The Zhou family couldn't offer much help here. They had their own rooms on the mothership, so they greeted the sailors who had rescued them, went down from the deck, and went back to their rooms to change. It was at this moment that the Zhou family noticed Zhou Shuwen's air-conditioned suit was torn. She was now so cold that her lips were purple, and her face was pale. Everyone had been wearing air-conditioned suits and masks, so they couldn't see each other's condition at all. "You child, why didn't you say so sooner?" Zhong Tian quickly brought out a blanket from the room and draped it over her. Although they were both over 30, Zhong Tian and Zhou Jianhai still frequently called their child. Zhou Jianhai was about to say something when Zhong Tian shooed him out. "All you men get out. Let me see her injury." Yes, look. Don't let her toes freeze off. This is something that easily happens during periods of extreme cold. When people are outside, if they aren't properly protected, the cold air directly invades their bodies, affecting their internal organs. Illness aside, when people are stiff from the cold and finally take their feet off to soak in hot water at home, they find several toes floating in the basin. But their sensory system hasn't registered it yet. They haven't felt the pain of their toes separating. Now, that's what the family is most worried about. However, the temperature now is much lower than during periods of extreme cold, so such an extreme situation is unlikely. Qi Mingyu was extremely anxious, but he only managed to call out Wanwan before his mother-in-law shooed him away like a chicken. Zhong Tian deftly helped Zhou Shuwan remove her soaking wet clothes, while simultaneously filling a tub with hot water for a bath. This was all readily available. The hot water collected before the apocalypse had long since run out, but during the high-temperature period, Zhou Shuwan had collected another batch and stored it in her spatial storage. There was no need to go outside. She simply placed a water tank in one of the bedrooms, and within half an hour, the temperature would rise to 40 or 50 degrees Celsius. She would then store it in her spatial storage and release another tank. In just half a month, she had stockpiled a sufficient amount of hot water. They had relied on this readily available hot water for bathing for years, each with their own tub. Zhou Shuwan would release the tub, and after bathing, the water would be stored in the special wastewater storage area in her spatial storage. It wouldn't affect the overall hygiene of the space. Later, when the ocean submerged the land, it discharged all the wastewater into the deep sea. Zhou Shuwan poured out a bucket of steaming hot water, and only after soaking in it did the bone-chilling cold gradually subside. The hot water soaked her frozen skin, bringing waves of warmth that gradually relaxed her stiff body. Zhong Tian carefully checked her body for frostbite. Her constitution had strengthened after the apocalypse. Before, Zhou Shuwan's toes might have been frostbitten off, but now only the insteps and toes were frostbitten, and there were 2 patches of frostbite on her calves. Zhong Tian checked repeatedly, and only after seeing that these were the only frostbite areas did she feel slightly relieved. "It's alright, just minor frostbite, some ointment will do the trick." Her tone still carried a trace of lingering fear. "It's alright, Mom. Not everyone on the island has warm clothes. I saw some people on deck wearing down jackets just now. I don't know how they got here. The down feathers and down jackets absorb water and become incredibly heavy, dragging people to the bottom and making it impossible for them to float. So, if people want to swim here, they have to take off their down jackets and swim this way. The biting cold is enough to send shivers down your spine just thinking about it. Didn't you see how many have fallen? They're being carried on stretchers." Zhong Tian sighed. "Mom doesn't care about others. I just don't want you and Mumu to get hurt." She paused, then added, "And Xiaoyu, he's our child now too." Thinking of Qi Mingyu risking his life to save Mumu, Zhou Shuwan felt a warmth in her heart. "Mom, don't worry, our family of 5 will be alright." "Yes. You and Xiaoyu are both capable, and Mumu is very strong under your tutelage. Mom knows the 3 of you will protect our family." Zhong Tian gently applied ointment to Zhou Shuwan's face, her eyes filled with tenderness. Chapter 574. Zhou Shuan soaked in the bath for a while, then put on clean, warm, temperature-controlled clothing and a down jacket. Zhong Tian opened the door. You can come in now. The door opened, and Zhou Jianhai, Qi Mingyu, and Mu Mu immediately entered. Zhou Shuan had already stored the bathtub in her spatial storage, and placed some clean clothes, blankets, and food inside. Apart from the humid steam in the air, nothing was visible. As soon as Qi Mingyu entered, his gaze fell directly on Zhou Shuan, his eyes filled with obvious worry. He quickly walked to her side and whispered, "Are you alright? Is the frostbite serious?" Before Zhou Shuan could speak, Zhong Tian hurriedly explained, "It's just minor frostbite. I already applied ointment. It shouldn't be a big problem." Mu Mu then pondered, "Since we're staying here, some things can't be taken out. Otherwise, you could wash the wound every day with water boiled with chili peppers, ginger, and mugwort. It should heal quickly." "You're starting to look like a doctor," Zhou Shuan joked. Mu Mu smiled shyly at her words, but her tone remained serious. "Sister, don't tease me, I'm serious. Our resources are limited right now, so we have to be careful, otherwise it gets serious." Zhou Shuan's joking expression vanished, and she nodded solemnly. "Don't worry, I know what's important. I be careful these next few days. It's not just me, we all need to get rid of the cold, whether it's medicine or a bath, we have to expel the chill from our bodies. Especially since Mu Mu had been caught in the rain while catching those hens on the island. But he's a young man with a lot of internal heat, so he seemed perfectly fine." The family members all nodded solemnly. Zhong Tian was still worried about Chun Chun and the others, but they had no better option than to wait. Seeing this, Qi Mingyu said in a low voice, "I go to the deck to see if anyone can help. If I see Jiping and the others, I can rescue them immediately." Mu Mu immediately stepped forward. "Brother-in-law, I go with you." Zhong Tian's heart tightened, and she quickly stopped them. "The wind and rain are so strong outside, you shouldn't risk it." The scene of Mu Mu being swept to the bottom of the sea by the waves was still vivid in her mind. Even now, thinking about it still made her shudder. Qi Mingyu looked at everyone reassuringly, his voice gentle yet firm. "Mom, Dad, don't worry, we be careful. We stay on deck and not go anywhere. Many people need help right now, we can't just stand by and do nothing." Mu Mu chimed in, "Yes, Mom, my brother-in-law and I will stay together and look after each other. We be fine." Zhong Tian opened her mouth, clearly wanting to persuade them further, but seeing the determined looks in their eyes, she could only nod helplessly, repeatedly reminding them, "You must be careful, don't be reckless." Qi Mingyu looked at Zhou Shuan, who was also worried but understood his feelings. Right now, none of the soldiers were hiding in this warm, safe place, they were all out rescuing people. She smiled slightly at her. "Be careful." Qi Mingyu nodded, and he and Mu Mu put their air-conditioned suits back on. With the wind and rain raging outside, changing into clean air-conditioned suits didn't matter. So they didn't change. As long as the suits were sealed properly, the instruments inside would work normally. Without delay, they went straight to the deck. The wind outside was still fierce, raindrops pelted them like bullets, and the air was thick with the salty smell of the sea. About an hour later, Qi Mingyu and Mu Mu carried a person back to the rescue area. The person was their neighbor Jiang Yisan. She had fainted, her face pale, her lips purple, clearly suffering from severe cold and exhaustion. Sun Tzu followed behind, soaked to the bone, his clothes clinging to his body, dripping water. His face was ashen, his lips trembling slightly, clearly terribly cold. They had no wet clothes or a boat, they had swum across entirely. As soon as they reached the deck, Jiang Yisan collapsed. Although exhausted, Sun Tzu was still barely conscious. Seeing that it was their neighbor, Qi Mingyu didn't choose to stand idly by. He and Mu Mu took her directly to the rescue area. A doctor quickly arrived and, after a brief examination, said, "Same as everyone else, they all caught a chill. Just make sure they stay warm. And then, there's the severe malnutrition. They haven't been getting enough nutrition. Don't our warships provide special care for the elderly, women, and children? Haven't you received that?" The doctor looked at Sun Tzu. Sun Tzu stood timidly to the side, his chapped, swollen fingers clutching the hem of his clothes. After a long pause, he stammered enough to eat, just to stockpile more for the future. His words were unclear, but everyone present understood. The doctor then said sternly, "Nonsense. Even if you want to stockpile supplies, you have to take care of what's in front of you first. At this rate, you won't have any food for days, and you won't survive for months." Sun Tzu was so embarrassed by the scolding that he couldn't even lift his head, let alone meet Qi Mingyu and Mu Mu's gaze. Qi Mingyu coughed lightly and asked, "Doctor, what should we do in this situation? The patient is too weak. She stay here for a few days. We see how she is after a few days of 4 fluids. She still needs dietary supplements. Chi Mingyu nodded repeatedly. Then I trouble you, doctor? Sun Tzu was even more embarrassed, his head bowed, and he whispered, we rushed out in a hurry, and didn't have time to bring anything. Doctor, is the medical fee expensive? The doctor knew that the survivors were all refugees, struggling to even scrape together their next meal, let alone afford medical fees. She sighed softly. I know, let's admit her first. This is your wife, right? She needs to get better. Yes, yes, yes. Thank you, doctor, thank you, doctor. Sun Tzu seemed like a very honest man, his eyes slightly red, bowing repeatedly in gratitude. The doctor waved her hand, and went to arrange for the patient's treatment. After settling Jiang Yisan in, Chi Mingyu comforted Sun Tzu for a few more minutes before returning home with Mu Mu to let them know they were safe. The ambulance ward was on a high floor. Their home was on the 8th floor, not far away. Back home, Chi Mingyu briefly explained the situation to his family. Zhong Tian breathed a slight sigh of relief upon hearing that Jiang Yisan and Sun Tzu had arrived, but immediately became anxious again when she learned that Jiping and the others hadn't arrived yet. Jiping and the others both have air-conditioned suits. Why haven't they arrived yet? Could something have happened? Zhou Shuan comforted her. Mom, don't worry too much. Jiping and the others are experienced. They should be fine. Let's wait a little longer. Zhong Tian nodded, then, remembering something, quickly said to Chi Mingyu and Mu Mu, you're back just in time. We were just saying that it's past midnight. You must be hungry. Should we bring you some food? Chapter 575. We already eaten. You two should eat quickly. Zhou Shuan took out 2 bowls of steaming hot mutton stew noodles from her spatial storage, and offered them to the 2 of them. Chi Mingyu and Mu Mu had been busy all night, and were indeed hungry, so they didn't stand on ceremony and sat down to wolf down their food. Zhou Shuan then brought them 2 bowls of brown sugar ginger soup to warm them up. She and her parents had already drunk some. After finishing their meal, Chi Mingyu put down his chopsticks, stood up, and said in a deep voice, I'm going back to the deck to check the situation outside. Mu Mu also stood up. Brother-in-law, I go with you. Chi Mingyu stopped, glanced back at Mu Mu, shook his head, and said firmly, no, you stay here and take care of Mom, Dad, and your sister. The situation outside is unstable, you can't take the risk. Mu Mu pouted slightly in dissatisfaction, but ultimately nodded and sat down again. Chi Mingyu walked to the door, about to push it open, when suddenly the entire mothership began to shake violently. The overhead lights flickered a few times, and then went out. The room was instantly plunged into darkness, with only occasional flashes of lightning outside the window barely illuminating the surroundings. What's going on? Zhou Jianghai's voice rang out in the darkness, tinged with panic. Before anyone could react, lightning flashed and thunder roared outside, a bolt of lightning the size of a thumb striking directly into the waves. Several broken planks of the ship happened to be there, instantly shattering into pieces, the smell of burning filling the air. The Zhou family had witnessed the entire scene from their window. My God! Zhong Tian cried out in disbelief. Outside the window, massive bolts of lightning struck the sea relentlessly, as if tearing the surface apart. The waves, illuminated by the lightning, appeared even more turbulent, white foam occasionally rising from the black water, as if roaring in fury. What's happening? Is God really going to kill us? The heavens seemed to have truly lost their temper. The wind and rain intensified, the entire mothership shaking violently, emitting a teeth-grinding creak. Zhou Shuan gripped the bed rails tightly, her body swaying with the mothership's rocking. The lightning outside grew more frequent, illuminating the turbulent sea and the terrified faces of everyone in the room. This sudden change made Zhou Shuan immediately realize the gravity of the situation. The mothership's electrical system had likely malfunctioned. She quickly retrieved a pre-prepared emergency light from her spatial storage, but before she could hand it to anyone else, the mothership shook violently again, throwing the entire family to the side. The plane lurched to the side. The emergency light also rolled to the floor, making a crisp clatter, but it also illuminated a corner of the pitch-black room. Grab something to hold onto. Chi Mingyu shouted in the darkness. By the dim light, he saw Zhou Shuan fall into the corner. Using the momentum of the mothership swaying, he quickly reached her side, grabbing the emergency handle overhead with one hand, and pulling Zhou Shuan tightly with the other. Wan Wan. Zhou Shuan grabbed the bunk bed rail, her other hand firmly held by Chi Mingyu, finally managing to steady herself. She breathed heavily, feeling the warmth of Chi Mingyu's palm, which brought her a slight sense of relief from her fear. Mom? She cried out loudly as soon as she regained her footing. Of their group, Zhong Tian was currently the weakest. In this situation, she was also the most vulnerable to injury. Therefore, Zhou Shuan's first thought was of Zhong Tian. Sister, Dad and Mom are with me. Moo Moo's voice came from ahead, mixed with the sound of rain and howling wind. Don't worry, they're all alright. The beam of the emergency light swayed and moved, and Zhou Shuan could vaguely see Moo Moo, Zhou Jianhai, and Zhong Tian huddled together, temporarily safe. She breathed a slight sigh of relief, her heart calming down a little. However, just then, a deafening clap of thunder exploded in the sky, like a bomb exploding overhead. Immediately afterward, a dazzling bolt of lightning ripped through the sky, illuminating the entire sea surface as if it were daytime, a scene resembling the end of the world. The lightning instantly illuminated the entire room, reflecting the terrified expressions on everyone's faces. Zhou Shuan gripped the bed rail tightly, able to vaguely hear shouts and cries outside. Her heart pounded, and her palms were clammy with cold sweat. Qi Mingyu stood beside her, his expression grave, his gaze fixed on the window. What would happen to the people on deck with lightning like that? A single bolt of lightning that thick could obliterate a whole pile of things. Let alone all the people on deck. And all the survivors still rushing towards the mothership from the sea. Even if they didn't come, now that the island was submerged, the cellars were no longer safe, and they were exposed to the elements, living targets. How many people on their island would die in this disaster? Zhou Shuan didn't dare to think about it. They were just ordinary people. In this situation, there was nothing they could do but stay here. Qi Mingyu was clearly pondering the same question, his brow furrowed, his gaze still fixed on the window. His fist clenched slightly, his knuckles turning white. Just then, the room suddenly began to shake violently, and several heavy crates piled in the corner also started to sway. Actually, the Zhou family was usually very careful. These crates contained supplies, serving as a decoy for outsiders. That way, if the Zhou family happened to come and stay one night, they wouldn't be left with nothing. Therefore, these crates were fully stocked and extremely heavy. Because they were at sea, Zhou Jianhai and Qi Mingyu had secured them firmly to the wall with ropes beforehand. The concern was that in stormy weather, the mothership might become unstable, and these crates could fall and injure people. However, things didn't go as planned. Although the ropes securing them were very strong, that was only under normal circumstances. Now, in this violent storm, the heavy crates suddenly broke free of their ropes and hurtled towards Qi Mingyu and Zhou Shuan. Watch out! Qi Mingyu reacted quickly, turning around and grabbing Zhou Shuan, shielding her firmly beneath him. The weight of the crates, combined with the momentum of the swaying, slammed into him. Bang! A muffled thud, Qi Mingyu's body stiffened abruptly, then he collapsed heavily to the ground. Blood instantly gushed onto the floor, staining it red. Brother you! Qi Mingyu! Zhou Shuan's face paled instantly. She rushed to Qi Mingyu's side, her fingers trembling as she touched his wound. What's wrong, brother-in-law? Moo Moo, protecting her parents, couldn't see anything because her view was blocked by several boxes in the middle, so she could only ask loudly. Qi Mingyu's fingers twitched, as if he wanted to raise his hand, but they just hung limply at his side. Chapter 576. His breathing was weak, his eyelids trembled slightly, as if he wanted to open them, but ultimately closed them weakly. Brother you! Don't scare me. Zhou Shuan's voice was choked with sobs, but she quickly calmed down, tears blurring her vision. She fiercely wiped away her tears, ignoring the bloodstains on her hands from Qi Mingyu, and quickly retrieved first aid supplies from her spatial storage while shouting towards Moo 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 Moo, Dad, give me a light. A light. I need to treat his wounds immediately. She couldn't panic, she was a doctor, and only she could save him now. Sister, I'm coming right away. Hearing Zhou Shuan's voice, Moo Moo immediately snapped out of her panic, and quickly groped for the emergency light that had rolled off the floor. The dim yellow light flickered in the room, barely illuminating the spot where Qi Mingyu had collapsed. Moo Moo told his parents to hold on to the emergency handles overhead, while he, holding an emergency light in one hand, and feeling his way towards the box standing in the middle with the other, moved towards Zhou Shuan. He was bumped against the box several times by the violent shaking. But he stubbornly held on, finally reaching Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu. Sister, let me help you. Moo Moo said urgently, his gaze falling on Qi Mingyu. Seeing the bloodstains beneath him, his heart sank. So much blood. Zhou Shuan didn't have time to respond. She needed to turn Qi Mingyu over, but she couldn't lift him at all. Luckily, Moo Moo came over. Moo Moo was much stronger than her, and together they turned Qi Mingyu over. Under the light, there were obvious wounds on the back of his head and shoulders, stained with blood. Moo Moo silently raised the emergency light, trying to make it as clear as possible for Zhou Shuwan to see. Zhou Shuwan's fingers moved rapidly over Qi Mingyu's wound, her face grave. Qi Mingyu had a deep, bone-revealing wound on the back of his head, blood gushing out continuously. He also had multiple abrasions and bruises on his shoulder and back. His condition was far from optimistic. But there was something worse. Zhou Shuwan gently pressed on Qi Mingyu's shoulder blade, feeling an unusual unevenness. His shoulder blade might be fractured. "Sister, how are you?" Mu Mu asked, her face pale. Zhou Shuwan shook her head. "Mu Mu, give me the light. I need to stitch up the wound now." She quickly retrieved disinfectant, a high-polymer hemostatic bandage, and a skin suture device from her spatial storage. However, the mothership was still rocking violently in the storm and waves, making it impossible for her to apply precise pressure to the wound. Each sway of the mothership caused her hand to drift off course, and blood continued to slowly seep out. "Sister, this won't do." Mu Mu realized the problem, and looked around anxiously. Zhou Jianhai and Zhong Tian also groped their way over. Zhou Jianhai had already tied ropes around their waists, greatly increasing their stability. The two struggled to climb over the middle box, and approached Zhou Shuwan and Mu Mu. They sat together with Mu Mu, the three of them intertwined. One person's legs were braced against the wall in front of them, another person's hands were tightly wrapped around the bed legs in front of them, and Mu Mu was kneeling there, supported by the heavy box behind her, her strong arms firmly holding Qi Mingyu's body. Zhou Jianhai and Zhong Tian tried their best to illuminate the emergency lights. In this small, swaying space, they formed a temporarily stable triangular structure. Zhou Shuwan quickly stopped the bleeding and bandaged Qi Mingyu's wound. Her movements were precise and skilled, yet she couldn't completely ignore the mothership's violent shaking. Each stitch was incredibly difficult. Fine beads of sweat appeared on her forehead, but she gritted her teeth and didn't make a sound. Lightning flashed repeatedly across the night sky, illuminating the tense atmosphere in the room, and the glistening beads of sweat on Zhou Shuwan's forehead. Finally, she finished treating the wound on the back of Qi Mingyu's head, and carefully moved to his shoulder. Besides the external injuries, his scapula also showed obvious dislocation and fracture. Zhou Shuwan frowned. It was impossible to perform repositioning in such a terrible environment. She could only temporarily immobilize it with bandages, praying that he could pull through this ordeal before performing surgery. After treating the wound, Zhou Shuwan helped Qi Mingyu sit up, keeping him as flat as possible. During this time, the lightning and thunder outside never stopped. Bolts as thick as a thumb danced like golden snakes, tearing through the dark sky and instantly illuminating the churning sea. Zhou Shuwan's body and hands were covered in Qi Mingyu's blood. Mu Mu handed her a bottle of water. "Sister, wash your hands first." As Zhou Shuwan rinsed her hands, she realized they were trembling slightly. She was a doctor, the pillar of her family. She couldn't show even the slightest bit of tension or fear now. She bit her lip hard, almost drawing blood, forcing herself to calm down until the trembling gradually stopped. Silence enveloped the entire room. Deafening thunder, like the roar of a giant beast, exploded overhead, each boom causing the air to tremble. A fierce wind, accompanied by torrential rain, lashed down like knives, the rain and waves weaving into a chaotic web of water. Amidst lightning and thunder, the world was reduced to raging water and a deafening sky. The desolation and sense of destruction of the apocalypse spread endlessly in the fury of the sea and sky. A moment later, Mu Mu broke the silence. "Sister, what do we do now?" His voice carried a hint of panic. One unexpected event after another had occurred today. His brother-in-law was seriously injured. Still young, he felt an unprecedented unease. Zhou Shuwan took a deep breath, forcing a smile. "Don't worry, Mu Mu, we be alright. The most important thing now is to wait here." Waiting for rescue? Waiting for the disaster to pass? Perhaps? Just waiting for death to arrive? Could they survive? Could they get through this? There was no safer place in the world than the mothership. Not on the island, not on her cruise ship. But even here. She turned to look out the window. Just then, another bolt of lightning struck, illuminating the crest of the wave, and revealing a massive whirlpool rapidly rotating within its trough in the distance, as if the earth were opening countless gaping maws on the seabed, ready to swallow this raging underwater world once more. "Oh God!" Zhong Tian cried out, clutching her son and daughter's hands tightly. "Mom, it's okay. Even if we die, our family will be together," Zhou Shuwan said firmly. She used her hands, still wet from the water, to embrace her mother and Mu Mu, who were closest to her. Zhou Jianhai stood beside Zhong Tian, his eyes bloodshot, bending down to embrace his wife and child. Mu Mu turned her head away, not wanting her sister and mother to see her tears. Amidst the roar of thunder and wind, They silently held each other, feeling the mothership rock, rise, dive, and tremble in the violent waves. In the darkness, they heard no one else's voice. At this moment, the entire world seemed to consist only of them. Only the five of them. Chapter 577. After an unknown amount of time, the mothership's violent shaking, which had lasted for several hours, gradually subsided, like a giant exhausted from its struggle. The lightning outside also lessened, and the thunder and torrential rain subsided, as if an enraged god had finally withdrawn its fury. By this time, Zhou Shuan had already stored several heavy boxes in her spatial storage. The family sat together in the cramped space. Qi Mingyu was placed on a soft mat and blanket, Zhou Shuan trying to make him as comfortable as possible. The dim emergency lights cast a faint glow, illuminating their tired faces. During the hours of shaking, everyone had sustained new injuries. Zhou Shuan's left cheek was scratched, leaving it bloody. Besides that, she felt cold and achy all over. Mu had studied medicine, and although not as proficient as Zhou Shuan, she was quite capable of treating minor injuries. He seized the brief respite to first treat his parents' wounds, then his sister's. Fortunately, the wounds on her face weren't too deep, but whether they would leave scars depended on future care. At this moment, who cared about scarring? Just being alive was enough. Mu pursed his lips, carefully bandaging his sister's wound. Only then did he notice that his sister's temperature was slightly higher. Startled, he asked, "Sis, you have a fever?" Zhou Shuan had already felt chills and aches all over her body earlier, symptoms of a fever. It was probably from the seawater pouring into her air-conditioned clothes, the alternating hot and cold temperatures causing her to catch a cold. But she hadn't said anything until now, when she was starting to feel unwell. She took out an ibuprofen capsule, swallowed it, and said to her worried parents and Mu, "It's okay, don't worry, it's just a common fever. It'd be fine once it goes down." Zhong Tiyun's voice trembled with tears, but she tried her best to hold them back. She couldn't be the one to hold her family back. She trembled as she tightly grasped Zhou Shuan's hand. Wan, if you feel unwell, come to Mommy's arms, Mommy will hold you." Zhou Shuan felt cold all over. She was wearing an air-conditioned suit, set to 20 degrees Celsius, but that temperature offered her no warmth whatsoever. But she couldn't collapse. Xiaoyu, her parents, Mu, they all needed her. She absolutely couldn't collapse. She trembled, but forced a smile. "It's okay, Mom, ibuprofen has a pain-relieving effect, that's enough." She leaned against her mother, looking at the dark starry sky outside and the occasional flashes of lightning. She gently placed one hand on his wrist, feeling his pulse. She had to monitor his condition constantly, without the slightest lapse in attention. Time passed slowly, and the mothership's rocking finally stopped, leaving only the low patter of rain and wind whispering in her ears. Zhou Shuan finally couldn't hold on any longer. Her eyelids grew heavier and heavier, and her consciousness gradually blurred. "Sister!" Mu was the first to notice, immediately rushing over to hug her. Zhou Jianhai and Zhong Tiyun also called out her name loudly. Mu looked serious, pursed her lips, listened to her heartbeat, took her temperature, and finally said, "It's probably a cold and fever. It's just that the illness is quite acute. Lay her flat first. I see what medicine to give her." The three of them carefully moved Qi Mingyu to the side, making a soft and comfortable spot for Zhou Shuan as well. Looking at Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu lying side by side, Mu felt a pang of sadness. These two had always been the pillars of their family, the ones who had fought bravely in the apocalypse, protecting everyone. But now, they lay here weakly, needing care. Mu's young, still somewhat immature face hardened with determination. He silently vowed, "Sister, brother-in-law, don't worry, now it's my turn to protect everyone. I will do everything in my power to protect this family." When Zhou Shuan woke up, her throat felt like it had been burned, so dry and hoarse she could barely speak. She tried to move, but her bones felt like they had been crushed, the pain making her wince. In the dim light, she blinked, her vision gradually clearing, and her mother, Zhong Tiyun's, face came into view. That face was filled with worry and joy, her eyes slightly red, clearly from crying. Wan, you're awake?" Zhong Tiyun's voice was a little hoarse. She gently stroked Zhou Shuan's forehead, her movements so tender it was as if she were afraid of hurting her. "You scared me to death. You've been unconscious for 2 days, and haven't woken up." Zhou Shuan tried to speak, but her throat felt like it was being cut with a knife. The intense pain made her cough uncontrollably. Each cough felt like it was being squeezed from deep within her lungs, accompanied by a tearing pain. Seeing this, Zhong Tiyun quickly supported her shoulders, carefully helping her sit up from the bed. She placed a soft pillow behind her back, allowing her to sit up slightly. Slow down, slow down. The doctor said you have an acute viral infection caused by a cold. Zhong Tiyun explained softly, as she helped Zhou Shuwan adjust her posture. You need to rest for a few more days, after the fever breaks before you can be discharged. You can't rush it. Zhou Shuwan nodded slightly, her gaze sweeping around her, recognizing this as the mothership's medical area. A few dim emergency lights hung on the walls, their light weak but barely illuminating the small space. She looked down at her hand, and 4 drip was still attached to her wrist, medicine dripping into her body. Where shall you? How is he? Zhou Shuwan's voice was hoarse and almost inaudible. Zhong Tiyun's expression changed slightly, her eyes flickering, as if she hesitated. But seeing her daughter's anxious expression, she sighed softly, her voice low and heavy. Wan, listen to me carefully, don't panic, okay? Xiaoyu's shoulder blade injury is minor, he just needs to rest. But his head was hit by a huge object. The doctor said it's very serious. He's been unconscious for days, and hasn't woken up. The doctors in the emergency room are prioritizing his treatment, and he's in the intensive care unit now. Still in the intensive care unit. Zhou Shuwan's heart sank, as if a huge boulder was pressing down on it, making it difficult to even breathe. She immediately threw back the covers, wanting to get out of bed. I go see him. However, before her feet even touched the ground, her body swayed, her vision went black, and she almost collapsed to the floor. Zhong Tiyun reacted quickly, supporting her with a voice filled with reproach and heartache. Wan, don't rush, don't rush. Going now won't help. The doctor said you're very ill. You only had 4 fluids these past few days, and haven't eaten anything. Wait a while before going, okay? Your dad and Mumu are there with you, don't worry. Zhou Shuwan was silent for a moment, then finally nodded. Her body was indeed extremely weak, she could barely stand, let alone go to the intensive care unit. Chapter 578. She leaned against the headboard, her eyes somewhat vacant, but quickly regained their composure. Seeing her agree, Zhong Tiyun finally showed a relieved smile. She turned and picked up a bowl of steamed eggs from the bedside table, carefully handing it to Zhou Shuwan. Here, Wan, eat something first. Mom specially bought this on the mothership. You haven't eaten anything for the past 2 days, you're weak, you need to nourish yourself. Zhou Shuwan took the bowl, picked up a spoon, and scooped up a spoonful. The aroma of the steamed eggs wafted up. But her appetite seemed to have completely vanished. She ate a few bites, and put the bowl down. Seeing this, Zhong Tiyun sighed inwardly, understanding her daughter's thoughts, and said softly, Wan, Mom will go borrow a wheelchair. I push you over to see Xiaoyu, okay? Zhou Shuwan nodded, a glimmer of light finally returning to her eyes. Zhong Tiyun pushed the wheelchair, leading Zhou Shuwan through the medical area. Zhou Shuwan then noticed that the medical area was packed with people. Patients were everywhere, on the floor, in the corridors, some lying on makeshift beds, others huddled in corners, their cries of pain, sobs, and pleas filling the air. Doctors and nurses were frantically busy, some with bandages on their arms, clearly injured, yet they persisted in treating the wounded. Zhou Shuwan's gaze swept over the crowd, and her heart sank. The lightning strike a couple of days ago damaged the mothership's electrical system, Zhong Tiyun explained in a low voice, pushing a wheelchair. Besides the medical area, there's no power anywhere else. And I heard the mothership suffered significant damage. She paused, lowering her voice further. Vice Captain Shang hasn't returned yet. Captain Chen is currently in charge on the mothership. Zhou Shuwan nodded, then suddenly remembered something and turned to ask, where are Jiping and cousin Dateo? Zhong Tiyun's face darkened slightly, her voice low and somber. I haven't seen them. Your father even took the time to walk around the entire mothership, but they didn't come aboard. We were swept away by storms and waves at sea, and we don't know where we are. The mothership hasn't been repaired properly these past 2 days, so we've been stuck in place. Zhou Shuwan's heart sank again, but she didn't show it, only nodding slightly. After they passed through a dense crowd of patients, they finally arrived at the intensive care unit. The so-called intensive care unit was just a few private rooms with some basic monitoring equipment and dedicated doctors and nurses. Zhong Tiyun pushed Zhou Shuwan to the outermost room. Through the glass wall, Zhou Shuwan saw Qi Mingyu lying on the bed. He lay there quietly, tubes inserted into his body, his face almost transparently pale, his breathing so weak it was barely perceptible. Zhou Shuwan had never seen him so weak. In her heart, Qi Mingyu had always been the omnipotent man, always by her side. But now he lay there lifeless. Tears blurred her vision almost instantly. With his skills, he could have easily dodged those heavy boxes, but he did it to save her. Zhou Jianhai and Mumu had been waiting outside the ward. Seeing Zhou Shuwan arrive, they immediately came over. Their faces were also exhausted. Clearly, they hadn't rested properly for the past 2 days. Wan Wan! Zhou Jianghai whispered, his voice filled with heartache. Sister, you're awake? How are you feeling? Mumu came over to help push the wheelchair. Sister, don't worry too much. Brother-in-law will definitely be alright. Zhou Jianhai and Mumu's voices were also hoarse. These past few days, Mom and Dad, Mumu and the others must not have had a good rest because they were taking care of the two of them. I know, Dad, Mom, Mumu, don't worry about me. I believe Xiao Yu is the strongest. He will definitely wake up safely. He definitely will. He couldn't bear to leave her. Just like she had already deeply engraved him into her bones. They would never be separated. Yes, that's right. He will definitely wake up safely. Zhou's father nodded hurriedly. Zhou Shuan smiled at them. I want to stand up, to get closer, is that okay? Okay. Come on, Dad will help you. Zhou Jianghai's voice was particularly gentle. Zhou Shuan endured her discomfort and, with the help of Mumu and her father, struggled to stand up. She took a deep breath, trying to appear calm, straightening her back to prevent herself from trembling with weakness. She walked to Qi Mingyu's bedside, gazing at his face through the cold glass. His complexion was as pale as a sheet of paper, devoid of color, his breathing so weak it was almost imperceptible. The condensation on the glass blurred his features, but couldn't hide the surging emotions in Zhou Shuan's eyes. Her trembling hand gently touched the cold glass, her fingertips lightly brushing against its coolness. A powerful sense of powerlessness instantly overwhelmed her, but it was quickly replaced by another kind of determination. She took a deep breath, forcefully wiping away her tears, and stood there, silently watching the person lying inside. After the doctor went in to check Qi Mingyu's vital signs, he came out again and called over the relatives, briefly explaining Qi Mingyu's current condition. Zhou Shuan, who could already walk, hurried over with her parents. The doctor looked at them. Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu had both contributed significantly to the mothership. The doctor recognized them. Therefore, in addition to providing substantial supplies, Qi Mingyu received special care in the intensive care unit, allowing him to stay in one of the few available rooms. Currently, intensive care units are extremely scarce medical resources. Ordinary people simply cannot enter. The doctor's attitude was gentle. Qi Mingyu's cerebral hemorrhage has improved somewhat, but he is still not out of danger, and needs to remain in the intensive care unit for monitoring. Zhou Shuan, who had been silent, nodded slightly upon hearing this and asked, Doctor, I'm not familiar with neurology. With such a severe injury, will there be any problems after he wakes up? Zhou Jianhai and Zhong Tiyun immediately became anxious. This is the apocalypse, and people need to flee and run away all the time. When Zhong Tiyun injured her lumbar spine, she was confined to a wheelchair for over half a year, which was extremely inconvenient. What if Xiao Yu also has problems after waking up? The doctor sighed. Our medical equipment in the intensive care unit is currently very limited, so we can't accurately assess the patient's condition. Furthermore, the intensive care unit doesn't have any specialists in neurology. At present, I can only say that the patient's condition is very serious. There is a hematoma at the back of his head. But as long as he wakes up and the hematoma is gradually absorbed, it shouldn't affect anything else. But I can't guarantee that. Wan Wan, you're a doctor too, you should understand what I'm saying. Zhou Shuan nodded slowly. Okay, I understand. Thank you, doctor. The doctor looked at the haggard family. She knew about the survivors' experiences fleeing during the previous natural disaster. Every family has its own difficulties and sorrows. She didn't say much, but simply went to the next intensive care unit. Chapter 579. Zhou Shuan knew her family hadn't eaten properly these past few days taking care of them, so she discreetly took out some inconspicuous supplies from her spatial storage, compressed biscuits, chicken, mashed potatoes, and other things, and placed them in an inconspicuous corner. Dad, Mom, Mumu, she said softly, her voice a little hoarse, eat something first, don't let yourself get sick from hunger. The family had no appetite. They only ate a few token bites before falling silent again. Zhou Shuan had an acute infection, her high fever subsided and she was fine, but the doctor instructed her to be careful and avoid getting chilled. Only 10% of the mothership's power had been restored, all used for the rescue area. The temperature was slightly better than outside, but still below zero, extremely cold. Even a bare hand felt icy. Zhou Shuan wore her air-conditioned suit without taking it off. 2 days later, in the evening, Qi Mingyu woke up. The surroundings seemed very noisy, filled with the sounds of people. The noise gave him a splitting headache, as if countless tiny needles were pricking his brain. He tried to raise his hand to rub his temples, but found his arm too heavy to lift. His eyelids trembled slightly, and finally he slowly opened them, only to be met with complete darkness. He was startled. His eyesight was far superior to that of ordinary people. Even in complete darkness, he could vaguely make out the outlines of objects. But now, it was as if a thick black cloth had completely enveloped him, and he could see nothing at all. Was the mothership's electrical system still not repaired? Where was he? Little you, you're finally awake. Zhou Shuwen's familiar voice rang in his ears, filled with surprise and excitement. Wan Wan. Qi Mingyu's tense nerves relaxed slightly. Mom, quickly go call the doctor. Little you is awake. Yes. Zhong Tian's voice followed immediately, her tone full of joy and urgency, followed by hurried footsteps. Clearly she had rushed out to call the doctor. Qi Mingyu wanted to speak, but his throat felt as dry as if it had been burned, and his lips were terribly cracked. Zhou Shuwen seemed to notice his discomfort and said softly, "Do you want to sit up and drink some water? You haven't had any water for days, your lips are all cracked." For the past few days, she had been carefully moistening his lips with cotton swabs, but the effect wasn't much. As she spoke, Zhou Shuwen reached out and gently supported his shoulders to help him sit up. Qi Mingyu slowly sat up with her help, only to feel a sharp pain in the back of his head, as if his bones had been smashed open. But he was always the most pain-tolerant. He only frowned slightly, making no sound, trying to ignore the pain as much as possible, and asked in a hoarse voice, "How many days have I been unconscious? How are you now? Are you, Mom and Dad, and Mumu injured? How badly is the mothership damaged?" A barrage of questions caught Zhou Shuwen off guard, but she was also very happy. Qi Mingyu's ability to ask so many questions in one breath meant that he had regained consciousness and his body was gradually recovering. She smiled, her tone relaxed. Don't worry, I tell you slowly. We're all fine. The lightning that day was too strong and too intense, damaging a lot of equipment on the mothership. They're repairing it now." Qi Mingyu nodded, looking around. "Where are we now? The rescue area? Or our dormitory?" Hearing his question, Zhou Shuwen's heart sank. She paused for a moment, her gaze involuntarily falling on Qi Mingyu's eyes. Those eyes were still deep and gentle, seemingly no different from before. But her heart clenched, her fingers trembling slightly, as she tentatively waved them in front of his eyes. Qi Mingyu didn't react, his gaze fixed straight ahead, as if he hadn't noticed her movement at all. Zhou Shuwen's heart sank to the bottom. She covered her mouth, and tears silently streamed down her face. Behind them was the lobby of the medical ward, now bustling with noise and chaos. Doctors and nurses moved about busily, the surrounding lights bright and glaring. At that moment, the mothership had just discovered survivors on another ship that had escaped. This fleet, apart from the mothership, consisted of warships of roughly the same tonnage and carrying capacity. In the fierce storm and raging waves of the previous days, this warship of average size was struck by a massive, dense lightning strike, sinking halfway into the sea. The survivors, under the command of the Navy, managed to escape partially by boarding lifeboats. Amidst the lightning and thunder, the roaring waves, they were powerless to resist. They could only tie the 20 or so escaped lifeboats together with ropes, huddle together, and drift with the current in the darkness. They drifted at sea for 4 or 5 days, eating freshly caught fish when hungry, and using the small seawater conversion devices they had brought with them when they boarded the ship when thirsty. When they ran out of cold weather clothing, they took turns wearing it to keep warm. Perhaps because there were well-trained naval personnel on the lifeboats to oversee the situation, they miraculously survived these days of what could only be described as a hellish disaster. However, drifting in the open like that, their lives were completely insecure. Many of them had resigned themselves to their fate, never expecting such good fortune as to encounter a mothership also adrift at sea. On the pitch-black sea, their 20-odd small boats were like ants in a black ocean, invisible to everyone. They spotted the lights of the mothership's rescue area in the distance, desperately calling out and heading towards the mothership. Naval personnel patrolling the mothership's deck heard the cries for help, carefully identified the location, and immediately ordered their men to turn on the emergency lights and lower ropes, finally managing to rescue the people. All of them suffered from frostbite, and were taken to the rescue area for treatment after being pulled from the water. The reason Qi Mingyu felt a commotion when he woke up was because people were running up and down, bringing these rescued individuals to the rescue area. Seeing that she didn't answer for a while, Qi Mingyu frowned slightly. "Wan Wan?" Zhou Shuwen's voice was choked with emotion as she tried to suppress her feelings. "Brother Yu, we're in the rescue area now, the mothership's rescue area." Qi Mingyu nodded, his eyes scanning the surroundings. "Is the rescue area very chaotic?" I hear a lot of noise around. Hasn't our power system been repaired yet? Are the emergency lights not working? The mothership has an emergency power system. Now that the mothership is severely damaged, other areas can't be guaranteed, but so many wounded in the rescue area urgently need treatment, the emergency lights should at least be on. Zhou Xuan felt as if something was blocking her throat, and tears silently slid down her cheeks. She tried to remain calm and answered softly, "Yes, the rescue area is crowded right now. The storms and lightning a few days ago caused many ships to sink. We found a group of survivors escaping in lifeboats. They were all brought here after being rescued, and everyone is busy treating and caring for them." Qi Mingyu frowned, looking around again, a sense of foreboding rising in his heart. If the doctors are all treating people, why can't he see anything? Chapter 580. Zhou Shuan's voice choked with emotion as she struggled to suppress her feelings. "Brother Yu, we're in the rescue area now, the mothership's rescue area." Qi Mingyu nodded, his eyes scanning the surroundings. "Is the rescue area chaotic? I hear a lot of noise around. Has our power system not been repaired yet? Are the emergency lights not working? The mothership has an emergency power system. Now that the mothership is severely damaged, other areas can't be guaranteed, but so many wounded in the rescue area urgently need treatment, the emergency lights should at least be on." Zhou Shuan's throat felt like it was blocked, and tears silently streamed down her face. She tried to remain calm and answered softly, "Yes, there are many people in the rescue area right now. The storm and lightning a few days ago caused many ships to sink. We found a group of survivors escaping in lifeboats, and they were all brought here after being rescued. Everyone is busy treating and caring for them." Qi Mingyu frowned, looking around again, a sense of foreboding rising in his heart. If the doctors are treating him, why can't he see anything? The doctor quickly arrived and efficiently examined Qi Mingyu, his expression grave. Qi Mingyu silently allowed the doctor to examine him. He already had a very bad premonition. After the examination, the doctor turned and beckoned to the Zhou family, signaling them to speak aside. Qi Mingyu, however, was very perceptive and immediately understood the reason for the brief silence. He suddenly spoke, his tone calm but firm. "Doctor, please speak here." His voice wasn't loud, but it carried an undeniable authority. The doctor paused, his gaze sweeping across the Zhou family members. Zhou Jianghai and Zhong Tian both instinctively looked at Zhou Shuan, seemingly awaiting her decision. Zhou Shuan pursed her lips, then quickly nodded, "Doctor, let's talk here." We all listen. The doctor nodded, speaking in a gentle tone. "Based on the current situation, the patient's blindness is likely due to a brain hemorrhage or bone fragments compressing the optic nerve. If it's a hemorrhage, the hemorrhage will gradually be absorbed over time, and the vision may gradually recover. But if it's bone fragments..." She paused, seemingly hesitant. "The medical conditions on the mothership are currently limited, making a more detailed examination impossible, including a head scan. The surgery removed the bone fragments, so it's impossible to determine if her vision will recover." Zhong Tian's face instantly turned pale. Then all we can do now is observe?" The doctor nodded, trying to make his tone calm and reassuring. "Yes, for now we can only observe. However, since the patient is awake, it means there's no immediate danger to her life, and other matters can be addressed gradually. Everyone shouldn't worry too much. Take it slow? With this natural disaster so dangerous, how can we take it slow?" Zhong Tian's gaze involuntarily fell on Qi Mingyu, her eyes filled with heartache. She recalled the days when she was paralyzed. For more than half a year, she was almost unable to care for herself, relying entirely on her daughter and son, with her husband Zhou Jianhai by her side every step of the way. Grandma Peng, being older, often kept her company and made her laugh. Although that time was difficult, she was able to get through it thanks to the support of her family. But now, Qi Mingyu has lost his sight. This child, always so responsible and always at the forefront, can now see nothing, and his strength is useless. Will he suffer even more? Will he feel like a burden? Zhong Tian's heart ached more and more as she thought about it, and her eyes gradually welled up with tears. Grandma Peng's words before she died were sincere. She had long regarded Qi Mingyu as her own child, and seeing him like this now, her heart ached terribly. The doctor turned and left. The atmosphere in their room grew even more silent. Zhou Shuan sat down by the bed, her gaze fixed on Qi Mingyu's face. She opened her mouth, as if wanting to say something, but didn't know where to begin. She gripped Qi Mingyu's hand tightly, her voice trembling slightly. "Brother Yu, don't worry, let's observe for a few days, and see how things go. If..." She paused, her voice extremely low, audible only to Qi Mingyu. "Others may not have the resources, but we do. I acquired so much medical equipment. Surely one of them can allow you to perform surgery. Qi Mingyu was silent for a moment, his fingers twitching slightly before he grasped Zhou Shuwen's hand in his own and nodded gently. His movement, though subtle, carried a reassuring power. Zhou Shuwen felt the warmth of his hand, and her heart calmed slightly. Zhou Jianhai also comforted her. Yes, you don't worry too much. We think of another way. We definitely find better medical assistance. Mumu nodded in agreement. Yes, brother-in-law, don't worry. We're familiar with the doctors on the warship. Ask around, think of solutions. We'd definitely be able to resolve this. He was too shocked and saddened to speak, his voice choked with emotion at the end, but he quickly regained his composure. Qi Mingyu smiled, his smile as gentle and calm as ever, his tone even carrying a hint of reassurance. I know, everyone, don't worry too much, I trust the doctors. Zhong Tiyun looked at their tightly clasped hands, and understood that what the young couple needed most right now was some time alone. She gently tugged at Zhou Jianghai's sleeve, and gave Mumu a wink. The three of them then tacitly withdrew, leaving Zhou Shuwen and Qi Mingyu alone. Qi Mingyu had been transferred out of the intensive care unit yesterday, and was now lying in the lobby of the emergency room. The lobby was crammed with beds, with only extremely narrow aisles between each bed, barely wide enough for 1 or 2 people to pass through. The entire lobby was filled with the smell of disinfectant and the groans of patients, creating an extremely oppressive atmosphere. However, Zhou Shuwen had already taken 2 thin sheets the night before, and used them to surround Qi Mingyu's hospital bed, barely creating a little privacy. Although the sheets were simple, they were a rare luxury in this crowded lobby. After everyone left, Zhou Shuwen's gaze fell on Qi Mingyu's face, her eyes filled with heartache, sadness, and regret. Qi Mingyu remained silent, his eyelids slightly lowered, but his hand still tightly gripped Zhou Shuwen's, as if only this could bring him a sliver of peace. He seemed to notice Zhou Shuwen's gaze, turning his head slightly in her direction. Although he was blind, his voice remained gentle and patient. Wan, don't worry too much, I'm fine. The more considerate and understanding he was, the more heartbroken Zhou Shuwen became. She could no longer hold back, suddenly throwing herself into Qi Mingyu's arms, hugging him tightly, her voice choked with sobs. I'm sorry, it's all because of me. You did it to save me. If it weren't for saving me, with your skills, you wouldn't have been injured at all.